It was midnight at the elite bar, and the place was buzzing with people, most of them drunk, red-faced, and half asleep. I felt a bit uncomfortable, groaning as I woke up to someone shouting in my ear, telling me to keep drinking. My head was still foggy, but then I remembered I wasn't even supposed to be here. The investor had invited the main crew to a fancy dinner, but I, just a minor character, was sent to wait next door at the bar. I sighed in relief, realizing it had all been a weird dream. I felt hot and sticky, like I had just gone through something intense. Suddenly, someone shoved another drink in front of me. A guy leaned on my shoulder, teasing me about the dream I was having, asking if it was about something scandalous. Just then, Olivia, my friend, handed me a phone and told me to record some wild stuff in the restroom for fun. I wasn't having it and chose truth instead. But Olivia tricked me, asking me to spill the beans about sneaking into the hotel the night before and supposedly harassing the investor. That wasn't what happened at all. I tried to dodge the question, but Olivia kept pushing, asking who I've been avoiding. Annoyed, I grabbed the phone back and said I'd go get the video after all, on the condition that if the guy didn't cooperate, I wouldn't take the loss. Olivia just laughed, teasing me that the guy was sure to be super handsome. With her usual playful smirk, she reassured me it wouldn't be a bad situation. I sarcastically hoped he wouldn't look like Pan Changjiang, and we both laughed about it. The story's male lead is supposed to be tough, obsessive, and totally devoted, but that's what makes it exciting. Despite some misunderstandings in the beginning, I know things are going to get interesting as the story moves forward. I wobbled off the high chair, trying to keep my balance on these ridiculously high 10-inch heels. My target, a tall guy, over 1.8 meters, was walking toward the restroom, and I followed closely behind, phone in hand. Everything about him screamed bonus points. His sharp hairstyle, perfectly fitting white shirt, long legs. From the back, he looked almost flawless, just like Olivia had teased. We reached the men's restroom, and without thinking, I followed him right in. The place was fancy, with gold-coated marble everywhere, but I was too dizzy from all the drinks to appreciate it. My feet were killing me in those heels, so I bent down to take them off. Suddenly, a guy who had just finished using the toilet walked out, clearly startled to see me there. "A woman? Am I in the wrong place?" he muttered. I glared at him, holding my shoes. "What are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen a woman before?" He quickly apologized and left, but not before double-checking that he was indeed in the men's restroom. Just as I was starting to feel more awake, I heard a voice behind me. It was him, the man I had been following. His face was cold and familiar. Before I could react, he grabbed my hand and pressed it against something hard, his gun, hidden under his clothes. I froze in shock, and then he snatched my phone, noticing it was in video mode. He smirked. "You seem prepared for this," he said, playing with my phone. I tried to get it back, but he easily overpowered me, pinning me against the wall. "Anna Clark, looks like you've been doing well since you left me," he said, his voice menacing. My heart was pounding, and I tried to deny it. "You've got the wrong person, I don't know you." But he wasn't buying it. He leaned in, and before I knew it, he was kissing me hard, as if to punish me. I tried to fight back, shouting insults, but the next thing I knew, everything went black as I felt a sharp pain at the back of my neck. Tonight was wild at the Elite Bar, one of the fanciest places in Linton City. The music was booming, and everyone was either dancing or making out on the dance floor. Suddenly, the whole vibe changed when a group of soldiers burst into the bar. They lined up at the entrance, and everyone started whispering, wondering what was happening. Then, Baron Lawrence walked in. He was young, tall, and had a strong presence that made everyone nervous. But the most surprising thing was the woman asleep in his arms. No one could see her face, but she was clearly important. The bar manager rushed over to greet him, but Baron barely acknowledged him. He just gave an order to seal the bar, and the soldiers moved quickly to clear the place. As soon as the soldiers left, the bar went back to its usual energy, but now everyone was talking about Baron. Some girls were gushing over how handsome and powerful he was, calling him Prince Charming. Meanwhile, my friend Olivia was frantically searching for me. She kept asking if anyone had seen me, but everyone was too distracted by Baron to notice. At the same time, Baron was dealing with something serious. He had taken me, Anna Clark, to a private room, and I was unconscious. His friend Adam, a doctor, was confused when Baron asked him to check on me. Baron told him I was his fiancée, though that wasn't exactly true anymore. Adam didn't have the right equipment, but Baron ordered him to get it immediately. Later, doctors gathered around, examining me while I was still asleep. The results weren't good. When Baron saw the report, he was furious. It suggested I might be pregnant. He was so angry that he kicked a chair and even punched the wall, drawing blood. Everyone in the room was terrified. Baron coldly gave the order for me to be taken to a hospital for more tests, and if I was pregnant, he wanted it aborted. Then, he changed his mind and ordered them to throw me out altogether. I had no idea what was happening while all of this unfolded. I woke up shivering from the cold, lying on the side of the road with my phone and bags scattered around me. No one was around, thankfully, but I knew right away it was Baron Lawrence who had ordered his men to dump me here. I got up and looked around. I was in some deserted suburb, no cars in sight. My high heels were gone, not that I could walk in them anyway. Barefoot and exhausted, I started the long walk back towards the city, step by painful step. It took me 2 hours to finally flag down a taxi. Once I got home, I collapsed onto the sofa, my head throbbing. I drank some water, trying to calm down, when Olivia called me, demanding to know where I'd been. She was frantic, but I was too drained to explain everything. I told her I had run into someone I knew, and that I was home now. She was suspicious, reminding me I just returned to the country. Who could I possibly know? I sighed and told her, Bobby's dad. Her reaction was immediate and loud enough to hurt my ears. I could almost see her shock as she processed what I'd said. Olivia knew I had a boyfriend back in high school, but she didn't know the full story. After I left the country, I had a baby, Tobias, who we called Bobby. He was still living abroad, being looked after by an elderly couple. Olivia had always asked about the father, and now she knew. Are you sure it's him? She asked, still in disbelief. I'm sure, I replied quietly. She wanted to know if I had told him about Bobby, but I quickly shut that down. The child is mine. I gave birth to him, and I raised him. Why should I tell him? I paused, feeling the weight of it all. If he knew, I would definitely lose custody. The difference between me and Baron Lawrence was too big. He had money, power, and influence. If it came down to a custody fight, the court would definitely give him Bobby. Worse, he wouldn't even need to go to court. If Baron found out about Bobby, he'd just take him away without a second thought. That man was arrogant and controlling, and I could never let Bobby be raised by him. No way. I clenched my jaw. Olivia, remember when you asked why I left the country a few years ago? Huh? I was pregnant, and I had to leave for certain reasons. Even if I told Baron that Bobby is his son, he wouldn't believe me. Olivia frowned. Why wouldn't he believe it? You could just do a paternity test. Bobby is his child, after all. I smiled bitterly. In Baron's eyes, I was just some reckless woman. Even if we prove he's the father, I don't want Bobby to be his secret, illegitimate kid. Olivia went quiet. I could tell she was thinking of suggesting that I marry Baron to give Bobby legitimacy, but she knew that wasn't an option. Baron was too powerful, and being tied to him like that would be impossible. Then she mentioned that Baron had posted a joke video online. Was he trying to get back at me? Olivia was upset for me and offered to confront him, but I didn't want to drag her into this. No, it's fine, I told her, not wanting to explain all the complicated reasons. I've got to go, Olivia. We'll talk later. Wait, she tried to say, but I cut her off and hung up. It was 4:30 in the morning, and I had to be at work by 8 a.m. As just a small extra, I couldn't afford to be late. Baron had already tossed me on the side of the road, so he probably didn't want to see me again. Whatever. Forget him. Right now, I just needed sleep. I pulled the blanket over myself, too exhausted to even wash up, and quickly fell into a deep sleep. What a horrible night. I had the weirdest dreams about Baron Lawrence. First, he showed up at my door, then we fought over Bobby, and in another dream, both Baron and Bobby told me my chest was too small and that I could only see them once it was bigger. Even though I knew it was just a dream, I couldn't shake the restless feeling and struggled to wake up. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window, and I slowly sat up, rubbing my aching head. My phone was vibrating with the alarm, and I turned it off. I felt like I had been hit by a car, my whole body sore. When I looked in the mirror, I was shocked to see my neck and collarbone covered in purple, red love bites. Baron Lawrence had left his mark on me again. I sighed and got ready for the day, covering the marks with foundation and quickly heading to the set. The drama I was working on, Love for 3 Lifetimes, was a huge hit. It had the most popular idols and actors, and I was lucky to be part of it, thanks to Olivia. My role was tiny, just a background character, but I was still glad to be there. When I arrived, I overheard some of the actresses talking. Amelia, another actress, was asking about me. She had a much bigger role than me. She was the second female lead, and it seemed like even the main actress didn't have as many scenes as her. I'd heard rumors that her connections were thanks to Baron Lawrence, but I hadn't expected her to know my name. As I tried to stay out of the conversation, Baron Lawrence showed up. Amelia asked him if he knew me. I clenched my fists nervously, trying to keep calm. Baron answered coldly, "We know each other." Of course we did, but it wasn't a good memory. I had crossed him in the past, and he clearly hadn't forgotten. I tried to brush it off, forcing a smile. "We've just met once before," I said, hoping to leave it at that. But Baron's cold sneer made it clear that he didn't agree. Amelia seemed amused by the whole thing, but tried to smooth things over by inviting me to lunch with them. I didn't want to go, but before I could refuse, Baron cut me off, saying I wouldn't have any issues joining them. Amelia quickly added, "We'll wait for you at the entrance," and then walked off with him. I watched them go, feeling a mix of frustration and exhaustion. It seemed like I couldn't escape him, no matter how hard I tried. Despite her reluctance, she still came at noon. Anna Clark changed her clothes and took her bag, ready to go out. Just as she was about to walk out the door, Linda suddenly stopped her, showing no trace of the nasty things she had said about her in the morning, and greeted her enthusiastically, "Anna, let's have lunch together." "No, I have an appointment." "Oh, you have an appointment?" Linda said meaningfully. "All right, next time then." Anna didn't want to know what they were saying behind her back and hurried out. As she reached the intersection of the film set, she saw a black Maybach parked by the roadside. She recognized it at a glance. It was Baron Lawrence's car. 5 years ago, he planned to buy a new car. He had originally chosen a Bentley, but at the time, she was fascinated by a military-themed TV series and insisted that he buy an off-road vehicle. So Baron Lawrence went along with her and bought this black Maybach. She didn't expect him to still be driving this car now. Anna casually flipped through the menu and ordered 2 dishes before returning it to the waiter. The waiter poured water for the 3 of them and then courteously left. "Please wait a moment. Your dishes will be served shortly." The private room was filled with an awkward silence. Anna picked up the water glass and took a sip. Just then, Amelia suddenly asked, "Anna, do you have a boyfriend?" Anna raised her head abruptly, but she didn't notice the man who had been wearing a somber expression now cast a subtle glance at her. Seeing that she didn't respond, Amelia laughed and said, "I was just curious. I remember several boys in the drama crew were chasing after you, but it seemed like you weren't very interested, so I thought you might already have a boyfriend." Anna lowered her head, avoiding the man's scrutinizing gaze, put down her water glass, and replied, "Yes, I have a boyfriend." Before Amelia could ask any further questions, she stood up and said, "I'm sorry. I have to go to the restroom." "Oh, sure. Go ahead." Just as she got up and left, the cold and stern man also pulled out his chair. "I'm going out for a while." With that said, he left the private room without looking back. Despite her reluctance, she still came at noon. Anna Clark changed her clothes and took her bag, ready to go out. Just as she was about to walk out the door, Linda suddenly stopped her, showing no trace of the nasty things she had said about her in the morning, and greeted her enthusiastically, "Anna, let's have lunch together." "No, I have an appointment." "Oh, you have an appointment?" Linda said meaningfully. "All right, next time then." Anna didn't want to know what they were saying behind her back and hurried out. As she reached the intersection of the film set, she saw a black Maybach parked by the roadside. She recognized it at a glance. It was Baron Lawrence's car. 5 years ago, he planned to buy a new car. He had originally chosen a Bentley, but at the time, she was fascinated by a military-themed TV series and insisted that he buy an off-road vehicle. So Baron Lawrence went along with her and bought this black Maybach. She didn't expect him to still be driving this car now. Anna casually flipped through the menu and ordered 2 dishes before returning it to the waiter. The waiter poured water for the 3 of them and then courteously left. "Please wait a moment. Your dishes will be served shortly." The private room was filled with an awkward silence. Anna picked up the water glass and took a sip. Just then, Amelia suddenly asked, "Anna, do you have a boyfriend?" Anna raised her head abruptly, but she didn't notice the man who had been wearing a somber expression now cast a subtle glance at her. Seeing that she didn't respond, Amelia laughed and said, "I was just curious. I remember several boys in the drama crew were chasing after you, but it seemed like you weren't very interested, so I thought you might already have a boyfriend." Anna lowered her head, avoiding the man's scrutinizing gaze, put down her water glass, and replied, "Yes, I have a boyfriend." Before Amelia could ask any further questions, she stood up and said, "I'm sorry. I have to go to the restroom." "Oh, sure. Go ahead." Just as she got up and left, the cold and stern man also pulled out his chair. "I'm going out for a while." With that said, he left the private room without looking back. "Not in here." Amelia Young's voice came from outside in surprise. She saw Anna Clark and Baron Lawrence leave one after the other. Sitting in the private room, she felt more and more uneasy, so she came out to look for them. She didn't find Baron Lawrence in the corridor, and she thought about Anna Clark going to the restroom, so she tried to look for Anna. Anna Clark was not in the restroom. Baron was not outside either. What were the 2 of them? Amelia's heart sank. Actually, she had sensed something unusual between the 2 of them since the moment Baron Lawrence coincidentally met Anna Clark on the set. The woman's sixth sense told her that there was a story between the 2. It's not that she didn't think about directly asking Baron Lawrence, but in the end, their relationship was facilitated by both families' elders. Ultimately, it was the Young family that wanted to marry up with the Lawrence family. Baron Lawrence himself never showed the intention to be with her. But that was Baron Lawrence, the man whom all women around the world dream of marrying. She was no exception. Amelia stomped her foot and knocked on the door of the last occupied stall. "Anna, is that you?" "Occupied." The anxious reply, with a distinct non-local accent, was clearly not Anna's voice. Amelia bit her lip, her face turning ugly. "Sorry, my mistake." After finishing, she quickly left. In the restroom, Anna let out a sigh of relief, almost collapsing. "You're already back to work so soon. Have you spent all the money?" Anna's face was pale, her fists clenched, and her chin raised as she stared into his eyes. "Yes, I've spent it all." There seemed to be thunder and lightning flashing in Baron Lawrence's eyes, foreshadowing the storm to come. "You don't have to look at me like that. It would make me think you still have lingering affection for me." Anna's heart was in spasms, but she said, "I didn't take your money for nothing. Given your status, you could easily support a college student, and gifts like a house and a car alone would cost more than that, right? Besides, I think I enjoyed playing with you all those years, so I didn't get that money for free." Could she actually say those guilty words so confidently in front of him? In her eyes, his past favor was nothing but a fun time with the boss. Shoot! Baron Lawrence punched the wall. With a bang sound, Anna reflexively turned her head away and looked at him in panic. Blood flowed from Baron Lawrence's fist, and he curled his lips into a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. He reached out and grasped Anna's chin, lifting it up like examining goods. "Since you've spent it all, do you want to earn some more?" "What do you mean?" According to his personality, shouldn't he throw her out immediately? From then on, wouldn't he be too high to look at her even for a moment? Baron Lawrence grabbed her hands and pinned them over her head. The other hand slowly slipped under her clothes, touching her skin. "You're right. Indeed, I still have lingering affection for you." Anna shuddered violently. The next second, she was drenched with ice, cold water over her head. "I still have lingering affection for your body. Since you're willing to sell yourself, how about I buy you for fun?" "TSK. So, you're already getting excited in a place like this, huh?" At this, Anna Clark was jerked back to her senses, desperately resisting. Baron Lawrence, let me go. I'm not selling. Why won't you sell now, when you were willing to before? Anna struggled fiercely to free herself from his grip. That was before. I don't need the money now. Can't I just not sell anymore? Business is a matter of integrity. Since you sold yourself to me before, you must sell to me now. Who was she trying to keep her innocence for? For the boyfriend she claimed to have? SK. Before, he was also her boyfriend, even her fiancé, and she hadn't kept her innocence for him. Now she was doing it for another man? Just thinking about her body being touched by others, how other men had once visited her most private areas, and how they knew her weak spots just like he did, Baron Lawrence felt an unprecedented fury. Anna Clark, you haven't answered my question yet. What if I took you right here? You pervert. Anna couldn't help but shudder. The instant a look of defiance flashed in her eyes, the cold and austere man had already leaned in, fiercely sealing her lips with a rough kiss. With weak legs, Anna managed to steady herself and quickly pulled down her sweater. It's a scar from an appendicitis surgery. Appendicitis? How could it look so much like a scar from childbirth? Yes, appendicitis. Anna affirmed without thinking. Just then, the sound of a vibrating phone came from the next stall. Baron Lawrence took out his phone and glanced at it, then looked at the guarded Anna. His lips pursed into a straight line. He pulled a stack of cash from his wallet and threw it on her. Today's payment. Feeling insulted, Anna turned pale. She pushed the money back at him. I don't need it. She straightened her clothes, clenched her teeth, and raised her head. Young Master Baron, please tell him. Young that field service called me. I'll head back first. Anna's footsteps paused. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow? What did that mean? Would he visit their film crew again tomorrow? What on earth was Baron Lawrence up to? Anna felt confused and upset, and just then, the man behind her walked past her and left. The next day, Anna Clark stayed at home until 7:45 before she finally left. She arrived at the film set at 8 o'clock. As soon as she walked in, Linda greeted her. Sister Anna, why did you come so late? Ms. Young just came looking for you, and you weren't here. Amelia Young? Anna put down her bag. What does Ms. Young want from me? Nothing much. Ms. Young just came to tell us that the investors will be back soon, and we should be prepared. It was rumored some time ago that this drama had found a new big investor who would invest $150 million, ensuring that this drama would become a unique big production of the year. She put down her teacup and tentatively asked, have you seen the new investor? Linda picked up the tea bag from her desk, made herself a cup of tea, and continued, no, but I heard he is very rich, handsome, and young. He's investing in our production because he wants to promote Ms. Young, and they are planning to get married this year. Bang! Anna accidentally dropped her teacup on the floor. People in the makeup room looked over. She quickly squatted down to pick up the teacup, taking the opportunity to hide the uncontrollable astonishment at that moment. Baron Lawrence is getting married? Linda squatted down with her. Sister Anna, are you okay? Your hand is red from the burn. I'll get you a wet towel. Anna stood up, forcing a smile. It's okay. I'll get some medicine myself. All right. Linda saw that her burn seemed quite severe, furrowed her brows, and added, when the field service comes, I'll help you ask for leave. Anna had already heard that they were getting married, so she wasn't surprised at all, and just walked behind them, minding her own business. Baron Lawrence secretly observed her every move, but when he saw that she showed no reaction from beginning to end, he suddenly felt a heaviness in his chest, as if a huge stone was crushing it, making it hard for him to breathe. He clenched his fist. This darn woman. Was she really not caring, or playing cat and mouse with him? Just then, a few props workers came rushing around the corner, pushing a prop cart in a swift run. Move aside, move aside. They turned too quickly, and Anna, preoccupied with other things, had no time to dodge. Her foot caught, and she took a solid tumble. One of the props workers stopped to help her up. Are you okay? Anna, unable to stand up from the pain, tried to bear it and shook her head. I'm fine. Go ahead and do your work. Amelia Young also stopped and walked over anxiously. Anna, are you okay? Anna was about to say she was fine. Baron Lawrence's eyes narrowed sharply. landing on the blood stain at the corner of her pants, his face changing drastically. With a stone, cold face, he kicked over the cart carrying the props and quickly walked over. Move, young Master Baron? Amelia Young looked startled for the first time, hearing him speak to her in that tone. Baron Lawrence had already pushed her aside, bent down, picked up the woman on the ground, and strode towards the medical office. Young Master Baron. Amelia Young's face changed dramatically as she called out to him. The striding man had no intention of stopping and had already disappeared around the corner. Director Lane and the others exchanged glances, wondering, Ivy, does young Master Baron know that young girl? Amelia Young's face looked a bit ugly. She forced a corner of her mouth into a smile and pretended to be relaxed. Yes, we've even eaten together before. Enna is a friend of young Master Baron. Just now he probably saw that Enna fell quite badly, so he took her to get checked. Director Lane, don't worry about them. Let's just continue. She subtly defined the relationship between Baron Lawrence and Enna as good friends, and at the same time explained why Baron Lawrence reacted so strongly when Enna fell. However, she could fool others with this explanation, but not herself. Young Master Baron and Enna. Amelia Young's heart shrank to the size of a needle point. Oh, okay. The director looked at her pale face, his suspicions mounting, but ultimately he turned his gaze away and continued walking forward. Enna Clark was held in the man's arms, and she had quickly calmed down from her initial shock and astonishment. Thinking back to the looks everyone had given her just now, she felt flustered and lowered her voice. Put me down. I can walk on my own. Shut up. Baron Lawrence quickly carried her into the medical office, and after placing her on the hospital bed, he glared at the doctor and said angrily, She's had a miscarriage. Take a look at her. When he thought of how this child had come into existence, he wished he could have killed it himself. But seeing her bleeding, his first reaction was to leave Amelia Young and carry this woman in front of everyone. It felt like something was suffocating Baron's chest, unable to go up or down. Enna, who was thrown onto the hospital bed, was confused. Miscarriage? What nonsense are you talking about? I told you to shut up. He couldn't stand the sound of her voice right now. He yelled at the scared doctor. Are you blind or have broken hands? I said she's had a miscarriage. Quickly check her. If you delay treatment, I'll kill you. What the heck is wrong with you? I'm not pregnant. Don't talk nonsense. She tried to sit up but felt a sharp pain in her ankle. Darn, she must have really twisted her ankle. The doctor looked at Enna, then at the visibly angry Baron Lawrence, and took out a syringe from the drawer to walk over. Stop arguing. We can check if she's pregnant by taking a blood sample. Did he mess up? How could that be? Baron Lawrence's temple throbbed intensely, and he completely forgot that last night's test said there was an 80% chance of pregnancy, not 100%. He held the report without saying a word. His face showed that he was not in a good mood, and no one dared to provoke him. Although she's not pregnant, it seems like she has injured her foot. You'd better take her to orthopedics to get it treated. Otherwise, it could get worse. The female doctor spoke with a firm tone. Enna quickly took over. No need to trouble young Master Baron. I'll call my friend to accompany me. Your friend? Baron Lawrence looked at her. Yes. What friend? He was full of aggression. Your boyfriend? Enna felt a tremble in her heart, raised her head, and looked him straight in the eye. Yes, I'll call my boyfriend to take care of me. You can go ahead with your business, young Master Baron. So, using someone and then discarding them is really your style. Humph, you're just a greedy and hypocritical woman. You don't want me to stay here, and neither do I want to stay. Baron Lawrence stood up and stormed out like a lit firecracker. Enna kept quiet, watching him leave. She finally took a deep breath and slumped onto the hospital bed, exhausted. After a while, she took out her phone and called Olivia Lewis. 10 minutes later, Olivia Lewis hurriedly drove her little BMW to the set, took Enna to the hospital to get her ankle checked, and helped her get a day off from the director. She picked up the medicine and rushed back to Enna's small apartment. Enna Clark rented a 2-bedroom apartment near the Linton City set. The neighborhood was a bit old, but it was close to the set and reasonably priced. Olivia quickly entered Enna's home, opened the refrigerator, and gulped down a bottle of mineral water. Once she caught her breath, She sat down across from Inna as if she were interrogating her. Tell me, what happened to your leg? I accidentally tripped. Wow, impressive. That trip brought your period. She didn't want this either. Olivia took another sip of water, struggling to contain her excitement. When I came to the set to find you earlier, I bumped into someone. Guess who I met? Who? 99% of the world uses this system, and the money from it alone is enough for him to be the richest man in the world. With so much wealth and such good looks, and you dare say he got slapped on the butt by God. Seeing that Olivia still intended to continue, Inna quickly changed the subject. By the way, Olivia, have you heard anything about the request you made? Olivia paused, looking suspicious. There is news, but have you really thought about it? I have. If she hadn't met Baron Lawrence again, she might not have made up her mind so quickly, but there was no time to spare now. My uncle knows someone. After hearing about your situation, he's very interested. However, he demands a secret marriage, no marriage certificate, and no meeting. Also, the specific time of divorce must be decided by him. To avoid property disputes in the future, he also requires you to sign a voluntary agreement to give up the division of property. Olivia paused and continued. I haven't met this person. I asked my uncle, and he's been vague and wouldn't take me to meet him, only assuring me that he won't swindle you. I think it's too risky. We don't know the other party's age or looks. Inna wanted to put Bobby on the household registration, but she couldn't find a suitable person. So she thought of a way, like people from other places who wanted to buy a house in Linton City and needed to marry locals, signing a contract before marrying and then divorcing after buying the house. Her plan was to marry before registering, then divorce after completing the household registration. She would give the other party a few $1,000s for their hard work according to the going rate. However, she had just returned from abroad and had no connections, so she asked Olivia to help her find someone. Unexpectedly, she really found someone. No marriage certificate, and no meeting. Inna Clark thought about it, and felt that none of these were problems. After all, she was not really getting married to a man, but just to get her child's household registration. She asked her most concerned question, having no marriage certificate won't affect Bobby's household registration, right? Olivia Lewis widened her eyes and looked at her. Inna, are you really going to marry a man you don't know and have never met before? I have no other choice. Bobby is coming back from abroad soon. As soon as he comes back, we need to talk about schooling. How can he go to school without a household registration? Olivia Lewis was speechless, but Inna Clark calmly persuaded her. Didn't you say your uncle is reliable? If he says he won't cheat me, he won't. Besides, you and I are good friends. He wouldn't harm me because of you. Olivia Lewis frowned and pondered for a moment. My uncle is indeed a good person. Although he refuses to take me to meet that person, he emphasized that the other family is clean and not the kind of lecherous old man who gets entangled in people. Let me ask for you again. Inna, are you really sure that you want to marry and divorce a random man just to get Bobby's household registration? A woman who has been divorced before is devalued. Soon. How soon? Obviously, this vague answer couldn't fool him at all. He pouted, but his sweet milky voice had no threat at all. Inna Clark thought about the soon, to be done marriage certificate, pondered for a moment, and said, Mummy is dealing with something here. I'll come pick you up once it's resolved. Really? Inna Clark suddenly felt sweetness in her heart. Really? You must obey Grandma Panda's words, and Mummy will come to pick you up once everything is done here, all right? I will be obedient. You don't need to worry about me. Bobby paused for a moment, seemed to be shy, and quickly said, I miss you, Inna. Emma, who is this darling? Flirting people to the core. I miss you too, Bobby. The quiet voice on the other end of the phone seemed to perk up, happily said, You rest early. I'll be waiting for you bye. Doot doot doot. Before Inna Clark could say goodbye to him, the other side had already hung up. Inna Clark smiled at the busy tone of the phone and whispered softly, Good night. After putting away the phone, she washed up, saw that it was already late, and fell into a deep sleep. The morning sun shone on the greenery by the window pane, droplets that had formed overnight trickling down plant veins like tiny pearls in the dewy glow. On the inviting bed in the room, a young woman lay, clothed in a cotton, white nightgown. She looked sublimely elegant in her innocent sleep, her being one with the morning sunlight streaming through the window. Her glossy dark hair cascaded over the bed, partially shrouding a face that rivaled the whiteness of snow. Not overly glamorous, yet excessively charming. Baron Lawrence motioned for the others to leave, then stood by the bedside, watching the woman sleep with a complex expression. Suddenly, he ripped off the blanket. Anna Clark, feeling a sudden chill, instinctively opened her eyes, only to find a handsome face looming over her. Ignoring his terrible temper for a moment, the man had an undoubtedly good-looking face. It was the kind that seemed to aggressively attract women, radiating a deadly allure. However, anyone who woke up to such a handsome man in their bedroom first thing in the morning would not feel admiration. Instead, they would feel stark terror. Baron Lawrence? Suppressing her irritation, she patiently explained, "That's not true. I was so tired yesterday. I had a deep sleep. I just woke up." Ignoring her words, Baron Lawrence interrogated her bluntly. "Tired? If I recall correctly, you were brought home by your boyfriend yesterday. So, did he keep you up late, wearing you out?" His sarcasm was biting. Anna bore his rudeness, managing a forced smile. "That seems unrelated to you, young Master Baron. Did he or didn't he?" Domineering, allowing no room for resistance. The pain in her jaw and the disquieting surroundings made Anna realize she had to yield to this man. She had no other recourse. After preparing herself, she looked at him straight in the eye, replying calmly, "Yes." Baron Lawrence observed her silently for a few moments. Suddenly he released her, only to close in on her once again. "Anna Clark, I should have known better than to expect the truth from a woman like you." He had monitored her, and it was a woman who had brought her home last night. Nonetheless, she dared to assert right to his face that it was her boyfriend. Did she think him a fool? "What are you doing? Get off." Being invaded by a man early in the morning and pinned beneath him in her own home was every woman's nightmare. As she desperately pushed him off, there was panic in her voice. "Baron Lawrence, you better believe I'll call the police." "That's harassment." As soon as her words fell, her lips were sealed by someone else's. The man forcefully pried open her lips, extracting the sweetness from her mouth. Anna Clark's tongue tip went numb from being sucked, desperately struggling. Baron Lawrence initially wanted just to shut her lying little mouth, but he got aroused by her pushing and struggling, almost couldn't hold back and take her right there. Luckily, he restrained himself, pinning the struggling woman's hands above her head and pressing his abdomen against her kicking legs. He warned her word by word. "Ever heard of beware of your bosom buddies? If you move again, I swear I won't care about your period anymore." The struggling person instantly froze. Baron Lawrence knew that she would behave when threatened, but when he actually saw her obey, it felt as if there was a fire in his chest with nowhere to release. Was he some kind of insatiable beast? Countless women lined up to get in his bed, yet she just lay there stiffly, too scared to move. What did that mean? His mood immediately worsened. He stood up, knocked over a chair, and reached to pull the person on the bed up. "Get up, follow me." Anna Clark was roughly pulled up, stumbled and asked, "Where to?" "Stop asking so many questions. Just follow me." He was visibly impatient. Without a second thought, Anna shook off his hand and refused. "I'm not going." Baron Lawrence stopped in his tracks, turned around. His eyes locked onto her face, and rage simmered beneath his gaze. "Anna Clark, do I look easy to talk?" Anna Clark pursed her lips tightly. Baron Lawrence grabbed her left wrist again and pulled her forward. "You better keep your mouth shut and follow me obediently. Otherwise, I can make you homeless in minutes." "What do you mean? I've bought the house you're living in, so now I'm the owner of this suite. Understand? You bought this place?" Anna Clark was shocked and blurted out, "That's impossible." Baron Lawrence seemed to see through what she was thinking, scoffed arrogantly, and coldly crushed her hope. "I gave her 3 times the price to buy the house. So, tell me if it's impossible or not. Don't count on your rental contract. You can sell yourself for money, so of course, others can breach a contract unilaterally for money. She's made much more money selling the house than paying you liquidated damages. Any smart person knows what choice to make. Also, didn't you want to stay in the drama crew? Now the biggest investor in that play is me. Anna Clark, if you're smart, you should try to please me instead of provoking me. What do you want after all? Work, living situation. Anna Clark felt as if she was caught in an inescapable net. What was he trying to achieve by doing all this? Just to revenge her for leaving without a word 5 years ago? It couldn't be, right? Didn't he despise her 5 years ago? Didn't he keep her by his side as a shield to escape from blind dates? Because she was obedient and didn't meddle in his affairs, nor cause a fuss no matter how many scandalous relationships he had outside, he'd kept her as a qualified girlfriend. Why was he suddenly so persistent now, as if she indeed owed him? Could it be that Baron Lawrence? Follow me. The man's large hand grabbed her and unceremoniously dragged her outside. Anna Clark's wrist ached, which instantly threw the absurd thought from her mind. It must have been her overthinking. How could a man like Baron Lawrence possibly fall for her? He just couldn't swallow his pride and wanted to take revenge. She just needed to endure. Let him vent his anger, and that should be it. The black Kian sped down the road, both sides' greenery quickly receding. Anna Clark sat on the leather sofa, turning her head to watch the scenery rushing by outside the window, trying to make herself as inconspicuous as possible. However, it was clear that someone wouldn't let her off the hook. What are you looking at? Nothing. Baron Lawrence forcibly turned her head to face him. If you have nothing to look at me. I allow you to look at me. Anna frowned. The next second, the corner of her mouth was harshly bitten. The pain made her gasp. Don't you dare get distracted. Anna Clark almost let out a curse, but succumbing to his overwhelming presence, she suppressed her resentment. She absolutely couldn't offend someone as significant as Baron Lawrence. If she upset him, it would totally not end well for her. The only option now was to go along with him until he lost interest. After Anna finally convinced herself to do this, she followed his wishes and looked at him. After less than 10 minutes of watching him, the man who had just asked her to watch him suddenly slammed shut a file. In one swift movement, he pulled her into his arms, lowered his head to cut off her astonished lips with a hot French kiss that overwhelmed her, almost suffocating her. Just as she came to her senses and tried to struggle, she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her tongue. The man's charming Adam's apple bobbed, and the hand circling her waist tightened. Calling out loud like that, "Do you want it?" "I don't." Anna pushed him away and retreated. Anyone who got suddenly bitten would have screamed, let alone bitten in such a place. Baron Lawrence darkly fixed his eyes on her, laughed, and pulled her over to lean against him. He reopened the file and lazily ordered, "It doesn't matter if you do." "I don't feel like it now. You'll have to wait until after your menstruation." Why, when he was the one who forced the kiss, did it seem like she really wanted it? Anna's face burned like fire, similar to the color of brilliant sunset. "I told you, I don't." The man, who seemed to have returned to his usual cold indifference, glanced at her lightly and snorted, dramatic. Before Anna could retort, his attention had already returned to the file. The car sped all the way, the scent of the man's cologne lingering around her nostrils. Anna subtly shifted her buttocks, but was quickly noticed by the man. As if annoyed that she had disturbed his work, he shot her a glare, then pulled her onto his lap. "Keep quiet. Quiet." Anna had no choice but to sit stiffly on the man's lap. It wasn't that she didn't want to move. She couldn't. With Baron Lawrence's hand resting on her waist, any move from her was guaranteed to be felt by him. And who knew what embarrassingly insulting thing he would say then? But even without moving, the hot temperature of the man's skin came through the fabric of his trousers continuously, making her extremely uncomfortable. Every second was a torment. Thankfully, the driver drove fast. Just when she felt she couldn't take it anymore, the car stopped. "Lord, we're here. Get out of the car." Baron Lawrence casually threw the file back into the car and pulled Anna out. What came into view was a beautiful European-style villa with a huge swimming pool under the two-story building. At this moment, the sunlight shone on the pool, creating dazzling reflections, a breathtaking sight. Anna knew that there was an identical swimming pool on the balcony of the main bedroom on the second floor, complete with a luxury bar. It was ridiculously extravagant. This villa alone, including the land, was worth several billion, not to mention the furnishings inside. Go in. You shouldn't need me to show you the way. Anna Clark pretended not to notice the sarcasm in his words and followed behind him. As soon as they reached the door, it opened. A familiar and affectionate voice came out from inside. Young master, you're back. Anna? Annie Mary, excited, stepped forward and grabbed Anna's hand. Is it Anna? You're back? Where have you been these past few years? Why didn't you call? I thought you and young master. It's good that you're back, it's good. Are you hungry? Why are you still in your pajamas? Aren't you cold? She asked her questions one after another. Anna felt at a loss, for the first time wanting to flee in embarrassment. Baron Lawrence watched her coldly, showing no intention of saving her from the situation, and went straight inside. Why are you still standing there? Come in. Anna hurriedly followed him. The villa's interior was the same as it was 5 years ago. Even the furnishings were the same. Shut up. Baron Lawrence glared at him, and Adam Sinclair smiled, winking at Anna. Anna didn't say anything. He continued, you don't have to be afraid. He just wants to clarify some issues, but he is afraid you won't cooperate, which is why he brought you here. Anna quickly looked back at the impatient man sitting cross-legged. Is he sick? Breaking into her house early in the morning, kidnapping her by force, just to ask her questions? What does he want to know? Why go to all this trouble? Baron Lawrence was also looking at her, her gaze instantly meeting his. Dominant, overbearing, unreasonable, with strong possessiveness. Anna's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that he has found out something? No, it's impossible. How could he know about Bobby? Miss Clark, your heartbeat is too fast. No need to be nervous. Relax, we are starting. Anna Clark, realizing that she couldn't break free, made her last attempt. If I cooperate with you, can you let me go afterward? I still have to shoot a film. About that. Adam Sinclair looked towards the man on the couch. I'm afraid not. Baron Lawrence swirled the champagne glass in his hand, answering indirectly, I've already informed the film crew that you'll be sick, and they know you'll be resting at home for a day. He emphasized the word sick heavily. With her last bit of hope crushed, Anna closed her mouth and decided not to say anything. He was powerful and influential. She couldn't resist being kidnapped, just as if she were a pet. But whether she speaks or not was her choice, and she decided not to cooperate. Miss Clark, do you often have a regular menstruation? Adam smiled and raised the corner of his mouth, scribbling a few strokes on the board. It seems you do have it regularly. Last time, I must have checked it wrong. Last time? Anna's heart sank, realizing the man was angry. But she had no choice. She couldn't let Adam continue questioning her about the events 5 years ago. Both the incident and Bobby's existence were secrets, and continued questioning would only expose her baby. Baron. Adam tried to speak. Baron Lawrence's face darkened with anger, and he shouted furiously, Get out. He angrily kicked over the coffee table in front of him. Get out, all of you. Adam knew about his temper, and after giving him a worried glance, gestured for the others to follow him out. The rest of the people, already terrified, scrambled out as if fleeing for their lives. In an instant, only Anna was left in the living room. Anna also wanted to leave, but she was trapped by his oppressive aura, unable to escape. She could only watch helplessly as the furious man approached her. It must be said that Baron Lawrence was a man who could drive any woman mad with desire. Even when he was angry, his face was stunningly handsome. However, Anna couldn't appreciate his beauty. She knew all too well what his anger meant. It meant she would definitely not have an easy time. As expected, her chin was forcefully gripped and lifted. Anna Clark could not move. She couldn't even struggle. She could only hold his gaze. I must be ducking insane to think that there was some other reason why you left me 5 years ago. What else do you have besides a pretty face, Anna Clark? Anna Clark kept quiet. Right? You are also deceitful, pretentious, and greedy for wealth. Baron Lawrence stared at her indifferent face, wishing he could just strangle her to death, yet found his hands unable to move. Darn it. He let go of her in despair, looking down on her and said, Anna Clark, you've won. What had she won? Baron Lawrence stared into her eyes and said, I admit I still have lingering feelings for you. So, Tell me how much money you want to keep you around until I lose interest in you completely? What is he saying? He still has lingering feelings for her? Knowing that she only stayed with him for money in the past, he was still willing to give her money just to keep her company? Was this the same domineering and arrogant man? 1.5 million? Not enough? How about 3 million even then? Anna Clark kept silent. He frowned in impatience. How much do you want? Name your price. His voice was laced with thick irritation. Anna Clark suddenly came to her senses. She wanted to laugh, but couldn't. She made a dry attempt to stretch the corners of her mouth. I don't want your money. Baron Lawrence scrutinized her up and down as if meeting her for the first time, lifted her chin, and leaned down provocatively. If you don't want money, then you want a man? Anna Clark blushed, immediately saying, You misconstrued my meaning. I mean, I don't want your money or your company. The handsome man's face instantly turned cold. She took a deep breath and continued, It's true. I did wrong by you for money 5 years ago, and I'm sorry. Now, I fully realize my mistake and I won't make the same one again. She wronged him for money. Their relationship 5 years ago was just a mistake she didn't want to repeat. Huh. Baron Lawrence smashed his fist into the nearby coffee table. Glass shards embedded into the back of his hand. Blood flowed freely. The wound looked horrifying. Anna Clark turned pale. Baron Lawrence. Before she could finish, the man let out a suppressed growl. Get out. Get out now. Anna Clark hesitated, then stood up to leave, taking a last glance at the visibly furious man. After taking only 2 steps, her wrist was grabbed. With a thud, she was pushed against the wall, and the man with bloodshot eyes leaned in and roughly kissed her, forcing his way into her mouth. Baron Lawrence used one hand to control her struggling wrists, the other to pull her tight against him, plundering her mouth with a feverish kiss. Even though Anna Clark tried to resist his forceful kiss, her body involuntarily trembled under his skilled touch. She whimpered in failed attempts to wrestle free, then clenched her teeth and bit down hard. The man kissing her moaned in pain, withdrew from her mouth, and pinned her against the wall, gasping for air. His dark eyes were fixed on her. Anna Clark's heart pounded, fearing what he might do next. Luckily, Baron Lawrence just stared at her, not making any further moves. After a moment, the rise and fall of his chest gradually calmed down. He straightened up, released his grip on Anna Clark, and with frosty indifference, as if he hadn't been the one fiercely kissing her moments ago, he called out, Get out. Anna Clark had just walked out of the villa gate when Auntie Mary, who was waiting outside, called out to her. She led Anna to a quiet corner of the villa garden, grabbed her hand worriedly, and asked, Anna, are you okay? I heard that young Master Baron just lost his temper. Did he hurt you? Anna shook her head. I'm fine, Auntie Mary. That's good, that's good. Young Master Baron. Sigh. She hesitated to continue. Anna didn't want to know anything about Baron Lawrence right now, so she pursed her lips and didn't ask. Auntie Mary continued, Anyway, don't be mad at young Master Baron. He didn't mean to hurt you. He just couldn't control his temper. What do you mean? Vaughn, no. Young Master Baron has always had a mild case of paranoia. 5 years ago, after you left without a word, his condition got worse, accompanied by insomnia. At the worst point, he had to take medication every day, but it didn't work. He later went abroad for treatment for a year and got a little better, but he still often can't control his temper. On her way home, Anna thought about what Auntie Mary had said. Baron Lawrence had paranoia, and it was severe. His worst period was after she left without a word 5 years ago. He once had to take medication and even went abroad for treatment. Anna couldn't believe it. She knew Baron Lawrence always had a strong need for control. When they were together in the past, he wouldn't allow her to have any contact with other men, even just speaking with them. However, he himself had been involved with Star from time to time. Back then, she didn't think of his controlling behavior as paranoid, only that he had a prince's temper and was a typical hypocrite. It turned out that it was paranoia. Throughout the journey, Anna was preoccupied. When she got home, she poured a glass of water and warmed her stomach before she slowly came back to her senses. The next day, Anna arrived punctually at the film set. After finishing filming her scenes and stepping outside, she saw Amelia Young waiting for her. Anna had expected Ms. Young to come looking for her, so she wasn't surprised at all. She walked over voluntarily. Ms. Young, please wait a moment. Let me put my things away. Since Inna was so calm, Ms. Young didn't know what to say. She nodded as if to give her permission. After Inna changed out of her costume and handed it to the logistics staff, she returned to Ms. Young. Sorry for the wait. It's fine. Does Ms. Young have a question for me? There is something I'd like to ask you. Throughout the conversation, Amelia Young had been observing her. After taking a closer look, the weight in her heart grew heavier. It had to be said, although Inna was not a great beauty, she had a natural charm that attracted men's attention. I remember you told me that you and young Master Baron had only met once. I want to ask whether you were lying to me? Here it comes. Inna knew that Amelia Young would want to talk about Baron Lawrence, especially after he had sent her to the medical office in front of so many people. It would be strange if Amelia, being the official girlfriend, didn't want to have a chat with her. Instead of letting Amelia misunderstand, she should explain it as soon as possible. As Inna was about to open her mouth to explain, Amelia brushed her hair back and spoke for herself. Don't misunderstand. I'm not here to pursue your past with Baron Lawrence. Even if you don't tell me, I can guess what your relationship with him was. I came to see you today to ask for a promise. I hope you will not appear in front of young Master Baron again. It is very troubling for me. Her tone was like that of a main wife talking to a mistress. Inna took a deep breath and looked into Amelia's eyes, calmly saying, Ms. Young, don't worry. I never intended to appear in front of your young Master Baron. Not in the past, not now, and never in the future. Amelia's expression became strange as she looked behind Inna, her eyes a little flustered. Baron. Inna quickly looked behind her, following Amelia's gaze. Sure enough, she saw a man not far away approaching them. His face as gloomy as a Siberian winter with cold air. Don't be mad at young Master Baron. He didn't want to hurt you. He just couldn't control himself. He has severe paranoia. Inna shuddered all over. Baron Lawrence's face was taut, his thin lips tightly pressed together without a hint of curve, expressionless as he approached. Step by step. With each step, Inna's heart raced, and just as her heartbeat stopped, the cold man marched straight past her without even a glance. He headed straight for Amelia Young. Amelia nervously looked up at him, unsure of how to explain. Her eyes showed her panic. Baron. Baron Lawrence suddenly reached out and naturally put his arm around Amelia's shoulder, pulling her possessively into his arms. Amelia's face flushed as she suddenly touched the man's firm chest. If you need to know anything in the future, ask me directly. Don't bother people who have nothing to do with our situation. Indifferent, alienated. It was hard to believe that just yesterday, he was still loudly declaring his lingering feelings for her. That's for the best. Inna exhaled, turned around, and quietly left. As soon as she left, the next second, Baron Lawrence released Amelia's shoulders, his eyes cold. I have things to do. I'll go first. Amelia took a step forward to stop him. Baron, my auntie wants to invite you to dinner tonight. Do you have time? I'm busy. As soon as the words were spoken, he had already walked away. The elevator doors were about to close. Suddenly, a hand reached in and a handsome man's face appeared in front of Inna. Inna was startled. Baron Lawrence? How did he follow her? Wasn't he flirting with Amelia Young? For some reason, Inna recalled the way he approached her earlier and retreated a little defensively. However, the cold man entered the elevator as if he did not hear her, not even glancing at her throughout the process. Ding! The elevator doors closed. Only the two of them were left in the small space, and Inna couldn't help but feel tense. However, the situation she feared never happened. From beginning to end, Baron Lawrence never looked back at her. Even when the elevator stopped at the underground parking garage she wanted to go to, and she hurried out, he made no move. Not until Inna disappeared around the corner of the garage and the elevator doors closed again did the previously cold-faced man angrily punched the elevator buttons. With a loud bang, several elevator buttons were smashed, making crackling electric sounds. His left hand, which had just scabbed over, began to bleed profusely again. Inna found her car, opened the door, and just sat down when Olivia Lewis's text message came. Inna needed to ask her something, so she called her back right away. After just 2 rings, Olivia answered. Hey, Inna, did you see the text I sent you? I saw it. The thing you asked me to help you with. My uncle has taken care of it. Inna, you're a married woman now. Shouldn't you treat us to a meal? Olivia joked. Inna was not in the mood to joke with her. Olivia, did you ask your uncle when the other party would be available? I want to talk to him as soon as possible about the household registration issue. Well, I asked. My uncle said he's abroad and that it would take a while for him to come back. It would be half a year before Bobby turns 5 and returns to the country. That man should be back by then. Inna was relieved. All right. She thought of another thing that weighed on her heart. Oh, Olivia, could you do me a favor? Sure. What do you need? It was a little difficult for Inna to speak up. I want to stay at your place for a week, temporarily, until I find a new house to move into. You're moving again? Olivia was surprised. Didn't you just move there? Why are you moving again? That house is pretty good, 2 bedrooms and a living room, close to your filming location, and there's an elementary school nearby. It'd be convenient once Bobby arrives and goes to school. Why do you suddenly want to move? Because Bobby's father bought that house. Inna didn't want to deceive her. Bobby's dad? He bought the house? There was an exclamation from Olivia on the other end of the phone. After she got over her surprise, she calmed down a bit and lowered her voice. What's going on between you two? Inna, don't tell me you and him don't mess with me. You just got your marriage certificate. Anyway, it's not what you think, or else I wouldn't want to move. Olivia, can you please let me stay with you for a week? Olivia was generous and loyal. Of course. I have to work late tonight filming, so I'll come back late. You can go directly, and Alton Clifford will be at home. Alton Clifford was Olivia's boyfriend of 4 years. They had been together since college and were now discussing marriage. Alton didn't work in the entertainment industry, but he found a job at a foreign enterprise. Though his income couldn't compare to that of Olivia, who had already reached the lowest tier level in the industry, it was already considered good among ordinary people. Thank you, Olivia. What's this thank you between us? Just go there later. Inna hung up the phone, gathered her messy emotions, and immersed herself in work wholeheartedly. At 6 in the afternoon, Inna returned home for the first time. She collected a few pieces of clothing and drove to Olivia's house. Olivia's family had helped her with the down payment for an apartment in Mirror Lake City, a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room space that she currently shared with Alton Clifford. Inna had been here for dinner a few times and quickly made her way upstairs, opening the door with a spare key Olivia had left with her. As soon as she entered, she sensed something was off. There were clothes scattered all over the entrance hall, women's bras and skirts everywhere. Hadn't Olivia said she was out filming? How could there be women's clothes here? Inna's heart raced as she scanned the items on the floor and quickly realized they were expensive. Her face changed instantly. She knew that Olivia had been buying cheap clothing to save money for a car and their wedding. There's no way Olivia would wear Victoria's Secret. These clothes didn't belong to Olivia. While Olivia was out working hard for their marriage, he was fooling around with another woman in Olivia's house. What a trashy man. Inna was furious and, feeling terrible for Olivia, stormed in. Who are you? A nearly naked woman shrieked and cowered under a blanket, staring at Inna in terror. What do you want? Inna didn't expect to find a woman here, let alone one who hadn't even bothered to get dressed. Her eyes turned red, and she lunged at the woman. Alton Clifford. Save me. There's a crazy woman here. The woman struggled and screamed. Alton Clifford. Alton. Inna, hearing her shouting that immoral man's name and thinking of how oblivious Olivia was, grew even angrier and held the woman tightly. Do you know he has a girlfriend? They're about to get married, and you still have the nerve to do this. Shameless. Not only were they cheating, but they were cheating in the house Olivia had scrimped and saved to renovate for their marriage. How disgusted and heartbroken Olivia would be if she found out. Get up. The woman struggled desperately, screaming, It's none of your business. Alton Clifford, Alton. Inna's fury raged on. She was about to confront the woman further when the man, hearing the commotion, came running from the bathroom, pulling on his pants as he went. As soon as he saw Inna, he flinched and his eyes filled with panic before he tried to grab her. Inna, what are you doing here? The next second, he looked anxiously toward the entrance hall. Seeing no sign of Olivia, he sighed with relief. The woman in bed, pulling the covers around herself as Anna yanked on them, grew furious when he didn't help her. She screamed at him, "Alton Clifford, what are you waiting for? Grab her. Do you want this crazy woman to kill me? You dare." Anna glared back at him. "Who is she? How could you do this to Olivia? You've been together for 4 years. How could you betray her and do something so shameless?" Alton's face flushed and paled in turns as his frantic eyes gradually calmed down. He glanced at Anna, whose face had reddened from anger, then at the equally hysterical woman in bed, and made his choice in his heart. He stepped forward quickly, roughly pulling Anna's hand away and shielding the woman in bed behind him. His chest heaved with anger as he gritted his teeth. "This is our business. I'll explain everything to her. You don't need to meddle." Anna stared at the man before her, unable to believe that he was the good boyfriend and future husband Olivia talked about. Under her gaze, Alton felt as if he had been stripped naked and exposed. He had intended to talk to Olivia about this in a while, but hadn't expected Anna to barge in. Since she had seen it, it was better to deal with it once and for all. He didn't want to let Olivia down, but they were adults now, not college students who only cared about good grades and had no worries in life. He was tired of living on just $4,000 or $5,000 a month and being held back despite his talent. The woman in bed was a department general manager sent from headquarters, 12 years older than him. But as long as he won her over, his career would take off. He wasn't without hesitation, but this woman could help him in so many ways that Olivia couldn't. Anna was stopped by Alton, and the woman on the bed took the opportunity to put on her clothes. Ignoring Alton's pleas, she cursed and called the police. Police station. Anna Clark was held in a separate small room for detainees, the young female officer impatiently urging her away. "Miss Clark, hurry up and call your family to bail you out. I have other work to do and don't have time to spoil you." Anna Clark was sitting uneasily, handcuffed, in the chair. The woman had connections higher up, and as soon as they arrived at the police station, they labeled her with a charge of assault without any clarification. If no one bailed her out, she would be detained for 5 days. Normally, it would be easy to find someone to bail her out, but according to the regulations, the person who bails out must be a direct relative. Her direct relative. Anna took out her cell phone and sent a text message to her manager. She waited for more than half an hour, but still received no reply. Unable to find a solution, she remembered the number Olivia gave her and nervously sent a text to the unfamiliar number. "I'm in a bit of trouble. Could you come to the police station and bail me out? I will repay you the bail money." The message was successfully sent in less than a second. However, Anna felt unsure. Technically, they were legally married, but one was for the money, the other was to get a household registration for the child. So in essence, they were strangers to each other. He was merely disguising himself as her husband. They had never even met face to face. Anna knew how abrupt her message must have seemed and feared becoming completely ignored. She waited anxiously for 20 minutes. The tightly closed door suddenly opened. The previously brash deputy director led a young man inside, nodding and bowing with utmost respect. "Young Master Sinclair, here she is." Anna's handcuffs were unshackled, and only after the female officer had left did she get a clear look at who had come. She was taken aback and blurted out, "It's you." The refined and elegant man wasn't wearing a lab coat this time. His baby-faced features were even more noticeable. It was the same man from Baron Lawrence's house. Anna's mind was in turmoil. A mixture of shock, astonishment, and a faint unease made her restless. She sent a message to her secret husband and wondered why Baron Lawrence's friend had come. Adam Sinclair's connections seemed to be harder than the rich woman Alton had found. Anna watched as he didn't even have to sign the bail order and directly let her out. The leaders of the police station courteously sent them off, saying along the way that the whole thing had been a misunderstanding. Upon leaving the police station, Adam Sinclair adjusted his glasses, smiling warmly and said, "Miss Clark, my car is just ahead. I hope you won't mind riding back with me." "Oh, okay." Anna had a ton of questions she wanted to ask him, but didn't know how to start. As she was wrestling with the idea, Adam averted his fox-like eyes and took the initiative to ask, "Miss Clark, a friend asked me to help bail you out from the police station. I'm curious, what's your relationship with him? You mean, you came on behalf of your friend?" Ina's uneasiness began to deepen. Adam Sinclair saw her reaction and continued. Yes, my friend is abroad and it's inconvenient for him to pick you up, so he asked me to help. But I'm a bit curious. How do you know my friend, who is always abroad? Her secret husband was still abroad. Ina let out a sigh of relief. She was so scared. She thought Adam Sinclair's friend was Baron Lawrence. Relaxed, she mumbled vaguely, evaded the question, and walked with Adam toward his car. Unable to resist her curiosity, she asked, So, does your friend have a girlfriend? He should not. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed to this secret marriage. Adam Sinclair turned around and gave her a puzzled look. Why do you ask? He then added, As far as I know, he doesn't have a girlfriend. He's a bit, how should I put it? Should I say strange or different? Anyway, he cannot be with other women. If he was, he would be very uncomfortable. Moreover, he despises women and cannot have normal marriages. At first, Ina didn't catch the implication. They were already by the car when she finally understood the meaning behind Adam Sinclair's words. Could her secret husband possibly be homosexual? Just then, the car window suddenly rolled down, and a handsome face wearing sunglasses emerged. The voice expressed extreme exasperation. What took you so long? Were you body collecting? Adam, do you think I'm your chauffeur? Baron Lawrence, what are you doing here? Ina exclaimed in surprise. Adam Sinclair shrugged nonchalantly as he opened the car door and said to Ina, Sorry, I was just with General Lawrence, so he came along too. After saying this, he glanced meaningfully at the raging man in the car. Upon seeing the stunned expression on Ina's face, Baron Lawrence's face darkened further, and he gave off an intense chill. Do I need to report to you about my whereabouts? What was she looking like? Was she unhappy to see him? He clenched his fists, struggling to control his emotions. Get in the car. Ina Clark found herself in a dilemma, torn between leaving and staying. After weighing the situation, she decided to get into the car. Adam Sinclair prepared to follow suit. Unexpectedly, the person in the driver's seat forcibly opened the door, issuing an order without allowing any objections. You drive. Adam, who had already put a leg in, had no choice but to get out again and move to the driver's seat. Baron Lawrence opened the rear door, wearing a sour face as if he were owed 15,000, and gave Ina a ferocious command. Move inside. Hiss. Did he intend to sit with her? Was this some kind of joke? Like a rigid stone, Ina stiffened and shifted further inside, almost pressed against the car window. The indifferent man hated seeing her making any attempt to avoid him. It immediately worsened his mood. Deliberately antagonizing her, he stretched out a hand, pulling her to his side. What? Ina. Her waist was wrapped in his arms, and her hand held in his. Her body grew rigid like a stone. The next moment, a buzz filled her head, her face flushing bright red. He dared to guide her hand to that particular place in the car. Ina's fingertips trembled, and she tried to retract her hand like a lightning bolt. However, it seemed like he saw it coming, firmly holding onto her wrist. Ina's struggle seemed to be taken as intentional friction. The man's eyes, hazy like a peach blossom, lit up, letting out a deep, charming hum. Although his voice wasn't loud, Ina was as startled as by a thunderclap as she looked helplessly to the front seat where Adam was, fearing that he might discover the secret play happening at the back of his seat. Has this man gone mad? Ina, are you satisfied with what you felt? Baron Lawrence asked, staring deeply at her with a gaze filled with irresistible desire, pride, and confidence. He admitted he couldn't play the silent treatment game with her. Giving her the cold shoulder would only upset him. He had never been one to sacrifice himself. Since the Cold War made him unhappy, he was willing to compromise. Good men don't fight with women. There was nothing to be particular about with a woman. Bewildered, Ina asked, satisfied with what? What about her was honest? From start to finish, it was him who held her hand, forcing her to move. If they weren't in the car, Ina would have left him a punch or two, gripped his shoulder, and yelled at him, telling him to recognize that they were in a car and Adam was driving in the front seat. His thuggish behavior was in no way acceptable or something to be proud of. Ina, I've thought it through. I don't want to play this cat and mouse game with you anymore. Whatever you want, money, status, or anything else. Just say it directly, he said abruptly. Money, status, and others. Inna held her temper and explained, Young Master Baron, I think you're mistaken. I'm not playing any games. I sincerely regret my past mistakes and don't want to bother you anymore. Baron Lawrence's face grew stern, his features becoming more pronounced as he stared at her unblinkingly. As I said, I don't want to play cat and mouse games anymore. If you have any demands, say it while I'm still interested in you, he insisted. I genuinely have no intention of playing cat and mouse with you. Inna's words were abruptly cut off by the man, his face stoic. Inna, I've given you a chance, but you refused to speak your mind. In that case, I will follow my own thoughts. What did he mean? No sooner had he spoken than he looked towards the driver in front, addressing him in a stern voice. Block your ears. A teasing laughter sounded from Adam in the front. Yes, 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 General Lawrence, Commander Lawrence. Realizing something wasn't right, Inna struggled to free her hand. What are you about to do? They were still in the car. Baron Lawrence had no patience for her antics. He leaned down and captured her lips abruptly. Startled, Inna tried to push him away, but barely had her hand extended when he easily grabbed it, rendering her motionless. Baron Lawrence's lips, hot like a flame, touched her lips and teeth repeatedly before moving to her nose tip, forehead, chin, and gradually moving downwards. Inna's entire body trembled. No, don't. Let's talk. We have nothing to talk about. The man biting her neck lifted his head, his black eyes locked onto hers, as if there were flames burning in them. From now on, I won't ask you anymore. Inna, I was foolish to ask a pretentious woman like you what she wants. From now on, I will act according to my wishes. You just need to accommodate me. Baron Lawrence, how are you here? Inna Clark was surprised. Adam Sinclair shrugged his shoulders in frustration, opened the car door and said to Inna, Sorry, I was just with General Lawrence, so he came along. After saying this, he gave a meaningful glance at the angry man in the car. Seeing the frightened expression on Inna's face, Baron Lawrence's face darkened even more, and he was as cold as deep winter. Do I need to report to you that I'm here? What was wrong with this woman's face? Is she not happy to see him? He clenched his fists tighter, struggling to control his emotions. Get in. Inna was in a dilemma. Leaving would be wrong, but so would staying. She weighed her options and eventually got into the car. Adam prepared to follow her in. Unexpectedly, the man driving the car suddenly yanked the door open and commanded without hesitation, You drive. With no choice, Adam, who had already lifted his leg to get in, had to step back down and move to the front to drive. Baron Lawrence opened the back door of the car, his face sour as if he were owed $150,000, and rudely said to Inna, Move inside. Hiss. He wanted to sit with her? Was this a joke? Inna was as stiff as a stone, and she scooted closer to the car window. The cold man couldn't stand her evasive behavior. His mood worsened, and as if to make a point, he reached out and pulled her to his side. What? Inna's waist was held by him. One of her hands was still in his grip, and her whole body was as rigid as a stone. The next second, her mind buzzed, and her face flushed red. He was actually grabbing her hand and touching her obscenely in the car. Extrasensory, Inna's fingers trembled, and she tried to snatch her hand back like lightning. However, it was as if he had already seen through her intentions and tightly held onto her wrist. Inna's struggles only seemed to him like she was intentionally enticing him. The man raised his clouded, peach blossom eyes and let out a low, sensual hum. His voice wasn't loud, but to Inna it was like a thunderclap, causing her to panic and look forward at Adam, fearing that he may notice their actions. This man has gone mad. Inna, are you pleased by what you've touched? Baron Lawrence stared intently at her, revealing a trace of uncontrollable desire. There was also a hint of proud confidence. He admitted that he couldn't bear to quarrel with this woman. Ignoring her only made him feel bad, and he wasn't one to mistreat himself. If the Cold War made him unhappy, then it was better to give in to her gracefully. Good men don't fight with women, and he had nothing to argue about with a woman. Inna was stunned. not understanding. Pleased by what? Heh. Women who say one thing and mean another. You refuse to admit it with your words, but your body is very honest. Despite his clear contempt, the corner of his mouth curled up in pleasure. What had she been honest about? From the beginning till the end, he was the one who forcefully moved her hand. If it weren't for the fact that they were in a car, Anna really wanted to punch him, grab his shoulders and yell at him, reminding him that they were in a car and Adam was still driving up front. His hooligan behavior was not something to be proud of. Anna, I've thought about it. I no longer want to play these teasing games with you. Whatever you want, money, status, or something else, just name your price. Money, status, other. Young Master Baron, I think you've misunderstood. I didn't want to play any games with you. I truly regret my past mistakes and I don't want to bother you anymore, Anna potently explained. The air around Baron Lawrence turned colder, and his sharp features became more pronounced as he stared into her eyes without blinking. I've said it before, I don't want to play any teasing games anymore. If you have any demands while I still have interest in you, say them now. I really didn't want to play any teasing games. Anna was only halfway through her sentence when the man with the icy expression interrupted her. Anna, I gave you a chance, yet you refused to reveal your intentions. So be it. I'll do things my way now. What does that mean? Just after he said that, he suddenly looked at the driver up front and commanded sternly, cover your ears. A teasing laugh came from Adam up front. Okay, General Lawrence, Commander Lawrence. Anna sensed that something was wrong. She struggled desperately to pull her hand free. What are you trying to do? They were still in the car. Baron Lawrence, not one for chit-chat, lowered his head suddenly and firmly captured her lips. Anna was stunned. She reached out to block his chest, but was quickly caught by his hand and was unable to move. Baron Lawrence's thin lips were as hot as fire, rubbing repeatedly over her lips and teeth, and then her nose tip, her forehead, her chin, gradually moving downward. Anna shuddered all over. No, not like this. Let's talk. There's nothing to talk about. The man continued his assault on her neck. He lifted his head. His dark eyes seemed to be burning as they locked onto her. From now on, I won't ask you anything else, Anna. I was a fool to ask a pretentious woman like you what she wants. From now on, I'll act as I see fit, and you just need to cooperate with me. Go along with him on what? The next second, Anna Clark knew what Baron Lawrence meant by going along with him. She was thrown onto the soft seat of the Lincoln, and the tall, handsome man forcefully pressed down on her, reaching out to undo her clothes. No, stop. Anna Clark's resistance was in vain, as her hands were pinned by him, while he madly and forcefully sought her lips for a kiss. He was so skilled that she could hardly resist his stormy kisses. Anna Clark shook her head vigorously. She didn't forget that Adam Sinclair was driving in front. Even though he couldn't see them, he could hear their movements in the back. Just thinking about it, she felt an indescribable embarrassment and shame, as her body became even more sensitive in response to it. Her long black hair spread out across the car, contrasting dramatically with her fair skin. Her delicate little face flushed. Her mouth kept resisting, her pitiful appearance only stoking the man's desire even more. Baron Lawrence's eyes darkened. He lifted his head, temporarily slowing the intensity of his kisses. He pecked her reddened lips. Having tasted her sweetness, he couldn't help but deepen the kiss. He only stopped after leaving her lips slightly swollen and red. Then, he seized her hand and began toying with her slender fingers. With her 10 fingers connected to her heart, she couldn't help but moan. She immediately bit her lips tightly, her face flushed with embarrassment. Let me go. As Baron Lawrence played with her hand, he suddenly noticed the old, cheap, little bear charm on her phone and frowned. Anna Clark didn't know what he was planning to do and twisted her body trying to break free. Move again, and I'll take you right here. Anna Clark stiffened, not daring to move anymore. That's better. Baron Lawrence seemed quite satisfied with her obedience and rudely tore the little bear charm from her phone. Anna Clark's face changed. What are you doing? Give it back. That's mine. Baron Lawrence didn't expect her reaction to be so big. He frowned at the cheap little bear charm in his hand, glanced at her and disdainfully said, "What's all the fuss about? It's just a broken charm. I'll buy you a better looking one later. This old thing doesn't even deserve to be on my woman's phone." Having said that, he rolled down the car window and directly threw the little bear charm out. No. Anna Clark watched the little bear charm turn into a faint light, disappearing outside the car window, her pretty face growing redder with either anger or frustration, resembling a desirable rose. Stopped the car. What was wrong with this woman now? Baron Lawrence wasn't pleased. However, it seemed like Anna Clark couldn't see his displeasure, as she yelled louder, "Stop the car." "I said stop," as she shouted. She tried to crawl up and knock on the partition. Baron Lawrence couldn't stand it anymore. He pulled her back and forcefully held her in his arms. "Stop making a fuss. It was just a shutpie ring, right? I'll make it up to you." Anna Clark's anger had nowhere to vent. She desperately wanted to punch him and tell him that the little bear charm wasn't just an ordinary charm for her. It held a special meaning, as it was a birthday gift from Bobby bought with his pocket money. But she didn't dare. Even when she was furious, she knew full well that the man before her was someone she could absolutely not afford to mess with. After taking a few deep breaths, Anna Clark managed to suppress her anger. However, she didn't say a word afterward, nor did she glance at the man sitting next to her, her face stern, obviously displeased. This was the first time Anna Clark had lost her temper with him since they reunited. Baron Lawrence didn't know why, but he found her sulking appearance quite cute. He leaned down, took her plump fingertip into his mouth, and seductively sucked on it, then bit the tip gently. Anna Clark instantly felt a tingling sensation, like a current running through her whole body, causing her fingers to tremble involuntarily. He seemed to find it amusing as he moved closer to her ear, breathed out gently with a hidden smile. "Why are you trembling, Emma?" Moody and sick. Any normal person would tremble if someone blew into their ear, right? Anna Clark didn't even have the energy to be angry, feeling a deep sense of powerlessness. She turned her head away, ignoring him. Baron Lawrence nibbled on her earlobe for a while before finally letting her go. He then took out a square box from somewhere and opened it. Inside was a heart-shaped diamond ring, exquisite in craftsmanship and material. It looked extremely expensive at first glance. He lowered his head, assertively grabbed Anna Clark's left hand, slipped the diamond ring onto her middle finger, and held it tight. "From now on, this is yours. If you ever take it off, you're dead." Domineering threat. Anna Clark glanced at the ring a few more times. The ring must have been at least 7 or 8 carats. Anyone who saw the diamond on it might think it was just a decorative glass bead. She calmed herself down and tried to speak to him as calmly as possible. "I can't accept this ring. It's too expensive. I cannot unearned rewards. I can't accept such a valuable gift from President Lawrence." Baron Lawrence knew she would say that, and arrogantly glanced at her with his phoenix eyes. He intertwined his fingers with hers, placing their hands on his thigh, still in a good mood. "Who said that you haven't earned it? Soon you will." "What do you mean?" Baron Lawrence grinned happily, looking out the car window, ignoring her. Anna Clark was itching with curiosity, but couldn't ask further. She couldn't bring herself to grab his collar to demand he tell her. The consequences could be this man's beastly nature taking over and pinning her down against the car to continue their unfinished business. Lincoln raced into an extravagant, high-class neighborhood without any cover. Adam Sinclair parked the car under one of the buildings and graciously opened the car doors for them. He looked at Anna with a teasing smile. "Miss Clark, we're here. Get off the car." Anna Clark felt very uncomfortable being looked at like that, especially now that she knew Adam Sinclair was acquainted with her secret husband whom she had never met even after obtaining the marriage certificate. It made her feel even more ill at ease. It was like being caught having an improper relationship with another man in front of her husband's friend. Adam Sinclair noticed this interesting phenomenon and was just about to continue observing. The man who got out of the car immediately sent him a possessive glare, as if declaring his sovereign rights, and claimed Anna Clark's slender waist again with his hand. "What are you doing?" Anna tried to pry off his hand with both of her hands. "If you keep moving, I'll take it as a sign that you want me to kiss you." Not only did Baron Lawrence not let go, but he also blocked her with his words. Anna stiffened. knowing that he meant what he said. He even dared to do that in the car in front of others. Kissing in public in the neighborhood was undoubtedly something Anna believed he could do. The woman in his arms finally calmed down. Baron Lawrence's mood improved even more, causing his usually unhappy face to brighten and his thin lips to curve in pleasure. He was already born with an air of nobility. When his phoenix eyes lifted, they shone even more brilliantly. Adam Sinclair touched his nose and followed behind them, finally understanding why so many women, knowing that his good friend had a bad temper, still adored him. After all, the name Baron Lawrence represented not only endless money, but also the kind of appearance that could make any lady turn into a wanton woman. The elevator ascended to the 11th floor. Baron Lawrence paused in front of the apartment door, holding her. Here. A magnetic card was stuffed into Anna Clark's hand. What is this? Are you really stupid, or just pretend to be one? I don't understand how you've managed to survive in City Hospital without being eaten alive. Baron Lawrence snatched the magnetic card from her hand and swiped it on the metal device at the door. Click. The door opened in response. The security facilities in Bohemia Garden are the best in Capital City. Access to apartments here is only granted by swiping a card. The elevators operate with advanced facial recognition systems. No one except the residents of this building can access this place. It's absolutely secure. There's also a supermarket on the basement floor downstairs. You can buy groceries and household items from there. Just swipe your door card for purchases at the supermarket. Each card has a limit of 15,000. After depletion, you need to recharge it at the property management office. I've never used the money on this card. Feel free to swipe it as you see fit. Anna was stunned as this was the first time she had heard of using a door card to make purchases in a supermarket and just leaving with the items. But then, she quickly realized that there's something off. From giving her a diamond ring to this somewhere else, what exactly does he want to do? Baron. The man beside her had already entered first. Left with no choice, Anna had to follow him in. Baron Lawrence, sure. The man walking in front halted. Take a look. Do you like it? Following the direction of his hand, Anna saw that the entire suite was decorated in a minimalist black and white style, full of Korean aesthetics. On the circular sofa, there were a dozen stuffed animal cushions, colorful and oddly out of place in the otherwise low-key and luxurious decor of the apartment. But Anna's fists tightened almost involuntarily, her nails dug into her flesh unnoticed. She used to love stuffed animals and always liked to buy them and throw them onto the sofa. She didn't expect Baron Lawrence to remember that. Do you like it? Her slightly cold hand was forcibly pulled. A tingling sensation traveled from her fingertips. Anna Clark came back to her senses abruptly, withdrawing her hand with a flare in her eyes. Young Master Baron. She took a deep breath, gazing at the displeased man from whom she had withdrawn her hand. Let's talk. Baron Lawrence narrowed his eyes and glanced at Adam Sinclair, who was snickering and observing the apartment decor. Get out. Sensing the awkward atmosphere between the two, Adam Sinclair took the hint and exited first, even kindly closing the door behind him for them. Baron Lawrence sat down on the sofa, exuding a forceful aura, and stretched out his hand. Come here. Anna was still hesitating. Don't you want to talk? Come over. Sit next to me. Let's talk. All right. Anna went over and sat down, but not next to him. She sat across from him. But since the sofa was circular, sitting next to him and sitting across from him didn't really make any difference. It just felt a bit psychologically better. Originally, she thought that Baron Lawrence would ask her to move next to him. But to her surprise, he acted as if he didn't notice this small detail. He sat cross-legged in a manner proud and domineering. Go ahead. What do you want to discuss? His big hand curled around a strand of her long hair, playing with it. His movements were affectionate and intimate, as open to interpretation as they were evasive. Anna swallowed hard, calming herself down, emphasizing, Baron Lawrence, stop it. I want to have a serious talk with you. Sorry, I'm quite the opposite. Other than in bed, I don't want to talk to you about anything. After all, everything you have to say is hardly more than some sentimental, affected words. In bed, could he not think of anything else? Anna Clark's face flushed, and she struggled to maintain a serious demeanor as she pushed him away. Baron Lawrence, don't be like this. Just as he was about to kiss her lips, she ruthlessly pushed him away. Baron Lawrence's dark eyebrows locked together in annoyance. Ignoring her resistance, he grabbed her hands, leaned down, and blocked her lips. More than 10 minutes later, Anna Clark's lips were starting to feel numb. The man finally left her red lips, and like a master, he returned to playing with her fingers. He raised his eyebrows mercifully and said, "Go ahead." How could she say anything when he was like this? Anna Clark tried to steady her breath as he played with her fingertips. She tried her best to keep a straight face, but the physical reaction of her reddened earlobes betrayed her seriousness completely. Baron Lawrence, you misunderstand me. I wasn't playing hard to get. The man playing with her fingers stopped for a moment. He raised his arrogant, noble phoenix eyes but didn't respond. Anna Clark continued, I really wasn't playing hard to get with you. Please believe me. That night at the bar, I drank too much and was messing around with my friends. If I offended you, I hope you can forgive me. I didn't deliberately try to find you. It was purely a coincidence. I have absolutely no improper thoughts about you. As soon as her words fell, her fingertips suddenly hurt. Anna Clark almost cried out. But when she saw the man's expression across from her, she held back her pain. Why did you stop talking? Didn't she just have a lot to say? This woman always knew how to twist the knife in his heart. Finished? Now it's my turn. Baron Lawrence's face turned extremely ugly. He suddenly stood up, kicked aside a cushion with one foot, and leaned down to grab Anna Clark's wrist, pulling her to her feet in a rough manner. Why should I believe you? I believed you before, and you took the money and left. Now you want me to believe you again. What are you trying to deceive me out of this time? Anna Clark's weakness had been hit, and she couldn't argue. No matter the reason, she had indeed taken $750,000 from him 5 years ago. Baron Lawrence exuded a wintry chill, his hawkish eyes staring into hers as he gripped her chin, forcing her to look at him. Speak. Anna Clark clenched her lower lip. Baron Lawrence's anger turned into a cold smile. He scoffed, suddenly bending down and lifting her up horizontally, carrying her inside. What are you doing? Bang. The bedroom door was violently kicked open. The next second, Anna Clark was thrown onto the soft bed. The man pressed down on her, ducking. You. Anna Clark struggled desperately. Pervert. Shameless. Let me go. Baron Lawrence captured her struggling hands with one hand, pinning them above her head. The disparity in strength between the man and woman was too great. Anna Clark started to panic. Let me go. You can't force me. If you force me, I can sue you. Humph. Then go ahead and sue. The cold and stern man sneered, leaving an ambiguous mark on her neck. He lifted his head, his dark eyes as beautiful as obsidian, filled with intense possessiveness and stubbornness. Anna Clark, I told you before, playing hard to get doesn't work on me. In the past, I let you go because I couldn't bear to. Now, I've decided to do things my way, and I don't need your consent. She wouldn't agree, anyway. She would only pretend to be pitiful when she was deceiving people. Having spoken, Baron Lawrence bent down again, sealing her lips with his. The man's overbearing aura overwhelmed Anna Clark, leaving her weak and unable to resist. After a powerful and intense entanglement, Anna Clark passed out completely. Just before she lost consciousness, she heard Baron Lawrence's cruel voice proclaiming, "This will be your home from now on, Anna Clark. Don't defy me. Otherwise, I don't know what I might do." Monday, hospital. Miss Clark, here's the medicine you asked for. The gynecology nurse sneaked a glance at her. Okay, thank you. Anna Clark pretends not to notice and calmly puts the ointment in her purse. This ointment is specially used for that area and is not sold outside. It is only available in the hospital. She just discovered this morning how swollen it was and couldn't work without applying the medicine. The gynecology department is the busiest place in the hospital, with all the seats full of people. Anna endures the discomfort from walking and heads out. As soon as she reaches the hallway, her phone suddenly beeps. She frowns, thinking it's a text message from Baron Lawrence. Although she doesn't want to read it, she's afraid to anger him. So she finds a quiet corner and takes out her phone. Unexpectedly, as soon as she takes it out, the call comes through. Inna looks at the phone number and frowns. Hello? She doesn't know what the person on the other end of the line says, but her frown deepens. Okay, I'm back in the country. I'm at City Hospital. Come and talk to me. I'll be waiting at the back door. If Inna really believed these lies, she'd be an idiot. This auntie of hers never comes unless there's a good reason. Hearing that she has returned, she hurriedly seeks her out. It must not be good news. At least, it's not because she cares about her. Inna is not feeling well and doesn't want to waste her time with her. After listening to Michelle's words, she says expressionlessly, Auntie, have you seen enough of me? I'm not feeling well, so I'll leave first. After saying that, she turns and walks away. Michelle never expected Inna to truly leave without hesitation, leaving her dumbfounded. Without thinking, she chases after her and grabs Inna's wrist. Inna, wait, I have something to tell you. Inna stops, turns around, and coldly waits for her to continue. Seeing Inna's reaction, Michelle's heart grows cold. However, thinking of her purpose, she forces herself to shed a few tears and clings to Inna's hand. Inna, please help me and your uncle. The only person who can save us now is you. Inna frowns and looks at her. What happened to you guys? Michelle stammers, we owe 90,000 in high-interest loans. Inna Clark doubted her own ears and asked back incredulously, how much did you say? 90,000. Michelle Lewis felt guilty herself, but then she thought she was Inna's only aunt. So she regained her confidence. Inna, do you have any money on you? Give me tens of thousands for now to tide things over. Inna Clark suddenly shook off her hand, extremely furious. Didn't I give you 750,000 before I went abroad? Just 5 years, and you've spent it all already? 5 years ago, her grandpa suddenly fell seriously ill with a heart disease while lying in the intensive care unit and urgently needed 450,000 for heart bypass surgery. At 18, she had no choice but to go on a yacht filled with rich people. By sheer coincidence, she had a relationship with Baron Lawrence. Later, she stayed with him, intending to ask him for a loan to save her grandpa when he was in a good mood. But soon after, she found out she was pregnant. It was then that, seeing that she couldn't be tough, Michelle Lewis changed her plan. Inna, regardless of Inna's constant retreat, she pounced on her, grabbed her hand, and knelt on the ground. Inna, are you really not going to help me? I'm your only aunt, your mom's only sister. That I don't have money. Inna felt somewhat powerless. She really didn't have any money. If it was 9,000, she could still try to find a way. But 90,000, where was she going to find it? How could you not have money? Didn't you take out 750,000 before? If you could do it before, you can definitely do it now. Michelle Lewis was certain, not even considering how that 750,000 came about and how difficult the process was. She only knew that her cheap niece had a way to get money for her to use. Inna, go find the kind person who gave you the 750,000 before. With the past friendship, he will surely be willing to help you. Wasn't this indirectly asking her to sleep with Baron Lawrence again? Inna Clark laughed at her shameless words, shook off her hand. I don't have such great ability, and we have no connection. Let go. Seeing that Michelle Lewis really didn't care about herself anymore, Inna tightly held her hand, sniffling and crying, Inna, even if you don't care about your grandpa, think about your late mother. You can't ignore me. If you don't help your aunt and me, we'll have nowhere to turn. Why do I have such bad luck? If my sister were alive, she definitely wouldn't abandon her only younger sister like this. In the old days, we went to school together. Inna had heard this speech so many times that she was numb to it, just waiting for Michelle Lewis to finish wailing. If your mom hadn't met that irresponsible man Jacob Clark and been deceived by him into carrying you, she might still be alive and well today. Michelle Lewis suddenly thought of something as she was wailing, raised her head, and looked at Inna with hope. That's right, Jacob Clark. Inna, you can still go to Jacob Clark. Your dad is so rich. He'll definitely give you 90,000 if you just ask. I'm not going. Inna refused without thinking. She had long severed ties with the Clark family and couldn't possibly go back. Besides, that man wasn't just her dad but was also Jasmine Clark and Brett Clark's father, and Juliet Jordan's husband. What was Inna? Just an illegitimate daughter born from a mistress who was neither needed nor wanted. It was already Juliet Jordan's limit to tolerate her staying in the Clark family for 18 years. How could she bear to let her ask Jacob for money again? Anna didn't want to ask either. Anna, are you really so cruel that you won't even help me? You are so cold-hearted. I am your only blood-related aunt. If something happens to me, you won't have any relatives left. Who in the Clark family cares about you? Only I would put you in my heart. Anna, even if it's just for your sister, help me. I'm begging you. Anna let her wail and cry, but she did not relent. She was not stupid or naive, nor was she a self-sacrificing pushover. She could barely protect herself now, let alone help Michelle Lewis. Moreover, she had long realized that Michelle Lewis saw her as a cash cow. Even if Anna did have the 90,000, she wouldn't give it. Who knew if in a few days, Michelle would be back, asking for another 90,000 to save her life? The brat. A flash of resentment crossed Michelle Lewis's eyes as Anna remained unmoved. She had no choice but to use her trump card. She let go of Anna's hand, slowly got up from the ground, wiped away her tears, and said, Anna, if you won't help me, I'll have no choice but to use your grandpa's medicine money. What did you say? Anna didn't expect her to be so shameless and glared at her furiously. While Michelle Lewis pretended to wipe her tears, she said, I have no choice, Anna. Your grandpa only has your mom and me, his 2 daughters. Your mom died giving birth to you, and if I'm killed by the high-interest loans, what will happen to him at his old age? For your grandpa's sake, I have no choice but to use some of the money set aside for his medication. Anna knew Michelle Lewis was doing it on purpose. She knew Michelle Lewis was threatening her, but she clenched her teeth, balled her fists, and stared at her, finally relenting. I'll go to my dad. Before Michelle Lewis could rejoice, Anna quickly added, this is the last time. Michelle Lewis didn't take it to heart, and with a smile plastered on her face, she casually replied, I know. Don't worry, Anna. This time it's an accident. Seeing her joyful face, Anna furrowed her brows and reminded her, don't be too sure about this. I'm not certain my dad will lend me the 90,000. Before Anna could finish her sentence, Michelle Lewis interrupted her loudly, Of course he'll give it to you. You're his own flesh and blood. If you ask him, he can't possibly turn you away. The Clark residence. Annie Wren was about to take out the trash. As she opened the door, she saw the hesitant Anna Clark standing there. Startled, she dropped the trash, quickly walked up to her and asked, First young lady? Annie Wren. Anna Clark did not expect anyone to be there at this time. Looking startled, she gaped. Auntie Wren awed, her eyes welling up with tears. It's me, young lady. When did you return home? Why didn't you tell anyone? I arrived not long ago. Thinking about her purpose for coming, she bit her lower lip and asked, Auntie Wren, is Dad at home? President Clark is home. Auntie Wren paused before adding, Madam and the second young lady are also at home. Juliet Jordan and Jasmine Clark were also home? Anna Clark tightened her lips, took a step and began walking inside saying, I am here to speak to my dad about something. I will go in first. Good. Auntie Wren's heart filled with happiness. She looked at her affectionately, laughed, and went back to pick up the trash. I'm going to buy groceries. Young lady, will you stay home for lunch? I will make your favorite dish, beer duck. Before Anna Clark could finish, Auntie Wren was already happily interrupting her. It's settled then. Go ahead inside. Young lady, you came to talk to President Clark, right? I have to take out the trash and then go to the wet market. Having said that, she excitedly left. Anna Clark called out to her several times, but she didn't hear. Seeing her leave, Anna Clark had no choice but to go inside. The Clark residence is in a villa area. Each household here has an independent villa with a courtyard. Arriving at the start of spring, many begonia flowers were in full bloom, making the villa appear like a castle from a children's story. However, Anna Clark knew this castle had nothing to do with her. She took a deep breath, opened the door, and stepped inside. After 5 years, the living room decorations remained the same as when she left, luxurious and opulent. An elegantly dressed woman was sitting on the couch reading a book. Upon seeing her enter, the woman's delicate eyebrows furrowed, her eyes filled with undisguised loathing. Anna Clark walked up to her and courteously said, Annie Mae. The crisp, elegant voice of the young lady made Juliet Jordan's heartstrings tremble. No wife would like her husband's illegitimate daughter, and she was no different. However, having chosen to forgive her husband years ago, she was obliged to be a gracious and virtuous stepmother. Suppressing her disgust, Juliet Jordan asked coldly, "Why have you returned? Hadn't she already gone abroad? Why had she returned?" Anna Clark knew Juliet Jordan didn't like her, and that this dislike was unchangeable. She had never intended to deliberately please Juliet Jordan. Standing there, she calmly said, "I have something to discuss with my dad. After our conversation, I will leave." The expression on Juliet Jordan's face eased slightly. She glanced upstairs and said, "Your dad is on the second floor." "Thank you, Auntie May." Anna Clark sighed in relief and made her way upstairs. Just as she was about to knock on the study door, she heard Jasmine Clark's coquettish voice. "Dad, I want to be with Brother William." "William?" Anna Clark involuntarily paused. An image of the warm and gentle man's face surfaced in her mind, causing an inexplicable heartache. "William Sullivan?" An authoritative male voice filled with displeasure echoed. "No, William Sullivan is your sister's fiancé." Jasmine Clark seemed unhappy and retorted, "Fiancé? It was just something Uncle and Aunt were joking about when we were children." "Dad, why are you taking it seriously?" "Dad, let me be with Brother William, please." In the study, Jacob Clark was annoyed by her persistence. "I said no, and I meant it." "Dad, you're being too domineering." Jasmine wasn't afraid of him at all. She pouted and clung to his arm, complaining, "I genuinely like Brother William, and I want to be with him. Can you bear to see your precious daughter unhappy?" Jacob was so bothered by her that he could no longer concentrate on the contract. He just shut off the computer and looked at her unhappily. "Jasmine, why won't you listen? Even if William Sullivan's marriage arrangement with your sister isn't valid, he still had a verbal agreement with her. If you get together with him, what will people outside say about you?" Before he could finish, Jasmine was already stomping her feet like a young girl. "I don't care what they say. Let them say whatever they want. I want to be with Brother William. Sister can't possibly end up with Brother William." "Dad, it's not like you don't emo. Sister isn't a pure girl anymore. She had an abortion when she was 18. Anna's unexpected pregnancy back then wasn't widely known, but it wasn't a secret within the Clark family either. Jacob had quietly consented to Anna going abroad later on. However, everyone in the Clark family thought that Anna had gone overseas to get an abortion and lay low, but they never expected her to secretly give birth. "Dad, aren't you planning to join forces with Sullivan Group for a major project? What cooperation is more reliable than a marriage alliance? Besides, my brother and I are your legitimate children. Sister is just a bit closer than a stranger. For something as important as a marriage alliance with the Sullivan family, it's more reliable to have a true daughter. Sister isn't even born from my mom. Who knows if she will turn against us in the future and side with her unreliable auntie?" Seeing Jacob's attitude soften slightly, she continued the offensive. "Speaking of which, they are so annoying. They've been coming to ask for money like beggars for years. So disgusting." Jacob clearly disliked Michelle Lewis's behavior of constantly coming to ask for money. He frowned. "All right, just ignore them." Jasmine pouted and complained. "Who wants to pay attention to them? She has no shame. I ran into her at the mall with my friends a few days ago, and as soon as she saw me, she shamelessly approached me and tried to cozy up. She kept following me around and flattering me like a slug. I couldn't shake her off. I bought her a discounted designer bag, and only then did she leave. So annoying, it's embarrassing." "Enough. She's still your sister's aunt. You shouldn't bother with her." Jasmine muttered unhappily. "She's not my aunt. Poor people are just poor. A whole nest of them." "Jasmine." Jacob glared at her. Jasmine reluctantly closed her mouth. Downstairs, Anna walked out of the villa as if she had lost her soul, walking all the way to a bus stop several kilometers away. She finally slumped onto a seat, hugged her knees, and buried her head in her knees. Jasmine's words, every single one of them, was like a knife stabbing into her heart. What made her even more uncomfortable was Jacob's indifference and lack of denial. Because she was born from a mistress, did her father not consider her a legitimate daughter when compared to Jasmine? Anna's heart shrank into a ball. It was as if a giant hand was gripping her heart, making her feel both pain and discomfort. Just then, the phone in her bag began to vibrate. Inna moved slightly but didn't reach for her phone. The phone stopped ringing for a while, then got quiet. After less than 2 minutes, it started ringing stubbornly again. In the VIP private room at the Elite Club, almost all the prominent figures in Linton City were gathered at this dinner, yet the atmosphere was not lively. In the spacious private room, the atmosphere was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Even the waiters serving the dishes acted cautiously, as if afraid to offend the man sitting at the head of the table. The man was clad in a brown military uniform, his broad shoulders and slim waist accentuated by an array of gold buttons with dark patterns, exuding an air of nobility. At the moment, his head was lowered as he looked at his phone. The incredibly handsome face looked austere, as he constantly emitted a Siberia-like cold air around him. Inna Clark dared not answer his phone call. Baron Lawrence's right hand tapped the table as he occasionally took out his phone to check it. As the food was being served, there was still no incoming message on his phone. His brow furrowed. He picked up his phone, almost wanting to smash it into smithereens. However, upon lifting it up, he stopped himself. He slowly withdrew his hand, tensed his jaw, and sent a text message to the only contact in his phone. "Did you go back home?" 1 minute passed. 5 minutes passed. 15 minutes had passed, and there was still no response on his phone. He abruptly stood up, his hawk-like eyes full of maliciousness. "Where's the manager? Get him over here." Upon receiving the message, the club manager quickly came over in a hurried pace. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, he cautiously asked, "Lord, do you have any orders? What's going on? There's no signal at all." No signal? Royal Luxury Club was equipped with the world's most advanced signal equipment, and the VIP private room had the best signal reception. How could there be no signal? Only then did the manager notice the phone in Baron's hand, and after checking his own phone, he said in confusion, "The signal is full strength, though." "Impossible," Baron Lawrence flatly denied, his eyes full of fury. "If the signal is full strength, why can't I receive any messages? There must be a problem with the signal. How could that woman possibly not reply to him?" He stubbornly believed that the poor signal was the reason he hadn't received the text message. The manager had no choice but to check the signal, even going so far as to ask others if their phones were working. The answer came back. "It's working. The signal is full strength." He returned to the VIP private room, wiping the sweat that had sprung from his forehead, and told Baron Lawrence, "Lord, the signal is full strength. You see. It's fine, get out." The mood was explosive. The manager glanced at him and obliged, closing the door to the VIP private room as he wished. Seeing that the dinner atmosphere was on the verge of freezing, Mayor Smith of Linton City gritted his teeth and stood up, offering a forced smile. "Why, does young Master Baron have urgent matters to attend to with his phone? If you want, you can use mine." Baron Lawrence sat back down with a cold face. "No need." Adam Sinclair, who happened to be at the dinner, looked at his friend's ashen face and knew it must have something to do with Inna Clark. It seemed like Inna Clark had not replied to his message. Hadn't they just moved in together yesterday? Were they already having conflicts today? Interesting. His fox-like eyes seemed to have found something amusing, gracefully lifting his glass of red wine and laughing. A shallow dimple appeared on his left cheek as he tried to smooth the situation over. "I heard Mayor Smith scored excellently in the recent performance evaluation. Here, I toast to the mayor." "You're too kind." Mayor Smith breathed a sigh of relief, took the opportunity to step back, and began to reinvigorate the atmosphere around the dinner table. He was witty and humorous in his speech, and his status also commanded respect. Everyone was willing to give face, and in a few exchanges, the atmosphere in the private room became lively again. When Inna Clark returned, Baron Lawrence was already home. "Miss Clark, you're back." The servant took out slippers for her and handed them over. Inna thanked them weakly. "Thank you." The servant was flattered and hurriedly said there was no need to thank them. Seeing Inna bow her head and not noticing the oppressive atmosphere in the mansion as she changed shoes, the servant hesitated and said softly, "Miss Clark, young Master Lawrence is in a bad mood. Please be careful later." Actually, they wanted to say very bad. but they replaced it with the more tactful term bad on the tip of their tongue. Anna didn't expect her to say that to her. She looked at her in surprise and sincerely thanked her with a smile. Okay, I know. Thank you. She knew Baron Lawrence would be in a bad mood early on, and she had been prepared to face his anger since she didn't answer the phone. That being said, Anna still appreciated the servant's kind reminder. The lights in the mansion's living room were bright. The luxurious crystal chandelier illuminated every corner of the room as if it were daylight. The man sitting straight on the European-style leather sofa lifted his head. Beneath his sharp, short hair, his stunning face could not hide his anger. You still know to come back? Cold as ice. Bone. Chilling. Why didn't you answer the phone? An absolute tone of questioning. This man's pride and arrogance radiated from his bones. Anna had an uncomfortable feeling of being a criminal. She pursed her lips, put her purse down, and said softly, I had something going on. What's the matter? He pressed her further. That I don't want to talk about it. When she thought of Michelle Lewis, she remembered the conversation she had inadvertently overheard outside the Clark family study during the day. She felt like a stone was pressing against her heart, and she was struggling for breath. Her mood was bad, and accordingly, so was her tone. Baron Lawrence stared hard at the woman in the living room, who was tidying up her purse. A string in his head seemed to be tightly wound, ready to break at any moment. Suppressing his anger, he narrowed his hawkish eyes and threatened, Anna Clark, I'll give you one more chance. Tell me, why didn't you answer my calls? Or else the consequences. His self-esteem had not yet been uttered. The woman who had just been tidying up her purse suddenly confronted him coldly. Or else what? You'll make me lose my job, become homeless, or be forced onto the streets, or even worse, harass me like a hooligan? Baron Lawrence was taken aback by her counterattack. When he regained his senses, he looked at Anna incredulously. This woman had become brazen, daring to yell at him. What did you just call me? Say it again if you dare. Anna indeed had the audacity. She felt like a balloon that had been pushed to its limit, her anger close to bursting. She glared at him and said loudly, I called you a hooligan, a tyrant, a psychopath. Baron Lawrence was dumbstruck by her insults. Had this woman gone mad? Did I say something wrong? Since I met you, you have only forced and threatened me. You never listened to me, nor do you care about my wishes. All you do is intimidate me and make me cooperate with you. Don't you think your actions are very perverted? Anna was furious, as if she wanted to vent all the grievances she had suffered during these days. Baron Lawrence, what exactly do you want? If you want to take revenge for me leaving you 5 years ago, just do it quickly. I don't want to be tormented by you any longer. Do you think I'm torturing you? Baron Lawrence was furious, glaring at her fiercely. Anna Clark sneered and asked back without any hesitation. Then what? Are you still loving me? You made me pass out twice in one night. If this is love, please find someone else. I can't take it. Shut up. This woman must be crazy. He didn't even care that she ran away 5 years ago, but she dared to tell him to find another woman. I want you. He insisted on choosing her. Anna was going insane, driven mad by his torment. She was close to a mental breakdown. Please let me go, she pleaded. Baron Lawrence's face darkened. Anna looked into his eyes, sincerely begging, I beg you. Their gazes met in the air. Baron Lawrence's eyes contained a warning, but Anna seemed not to see it, displaying a do or die determination. Baron Lawrence, please let me go. I'm begging you. Her voice softened, pleading desperately. Bang! Baron Lawrence's fist slammed onto the coffee table, making the glass shatter. His thin lips were tightly pursed into a straight line. His injured fist clenched tightly. The veins protruded on the back of his hand due to his force. The wound that had just healed a little had torn open again, fresh blood streaming down. However, he seemed completely unaware of it, still holding on tightly, as if only through that could he suppress the storm, like anger inside him. Anna thought he would explode or crush her to death directly. She was prepared for that. But several minutes passed. The extremely angry man finally spoke with a strained face. You can't blame me entirely for you passing out twice last night. It's because your body is too weak. I will be more careful in the future and try my best not to make you pass out. That wasn't even the main point she was trying to make. As for your job, I've already talked to the director, and he will increase your scenes. However, since most of the movie has been filmed, the best he can do is promote you to the third female lead. Otherwise, the movie would have to be res hot. If you want to be the female protagonist, I can make him reshoot the movie. He paused for a moment and continued. I registered this house under your name, so legally, I have no right to take it back. This will always be your home, and you'll never end up homeless. The house was registered under her name? When did that happen? Why didn't she know? Anna was utterly shocked. Baron Lawrence stared into her eyes. Anna Clark, don't think that by angering me, I will let you go. Give up that idea. Other than leaving me, I will try my best to fulfill any other request you have. Any request? Then can you not force me? Anna questioned. Not forcing her equals not devouring her. Baron Lawrence snapped his lips tightly, his ink-colored eyes locked on the little woman in front of him. He gritted his teeth. I'll try my best before your heart is willing. Try his best? Anna wasn't satisfied with the answer, frowning, wanting to demand a definite one. However, seeing his freezing face, she silently swallowed the words she had wanted to say. That's fine. There will be chances in the future. Come here. The man who had just signed a surrendering agreement wasn't feeling too great. Though Anna was unwilling, she knew it was best to stop while she was ahead. She slowly moved closer. She was moving too slowly, and Baron Lawrence's patience wore thin. He grabbed her and suddenly pulled her into his arms. Bending down, he sealed off her delicate lips that seemed to be begging for punishment. Anna Clark couldn't help but widen her eyes and struggle. What a beast. Didn't they agree that he wouldn't touch her unless she was willing? Baron Lawrence seemed to see through what she was thinking, raised his head, his domineering thin lips touched hers and said, I just promised not to do it with you before you are unwilling. Didn't say I wouldn't hold you, kiss you. How can you? Like that? Before Anna finished speaking, her red lips were already blocked. Baron Lawrence seemed to vent all his anger on this kiss, sweeping every inch of space in her mouth, as if to swallow all her breath into his stomach. It has to be said that his technique in this area was amazingly good. Anna couldn't compare with him. In a short while, she was breathless from the kiss, soft in his arms. The friction of their lips brought a tingling sensation. Her mind went blank. At that moment, she cried out in pain. The man who had bitten her lips hard raised his head, seeing her small face wrinkled in pain. His noble, handsome face showed a trace of pleasure. Tomato scrambled eggs. This was Bobby's favorite dish, and her best. Thinking of Bobby, Anna glowed, her eyes shining brightly. Baron Lawrence couldn't help but want to pull her back into his arms and love her deeply, but his stomach was indeed hungry. What else? Anna listed a few more home-cooked dishes. The man on the sofa gestured grandly. Just do these. There are vegetables in the fridge, and if they're not enough, ask the servant to accompany you downstairs to buy more. Call me when it's ready. With that, he got up and went into the study. Downstairs supermarket. Anna, accompanied by a servant, went shopping for the ingredients she needed for tonight's dinner. The servant looked at her with admiration the whole time. Miss Clark was amazing. She had never seen anyone able to retreat unscathed under the Lord's anger. Moreover, Miss Clark even shouted at the Lord. She dared to shout at the Lord. So man, Anna had no idea that she was being admired. She pondered the dishes she was going to cook tonight and looked up at the adoring servant beside her. Can you help me buy some minced meat? I'm going to get winter melon. P.S. The book group number for this book is 2742650885. Readers who like this book or Little Brother can join the group. The verification code is the name of any character in the book. Little Brother is waiting for everyone in the group. Of course. The servant said enthusiastically, apart from the minced meat. Is there anything else Miss Clark needs? I can buy it all together for you. No, that's fine. Just the minced meat is enough. Anna didn't understand what the excitement was about. I'll go right away. With that, she darted off like the wind towards the meat section. Anna didn't overthink it and just turned towards the vegetable section. She picked out 2 fresh tomatoes and chose a piece of winter melon. Ready to check out? Ding! Ling. Suddenly, her phone rang. Inna put the vegetable basket aside, took out her phone, saw the incoming call number, and her relaxed expression faded completely away. Hello? Inna. The voice of Michelle Lewis came from the other side of the earpiece, eager to ask, how did it go? Did you get the 90,000? Michelle Lewis was still incessantly complaining on the other end of the phone. Inna took a deep breath, clenched her fists, and interrupted her. Auntie, it's not that I don't want to help you. I can't help you. You'll have to think of another way. As soon as she heard Inna wouldn't help her anymore, Michelle burst into tears immediately. Inna, you can't just let me go. If you don't help me, I really won't be able to live. But I don't have any money. If even you can't figure it out, I'll have to use the money Grandpa set aside for his medicine. Inna's temples throbbed violently, and through clenched teeth, she said, I still have 15,000 in my card. I'll give it all to you. But don't touch Grandpa's medicine money. 15,000? She's really poor. Michelle knew that nothing more could be squeezed out of her, so she pursed her lips reluctantly. All right, you transfer it to me, and I'll make do temporarily. But Inna, you have to keep thinking of ways for me to get more. I know. Inna didn't want to deal with her for another second, and quickly hung up the phone. After hanging up, Inna stood in place for a while, found Michelle's bank account number, and transferred all her savings from the past 2 years. Only when she received the text message notification from the bank did she purse her lips tightly and throw her phone back into her bag. Picking up her selected vegetables again, she headed towards the checkout counter. Sorry for the wait. At the checkout counter, the servant had been waiting for a while. As soon as Inna Clark arrived, she apologized to her and pulled out her card to hand over to the cashier. Your total is $5,475, and you have $149,994 left in your card. Here's your receipt. Please keep it safe. The grocery card still had a balance of $148,500. Meanwhile, the card she used to support her family had only a pitiful 3-digit balance. The gap between the rich and the poor in society was too wide. Just thinking about it made Inna feel so oppressed. She wished she could just bite some wicked capitalist. She took her card from the cashier, carefully stowing it away. She feared that if she lost it by accident, she wouldn't be able to pay off the debt even if she sold herself. When she got home, Inna came out to fetch some spring onions, only to hear Baron raising his voice in the living room. She couldn't help but sneak a peek, admitting that the saying a man working seriously is the most handsome was true. Baron Lawrence sat on the couch. The morning light illuminated his sword, like eyebrows. His long eyes concealed a sharpness, thin lips slightly pursed, a distinct and angular silhouette, a tall yet not rough figure. He was like a hawk in the night, cold, proud, resolute, yet forceful. His lone stance exuded the dominion of one who stood above all. I don't want to hear excuses. Explanations are something a kindergarten teacher should do. I'm giving you 3 days. If you continue to fail, you can all roll back to kindergarten. What a temper. She shook her head and took her eyes off him, opening the fridge to take out what she needed. When living abroad, she always cooked for herself. After Bobby was born, she juggled cooking for Bobby and working. This developed her skill of cooking swiftly. In less than half an hour, she had made 2 dishes and a soup, and also mixed a carrot salad. Dinner's ready. Smelling the aroma of the food, Baron Lawrence closed his laptop. He sat at the dining table, waiting for Inna to get him a hot towel to clean his hands. However, Inna didn't know about his princely habits. Once the hot meal was served, she started dishing out her own serving. Seeing him not moving, she asked curiously, "Aren't you going to wash your hands?" "In a bit." Forget it. He should have known better than to expect this woman to understand how to cater to a man. Baron Lawrence tightened his lips and stormed off to the bathroom in a huff. Wonder what set him off this time. Inna muttered unknowingly. She had gotten used to Baron Lawrence's bad temper, so she didn't think much of it. After filling his bowl with rice, she went back to clean the kitchen. When she came out after washing her hands, there was an extra bowl of rice on the table, set beside his seat. Did Baron Lawrence serve her rice? What are you standing around for? Come have your meal. Seeing her come out, the elegantly dining man glanced at her with an air of superiority. Inna snapped back to reality and vehemently scorned herself internally. God, she was really losing her mind. She was the one who shopped for groceries and cooked. All Baron Lawrence did was serve her rice. What was there to be moved about? Baron Lawrence pushed the bowl of rice to her. Here, eat. He was of noble birth, receiving top-notch aristocratic education from childhood. He followed the principle of silence while eating and sleeping, dining quietly and elegantly. Even simple home-cooked meals looked like they were gilded when placed before him, exuding an air of luxury. Inna was indeed hungry and didn't make a fuss. She picked up the bowl and started eating. By the time Baron Lawrence put down his chopsticks, she was already ladling herself a second bowl. Inna, are you a pig? Huh. Inna looked up, bewildered. Baron Lawrence shot her a glance. His lips pursed. Never mind. Let her be a pig, after all. He could afford to keep her. He pushed back his chair, gracefully rose. I'm going to take a bath first. He insulted her out of blue, and then just dropped the topic. Does he have a screw loose? Thinking of Auntie Mary's warnings about him, Inna couldn't help but feel more depressed. Baron Lawrence was indeed crazy, right? He had serious paranoia and a bad temper. Seeing his retreating figure, she decided to convert her sorrow into appetite and served another bowl of rice for herself. By the time she finished her second bowl of rice, Baron Lawrence had already come out of the shower. Water droplets dripped down his resolute jawline, making him look incredibly charming. He casually wiped his short hair at the temples with a white towel, a simple action that somehow exuded nobility and elegance. With a purely appreciative mindset, she took a few more glances. Perhaps because he had just come out of the shower, he looked more relaxed, and his precious phoenix eyes were half open. His long eyelashes cast shadow like small fans beneath his eyelids. He didn't look as domineering and unapproachable as usual. This was the first time Inna experienced the handsomeness of this man up close and personal. He was really good looking, not in the creamy way of male TV stars, but in a strongly aggressive, masculine way. No wonder so many women had gone to extremes for him since the past. Baron Lawrence didn't notice Inna looking at him. He handed the used towel to the servant, and his thin lips touched briefly as he said, Inna, pack up and follow me somewhere later. Where are we going? The servant placed the towel away and respectfully handed him his watch. He took the watch, put it on, checked the time, and impatiently said, You'll know when we get there. How am I supposed to know what to prepare if you don't tell me where we're going? Inna was speechless. Baron Lawrence glanced at her, thought for a moment, and said, Forget it. You don't need to bring anything. Just bring yourself. After all, her ragged clothes could barely cover anything. It would be better not to bring them at all. Baron Lawrence was always an efficient man. 10 minutes after telling her to get ready, Inna was already sitting in the departing car. Outside the car window, the night scene of Linton City kept receding. Inna couldn't help herself and asked him again, Baron Lawrence, where are you taking me exactly? The man, who was looking at his phone, didn't even lift his head. Stop bothering me. Can't you see I'm busy? She didn't see that at all. Inna grumbled inwardly, but didn't dare to complain out loud. After all, if she upset Baron Lawrence, she would be the one to suffer in the end. The car continued to move smoothly, and the driver was as quiet as a robot, not affected by them at all. Bored, Inna sat on the sofa, looking at the traffic outside. She had already prepared herself mentally. After all, she was now penniless and had nothing left besides herself. She wasn't an exceptionally beautiful woman either, so she guessed that no man would be willing to spend money on her, apart from the maniac beside her. She had no money and wasn't worth selling. Even if someone cooked her and ate her meat, she barely had a few ounces of it. With these thoughts, Inna calmed down completely. The car drove onto an overpass and continued to the end of an airport, where it finally stopped. As Inna wondered why Baron Lawrence brought her to the airport, the man who was playing with his phone had already turned it off, glanced at her, and got out of the car first. Get out. Okay. She followed him out of the car, step for step. The driver respectfully opened the door for the two of them. After Inna got out, he closed the door and bowed to Baron Lawrence, saying, Young Master Lawrence, the plane is ready, and we can take off any time. Mr. Harris, the housekeeper, has already arrived at Pacifica to wait for you and Miss Clark. Plane. Pacifica. Inna vaguely remembered hearing the name of the island. It seemed to be a beautiful, luxurious island, famous for its breathtaking seascape. One of the most beautiful places in the world, and a favorite destination for the global elite and nobility. Baron Lawrence was taking her to Pacifica? What were they going to do in Pacifica? Tell him I'll be there in 5 hours. He paused, as if thinking of something, and added, have him prepare some things for a woman. Young Master Lawrence is actually so attentive to a woman. The driver sneaked a glance at Inna, who was still shocked about going to Pacifica Island, finding it unbelievable. From a man's perspective, he didn't understand how she had captured young Master Lawrence's heart among many beautiful women. He didn't know what means she used to make young Master Lawrence so devoted to her that he even wanted to bring her along for this Pacifica Island investigation. As soon as he sneaked a glance, he felt a warning gaze shoot his cheek like a dull knife. The driver quickly lowered his head, not daring to make a sound. After Baron Lawrence glanced at the man staring at Inna, he possessively wrapped his arm around the little woman's waist, his face tense. Why are you daydreaming? Let's go. Oh, all right. Inna had become used to his overbearing ways, so she didn't have a particular reaction to his intimate embrace. She tried to keep up with his pace, tilting her head back and still digesting the news. Baron Lawrence, are we really going to Pacifica Island now? What do you think? Is this woman sleepwalking? Didn't she understand what he just said so clearly? I just feel. Of course, Inna understood, but she just felt it was unreal. Before, when she wanted to travel, even to a neighboring city, she'd planned for at least a few days. Going abroad would require planning the route and accommodations at least 1 or 2 months in advance. This was her first time impulsively going without any planning, let alone to Pacifica, an island overseas. Baron Lawrence grabbed her hand, bit it, then extended his tongue to lick the spot he had bitten. His deep eyes narrowed and said, you don't need to feel anything. Just follow me obediently and do what I say. His only requirement for her was to be obedient. As long as she stayed by his side and didn't upset him, even if she wanted the stars in the sky, he would pluck them down for her. Even late at night, there were many people at the airport. Ever since he entered the airport, there were many girls secretly sizing him up. Inna saw them, of course, and watching him make such intimate gestures to her in public, her cheeks grew hot. She struggled to pull her hand free, wishing she could bury her face in a crack in the ground. Her little reaction was undoubtedly seductive to the man. Baron Lawrence felt a surge of warmth in his belly and suppressed the subtle reaction of his body. His eagle-like eyes locked onto the little woman's shy face, unwilling to miss a single detail of the beautiful scene. Inna had strong adaptability. Apart from being a bit uncomfortable at first, she gradually adjusted to being watched. The heat in her ears subsided, but she still squirmed and broke free from the man's embrace. Before Baron Lawrence could get angry, she took the initiative to hold his hand. It was probably her first time taking the initiative, so she awkwardly explained, it's not comfortable to walk with your arm around me. At first, when she had escaped his embrace, Baron Lawrence was a bit displeased. But when Inna took the initiative to grab his hand, that little displeasure turned into delight. He held Inna's hand in return, his thin lips curling up and teasing her in a good mood. Inna, you say you're not playing hard to get. Hard to get, my ace. Inna wanted to break free of his hand and slap him in the face. Unfortunately, imagination is rich and reality is harsh. She remembered the lesson she learned after denying playing hard to get last time and being pinned to the bed and overwhelmed 3 times. She pursed her lips and pretended she hadn't heard, diverting her attention elsewhere. At this moment, an outstanding man with an extraordinary temperament was standing at the international flight exit, taking off his sunglasses and staring fixedly at Inna and Baron Lawrence leaving, his eyes unblinking. Jasmine had been waiting for him at the exit, her eyes searching all around. When she saw the figure she had been longing for, she jumped high up and waved her hands desperately. Brother William, over here. However, the man standing there seemed as if he hadn't heard her. When his gaze fell on the joined hands of the 2 people not far away, his hands involuntarily clenched into fists, the veins in the back of his hand bulging from the intense grip. Inna? And the man next to her is Baron Lawrence? On the ultra-luxurious private plane bound for Pacifica Island, Anna experienced what it truly meant to be luxurious again. The most advanced equipment, low-key but lavish decor, a fully furnished space with a TV and a sofa. If not for the beautiful flight attendants walking around, Anna would have thought she was in a presidential suite of a 7-star hotel. It was Anna's first time on such a luxurious plane, with so many people waiting on her. She felt uneasy, sitting up straight on the sofa like an elementary school student. Baron Lawrence had his laptop open since he got on the plane, with earbuds in his ears, occasionally speaking into the microphone. He was speaking in the country W's language, and Anna could only understand a few simple words. The rest sounded like gibberish to her. Seeing her bored, a beautiful flight attendant came over, bent down with a perfect smile on her face, and asked, "Miss Clark, would you like a blanket?" Anna didn't feel cold, but she couldn't refuse, politely saying, "Please give me one." She glanced at the man still in the video conference, pursed her lips, and changed her request. "Well, please give me two." "All right." With a gentle smile, the flight attendant straightened up and went into the cabin. Soon, she came out with 2 blankets. "Miss Clark, here are the blankets you asked for. Would you like me to cover you?" "No, no need." Still not used to being attended to, Anna politely declined her assistance and took the blankets. After receiving them, she noticed the flight attendant also prepared 2 eye masks for her. Anna covered her legs with one of the blankets. Looking at the other, she felt conflicted. Should she directly give it to Baron Lawrence? He might think she's trying to ingratiate herself with him again. What if she doesn't give it to him? It doesn't seem right not to give it to him since she asked for it. Anna looked at the blanket in her hand, gritted her teeth, and decided to hand it over anyway. She was just simply offering help as a companion. Whatever he thought was not her concern. Having made up her mind, Anna relaxed a bit. She handed him the blanket. "Do you want this?" His video conference was interrupted, and Baron Lawrence's first reaction was annoyance. However, seeing the blanket, any anger vanished without a trace. He gestured for a pause on the video, took off his earpiece, and focused his gaze on the young woman's face, his voice hoarse. "Cover me with it." "Why don't you do it yourself?" Anna was exasperated. After all, he had hands, and it was just a blanket. What a theatrical woman. Was it such a big deal for her to cover him with a blanket? Why make a fuss? "I want you to cover me with it." So domineering, so commanding. Anna had no choice but to stand, unfold the blanket, and cover his legs. Mission accomplished. Just as she was about to say all right, her wrist was caught, and she stumbled into the man's embrace. "What are you doing?" Her hands pushed against his chest, struggling to stand up. "Keep quiet." Baron Lawrence wasn't about to let her up, forcefully holding her in his arms. He reopened the laptop, put on his earpiece, and with a touch of his thin lips, said to the people on the video conference, "La commission poursuit, the meeting continues." With her back to the video, unable to break free and unwilling to speak up, Anna could only stare blankly at the man above her. It must be said, a hard-working man is the most handsome. His fluent command of the difficult and obscure country W language, and his confident and refined demeanor made it hard for one to look away. Frankly, it's very easy to fall in love with a man like him. Unfortunately, he is Baron Lawrence, and even with her Bobby, the distance between them remains as vast as the galaxy. She doesn't want to make her life a tragedy, so they can never be together. Anna Clark calmly shifted her gaze away. If Baron Lawrence knew that not only did Anna not harbor any romantic thoughts while in his arms, but she had actually further resolved not to fall for him, he would surely smash his laptop immediately and fiercely strangle her on the spot. Unfortunately, he remained completely unaware of this. 5 hours later, they arrived at Pacifica Island. Upon leaving the plane, they were greeted by someone. Anna followed Baron Lawrence and got into a stretched Lincoln. The car stopped in front of a magnificent hotel. The man who had greeted them earlier got off the car first and efficiently opened the door for the two of them. "Lord, Miss Clark, please." Baron Lawrence got out of the car first, followed by Anna. Suddenly, Anna was amazed by the stunning scenery in front of her eyes, the deep blue sky, the deep blue sea, a group of seagulls skimming over the water, setting off ripples. The sea breeze gently blew, bringing the salty smell of the sea and the freshness of coconut trees. Men and women, young and old, frolicked and romped on the beach. From time to time, bursts of cheerful laughter could be heard. Seeing such beautiful scenery, it seemed like one's mood would become happier as well. Anna yearned to stare at the seaside, wishing she could immediately take off her shoes and step into the water at the shoreline. Baron Lawrence looked at her radiant side profile, hooked the corner of his mouth, held her hand, and walked into the hotel. "You can watch more later. Let's eat first." Anna reluctantly tore her gaze away from the scenery and hurriedly followed Baron Lawrence. The interior of the hotel was as lavish as its exterior. "Young Master Lawrence, good morning." "Young Master Lawrence, good morning." "Young Master Lawrence, good morning." A row of waiters in uniform greeted them respectfully, bowing their heads. Anna, walking by his side, felt like they were the emperor on a tour of inspection. The man beside her, however, seemed to take it all in stride, and with aristocratic long strides, his face showing no trace of unnecessary emotion, he walked forward. Finally, they got into the elevator, and Anna couldn't help but ask the question that had been bothering her. "Baron Lawrence, how come such a big hotel doesn't have any guests?" She hadn't seen a single person on the way there. It was too strange. Such a beautiful hotel in a tourist attraction area should have a lot of guests. Scott Harris, who had been silently following them like an invisible man, suddenly spoke up and explained, "It's because young Master Baron has already had the hotel cleared in advance. During your stay here, Miss Clark, no one else will disturb you." "Cleared?" Anna couldn't help but raise her voice. She hoped it wasn't the type of clearing she thought he meant. If she's not mistaken, this hotel is at least a 6-star one. That is to say, a standard room here could cost tens of thousands of dollars per night. Had Baron Lawrence really gone as far as to have the hotel cleared? Anna felt as if a wealthy person was burning money in front of her. Not bill by bill, but wad after wad, thrown into the fire without even a bubble. "Yes. To ensure young Master Lawrence and Miss Clark have a pleasant stay here, we have already cleared the hotel." Ding! At this moment, the elevator door opened. Scott Harris led them through a beautiful corridor and into the beach. A vast, seemingly endless stretch of beach was cordoned off, without a single person in sight. Only seagulls and the relentless crashing of waves against the shoreline created a breathtaking scene. By the coastline, a group of waiters formed a line, placing a variety of seafood on a long table next to them. Today's lunch features seafood prepared by the head chef of Pacifica Island's Michelin star restaurant. "Young Master Lawrence, Miss Clark, please enjoy." Scott Harris gentlemanly pulled out a chair for Anna Clark and waited for her to sit down before pushing it in slightly. He then respectfully stood to the side, as quiet as if he had become invisible. Anna stared at the hairy crab and crab utensils in front of her, dumbfounded. What should she do if she didn't know how to use these tools? Several waiters stood by the dining table, pouring water for her and handing her hot towels. Anna glanced awkwardly at the man 1 meter away from her, unsure of what to do with her hands and feet. What should she do? With so many people watching her, would she embarrass him if she didn't know how to use these utensils? Men were all about saving face. If she lost face for Baron Lawrence here, would she be thrown out directly? She didn't mind being thrown out, but this was Country W, and she didn't even have the money for a plane ticket on her. How would she go back if she was thrown out? In just a few minutes, countless thoughts raced through Anna's mind. At this moment, a beautiful female waiter suddenly carried a plate from Baron's side and walked towards her. "Miss Clark, young Master Lawrence asked me to bring this to you." She put down the plate, and Anna took a look, stunned. In the silver plate, a neatly cut hairy crab was placed. The plate's owner seemed to know that she didn't know how to use crab utensils and had considerately cracked the hard shells on each crab leg, so she only needed to remove the shell slightly to eat. Did Baron Lawrence do this for her? Anna glanced over subconsciously, but the dining table was too long for her to see the man's resolute features clearly. "Miss Clark, do you want me to keep this hairy crab?" the waiter asked at this moment. Anna snapped back to her senses, nodding her head. "Please take it away. Thank you." "All right, Miss Clark, please enjoy your meal." The waiter took away the previous plate for her. Anna retracted her gaze and picked up the knife and fork on the table to start her battle with the hairy crab on her plate. The seafood by the sea tasted delicious and fresh, especially when cooked by a top chef. The original flavor of the hairy crab was fully preserved, with the addition of mint to remove any fishiness. The crab meat was rich, and the crab roe was thick and fragrant. Inna had never tasted such delicious crab before, and after finishing an entire piece, she still couldn't get over the taste of the crab roe. After finishing lunch, Inna simply couldn't eat anymore, so she took a few sips of orange juice and put down the glass. Scott Harris approached her and asked respectfully, "Miss Clark, are you finished eating?" Inna, feeling full and round, nodded. "Yes. Please follow me." "Where to?" Inna hesitated for a moment, glancing at the man not far away. Wasn't Baron Lawrence coming along? Scott Harris seemed to know what she was thinking and kindly explained, "Lord Lawrence has an important meeting this afternoon. I'll take Miss Clark back to her room to rest first. Once Lord Lawrence's meeting is over, I'll call for Miss Clark to get up." So he still had a meeting. Inna hadn't intended to stick with Baron Lawrence every minute of the day, and she couldn't wait to have some time alone. She immediately stood up with enthusiasm and walked away with Scott Harris. "Miss Clark, here's your key card." Scott Harris explained about Pacifica Island and their hotel while they walked. He handed her a purple gold card. "Our hotel uses a fully enclosed system. You need the card for entering the hotel and using the elevator. It would be very troublesome if you lose it. Please keep it well." "All right." Inna Clark took the key card and put it in her bag. She asked him, "How long will Baron Lawrence be able to finish his meeting?" "Well, I'm not sure. Do you have something to do, Miss Clark?" Scott Harris answered casually, "If you do, I can tell the Baron and see how he arranges it." Inna Clark quickly waved her hand. "No, I'm fine. I just wanted to ask how long his meeting will last. If it's going to take a while, I'd like to go out. If Baron Lawrence's meeting goes on till 7 or 8 in the evening, she isn't a pig. She definitely can't sleep that long. She wants to go out for a walk. She just doesn't know if that's allowed. The Baron has already instructed that Miss Clark can go out anytime." Scott Harris thought she wanted to say something else and answered lightly, "But for security reasons, I need to accompany you." What he meant by security reasons was clearly just to keep an eye on her and prevent her from escaping. Inna Clark understood that, but she wasn't as upset as before. Perhaps because she could go out and play this time. Her eyes curved as she agreed. "Okay. Once Miss Clark wakes up, just ring the bell by your bed, and I'll come to pick you up at the hotel immediately," Scott Harris said politely. "Thank you." Inna Clark genuinely thanked him. No matter how, even if the freedom is conditional, it's still a moment of freedom, isn't it? Scott's handsome face remained calm as he spoke. "Miss Clark, you're too polite. These are all instructions from the Baron. I'm just doing what I should be doing." "Baron Lawrence." Inna Clark bit her lip and didn't say a word. "Baron Lawrence can afford to book the entire hotel. The place he stays is unquestionably the best." Without a doubt, even though Inna Clark was mentally prepared, she was still speechless when she saw the luxurious and beautiful presidential suite. On the walls hung oil paintings by a medieval master. The glittering chandelier illuminated the living room like the Palace of Versailles. The large floor-to-ceiling windows, once the curtains were pulled open, offered a view of the vast blue sea outside. "It's so beautiful." Inna Clark excitedly stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing at the sea in the distance. Scott saw her acting like a little girl, excitedly waving her hands and feet at the sight of the sea, and he gave a gentle smile. "Miss Clark, I've prepared some new clothes for you in the cloakroom. You can try them on to see if they fit. If not, I can get you new ones immediately." "All right, thank you." Inna Clark turned and thanked him, her eyes quickly moving back to the view outside. The sea view was just too beautiful, so beautiful that she couldn't look away. "You have a rest now. I'll go out." Scott tactfully retreated to the door, speaking respectfully. Leaving, he also closed the door behind him. Within moments, Inna Clark was the only one left in the spacious presidential suite. With no one else around, she felt particularly relaxed, lying on the sofa and staring uninterrupted at the sea view outside. Right. She took out her phone, snapped a couple of pictures, and sent them to her little brother, Bob, who was overseas. Then, she shot a short video and sent it to Olivia Lewis's phone. Olivia replied quickly, "Where have you gone? How come there's a C? Country W. Country W. How did you go there? It's a bit complicated. I'll tell you when I get back." "All right." Olivia went quiet for a few seconds, then sent another message. "Inna, William Sullivan is back in the country." Inna Clark's hand that held the cell phone paused. She stared at the screen, zoning out slightly. William Sullivan. He's back? Olivia probably felt it was not appropriate to discuss this matter with her and changed the subject. "Just have fun on your trip and remember to bring back gifts for me. Don't come back if you don't bring any gifts." After that, she sent a series of intimidating emojis. Inna chuckled and quickly replied to her on the phone. "Okay." The phone screen went quiet. She put down her phone and gazed at the azure sea outside the window. Birds soared freely in the sky, and the waves lapped against the rocks, creating a pleasant sound. Inna's mood gradually relaxed. Whatever, it doesn't matter if William comes back. It has nothing to do with her anyway. Since the day 5 years ago when he had rejected her, they had become strangers without any connection. Inna forcefully suppressed the last bit of sadness in her heart and placed a pillow beside her head. She hadn't rested for a whole day and had taken a 5-hour flight, leaving her extremely fatigued. After the initial excitement of seeing the sea faded away, sleepiness gradually crept in. Inna's eyelids battled with each other. Before long, she fell into a deep sleep. After a restful sleep, by the time she woke up, it was already the afternoon. The warm sunlight streamed in through the floor to ceiling windows, making her feel extremely comfortable. Inna yawned, rubbed her eyes, and sat up. The presidential suite remained the same as it was before she went to sleep. Apparently, Baron Lawrence's meeting had not yet finished. Remembering that she can go out later, her mood instantly lifted. Inna went to the cloakroom, changed into a simple dress, tied her long hair into a ponytail, and left the room full of youthful charm. "Good morning, Miss Clark." Since she had called Scott in advance, he was already waiting in the hotel lobby when she came down. Inna greeted him with a smile. "Good morning." She walked up to Scott and asked excitedly, "Mr. Harris, where are we going later?" "Where would you like to go, Miss Clark?" Scott asked her. "Me?" Inna was taken aback, but she was not the kind of person to be pretentious. She answered candidly, "I don't know. Honestly, this is my first time in Country W, and I'm not familiar with the language or the best places to visit." Scott looked at her in surprise. In the many years following Baron, he had seen all types of socialites and beautiful women. However, it was the first time he encountered someone as frank as Inna. After some thought, he suggested, "How about I accompany you to the night market? There is one not far from the beach, which offers a variety of local specialties. You can have a look around." "Sure," Inna replied excitedly. It just happened that she had promised to bring gifts back for Olivia. Just as Scott said, the night market was not far from their hotel. The night market was located near the coastline Inna had seen when she first arrived at the hotel. Although it spanned only one street, the abundance of visitors made it extremely lively. Inna was immediately attracted to the dazzling array of trinkets and souvenirs. Seeing that she was engrossed in her selection and had sunlight tinging her cheeks, Scott thought for a moment and said, "Miss Clark, you continue to browse here and don't wander off. I'll go buy some coconut milk for you." "Okay." Scott left to get the coconut milk. Inna's attention was still focused on the exotic trinkets at the stall when she suddenly spotted a simple and unadorned silver ring amidst an array of colorful jewelry. Her eyes lit up, and she picked up the ring to ask the stall owner, "Boss, how much is this?" The ring had a simple and elegant design, perfect for a man to wear. The stall owner was clearly a native of Country W and spoke a long string of words in his language. Inna couldn't understand a single word. She tried to communicate using the few words in their language that she knew. Suddenly, a bratty voice interrupted the conversation. "Wow, that's such a beautiful ring. Husband, I want the one she's holding. Can you buy it for me?" Upon hearing a familiar language, Inna turned her head to look. Not far away stood a man and a woman. The man was probably in his early 40s, fat and slightly balding, creating a uniquely unattractive look. The woman clinging to his arm appeared to be in her early 20s, with a melon, seed-shaped face, large eyes and waist-length black hair, looking pure and charming. The pair stood out as visual extremes. Inna couldn't help but take a second look. That wouldn't have been a big deal. Anyone would do the same upon seeing such a peculiar couple, but for some reason, her gaze seemed to anger the young woman. The lady's eyebrows rose as she glared at Inna and rudely yelled, "What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen a beautiful woman before? You bumpkin." Inna was never the type to respond to a slap with a smile. She smiled faintly and retorted, "Indeed, I've never seen a foul-mouthed beautiful woman before." She emphasized foul-mouthed very clearly. The young woman's face turned an ugly shade, and her hostile gaze intensified. She clung to the man's arm and pleaded, "Husband, I want the ring she's holding." Inna pretended she hadn't heard that and continued negotiating with the stall owner. Seeing this, the young woman angrily clenched her teeth, grabbed the man's hand tightly, and said with a heavier tone, "Husband." The impatient man walked up to the stall owner, pointed at the ring in Inna's hand, and mumbled something in the local language. The stall owner then held up 2 fingers, and the man took out $30 from his wallet and handed it over. He then turned his head to Inna and said, "Miss, I've bought this ring. Please give it to me." Inna took a step back with the ring in her hand and refused. "I'm sorry, but I saw it first. I can't give it to you." The young woman, not taking no for an answer, shrieked, "We've already paid for it. How can you still hold on to our item? Have you no shame?" Her voice was loud and shrill, immediately drawing a crowd of onlookers. What's going on? Are they arguing? It seems like they're fighting over an item. That lady saw the ring first, but she can't speak the local language and couldn't agree on the price with the stall owner. The rude woman now wants that lady to hand over the ring, since she and her husband have paid for it. Who robs someone like this? Some people couldn't bear to watch. Others didn't see a problem. They paid first, so it belongs to whoever pays first. Some people saw through the situation. I think that woman isn't really interested in the ring. She just likes to take other people's things. Look, the silver ring is for men, and her husband's fingers are already full of rings. Why would he need that one? The surrounding crowd pointed and whispered. The man couldn't take the pressure, and his expression changed. He looked at Inna with unease and stepped forward. "Miss, what do you want in return for giving us the ring?" He saw that Inna was alone, young, and dressed inconspicuously, and dismissed her with a flash of contempt in his eyes. He pulled out his wallet, took out 2 $15 bills, and threw them down in front of Inna. "Is this enough?" He was clearly insulting her. Inna's face went pale. She was about to throw the money back in his face when she heard a familiar voice in the crowd. "Seriously? You're bragging over a measly $30? The boss was a genuine Country W native, babbling a long string of sentences. Inna Clark didn't understand a single word. She gestured with the ring in her hand, trying to communicate using the few Country W words she knew. Suddenly, a spoiled voice cut in. "Wow, such a beautiful ring. Husband, I want the one she's holding. Can you buy it for me?" Hearing the familiar language, Inna turned her head. Not far from her stood a man and a woman. The man was probably in his early 40s, fat and slightly bald, with an intriguing ugliness. The woman clinging to him seemed to be around 20 years old, with a melon, seed face, big eyes, ink, black waist, length hair, and an extraordinarily pure and charming appearance. The two of them standing together formed a stark contrast. Inna couldn't help but stare for a moment. Anyone would do a double, take it such a pairing. For some reason, her gaze seemed to annoy the woman. The woman raised an angry eyebrow and glared at Inna, shouting rudely, "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a beautiful woman? Country bumpkin." Inna was never the kind of person who would respond to a slap with a smile. The corner of her mouth twisted, and she replied lightly, "Indeed. I've never seen a beautiful woman who spews filth. It seems they're fighting over the ring." The lady saw the ring first but couldn't speak Country W's language clearly to negotiate the price with the boss. The beautiful woman who was cursing also wanted the ring, had her husband pay, and is now demanding the previous lady hand over the ring. Who would take advantage of this situation? Someone couldn't stand it. Yet, some people thought there was nothing wrong. They paid first, so it should belong to whoever paid first. Still, someone saw through it. I think the beautiful woman who stole the ring doesn't really like it. She just likes to take other people's things. Look, that silver ring is for men. Her husband's fingers are already covered in rings. Why would he need that one? The people around them whispered and pointed. The man couldn't bear it anymore, his face becoming slightly unpleasant as he turned to Inna and stepped forward. Miss, what will it take for you to give us the ring? Seeing that Inna was alone, young, and not dressed conspicuously, he looked down on her. He pulled out two $15 bills from his wallet and threw them in front of Inna. Is this enough? He was simply insulting her. Inna's face turned white, and she was about to throw the money back at him. At that moment, a familiar voice came from the crowd. Pfft, are you seriously flaunting your miserly $30? Whose voice is this? She looked towards the crowd. A tall and upright man walked out of the crowd. The simple shirt and trousers he wore exuded an overwhelming sense of nobility. Though he was alone, he somehow gave off a sense of imposing presence. The crowd unconsciously moved aside to make way for him. Baron Lawrence? Inna Clark recognized the handsome face, exclaiming in astonishment. Why did he come? Was the meeting already over? The cold man approached her, his gaze resting on her flushed cheeks for a moment before darkening. Then, he lowered his voice and asked, Where's Scott Harris? Didn't he order Scott to protect this woman at all costs? She took out her shrunken wallet from her bag and handed over $1.5 worth of change to the boss with a clear, sparkling gaze. Boss, I'll take this ring. Then, she signaled for Baron Lawrence to translate for her. What did she think of him? Baron Lawrence looked displeased but still translated for her. Upon understanding, the boss gave her an okay gesture and accepted the money. The girl who had wanted to buy the ring earlier became upset, immediately raising her voice. What are you doing? I already bought that ring. How can you still accept her money? How do you even do business? Give her money back. Inna could not stand it any longer, speaking up to refute her. The boss never took any money from you, and I saw the ring first. I just can't speak the country's language and was trying to communicate with him. That's your problem. Anyway, I paid first, so it should be mine. She didn't really want the ring initially and only started to compete with Inna when she saw Inna liked it, intending to snatch it away out of spite. Now, however, after seeing Baron Lawrence, a sense of imbalance rose within her. Why should this average-looking, average-bodied woman be able to have such a handsome boyfriend, while she could only hold onto an old, ugly man? She was utterly unconvinced, and thus, she desperately sought a sense of balance from the ring. Inna could see through her petty thoughts, but was too lazy to argue with her. She took the ring and prepared to leave. Baron Lawrence, let's go. Stop. As the girl saw her leaving, she became desperate, jumping up and down and clinging to the man beside her. Husband, I want that ring. The old man beside her, however, seemed not to have heard her, his face pale as he stared in horror at the noble man. His expression was as if he'd seen a ghost. Why would young Master Lawrence be here? Husband, are you just going to let them bully me? I want that ring. Get it for me. Please. The girl, both upset and anxious, continued to push. Baron Lawrence finally noticed the old man beside her. He pulled Inna Clark over, and with a sarcastic smile asked, President Harper? Master Lawrence. The once arrogant old man's lips twitched, and he quickly shrugged off the nagging girl. As beads of sweat the size of beans formed on his forehead, he bowed and apologized. I didn't know this young lady was acquainted with you. I'm truly sorry for any offense I've caused. Please forgive me. How unlucky of him to run into such a big shot while on vacation in Pacificus Land, WITNMS mistress. What's even more unfortunate is that he'd provoked the man. Remembering the rumored temper of that lord, his legs softened. I don't recall you offending me. The tone, no matter how it was heard, was cold. As the boss of a large company, he had a discerning eye. He immediately reacted, not caring about losing face, bowing deeply to Inna Clark, smiling apologetically. Miss, I didn't recognize a gem before me, and I offended you. I'm sorry. Do you like the ring, miss? I have a tourmaline little finger ring at home. If you like it, once we're back in Linton City, I'll have it sent right over. As soon as his words were spoken, the mistress beside him exclaimed in surprise, Husband, Why are you apologizing to her and offering her the ring? Didn't you promise to give it to me? Shut up. The plump man wiped the sweat from his face and pushed her away. Get lost. In an instant, his face changed, still smiling apologetically at Anna Clark, awkwardly saying, Miss, please don't pay attention to her. Once we're back in Linton City. No, that's not right. If you're interested, I'll have the ring airlifted to you right away. I don't agree. That's my ring. You said you'd give me that ring. Why does she get it? The mistress raged. Baron Lawrence's dark eyes flashed with murderous intent, the cold aura brushing the man's face, his thin lips barely touching. Heh, my woman isn't accustomed to using second-hand things. Keep that ring for yourself. After saying this, he left with Anna Clark. Bates Harper broke out in a cold sweat, following subconsciously, Master Lawrence, please let me explain. His mistress didn't understand the situation, muttering under her breath, what a show-off. Does he really treat that woman like a treasure? I don't believe she's never used second-hand things. No sooner had her words fallen than she heard the fat old man shout, Shut up. Because of his indulgence, the mistress had always had her every whim fulfilled. This was the first time she had been yelled at so angrily, and in front of so many people. She immediately pouted and said defiantly, Well, I'm not wrong. If she's so rich, why come to the roadside stalls? You. He trembled with anger, not knowing whether Anna Clark had money or not. But that lord was genuinely powerful and wealthy enough to rival a nation. When he thought about how he had offended this person, he was both angry and anxious. With bloodshot eyes, he slapped the mistress across the face. You brainless thing. You've ruined me. Get lost. The mistress, taken aback, covered her face with her hands, her watery eyes turning red and giving him a pitiful look. Husband? You hit me? Who's your husband? I have nothing to do with you anymore. After saying this, he turned and walked away. Now panicked, the mistress chased after him, crying. Anna Clark didn't see the entire fuss. She was being dragged by Baron Lawrence, briskly walking forward. The cold-looking man was tall, with long legs. He took one step, she had to take two to keep up. Unfortunately, he also walked really fast. Anna tired out as she followed him. Baron Lawrence, slow down a bit, she gasps, stumbling after him. However, the man who was swiftly walking seemed not to hear her. His face pallid. He didn't even glance at her. Slow down. Sweat broke out on Anna's back. She could not bear it anymore and struggled to break free from his grip. I can't keep up anymore. This time, the fast-moving man abruptly stopped, his face stern, and looked horribly terrible. The domineering gaze in his eyes coldly said, Can't keep up? I thought you fancied yourself a Superman with his underwear outside, capable of anything. She couldn't speak the country's language, yet dared to let Scott Harris go buy a drink for her. Being alone in a foreign country, she still dared to argue with others. He thought she considered herself Superwoman, fearless and able to do anything. Aren't you that capable? His sarcastic tone was grating to Anna's ears. It seemed like she hadn't done anything to provoke him. What was he so angry about? Unable to figure out the reason behind his anger, Anna decided to ignore him. She placed her hands on her knees to rest and catch her breath. Baron Lawrence glared at her. After glaring at her for a while and realizing Anna had no intention of acknowledging him, the flames in his eyes ignited even more. He forcibly grabbed Anna's chin to make her look at him. The intensity of his dark pupils was as if they could swallow everything. Speak. Anna cringes in pain, but stubbornly stays silent. She looks at the angry man calmly and asks, What do you want me to say? Say. The words are on his lips, and only then did Baron Lawrence realize in frustration he didn't know what he wanted her to say. Ask her to promise that she won't put herself in danger alone in the future? Not possible. Does he care about her that much? Anna, who had been waiting for him to finish, sighed in exasperation. Suddenly her eyes caught a local street food stall, and she came up with an idea. Baron Lawrence, are you hungry? I will treat you to pineapple rice. The man who was still brooding over his own grievances furrowed his brows. When he saw the stall she was pointing at, His brows knotted so tightly that not even a fly could pass through. He squinted at it disbelievingly. "You are treating me to this? What's the matter? We're on a vacation after all. We should experience the local delicacies to truly say we have been here. Come on, it must be delicious." Seeing his expression of shock, Anna became more interested, smiling and pulling him towards the stall. Maybe because she smiled, Baron Lawrence, despite his gloomy face, still stepped forward. There were only 3 tables at the small stall, 2 of which were already occupied. Only the innermost table was vacant. "You hold the spot. I'll go by. You want pineapple rice, right?" Anna turned her head to ask him. Baron Lawrence scowled, looking disgusted at the makeshift table placed on the sand. He grumbled, "Whatever. Whatever it is then." Anna didn't argue over his tone and trotted to the stall to make the purchase, leaving Baron Lawrence alone, standing tall before the makeshift wooden table that was only half a meter high. After staring at it for a while, he took a step and sat down. If the table is only half a meter tall, the stools are naturally even shorter. The small chair, less than 20 centimeters tall, looked like it was meant for a kindergarten child. It felt very out of place for a tall, elegant man to sit on it. Passers-by cast curious glances in their direction. Many girls, upon seeing such a top-notch man all by himself, wanted to strike up a conversation. But when they noticed the Siberian cold air emanating from his body and his handsome face filled with a stay-away expression, they quietly backed off in fear. A man's beauty could be commendable, but one's life was much more important. This handsome guy didn't seem to be in a good mood, so it was probably best not to provoke him. "Come on, it's ready." Anna Clark bought 2 servings of pineapple rice and carefully brought them over in her hands. She placed one in front of the icy-faced man and casually placed the other one beside him. Then she huffed and puffed on her cherry-red fingers. So hot, she should have asked the boss for a plate to carry them. "What happened to your hand?" Baron Lawrence's face was still cold, but his concerned eyes betrayed him. Anna discreetly hid her hand, smiled, and sat down. "It's okay. The pineapple rice was a bit hot, and I accidentally burned my fingers. It's all good now." Baron Lawrence didn't believe her, so he forcefully pulled out her left hand to examine it. After making sure that it was indeed okay, his expression slightly softened. "Idiot. Couldn't you ask the stall-keeper to help you bring the food over? $1.5 purchase. Who would care about that?" Anna stuck out her tongue and didn't argue with him. She handed a disposable plastic spoon to Baron Lawrence, lowered her head to sniff the fragrant pineapple rice, and sighed in genuine appreciation. "It smells so good." He couldn't see what was so fragrant about it. Baron Lawrence didn't move an inch and showed no intention of eating. Anna didn't care whether he ate it or not. After all, she had bought it for him, so if he didn't eat it, it was his loss. She picked up her spoon and started to enjoy her meal wholeheartedly. Pineapple rice is prepared by hollowing out a pineapple and stuffing it with glutinous rice before adding pineapple flesh and steaming it. Though this recipe is simple, the sweet taste of pineapple infuses the glutinous rice, making it extra delicious. Anna enjoyed her meal, while the man who had been motionless furrowed his brows and hesitated, looking at the pineapple rice placed in front of him. This was his first time eating at a street food stall, and he was very picky about his food. However, seeing the happy expression on the little woman's face as she ate the dish, he found himself wanting to try this cheap snack that he wouldn't have given a second glance under normal circumstances. "I'll take this one." He suddenly reached out his hand to grab the half-eaten pineapple rice from Anna, bringing it to his side and then pushing his untouched portion to her. "You eat this one." With a bewildered expression, Anna murmured a reminder, "But I already ate from that one." As soon as she finished speaking, the spoon in her hand was forcefully taken away by him. He gave her his unused one. She watched, wide-eyed, as the elegant man gracefully picked up her used spoon and scooped a spoonful of her leftover pineapple rice into his mouth. As soon as the pineapple rice entered his mouth, Baron Lawrence's furrowed brows relaxed. It was too sweet. He didn't like overly sweet food. However, it seemed to be much more delicious than he'd imagined. He happily curled his thin lips and scooped up another spoonful. With a sidelong glance at the dumbstruck woman, he reminded her, Eat up. Why are you just staring at me? Oh. Anna Clark foolishly took the spoon and started eating, while stealing glances at him. That was the spoon she had used, with her saliva still on it, and Baron Lawrence took it and used it directly. Looking at it this way, could it be considered an indirect kiss between them? She didn't even know how many times she had kissed this man directly, but at this moment, Anna felt a strange sensation in her heart. Her cheeks were burning hot, and her heartbeat began to race along with it. Don't jump. She suppressed her pounding heartbeat, took a couple deep breaths, and finally returned to normal. After finishing the pineapple rice, the man, who had been cold-faced, was in a much better mood. He even took the initiative to suggest accompanying her to roam around the night market. Anna couldn't ask for more. She didn't want to return to the hotel right away after finally coming to the seaside. But she didn't forget that the man beside her was a busy person. She looked up and asked, I might stroll around for a while. Are you sure you want to come with me? You got nothing to be busy with? If you still have something to do, you don't have to accompany me deliberately. You can just go and do your stuff. Mr. Harris can come with me. What does this woman mean? Baron Lawrence's eyes darkened, and he sharply questioned her. Anna Clark, are you worried that I'm busy, or do you wish I were busy so I wouldn't bother you? Her little thoughts being uncovered, she shifted her guilty gaze away, denying, No, I was just told by Mr. Harris that you came to Country W for an important meeting, so I'm afraid it might delay you. Mr. Harris. Mr. Harris. The good mood recently had a notion of turning gloomy again. He forcefully grabbed the wrist of the little woman beside him and said with restraint, Do you trust Scott Harris that much? Although Anna was baffled by his question, her instinct as a small animal made her sense danger. She skillfully avoided the inquiry, looking at him. Mr. Harris is your man, isn't he? Shouldn't I trust him? Baron Lawrence was pleased by her reminder that he was her man, and his thin lips pursed. The storm gathering at the bottom of his eyes vanished in an instant. He released Anna's wrist, put both hands in his pockets, lifted his jaw, and said coldly, He is my man. Remember this from now on. Only trust those who belong to me. Emma, what's wrong with him? Anna turned away speechlessly, taking the lead to walk ahead and explore the night market. Baron Lawrence's mood had improved, so his attitude was naturally better as well. Surprisingly, he really accompanied her from one shop to another without showing any impatience. Finally, Anna stopped in front of a stall selling small accessories. She squatted down and took her time selecting, then picked up a pair of earrings, presenting them to him like a treasure. Baron Lawrence, what do you think of this? Just so. For Lord Lawrence, who was accustomed to watching good things, saying just so. So about a pair of trinkets worth no more than 100 was already very generous. In his opinion, the pair of small pearl earrings in Anna's hand could only be described as crudely made. The only redeeming quality was that they were not garish and flashy. Anna pouted, brought the items back in front of her to look at, and the more she looked, the more she liked them. She stood up, asking the boss selling the items, Boss, how much is this? She was in luck. The boss of this vendor spoke the country's language. He smiled and said, Miss, you have a good eye for things. I really like these earrings too, and had planned to keep them for myself. But since you have your heart set on them, I'll sell them to you. A pair of earrings for $12. 12. Anna Clark bit her lip. The price was close to what she had expected, but she still put down the earrings and tried to haggle with the boss. Boss, 12 is too expensive. Can you lower the price a bit? If it's lower, I'll buy them. Baron Lawrence frowned, intending to help her pay. Anna knew he would spoil her plan, so she secretly reached out, held his hand, and subtly shook her head at him. What is this woman up to? Anna held him back, pressing for time to haggle the price. Boss, could you make it a bit cheaper? It's my first time traveling abroad, and I didn't bring much money. I want to buy some other things to bring back, but if you sell them at $12, I won't be able to buy anything else. The boss looked troubled. But miss, I've already given you a really good price. Well, I guess there's nothing I can do then. Anna regretfully pulled Baron Lawrence forward. She had only taken 2 steps when she felt herself being pulled back. She paused, raised her head, and saw the man with a stern face pulling her, seemingly trying to go back. Baron Lawrence, what are you doing? Don't you like those earrings? Why are you leaving? I'll buy them for you. It seemed absurd to him that his woman should have to give up a $12 pair of earrings. Anna grimaced and held him back, not allowing him to return. I'm not leaving. I'm just what? Baron Lawrence glared at her, his luxurious phoenix eyes fixed on her. Anna didn't know how to explain the haggling technique to him. Fortunately, at that moment, the boss called out to them. Miss, wait a moment. I'll give you the earrings for $9. It's the lowest price I can go. If you still like them, take them. If you still think they're expensive, then I guess that's it. Anna sighed with relief and happily pulled him back. While walking, she whispered an explanation to him. You don't know, but you can usually haggle at these roadside stalls. The bosses know this trick and often quote higher prices than what they are willing to sell for. If they encounter someone who doesn't know how to haggle, they make a bigger profit. However, they leave room for negotiation with people who are experienced. So, when shopping at these places, never accept the price the boss first quotes. You should haggle with them. If they refuse to budge, pretend to leave. Usually, the bosses will lower the price to make a sale. Baron Lawrence listened to her reciting these little tricks of bargaining as if they were precious secrets, his heart aching slightly. What kind of life had she led these past years that enabled her to know so much? He would rather she knew nothing about such things. Anna didn't know what was going through his mind and, after paying the boss $9, happily held the earrings in her hand. Olivia loved simple little accessories, and this pair of pearl earrings were just perfect. She would be very happy with them. Now that she had accomplished her biggest task of the day, Anna felt more relaxed. She and Olivia leisurely strolled through the night market. The best thing about a night market is that they have everything you might want. Food, drinks, entertainment. The night market has it all. There is nothing you can imagine that it doesn't offer. Anna snacked, drank, and found some little toys while browsing the stalls. What's that? As she was about to head back, she suddenly noticed a crowd of people up ahead who seemed to be scrambling for some great item. Her eyes lit up, and she ran over to Baron Lawrence. Baron, let's go over and take a look. She was in luck. The boss of this vendor spoke the country's language. He smiled and said, Miss, you have a good eye for things. I really like these earrings too, and had planned to keep them for myself. But since you have your heart set on them, I'll sell them to you. A pair of earrings for $12. 12. Anna Clark bit her lip. The price was close to what she had expected, but she still put down the earrings and tried to haggle with the boss. Boss, 12 is too expensive. Can you lower the price a bit? If it's lower, I'll buy them. Baron Lawrence frowned, intending to help her pay. Anna knew he would spoil her plan, so she secretly reached out, held his hand, and subtly shook her head at him. What is this woman up to? Anna held him back, pressing for time to haggle the price. Boss, could you make it a bit cheaper? It's my first time traveling abroad, and I didn't bring much money. I want to buy some other things to bring back, but if you sell them at $12, I won't be able to buy anything else. The boss looked troubled. But miss, I've already given you a really good price. Well, I guess there's nothing I can do then. Anna regretfully pulled Baron Lawrence forward. She had only taken 2 steps when she felt herself being pulled back. She paused, raised her head, and saw the man with a stern face pulling her, seemingly trying to go back. Baron Lawrence, what are you doing? Don't you like those earrings? Why are you leaving? I'll buy them for you. It seemed absurd to him that his woman should have to give up a $12 pair of earrings. Anna grimaced and held him back, not allowing him to return. I'm not leaving. I'm just what? Baron Lawrence glared at her, his luxurious phoenix eyes fixed on her. Anna didn't know how to explain the haggling technique to him. Fortunately, at that moment, the boss called out to them. Miss, wait a moment. I'll give you the earrings for $9. It's the lowest price I can go. If you still like them, take them. If you still think they're expensive, then I guess that's it. Anna sighed with relief and happily pulled him back. While walking, she whispered an explanation to him. You don't know, but you can usually haggle at these roadside stalls. The bosses know this trick and often quote higher prices than what they are willing to sell for. If they encounter someone who doesn't know how to haggle, they make a bigger profit. However, they leave room for negotiation with people who are experienced. So, when shopping at these places, never accept the price the boss first quotes. You should haggle with them. If they refuse to budge, pretend to leave. Usually, the bosses will lower the price to make a sale. Baron Lawrence listened to her reciting these little tricks of bargaining as if they were precious secrets, his heart aching slightly. What kind of life had she led these past years that enabled her to know so much? He would rather she knew nothing about such things. Anna didn't know what was going through his mind and, after paying the boss $9, happily held the earrings in her hand. Olivia loved simple little accessories, and this pair of pearl earrings were just perfect. She would be very happy with them. Now that she had accomplished her biggest task of the day, Anna felt more relaxed. She and Olivia leisurely strolled through the night market. The best thing about a night market is that they have everything you might want. Food, drinks, entertainment. The night market has it all. There is nothing you can imagine that it doesn't offer. Anna snacked, drank, and found some little toys while browsing the stalls. What's that? As she was about to head back, she suddenly noticed a crowd of people up ahead who seemed to be scrambling for some great item. Her eyes lit up, and she ran over to Baron Lawrence. Baron, let's go over and take a look. Before the host could finish speaking, the arrogant man had already bent over, lifting the little woman, who had rather burrowed herself into his embrace, in a horizontal carry and stepped out, his two long, straight legs striding confidently. Handsome guy, you haven't claimed your prize yet. The host, who had never seen a contestant neglect their prize, continued to shout after them. Handsome guy, wait up. You haven't claimed your prize yet. Regrettably, the man had already walked far away. As he walked back, he muttered under his breath, what a waste. He refused even a free night stay in a 5-star hotel. This world really has all sorts of oddities. The women reacted differently, looking with envious eyes at the retreating figures of the pair. Emma, did you see that? That was a princess Carrie. So manly, so handsome, so domineering. How can such a top-notch man truly exist? It's not like we're filming a TV series, right? Give me a man like that. I would willingly lose 10 years of my life. Who wouldn't be willing if he's that handsome? Exactly. Anna Clark was carried all the way back to the hotel. Scott Harris was already waiting at the hotel entrance. Seeing them return, he immediately approached. Lord Lawrence, I apologize. I was negligent. You know what you should do, Baron Lawrence replied without glancing at him. His face remained expressionless as he brushed past him, still holding onto Anna. Once inside the elevator, Anna finally snapped out of her sense of disbelief. She struggled slightly and said in a soft voice, Baron Lawrence, put me down. The domineering man turned a deaf ear to her. Uncomfortable, she shifted again. I can walk by myself. Put me down, please. So dramatic, he retorted, but his body held her even tighter. Clearly, he had no intention of letting go. With a look of impatience, he snapped, Behave, stop moving around. You're the one who said you were too weak to stand, weren't you? She was indeed too weak to stand, but it was embarrassing to have that spoken out loud. Anna's cheeks flushed a deep red. She wanted to refute him indignantly, but feared that he would say something even more embarrassing. While she was tangled in her thoughts, they've reached the penthouse presidential suite. Baron Lawrence swiped his finger over the sensor at the entrance, and the door opened. He carried Anna inside, placed her on the bed, and took out a bunch of brightly colored clothes from the cloakroom before tossing them over to her. Choose one you like and change into it. What is all this? Anna was hit by the tossed garments. She picked one up, took a closer look, and her face immediately turned as red as a monkey's bottom. She swiftly hid the garment behind her back. Baron Lawrence had thrown her a pile of bikinis. What are you doing? Quickly choose one. The man, who had just made a cup of coffee, noticed her little action and threatened with a frown. If you don't choose, I'll choose for you. Why do I have to choose this? Forced to pick up a white, slightly less revealing bra, she realized they were swimsuits. Her eyes lit up as she asked, Are you taking me to the beach? Just choose. You're talking too much. Baron Lawrence avoided her sparkling eyes and turned away, saying, Change once you've chosen. I'll wait for you. Be quick. Change now? She was a bit surprised. The man gave her an impatient glare, his tone brusque. Or when were you planning to change? When we are already in the water. If that's what you want, suit yourself. So, He really was planning on taking her swimming. 10 minutes later, in the cloakroom, Anna Clark held a white swimsuit, standing in front of the full-length mirror, feeling a bit uneasy. She had tried to choose a more conservative swimsuit, but compared to normal clothes, it was still too revealing. Baron Lawrence had already become impatient and urged her. She clenched her teeth, braced herself to change, and opened the door to walk out. All these swimsuits were the latest luxury designs from top-tier brands, and as long as someone had no major body issues, they would look good in them. But Baron Lawrence was still stunned by the girl before him. The young girl's white, frilly swimsuit was unspeakably alluring on her. Her soft, tender chest was half hidden by the white fabric, exuding innocence and temptation, not to mention her long legs on full display. Anna felt uncomfortable under his gaze, hesitatingly clenching her fists, and asked without confidence, "Do I look weird in this? Is it very unattractive?" "Not weird." Baron Lawrence swallowed, his eagle-like eyes burning on her body. Not only not weird, but very good-looking. So good-looking that he suddenly didn't want to take her out, wanting to hide her in the room and not show her to anyone. However, his eyes flashed, and he removed his coat, putting it on Anna Clark. After making sure she was wrapped up tightly, he leaned down and took a satisfied bite at the corner of her mouth, then raised his head, took her hand, and spoke elegantly, "Let's go." Anna's bitten mouth corner hurt, and she wanted to curse, but she held back. She wouldn't bother with a maniac. Arguing with an unpredictable and domineering maniac would only frustrate her and was not worth it. After mentally preparing herself, she felt much better and followed behind the man. Once inside the elevator, she remembered what had been bothering her since earlier and hesitated before saying, Baron Lawrence, how do you plan to punish Mr. Harris?" Mr. Harris. This was the fourth time today that she had mentioned these three words. Even though Scott Harris was his right-hand person, he was still unhappy. Anna didn't notice his displeasure and continued, "Could you please not blame Mr. Harris? He saw me in the sun for so long and cared for me, so he went to get water. He told me before he went, so it wasn't like he abandoned me on purpose. And we didn't expect the sudden situation with the ring robbery. It was an accident, and we can't blame Mr. Harris. Can you?" "Shut up." Baron Lawrence's eyes darkened bit by bit, and he growled at her. "Anna Clark, from now on, if I hear you say another word for him, I will send him to Illyria country to mine coal." Illyria country, that was a desolate place where birds don't even poop. Anna knew that Scott Harris was his right-hand person, and as long as Baron didn't have a problem, he wouldn't send him to Illyria country just for this small matter. However, she didn't dare to take a risk, as the man in front of her definitely had problems. Those without problems would not be so stubborn and strong-willed, refusing to listen to others when fixated on something. For Scott's sake, she silently closed her mouth. Forget it, it was her fault anyway, for getting carried away. How could she forget that the man in front of her was none other than Baron Lawrence? The lofty Lord Lawrence, the one at the top of the pyramid, controlling others' lives as General Lawrence. The man who can make Linton City tremble with his displeasure. "What are you thinking about?" As if noticing she was lost in thought, Baron Lawrence grabbed her hand and bit down on her index finger as punishment. Anna winced from the pain, hiding her complicated emotions, and shook her head calmly, saying, "Nothing." Baron Lawrence didn't just meet her today. Although Anna Clark said it was nothing, he could still tell that she was unhappy. At least her attitude towards him seemed to have returned to how it was before. If they hadn't spent a harmonious time at the night market together, Baron Lawrence might not have thought much of it. Yet he had already enjoyed the night market with Anna, delicious pineapple rice, and bargaining together. Suddenly going back to how it was before was unbearable for him. That feeling was like someone who had already experienced warmth and couldn't tolerate the cold anymore. Even if that coldness was no different from what they had always endured. He felt as if someone had viciously punched him in the chest, and a surge of anger had nowhere to vent. However, he couldn't find any fault in Anna's actions. She was indeed very obedient and listened well. He told her not to mention Scott Harris, and she obediently kept her mouth shut. As for what she was thinking, even if he suspected that she was isolating herself from him, he couldn't find any evidence to accuse her. He couldn't just dig up her heart, could he? Moreover, she had already said it was nothing, and if he were to continue questioning her, it would seem like he cares too much about her. He certainly didn't care about this pretentious woman. That's right, he didn't care at all. Baron Lawrence clenched his fists, veins popping on the back of his hand. At that moment, the elevator opened with a ding. He walked ahead with a taut, expressionless face. Inna pretended not to see his displeasure and followed closely behind. At this moment, the sun was setting, and the remaining light of the setting sun sprinkled over the sea. The magnificent orange glow reflected off the water, creating a mesmerizing beauty that was hard to look away from. On the beach, Scott Harris stood with a few people, seeming to have been waiting for quite some time. Seeing the two approaching, he greeted them with a slight smile. "Lord, Miss Clark, you're here. Everyone is ready. Please have a look. Take her to learn." The handsome, cold-looking man still had a rigid expression. Scott Harris sneaked a glance at him, lowered his head, and respectfully replied, "Yes." He then turned to Inna, spoke gently, "Miss Clark, please follow me." "All right." After the two had walked some distance away, Scott Harris suddenly asked, "Miss Clark, may I ask if you had a quarrel with Baron Lawrence?" Inna hesitated, surprised by his sudden question. Scott Harris noticed her confusion and explained, "His lordship rarely shows his emotions so openly, so I'm wondering if he had a dispute with Miss Clark." Baron Lawrence's temper hardly shows his emotions? Inna couldn't agree. With his sudden barking and yelling every other minute and his face instantly turning sour as soon as he's unhappy, he would throw whatever objects he caught. If this was considered not showing emotions, then those truly stoic people should cry. However, she was indeed not in a pleasant situation with Baron Lawrence. Inna chose her words carefully, hesitating before saying, "We didn't quarrel, we just disagreed." "Because of me?" Scott Harris asked candidly. This time, Inna really didn't know how to respond. Her silence confirmed his suspicion, and Scott Harris's eyes warmed up, but his steps stopped. He looked at her with a serious expression and said, "Miss Clark, this incident isn't Lord's fault. It was indeed wrong of me to leave your side without permission, but you didn't purposely walk away." Scott Harris shook his head and explained, "I am a soldier and also the Lord's housekeeper. No matter which role I serve, obeying orders is the principle. I only thought about the possibility of you being thirsty, Miss Clark, but I wasn't thinking that my absence could put you in danger. It was ultimately my fault." Inna Clark was silent for a moment, then pursed her lips and looked into his eyes. "But I didn't encounter any danger, and it's unlikely that I would. What if you did? Or what about later on? For example, what if today Lord asked me to protect not Miss Clark, but some military official?" His words made sense, and Inna's resentment towards Baron Lawrence gradually faded. Regardless, she still felt guilty. "I still feel sorry about it." Seeing her guilty expression, Scott Harris felt a bit embarrassed and quickly interrupted her. "It had nothing to do with MS. Clark. I wasn't planning to mention it. I only spoke up because I saw that Miss Clark was upset with Lord because of this. In fact, Lord didn't really punish me. He just told me to run a few extra laps around the military district playground after I returned to Linton City. So, Miss Clark, sometimes Lord can be stubborn and speak harshly. Please, don't take it to heart." Inna wanted to mention how Baron Lawrence had threatened to send Scott Harris to Illyria country to mine coal in the elevator. However, seeing the admiration and respect in Scott's eyes when mentioning Baron Lawrence, she swallowed her words. But thanks to Scott's intervention, she felt less oppressed than before. Whatever, she wasn't planning to spend her life with Baron Lawrence anyway. Why should his stubbornness and persistence bother her? Why strain their relationship? If she angered him, wouldn't she be the one to suffer in the end? With these thoughts in mind, Inna felt much better. This good mood lasted until Scott introduced her to a few foreigners who then taught her some basic scuba diving techniques. "My lord." Scott was dutifully standing not far from the beach. Seeing the aloof man approaching, he immediately lowered his head to greet him. Baron Lawrence's sharp eyes locked onto the figure in the water, not even glancing at Scott as he asked, "Are they ready yet?" Miss Clark learns fast. She should be ready to dive soon. Scott hesitated, then added, "But since this is Miss Clark's first time, Should we arrange for an instructor to accompany her? I'll be there. 3 words, domineering and absolutely confident. Scott's expression turned solemn, and he said seriously, I'll get everything ready immediately. The seawater warmed by the sun felt lovely, not at all cold as it had appeared from the shore. Following the instructor's guidance, Inna repeatedly practiced with the scuba gear in the shallow water. This beach was enclosed by the hotel, so very few people came to play. Unlike the sea outside the night market, the coastal waters here were free of people, so one could actually see fish and crabs. Inna excitedly chased after fish and even caught a small crab. Look, as she was about to show off her catch to the instructor, she spotted an unsmiling man. The instructors who had been teaching her to dive had long since left the shallow water area. She felt a bit awkward but still called out, Baron Lawrence, when did you come down? At some point, the handsome, cold man had changed into swim trunks. The perfectly exposed upper body was just enough to reveal his amazing mermaid line, which was incredibly charming. Frowning, Baron Lawrence retorted, Do I need your permission to come down here? Have you leased this beach or put your name on it? That attitude. Inna had planned to mend her relationship with him and get along peacefully. But hearing his rude sarcasm, the anger she had suppressed welled up again. She replied coolly, That's not what I meant. Having lost the mood to play, she released the crab into the sea, saying, I'll go back first, young Master Lawrence. Take your time. Shoot. Baron Lawrence wanted to strangle her, but couldn't bring himself to do it. Trying to suppress his anger, he took several deep breaths. With a stone, cold face, he grabbed the girl's hand just as she was about to leave the water, dragging her further into the sea. Inna Clark stumbled as she was dragged, almost falling into the sea. Growing angrier and anxious, she struggled and yelled, Baron Lawrence, let go of me. What are you trying to do? Let go of me. Baron Lawrence, let go. Soon, the seawater reached her waist. Inna was truly panicked, using both of her hands to push away forcefully. Are you crazy? Let go of me. The overbearing man finally stopped, released her, and stuffed something into her hand. Take it. Inna lowered her head, looking at the remote control in her palm, and stupidly asked him, What is this? The man, who had kept a grim expression, softened his demeanor, put his hands in his pockets, and said elegantly, You'll know if you try it. Inna really didn't know what it was for, but since he told her to try it, she could only go along and press a button. As soon as she pressed it, she heard a pleasant cry coming from not too far away. It was like a bird's, yet also like a human's. What's that sound? You'll find out soon. And by soon, he really meant just a moment. Inna saw several dolphins, under the illumination of the setting sun, leaping and swimming toward her from the sea's surface. Inna's eyes widened in disbelief. How could there be dolphins? And they were white dolphins. She had only seen a dolphin once through the glass at the aquarium. This was her first time seeing them up close and personal. Inna's excitement couldn't be described with words. Baron Lawrence looked down at the little woman's hand clutching his arm, and unconsciously, most of the gloom in his chest dissipated. He hooked his thin lips and asked, Do you want to get closer? Sure. This time, she was only focused on the dolphins and was no longer scared. She let go of his hand and was about to step forward. As soon as she let go, a man's domineering hand grabbed her. Never mind. You're so clumsy. I'll take you there. How was she clumsy? Inna was speechless and let him lead her a few more steps forward. As the seawater reached her chest, the dolphins swam closer and were within reach. Inna Clark pressed the second button on the indicator. She did as she was told. Close by, the dolphins seemed to receive instructions and formed a circle. They began to jump and dance in the azure sea under the fiery red setting sun. Inna watched, captivated. As she was dumbfounded, a commanding voice from the man above her said, Press the third button. Inna finally came to her senses and looked up at him. Baron Lawrence, did you prepare all this? Did you just drag me over here to watch the dolphins? The man, who seemed very impatient, responded, What else did you think? To drag you into the sea and drown you? She shouldn't have asked. Inna closed her mouth, listened to him, and pressed the third button. Suddenly, she felt something tickling her leg. as if something in the water was rubbing against it. She instinctively looked down and, in surprise, covered her mouth to keep from screaming. It was a dolphin, and not just any dolphin, but a tiny white baby dolphin. The little dolphin raised its head above the water and nudged Enna's waist, seemingly signaling something to her. That's when Enna noticed a necklace hanging around its neck. "What is this?" "Take it and have a look." As he had instructed, she removed the necklace from the dolphin's neck, only to find a small box wrapped around it. She opened the palm-sized brocade box and was instantly amazed. A delicate sea dolphin bracelet lay quietly in the box, with the silver chain and the little dolphin complementing each other beautifully, making it impossible to look away. Before she could react, the handsome man had already snatched the box, took out the bracelet, and forcibly put it on her wrist. "You're not allowed to take it off. Not allowed to say you don't want it. Not allowed to dislike it." So domineering. Enna Clark spoke speechlessly. "I haven't said anything yet." Baron Lawrence tightened his grip on her wrist, his eyes arrogant. "It's best if you didn't say anything. I'm just reminding you not to say anything. After all, your specialty is throwing cold water on me when I'm happy. You have no EQ at all." Being mocked for her lack of EQ by a man with no EQ himself, Enna Clark had a face full of black lines. Baron Lawrence, however, looked quite satisfied, leading her by the hand ashore. "Young Master Lawrence, please enjoy. Miss Clark, please enjoy." As soon as they went ashore, waiting attendants immediately draped towels over them both. "Hold this and wrap your legs." Baron Lawrence tossed another towel at her. "Thank you." Enna had planned to get one herself to wrap her legs, so she naturally wrapped the towel around her waist, fashioning it into a small, ethnic-style skirt. Seeing that she had only exposed a section of her white ankle, Baron Lawrence finally appeared satisfied and walked ahead. "Follow me." "Where are we going?" "I've got something to show you." He surprisingly provided a good, tempered explanation. "All right." By now, the sun had completely set, leaving only a trace of twilight in the sky. The beach was lit with twinkling lights, which, from a distance, seemed like stars falling into the mortal world. "What are you showing me?" Enna followed him to a table, still somewhat confused as he pushed her into a chair. The table was empty, except for a rose vase and a few candles. Surely he hadn't brought her here excitedly just to show her roses? "You'll know in a moment." Baron Lawrence, a rare gentleman, pushed her chair in and walked over to the opposite side, taking a seat. Seeing her look bewildered, he snapped his fingers. Suddenly, waiters filed in, carrying trays of food. A row of neatly grilled steaks spread before her. Along with the steaks came a huge bouquet of roses. A man in a tailcoat, holding a violin, walked quietly to a spot not far from the table, placed the violin on his shoulder, and began to play gracefully. Flowers, music, steak, and even a surprise gift prepared for her. Enna truly couldn't understand what this man was up to. About to ask but holding her tongue, she saw that the man across from her had elegantly picked up his knife and fork and was starting to eat. She swallowed her doubts and followed suit. Finally finishing dinner, she was about to ask when the corner of her eye caught Scott Harris pushing a cake in their direction. "Is it your birthday today?" Enna Clark asked Baron Lawrence in surprise. Scott Harris chuckled, pushing the cake in front of her and explaining, "Lord's birthday has already passed. This is prepared for Ms. Clark." "Me?" Enna Clark was truly dumbfounded now. She didn't recall today being her birthday. "Baron Lawrence, did you make a mistake?" "No mistake." The addressed man hooked his thin lips, his eyes resolute. "Enna Clark, I'm celebrating your birthday on purpose." "But it's my birthday." "Her birthday is the day after tomorrow, right?" Her words were cut off halfway through. "I have to fly to Country A the day after tomorrow, and I won't be here. Tomorrow, I have several important meetings, so I won't have time." "So, is he celebrating her birthday in advance today?" Enna Clark couldn't quite describe how she felt, but she suddenly thought the man in front of her wasn't as bad as she'd imagined. Her lips moved, and after a long while, she heard her own hoarse voice say, "Actually, you don't have to celebrate my birthday specifically. I'm not used to having birthday celebrations." Ever since she was little, she never needed to celebrate her birthday. That Juliet Jordan could tolerate her living in the Clark family was already the most significant concession. She couldn't possibly be magnanimous enough to remember the birthday of her husband's betrayal evidence, let alone bring it up voluntarily to aggravate herself. Perhaps for the same reason, he never mentioned her birthday either. Annie always blamed her for the death of her birth mother and never thought about celebrating her birthday. Only Grandpa would give her a piece of candy on that day, pat her head, and sigh incessantly. Even she herself had almost forgotten her own birthday. Anna Clark was somewhat bewildered. Celebrating a birthday. She remembered when she was young, watching Jasmine Clark having a lively birthday party. She would hide outside, not daring to go home, looking enviously through the window at her family's happy gathering. She took a deep breath, suppressing the sour taste in her heart, and exhaled. It doesn't matter. She's grown up now and has Bobby. She's no longer alone. Instead of envying Jasmine's birthdays, she is now more satisfied with celebrating Bobby's birthdays. She was never one to wallow in self-pity. As Grandpa always said, one must learn to be content to be happy. Baron Lawrence observed her changing expressions. As he saw the gloom that filled her eyes when she mentioned her birthday, it felt like his heart was being tightly squeezed, making it hard for him to breathe. Anna Clark, you'll get used to it in the future. You'll have it every year. His words were firm, like a promise. Anna was shocked by his every year. Her mouth moved. But before she could speak, she heard the man say, I know you're very touched right now, but you don't need to thank me. Just behave better in the future and make me less angry. That would be the best way to show your gratitude. Anna's face darkened, and the small flame of gratitude in her heart was extinguished. He's indeed a domineering maniac. She shouldn't have thought too much about it. The next day, Anna Clark got up early. Baron Lawrence had celebrated her birthday yesterday, and she was not someone who was ungrateful. She knew how to reciprocate kindness. So today, she planned to buy some seafood and make seafood porridge for Baron Lawrence. Good morning, Miss Clark. At the hotel entrance, the manager was already there early, waiting for her. When he saw her coming, he quickly greeted her. Good morning, Manager Glenn. Anna was not too surprised to see him. After all, early this morning Scott Harris had told her that he might not be able to accompany her today, as Baron Lawrence had arranged for someone else to be with her. Even Scott Harris didn't have time, which showed how busy that other person must be. Morning. As the hotel manager let her out, he cautiously asked, Miss Clark, have you decided where you want to go? Anna had already made up her mind and told him the name of a shopping mall. The manager helped her open the car door and drove towards the destination at the same time. A silver Jaguar left the hotel opposite and followed their car. The shopping mall Anna mentioned was a place she had specifically searched for online the night before, close to the hotel, with a wide variety of goods and cheap prices. It was peak hours, and the mall was crowded. The manager went to find a parking spot, while she went into the mall to shop. Fresh seafood was only available in the seafood section. Anna checked her wallet and found that she only had a little over $30 left. She calculated in her mind how much she would need for the things she planned to buy. While walking, she needed a few fresh shrimp, at least 2 abalone, and what else? Wasn't sure if the price of abalone was expensive or not. Seafood in Pacifica should be cheaper than in Linton City, right? What if she didn't have enough money? Buy fewer shrimp? Or not buy the best abalone? She quickly dismissed her own calculations. No, with that man's picky taste, if she used cheap abalone, he would definitely notice right away. Then, in front of her, he would throw her day's hard work into the trash. At that time, she would definitely not be able to help but engage in a cold war with him. Therefore, she could buy fewer abalones, but they had to be of the best quality. Wondering if $30 would be enough. Swine 1Y. Anna accidentally dumpia into someone in rant or na. She came to her senses and instinctively apologized. Excuse. Before she could finish the word, she froze, opened her mouth, and stared incredulously at the person in front of her. William Sullivan? Anna's mind was in turmoil, her ears ringing. How could he be here? Didn't Olivia say he had just returned to the country? Why would he show up in Pacifica Island? And even worse, bump into her at the mall? Although she reacted quickly and was full of doubt, Anna's face quickly calmed down. She said coldly, What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. Looking at her deliberately distant eyes, William clenched his fists and said in a restrained voice, "Not a coincidence. I came here specifically to find you, Inna." Came specifically to find her? Inna didn't expect him to say that, and for a moment, she didn't know how to respond. Just then, William took the initiative and said, "If it's convenient, could we have a cup of tea together?" As if afraid she would refuse, he immediately added, "There's a cafe on the second floor of the mall. It won't take up too much of your time." Since he had gone to such lengths, it would indeed be rude for Inna to refuse. She hesitated for a moment, sent a text message to the manager, and then followed William to the cafe on the second floor. There were very few people in the coffee shop in the morning, scattered across a few tables. Inna Clark ordered coffee at the bar, paid for her own cup, and sat down in a corner seat with her coffee in hand. William Sullivan followed closely and sat across from her. Money for groceries was already tight, and yet she spent $5 on coffee. The expense made Inna wince. Adhering to the principle that waste was a disgrace, though she had no appetite, she still took a sip of the hot coffee. She had to say, the taste of the coffee was simply horrible. She seriously questioned whether instant coffee powder from a supermarket, which only cost $0.15 per pack, would taste better. But the money had been spent. No matter how terrible the taste was, she had to bear it and drank almost half of it. After finishing, she put down her cup, broke the silence and asked, "Mr. Sullivan, what brings you to me?" William felt an unexpected clutch in his heart and unconsciously clenched his hands on both sides. When did it start that he needed a reason to seek her out? Fighting to contain his emotions, he stared steadily at the person across from him, his voice hoarse as he said, "Inna, how have you been these past few years?" Inna looked at him in surprise, not expecting this question from him. After a moment of silence, she suddenly curled her lips into a smirk and replied mockingly, "Mr. Sullivan, what kind of answer do you want to hear from me? That I've been doing well over the years?" Before he could answer, Inna stared into his eyes, word by word. "I'm sorry to disappoint you. I've been doing poorly, very poorly. 5 years ago, my grandpa suddenly had a heart attack and needed money urgently. I thought of asking you for help, but a major surgery costs a significant amount of money, and I, being an illegitimate daughter, already felt like I didn't deserve you. If I involved money in our relationship as well, how could I face you, or your uncle and aunt in the future? I couldn't ask you, and I couldn't borrow money from Annie Mae. So I had to work at my busiest. I had to work 3 jobs a day. There was no time to see you, no time for classes, but the money was still not enough for my grandpa's medical expenses." Inna casually told her story, as if it was somebody else's, just as I was at a dead end. My good friend introduced me to a part-time job. I worked as a waitress on a yacht where wealthy people had parties. While on the yacht, I was drugged by someone unknowingly and ended up having love. Mr. Sullivan, do you know what despair feels like? I woke up on a stranger's bed with my head completely blank. Torn by despair, the only person I could think of was you. But I only truly knew what despair was after I found you." She had stumbled her way to William, only to find him sleeping in her good friend's bed. That moment, she truly realized what it meant to feel as if the sky was falling. Baron Lawrence thought that she had intentionally crawled onto his bed and came to look for her. And later, she realized she was pregnant. She knew what William wanted to hear, but why should she lie just because he wanted to hear it? William's face turned pale, his voice wavering. "I didn't know any of this." He didn't know. All he knew was that during that time, Inna was frequently skipping classes and often unreachable. When he called her, she would usually hang up, and by the time she called back, it was usually very late and she always sounded tired. When he asked her what was wrong, she just hemmed and hawed and wouldn't say. Then Riley Allen came looking for him, showing him a picture of Inna entering a room with another man. He got drunk, and when he woke up, he was in bed with Riley. At that time, he was too young, and his first instinct when faced with such a situation was to escape. The next day, he bought a ticket to fly to Country A, and it was not until now that he found out the truth. Thinking of her desperation and helplessness, thinking of her shock and heartache, William Sullivan couldn't help but want to punch himself. Suddenly, as if remembering something, his eyes brightened, and he asked urgently, "Inna, if I told you that nothing happened between me and Riley Allen, would you believe me?" "Believe it or not," Anna Clark felt that entangling herself in this issue now was meaningless, so she shook her head and said indifferently, "Mr. Sullivan, whether I believe you or not is no longer important." Indeed, it was no longer important. No matter whether William had slept with Riley Allen or not, she already had Bobby. Furthermore, she now not only had Bobby, but also a man who kept her captive like a wolf. William wanted to say something else, but just then, Anna's phone rang. She took her phone out from her bag and saw the three big characters, Maniac, flashing on the screen, causing her temples to throb. "I'm sorry, I need to answer this call." She took her bag and walked to the side. As soon as she answered the phone, she heard a low growl from the other end. "Anna Clark, where have you gone off to? I just met a friend and was chatting with them." Her words were interrupted by the voice on the other end. 10 minutes. If I don't see you at the entrance of the mall in 10 minutes, I'll personally come in and find you." "He's outside the mall?" Anna was dumbfounded. Wasn't he busy with a meeting? Wasn't he not coming back until noon today? Beep, beep. The person on the other end had already hung up. Is someone chasing him? He hangs up faster than anyone else. Anna muttered in frustration, turning around, planning to say one last thing to William before leaving him. Unexpectedly, as soon as she turned around, she ran into the man waiting behind her. Startled, she instinctively asked, "When did you come out? Since you said you met a friend." Seeing the phone in her hand, William's gentle eyes flashed with anger. Suppressing it, he asked, "Anna, are you leaving?" "Yes, I have some things to take care of." After all, he was her future brother-in-law, and since their past was already in the past, Anna didn't want their relationship to be too strained. She greeted him. "I have to go now, Mr. Sullivan. Enjoy yourself." After she finished speaking, she turned around and hurriedly left. William watched her figure disappear around the corner, clenching his fists tightly. At the entrance of the mall, Anna saw the ostentatious Lincoln stretch limousine at once. She walked over quickly and opened the door. Before she could get in, she was pulled into the car. Bang! Her back slammed against the sofa. She was lucky to have such a luxurious car with high-quality leather seats. Otherwise, the impact would have hurt much more. "Baron Lawrence, what are you doing?" The man towering over her pinned her hands above her head on both sides, his handsome face tense. "Where did you go just now?" He had been in a meeting when the hotel manager called to tell him this woman had vanished. Abandoning the people at the table, he rushed over. Fortunately, she didn't have the guts to truly play a disappearing act on him. But where exactly had she gone? Anna was uncomfortable under his pressure, so she struggled and explained. "I just met an old friend and chatted for a bit, that's all." He wasn't willing to accept her explanation. Leaning forward, he asked, "You met a friend? Why didn't you bring someone with you to meet them?" Nonsense. If she had brought someone with her to see William, wouldn't he have flipped out? Didn't the manager go to park the car? "I thought I'd just say a few words and leave, so I didn't wait for him to come over." After she finished speaking, she didn't forget to add, "But I texted the manager. If you don't believe me, you can ask him." Baron Lawrence, of course, knew she had texted the manager, but she was so close to him now, how could he possibly let her go easily? His noble gaze quickly dimmed, and he leaned over to kiss her red lips, prying her teeth open and plunging in. At first, it was just an innocent kiss, but as it went on, he almost tore Anna apart and swallowed her whole. The temperature inside the car gradually rose, and the man's breathing grew heavier and heavier. Just when the driver thought Anna wouldn't be able to escape today, the domineering man suddenly stopped. Darn it, he was almost seduced by her again. If he made love to her here, she would later say that he didn't keep his promise. Baron Lawrence suppressed the heat in his lower abdomen and held the blushing little woman on his lap. He stroked her long hair, his gaze softened, and his thin lips curved upward. "Fine. I won't argue with you about this. But from now on, you have to follow me 24 hours a day." "Emma, 24 hours. Anna's bright eyes were full of hesitation, and she said, "Aren't you going to a meeting? Wouldn't it be inappropriate for me to follow you there? I'll have Scott Harris arrange a seat for you outside the meeting room. You can sit there." Anna couldn't bear the thought of that scene, and just as she was about to refuse, Baron Lawrence threatened her darkly. "Don't want to? That's fine. Then let's continue discussing which friend had you just met." What friends do you have on Pacifica Island? Male or female? What's your relationship with them? With a barrage of questions thrown at her, Anna immediately gave in. I'll go with you. Isn't it just sitting and zoning out for 24 hours? She could do it. At this moment, the lights were brightly lit in the Clark family villa in Linton City. Jacob Clark sat on the sofa with a fierce expression. Juliet Jordan sat beside him with furrowed brows, and Jasmine Clark stood in front of them with a stubborn face, her tears streaming down constantly. After an impasse, Jacob rubbed his temples. He still loved his own daughter and felt sorry for her appearance of being wronged. His face softened, and he advised, "All right, Jasmine, I know what you mean, but marriage is not a one-person decision. It's not enough just for you to like him. William has to be interested too. I'm not a stubborn old man. I'm your dad, and of course, I want my daughter to be happy. You've been visiting the Sullivan family frequently these days, haven't you?" "I haven't said anything. However, you even want to pick him up at the airport, but he hasn't bothered to come and visit our house. You should give up. Jasmine, listen to me. Forget about the Sullivan boy. My daughter is beautiful and sensible, aren't you? Do you think you can't find anyone better?" Jasmine was stung by the words "no interest" and stubbornly retorted, "No, Brother William had an urgent matter in Pacifica, and that's why he couldn't visit our house. I've never heard of the Sullivan family having business in Country W." Seeing that Jasmine was still clinging to hope, he simply told her, "I've mentioned your relationship with William Sullivan to the Sullivan family tactfully. Their intention is to follow William's wishes, and William is obviously not interested in you. Although our Clark family can't compete with the Sullivans, we are also a respectable family in Linton City. I want to allow you to ruin our family's reputation." "Dad." The tears Jasmine Clark had just stopped started to flow again. Though Jacob Clark's heart ached, he remained firm this time. With a stern face, he insisted, "No means no. Don't even think about it. I just like Brother William. If you don't agree, then I'd rather not marry anyone in my life." Seeing that crying was not working, Jasmine's spoiled temperament surged out as she threatened. "You?" Jacob Clark was almost breathless with anger, his chest heaving violently. Juliet Jordan quickly stepped forward to lightly caress his chest, comforting him in a soft voice. "It's all right. Don't be angry with Jasmine. What if you hurt yourself from getting so upset? But just look at her. Is this how a Clark family daughter should behave?" Fuming, Jacob Clark pointed at Jasmine. Jasmine had been spoiled since she was young and had developed quite a temper. Even seeing her father's anger, she couldn't help but retort, "What's wrong with the way I am? What's so wrong about liking Brother William? I might not be perfect, but at least I'm better than sister." She only cared about money and was already in some stranger's bed at the age of 18. Jacob's face turned red with fury. Pushing Juliet away, he raised his hand and slapped Jasmine across the face. Not even looking at her tear-streaked face, he left her with these words, "You need to come to your senses. Until you do, I will freeze your bank account." With that, he turned and went upstairs. After the sound of the study door slamming shut, Jasmine hugged Juliet and sobbed, "Mom, I only mentioned Auntie and her daughter, and he hit me. I can't live like this anymore." Juliet felt a pang in her heart as well. She embraced Jasmine and gently patted her to soothe her. "All right, don't cry. You shouldn't have said what you did in front of your father, and you're forbidden from ever saying it again in front of him." Jasmine didn't expect her to neither help nor support her. She straightened up, her expression a mix of stubbornness and grievance. "I didn't say anything wrong. Anna is Annie's child. Why can't I say that? It's all because of her shameless mother, who knew your father was married but still interfered with someone else's marriage. She even gave birth to such a little shameless child." After angrily finishing her words, Jasmine widened her eyes and looked at Juliet. "Mom, you're not truly virtuous enough to treat Anna as your own daughter, are you?" In her 40s, Juliet had taken good care of herself. Her smooth and tight skin made her look like she was in her early 30s. Most remarkably, she had always carried herself with the poise of a well-bred lady. However, upon hearing Jasmine's words, that poise was torn apart for a moment, and her well-kept face contorted. How could that be possible? Then why? Suppressing the anger within her, Juliet regained her elegant and dignified demeanor. Speaking softly, Jasmine, how many times have I taught you? Always remain calm. Those who can stay calm are the ones who will have the last laugh. Do you really think your father likes Anna that much? Jasmine didn't understand. Isn't that the case? Every time I say something bad about her, Dad gets angry. Juliet scoffed. He gets angry because you've touched a nerve, not because you've insulted his daughter. If Jacob Clark really loved Anna that much, he wouldn't have allowed the differential treatment towards her for all these years. And back then, he wouldn't have done that. However, Jasmine, concerning William Sullivan, listen to your father. If he doesn't like you, just let it go. Jasmine had always thought that even if everyone else didn't support her, Juliet Jordan would definitely support her. Suddenly hearing Juliet tell her to give up, her emotions collapsed in an instant, and she slapped away Juliet's hand, screaming hysterically, "No, I want to be with him. It doesn't matter if he doesn't like me now. One day he will like me." Jasmine. Juliet's hand turned red from Jasmine's slap, and she looked at her angrily. "It seems you really need to clear your head. Think about what you've done on your own." With that, she went upstairs. The living room was soon left with only Jasmine, standing alone. The pain on the left side of her face where it had been slapped was burning, and she felt both humiliated and upset. Why couldn't her dad support her in pursuing her own happiness? Wasn't it all because of the verbal marriage arrangement between Brother William and Anna Clark? And Brother William, she knew all along that the reason he wouldn't accept her was that he still had Anna in his heart. What was so good about Anna Clark that everyone would be thinking of her? Jasmine clenched her fists, a flash of malice in her eyes. If Brother William saw Anna Clark with another man, would he still keep a place for her in his heart? The moment the malicious thought surfaced, Jasmine was startled. Yet that thought seemed to have taken root in her mind, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get rid of it. As if possessed, she took out her phone and dialed a number. "Hello? Weren't you looking to borrow money from me? I can lend it to you, but on one condition. You help me do something. I want you to." Anna Clark had no idea that she had been targeted for no reason. 3 days later, she finally returned to Linton City from Country W. As soon as they got off the plane, Scott Harris drove to pick them up and help them open the car doors. "Lord, Miss Clark, welcome back." Baron Lawrence got in first, followed by Anna Clark. After closing the doors for both of them, Scott went to the driver's seat, started the car, and asked, "Lord, shall we go back to Bohemia Garden first?" "To the city center." "Okay." The car smoothly drove out of the airport. Anna stole a glance at him, feeling a little puzzled. They had just come back, and he wanted to go to the city center instead of resting. Wasn't he tired? For the past 3 days, she had witnessed firsthand how busy this man was. Endless meetings and non-stop banquets. Sometimes she fell asleep in the lounge next to the conference room while he was in a meeting, and when she woke up, the meeting still wasn't over. With only 24 hours in a day, Baron seemed to treat each day as if it had 48 hours. His daily sleep time was reduced to a mere 2 or 3 hours, which he spent napping beside the meeting room before getting back to work. Thinking about how he held her while sleeping every day, and even had his secretary arrange a small seat for her in the conference room in front of so many people so she could play with her laptop, Anna felt an indescribable awkwardness. Baron Lawrence was oblivious to Anna's awkwardness. He reached out with his long arm, hooked her to his side, and placed his other arm casually around her shoulder. "Anna Clark, I heard from the manager that you wanted to cook for me during our stay in Pacifica. I've been too busy during the past few days, but now I have some free time. So, I'll grant your wish. Actually, you don't have to force yourself to fulfill that." No sooner had she finished speaking than she was fiercely glared at. "Stop babbling!" Outside the largest shopping mall in the city center, Anna Clark looked at the man beside her with a heavy heart. "Do you really want to accompany me to shop? Why do you talk so much?" He was dressed in a simple thin sweater and black pants that day. The neat and low-key style made him look particularly upright. His nearly 1.9-meter tall figure had inevitably attracted a lot of attention from the crowd since he got off the car. Unable to resist Baron Lawrence, Anna requested a hat and sunglasses from Scott Harris and helplessly walked over to him. "We can go together, but you have to wear these." Baron Lawrence looked down at the hat and sunglasses she had brought, and his eyebrows knitted. His tone became colder. "Anna, What do you mean by this? Am I that embarrassing in your eyes? You're far from embarrassing. Actually, he was too eye-catching. She had already received several glances from other women. For the first time, Inna insisted hard and persuaded him in a softer tone. I just think you're too famous. If we're recognized, we won't be able to shop properly. Seeing that he didn't argue, she coddled him with a tone used to persuade children. Baron, lower your head. Let me help you put it on. She's going to help him put it on? Baron Lawrence inexplicably felt his mood lift. He stooped low, allowing Inna, who took this opportunity to tip-toe, to put on his hat for him. Like a diligent servant, she carefully placed the sunglasses on the bridge of his nose, being especially careful to avoid poking his eye. There, now you can't be recognized. Just as she finished, just as she was about to step back, her waist was already embraced. There was a numbness on her lips. By the time she reacted, he had already bitten a corner of her mouth. Good service, this is your reward. Baron Lawrence was in a good mood. He totally ignored the gossiping eyes around him, casually stuck one hand in his pocket, held her hand tight with the other, and pulled her into the mall. The mall was divided into 5 floors. The basement floor was a large supermarket. The first floor was women's wear, the second floor was men's wear, the third floor was infant and baby products, and the fourth floor was all sorts of food. They were heading to the underground supermarket on the basement floor. Shopping with a prince, Inna naturally didn't think of letting Baron Lawrence push the cart like a usual couple. Upon reaching the entrance of the mall, she took the initiative to push a shopping cart. Not until they were in the supermarket did she feel relieved for having pushed the cart, because someone was simply a big spender. Starting from the daily necessities section all the way to life supplies section, practically every time they passed by a shelf, they would see him grabbing and buying products. Buy. Watching the third box of condoms being thrown into the cart, Inna could no longer refrain from stopping his action. Wait, Baron Lawrence. His gaze was still on the condom rack. Inna quickly stood in front of the rack and removed the 3 boxes of condoms from the cart before putting them back on the shelf. Before he could get angry, she pushed him away while speaking. We are only buying food today. If you like these, I will ask Scott Harris to accompany you next time. She only had $30 on her, and she sneakily looked just now. The brand of condoms he chose cost a hefty $29.7. She definitely couldn't afford 3 boxes, even if he could use them all up. Having returned the condoms, Inna found the shelves for the other items in the cart and returned them, too. In an instant, the almost full shopping cart was empty again. Without giving him a chance to protest, Inna pushed him towards the fresh food section. To prevent him from picking up anything else, Inna Clark shopped quicker than ever before. She quickly picked out the ingredients she needed and dragged him to the checkout counter. Hello, do you have a membership card? Inna put the purchased items on the counter, shaking her head and said, No. Okay, let me settle the bill for you. The cashier hit a few keys on the keyboard, scanning each item that Inna bought. That will be $29.7. Do you need a bag? Phew, so close, only $0.3 left. Inna wanted to say no to the bag, but the bags for the seafood were prone to leaking, so she reluctantly said, Yes. All right, the total is $29.8. Will you be paying with cash or card? Cash. Card. The 2 voices spoke out simultaneously. The cashier had been counting the money, head down. At the sound, she looked up in surprise. When she saw Baron Lawrence behind Inna, her eyes suddenly brightened. Wow, such a handsome man. Without hesitation, she passed the card reader over, her voice instantly turning softer. This gentleman, please give me your bank card. Inna had long planned to pay for this meal herself, so she wouldn't let Baron Lawrence pay. She quickly stepped forward, took out the only 2 banknotes in her bag, and handed them over. Sorry, take mine. The cashier hesitated to accept. Ordinarily, she would definitely choose to accept cash over card because cash was much more convenient. With a card, she still had to wait for the customer to sign and sort out invoices later. But now, she preferred a bit of inconvenience just to get a better look at the handsome guy. So handsome. Wonder what he ate to grow so tall and have such long legs. It's a pity she couldn't see his face clearly because of the sunglasses and hat. And he has a girlfriend. The cashier felt a little disappointed and couldn't help but size up Anna a few times. The more she looked at her, the more she felt that the girl didn't match the idol. She took a closer look at the items Anna bought: a handful of fresh shrimp, a few pieces of abalone, and various vegetables. The cashier's mood soured further. Buying so little. Is she feeding birds? So stingy. Displeased by what she saw, her natural tone was unpleasant as she bluntly refused. Miss, I already took out the card reader. Didn't you not swipe the card yet? I already took out the card reader. There was a flash of impatience in the cashier's eyes as she repeated more forcefully, as if Anna hadn't heard her clearly. Anna usually considered herself to have a good temper, but her patience had been worn thin by someone recently. Even now, she couldn't hold back her anger. She pressed the $30 heavily on top of the card reader. Staring at the cashier, she firmly said, "Sorry, please take the cash. His card won't work." The cashier was first surprised that Anna would show such a strong attitude in front of Baron Lawrence. Then, her eyes filled with grievances as she looked at Baron. As if she had been wronged, she complained with a distressed face, "Sir, one." Before she could finish, the man's thin lips curved up as he looked at her. "You don't want to take cash?" Before she could answer, his low, luxurious voice continued, "Then don't take it." The cashier's eyes widened involuntarily, not expecting happiness to come so suddenly. She couldn't help but throw a few triumphant glances at Anna, flaunting her victory. "Then I'll swipe your card." Her hand had barely reached out when the black card was taken away. "You don't need to swipe the card either." "What do you mean?" The cashier was astonished and didn't understand. 5 minutes later, the manager came over with an obsequious apology. It was then that she understood the meaning, her face turning pale. Panicking, she clung to the manager's sleeve. "Manager, don't fire me. I didn't know." Unfortunately, the manager didn't want to hear her explanation. He was so angry he could strangle her. After shooting her a stern warning look, he bowed and shouted, accepted Anna's money, and escorted her out of the supermarket. Anna Clark was dragged all the way back to Bohemia Garden. As soon as he entered the house, Baron Lawrence threw his key card down, sat on the sofa sitting cross-legged like a boss, and waved at her, "Come here." Anna resignedly walked over, and after Baron Lawrence kissed the corner of her mouth, he contentedly let her go, picked up the laptop on the coffee table. Anna began to work. In Pacifica, she had already grown accustomed to his working pattern. She was no longer moved by his kisses. After Baron Lawrence started working, she changed clothes conscientiously, tied her hair into a ponytail, and entered the kitchen. There wasn't much Anna could buy with $7, but the essential things were there. She first took the fresh shrimp and abalone out of the bag and started processing them. Then, she opened the refrigerator, found some fresh meat, and a bottle of red wine. Shrimp porridge may look easy to make, but it is challenging to prepare. Furthermore, she had to cook other dishes besides shrimp porridge. The fresh meat in the refrigerator was already processed and ready to use. However, the supermarket bought abalone and shrimp were all fresh and untreated. Anna skillfully scooped up the abalone that had been in hot water, used a small knife to pry open the abalone meat inside, removed the inedible parts, and thinly sliced the abalone. She was a person who gave her all to what she was doing, so she didn't notice an extra person in the kitchen at all. "What are you making?" While washing her hands, she heard the sound and calmly cleaned her hands, chopping other vegetables while saying, "Shrimp porridge, mushroom, flavored abalone fillet, boiled fish, tomato and egg soup, and stir, fried pork with mustard cabbage." "Baron Lawrence, don't you have work to do? Why don't you leave for now, and I'll call you when it's ready." She didn't like others watching her cook food and felt uneasy. However, the man occupying space in the kitchen without contributing rejected her suggestion without a second thought. "No." Anna felt helpless. "It's inconvenient for me to cook with you here." Baron Lawrence scoffed at her, cruelly saying, "What's so inconvenient? You're not a Michelin chef who's going to steal your cooking skills." "But that's not what I meant." She didn't finish her sentence, and Baron Lawrence interrupted her, dominantly saying, "I bought this place, and I can stand wherever I want. What's with all the unnecessary chatter? Hurry up and cook. I'm hungry." Inna had no choice but to hypnotize herself into believing she was the only one in the kitchen. However, the burning gaze from behind was challenging to ignore. Fortunately, her cooking skills were good enough to quickly prepare the first few dishes, leaving only the tomato and egg soup. Bobby. Feeling relaxed, Inna thought she was at home and subconsciously wanted to turn around and ask Bobby to serve the dish. But when she turned her head, she saw the man's burning gaze. His smooth and fair face, illuminated by the light revealing his sharp and cold features, thick eyebrows arrogantly raised, and ice-blue eyes hidden under his long curled eyelashes, showed an unruly and domineering king's aura. Bobby what? Baron Lawrence looked at her curiously. Inna felt as if her throat was stuck, and she nervously smoothed things over. Be careful, and help me bring the dishes over. Baron Lawrence looked at her as if she was crazy, his tone strange. You want me to serve the dishes? Was this woman sleepy? When had he ever had to serve his food as a gesture of his own initiative? Inna calmed down and nodded. Yes. I am busy now. Could you please help me serve the dishes? Baron Lawrence couldn't believe it. It seemed that he had been too indulgent with her recently, and this woman had started to become brazen again. She expected him to serve the thank-you dinner himself. Inna Clark didn't pay attention to him and turned back to the pot. This woman, Baron Lawrence called out to her discontentedly. Inna Clark. The woman, busy adding salt to the soup, pretended not to hear. Baron Lawrence narrowed his eyes, suppressing the small flames of anger that emerged. Somehow, his annoyance dissipated as he watched her bustling around in the kitchen. His heart felt enveloped by something soft, leaving him with a warm, indescribable feeling. The warmth made him want this woman even more. He frowned, glancing at the dishes on the marble countertop and then back at the busy little woman's figure. With closed lips, he silently moved past her, carrying the dishes out of the kitchen. Inna Clark hadn't expected him to help so readily. She found it strange, but her attention quickly shifted back to the dish she was working on. Whatever. After finishing the final dish, Inna Clark tidied up the kitchen and carried the dishes out. Spicy boiled fish is here. As she set down the dish, the living room instantly filled with the spicy aroma. Looking at the layer of bright red chili on top, Baron Lawrence immediately furrowed his brow. Inna Clark knew he didn't eat spicy food, so she calmly placed the boiled fish closer to herself. Regardless, aside from the boiled fish, the other dishes were not spicy. She liked chili, but Baron Lawrence didn't, so it was fine if only she ate it. Inna Clark had good intentions, but certain someone never played by the rules. The moment she set down her boiled fish, the frowning man picked it up and moved it to the other side. What are you doing? I thought you don't like spicy food? In her panic, she couldn't help blurting out. Hearing her words, Baron Lawrence glared at her and said coldly, I thought you didn't know I don't like spicy food. Inna Clark was at a loss for words and wisely chose not to respond at this moment. Fortunately, Baron Lawrence was in a good mood today and didn't pursue the matter further. He gracefully picked up his chopsticks and tried the abalone with mushroom. The abalone fillet was too tough, there was too much ham, and the dish lacked enough starch. It could only be considered average, far from the skill of a top chef. On a regular day, he'd have tried a bite before discarding the entire dish. But for some reason, even though the dish was far from perfect, it effortlessly captivated his taste buds. How is it? Inna Clark tried her best not to care but couldn't help but be expectant as she eavesed the result of her hard work. Baron Lawrence glanced at her and picked up another piece, asking, Don't you know about the custom of not speaking while eating or sleeping? She just knew it. In the next second, it's passable. Inna Clark suddenly looked at him, seeing his awkward expression as if the one who just spoke wasn't him. She couldn't help but laugh, her mood brightening along with her smile. By the time they finished the meal, the dishes on the table were empty. Inna Clark took the initiative to clean the table and discussed with the man sitting on the couch, Baron Lawrence, I want to go out for a while this afternoon. Where are you going? I want to give Olivia her gift. Baron Lawrence knew who she was referring to as Olivia. With dissatisfaction, he looked up at her. You bought her a gift? What about his gift? Inna Clark didn't quite understand but honestly answered, It's the pair of pearl earrings we bought together. Pleased by her inclusion of together, combined with the satisfying meal they just had, Baron Lawrence relented easily. Go ahead, but come back early. Okay, don't turn off your phone, don't ignore my calls, and reply to me immediately when I text you. Seeing that he had more to say, Anna quickly agreed for fear that she wouldn't get to go if he continued. I got it. I'm going to change. Then, without giving him another chance to speak, she ran into the bedroom. In no time, she put on a simple white tee, shirt, and jeans. Her hair still in a ponytail, she revealed her clean, flawless face, and her outfit made her look like a college student. She looked pure and beautiful. Baron's eyes darkened, pulling her over for a kiss before letting her go. Before she left, he threatened, Anna, remember not to turn off your phone and don't let me lose track of you. Or else. I won't turn it off, don't worry. I have to go. Once she left Bohemia Garden, Anna felt like the air was fresher. She only had $1.50 on her, just enough for one bus ride. She walked half an hour to a bus stop 2 stations away from Bohemia Garden, not noticing that a black Land Rover followed her all the way from the neighborhood entrance before driving away silently. 40 minutes later, Anna arrived at the cafe where she agreed to meet with Olivia Lewis. Though it was called a cafe, it was just a small drink shop outside the school. It was during class time, so there were barely any customers. Welcome. What would you like to drink? The clerk asked with a sweet smile. Anna scanned the room but didn't see Olivia Lewis. She turned to the clerk and asked, My friend isn't here yet. Can I find a seat and wait for her? Of course. The store was empty anyway, so the clerk didn't mind. Anna sat down in a corner and took out her phone, intending to call Olivia and ask where she was and why she hadn't come. The phone vibrated as soon as she picked it up. Assuming that it was Olivia calling, she answered without checking the caller ID. Hello? I'm already here. Have you left yet? From the other line, a panicked scream was followed by a clattering noise and then a desperate cry for help. Anna, save me. Hurry. That voice. Anna abruptly stood up. Auntie, where are you? I'm at. Michelle quickly reported the location. It seemed as if she was being threatened by someone and hastily added, Don't call the police. They said they'd kill me if you do. Save me. Anna, save me. There was another clang followed by Michelle's scream before the call was cut off. Anna's face turned pale as she grabbed her bag and ran out. Before leaving, she asked the store clerk to lend her $20. She then wrote down the address Michelle had just told her on a piece of paper and gave it to the clerk, asking her to give it to Olivia when she arrived. Without time to explain, Anna hailed a taxi on the roadside and got in. Once they arrived, she stuffed all the money she had into the taxi driver's hand, darted out of the car, and ran inside. The name of this place, Chiangue, could also mean where you spend money. It was the biggest entertainment venue in Linton City. This was Anna Clark's first time in such a place. She ran around like a headless fly for quite a while, but she couldn't find room 3033 that Michelle Lewis had mentioned. As she was aimlessly wandering around, a familiar voice suddenly came to her ear. Brother William, you promised Aunt and Uncle to keep me company today. You can't run away halfway again. Came a disinterested response filled with distance. Whose voice could it be if not William Sullivan's? Anna Clark looked at the person beside him and, sure enough, she saw the dolled up Jasmine Clark. Just by looking at her, you could tell that Jasmine Clark had gone to great lengths to dress up today. She was wearing Burberry's latest line, Up, which accentuated her curvy figure. Her straight, long legs inherited the strengths of Juliet Jordan. Even though her skin was slightly tanned, she still looked like a trendy and refined beauty. Jasmine Clark was with William Sullivan? It looked like the Clark family and the Sullivan family really were arranging a marriage. Anna Clark quickly drew back her thoughts, hiding her bitterness. No matter what happened between the Clark family and the Sullivan family, they had nothing to do with her. In her dad's eyes, she wasn't a real member of the Clark family. Thinking about the conversations she had overheard outside the study, Anna Clark felt as if her heart had been viciously stabbed. She had always been easy going, and there were more important things to deal with anyway. She stopped looking at Jasmine and turned around to continue her search for room 3033. Unaware to her, William Sullivan had seen her when she was looking at Jasmine. He had just gotten rid of Jasmine's clinginess and wanted to come to find her, but he found she was no longer there. Brother William, what's wrong? Jasmine Clark, like an octopus that couldn't be shaken off, stuck to him again. William furrowed his eyebrows, distracted. Nothing. Why would Anna be here? Hadn't she taken the bus to the city center? Where did she go? How did she disappear in the blink of an eye? Seeing that he hadn't looked at her directly even once, Jasmine bit her lip in frustration. Her hands clenched into fists at her sides as she tried to suppress her bitterness. She forced a smile and said, "Brother William, let's go inside. My friends have been calling and hurrying us." William Sullivan really couldn't figure out why Anna Clark was at Chiangue, but due to his earlier promise to his parents, he reluctantly walked beside Jasmine Clark. Jasmine started chattering about something funny her friends did while leading William inside. After a lot of searching, Anna Clark finally found room 3033. As soon as she got to the door, she heard the noisy sounds of singing and chatting coming from inside. She had a vague feeling that something was wrong, but her worry for Michelle Lewis outweighed her apprehension. She raised her hand and knocked on the door. Knock, knock. As she knocked for the third time, the door opened. A drunken man opened the door grumbling. "Who is it? So noisy." When he saw Anna Clark, his eyes lit up. He reached out and grabbed Anna's wrist, giving a lewd smile. "Hey there, babe, you're pretty cute. So you were the one knocking on our door? Let go." As if a man would just let go when he had just caught a cute little bunny. He dragged her in. "Don't be shy. You were knocking on the door anyway. Come and hang out with us." Caught off guard, Anna Clark was dragged into the room. Upon entering, she discovered that it was not at all like she had imagined. There are no high-interest loan collectors and no killing and violence here. In the large private room of more than 100 square meters, there were over 10 men and women. The women were all wearing revealing clothes and served drinks and flirted with the men. In addition to the numerous alcohol bottles on the tea table, there was also a dish of white powdery substance. Anna Clark's face suddenly turned pale. Even if she was clueless, she could still guess what that dish of white powder was. She turned to leave. However, the man who held her wouldn't let her go. He blocked her way in front of the door and stretched out his hand with ill intention, touching Anna's face. "Yo, little sister, where do you want to go right after coming in?" Anna wished she could chop off his hand, but knowing she was vulnerable in this situation, she knew resistance would be futile. 2 fists were no match for 4 hands, let alone there were more than 10 people here. She dodged the man's groping hand and clenched her lower lip, saying, "I'm sorry. I walked into the wrong place." "You got it wrong? You just knocked on brother's door." "Sorry, I didn't notice the room number. Isn't this 3034? She decided to play dumb. "Ha, 3034? The man chuckled, looking at her with interest. "Sister, are you sure the one you're looking for is 3034? My friend told me it's 3034. Isn't it?" The people in the other rooms were attracted by the noise from their side. 127, 28, year. Old man with swollen eyes pushed away the beautiful woman beside him and asked with interest, "Martin, what's going on?" The man called Martin Harper let go of Anna's hand and frivolously said, "Young Master Smith, I caught a little fox. She's playing dumb with me." "Fox? What fox?" Finn Smith became interested and got up and came over. Martin Harper made way and laughed. "This is the girl Jasmine introduced. I gave her Auntie 30,000, and her auntie tricked her into coming. She just told me she got the wrong room. She didn't come for 3033. She was going to 3034. If I hadn't seen her picture before, I would have been deceived by her." Jasmine introduced the girl? What does this mean? As Anna was in a daze, she saw the man who had just spoken walk up to her, examining her up and down. Not bad looking. "We've played with a lot of big-chested, long-legged beauties. It's not bad to play with this kind once in a while." As he spoke, he extended his hand to touch Anna's body. Anna dodged and slapped away his hand, her face pale. "You've got the wrong person. Let me out." Finn Smith's wrist was slapped red and suddenly his face darkened. "Little girl, are you refusing my favor? I'm telling you, unless you make me happy today, you won't be able to leave this room." He had just finished speaking, and 2 drunken men already stood in front of the door. Anna's face sank, and she bit her lip, her voice harsh. "Let me out, or I'll call the police." "Call the police? Ha ha ha. Did you all hear that?" This beautiful girl said she's going to call the police. I'm so scared. Me too. Scared to the point of peeing and pooping. Mayor, you have to protect us. We don't want to go to jail. The room burst into laughter. So these people had such a huge background. No wonder they weren't afraid of the police. The color on Inna's lips faded away instantaneously. At this moment, Finn Smith reached out to her again. It all happened so quickly. Inna Clark kicked the lecherous man, who let out a scream and collapsed to the ground, covering his lower body. Young Master Smith, are you all right? Young Master. No one had expected this sudden turn of events. Everyone's attention had been drawn to Finn Smith, including the two men who had been guarding the door. Inna took advantage of the situation and rushed to the door, grabbing the handle. Thud, thud, thud. Her heartbeat raced, and all other sounds seemed to fade away, leaving only the tightly closed door before her. Suddenly, Inna's face turned pale. How could? It won't open. Will it? Finn Smith got up with someone's help, and one of the men guarding the door sneered. That's because I've locked it from inside. Locked from inside. Inna's heart sank to the bottom. What now? What should she do? You darned witch. Finn Smith, the only son of the family, had always been spoiled because his dad was the mayor. No one had ever dared to touch him before. Today, he was attacked by a woman in front of everyone, and she had even kicked him in a crucial area. There was no way he could swallow his anger. His face turned livid, and he gritted his teeth. Catch her. Despite her usual calm demeanor, Inna couldn't help but be scared now. What are you doing? The two men forcefully pushed her in front of Finn Smith. Young Master, we caught her for you. Strip her clothes off. I will inspect the goods. Strip her clothes off? Inna shuddered at the thought. No. What now? What should she do? With the man's filthy hands about to reach her, she raised her head and sneered, Young Master Smith, right? I've never met such a useless man like you. Can't you find a woman without forcing them? What did you say? Say it again. Ignoring his furious face, Inna clenched her teeth and calculated the possibility that Olivia would find help after seeing the note. While speaking, she tried to buy some time. I said you can't find a woman without forcing them. A slap landed heavily on her face, making her left ear ring incessantly. Darn it. It hurts. Her left cheek burned like fire. Inna stubbornly raised her head, staring into the man's angry eyes. Not only did she not shut up, but she continued with emphasis. Did I get it wrong? She curled her lips and feigned sudden realization. I got it wrong. I shouldn't have said that no woman would follow you without being forced. You still have money. I should have said that besides spending money and forcing them, no woman wants to be with you. You little, cheap witch. The humiliated man angrily kicked her in the stomach. Inna let out a muffled groan, her already pale face turning as white as a ghost. It hurt so much. Her stomach clenched into a knot, and her body felt as if it had been ripped into two, causing her to nearly black out from the pain. But she couldn't faint. She absolutely couldn't faint. Her throat filled with the taste of blood. Inna opened her mouth and spat out bloody saliva. She hoarsely laughed. It seems I hit the nail on the head. Say it again, and I swear I'll kill you. Finn Smith was about to step on her again. Martin Harper quickly stopped him. Young Master Smith, don't get angry. This chick is deliberately trying to provoke you. Get lost. I must teach her a lesson today. Finn Smith's eyes glared red, pushing Martin away and kicking Inna's stomach again. The pale girl's face turned even paler. If it weren't for her hands being firmly held, she might have not been able to stand at all. So much pain. Her face hurt so much. Her stomach hurt so much. Her entire body hurt so much. What should she do? She could barely hold on. Did Olivia go to the cafe? Did the staff pass her the note? Would she think of finding someone to save her? Inna wasn't sure. She wasn't sure of anything. But she was sure that even if it meant getting beaten to death, she wouldn't let these men touch her. In a blink of an eye, her face and stomach were hit again. Everything in front of her became blurry. She couldn't tell if she was awake or had already fainted. She just desperately widened her eyes, looking towards Finn Smith, swallowing a mouthful of blood, and continued to say, "What kind of man bullies a woman? Let me go if you have the guts." So, I'm not a man, huh? Ha, I'll show you what a real man is. Finn laughed sinisterly as he grabbed her wrist and reached to tear her clothes off. Let me go. What was he going to do? Anna's confused mind suddenly became clear, and she panicked and struggled. Finn slapped her again, jeering, "Weren't you saying I'm not a man? I'll show you if I'm a man or not." Rip, a crisp sound. The white shirt Anna was wearing was torn open, revealing a section of her fair shoulder. Cold air seeped into her skin. Her eyes widened as she broke free from the grip and kicked out. Finn didn't expect her to resist at this time. Her kick landed squarely on his lower abdomen, and the pain made him release her hand. This was her chance. Anna scrambled and ran towards the coffee table. There were beer bottles on the coffee table. If this jerk dared to touch her, she would take him down with her even if it killed her. Before she got far, her ankle was grabbed and she was forcefully dragged back. "Let go of me. Darn it, you're not going to drink the toast. So drink the penalty. Run. Keep running." Finn dragged her towards the sofa. As they got closer to the sofa, Anna's heart grew colder. She anxiously looked around, and the 10 or so people in the room were just watching the show. No one wanted to help her. She waved her arms, pushing and shoving desperately. No, you have no choice." The sofa was within reach. Her face turned pale, and a sense of despair she had never experienced before surged in her heart. Just then, bang! The door of the room was kicked open from the outside. Darn it! An angry voice came as a whirlwind of a punch connected with Finn, who was dragging her. The next second, Anna fell into a warm embrace. "Stupid woman, are you all right?" The voice was anxious and angry. Just about to say she was fine, Anna saw the wobbly man by the coffee table standing up, picking up a beer bottle from the table and raising it towards the man's head. "How dare you ducking hit me? I'll kill you. Watch out." She didn't know where she got the strength from, but she twisted around to shield the man. Bang! The beer bottle hit her shoulder squarely, scattering glass shards. The severe pain caused Anna's vision to go black, and she finally fainted. Everything happened too fast for anyone in the room to react. It wasn't until Olivia, who rushed in, cried out in fear, "Anna," that everyone reacted. Baron Lawrence's hawk, like eyes widened as he cradled the bloodied woman in his arms, his heart feeling like it's been punched. This stupid woman. His eyes turned blood red, and he kicked the stunned Finn who was holding the broken beer bottle. Sweeping his gaze over the dozen or so people in the room, he spoke like a devil from hell, one word at a time. "You'd better pray that she's fine. If anything happens to her, your families will pay with your lives." With that, he rushed out of the room, carrying the woman in his arms like a gust of wind. "I'm going to check on Anna," Olivia Lewis said anxiously, chasing after them. Only William Sullivan and Jasmine Clark were left in the hallway. William had already recovered from his shock, clenching his fists tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hands. His usually melancholy face now bore a ferocious look. He lifted his leg and walked toward the room. "Brother William, what are you going to do?" Jasmine quickly grabbed him. William's face turned cold, and he said coldly, "Let go." Because of their family's relationships, William had always been extra caring and gentle towards her, like a big brother. This was the first time he had talked to her with this tone. Jasmine's heart constricted, and she subconsciously let go of his hand. By the time she realized it, William had already entered the room. In the room, Finn Smith had just managed to get up from the floor with the help of his friends. Holding his stomach, his forehead was covered in cold sweat from the pain. He groaned and cursed, "You worthless bunch. You just watched as your boss got hit." The people he cursed at dared not to provoke him further and pretended not to hear. Finn had never been so humiliated. He kept cursing, "Jerk dared to hit me. Just you wait. When I go home and tell my dad, you're dead." He still didn't know he had upset someone he shouldn't have. In his mind, he planned how to make Baron Lawrence beg to him on his knees once he found him. As he was daydreaming, the light in front of him suddenly dimmed. The person helping him walk also stopped. What now? Finn looked up irritably and was stunned when he saw William. William Sullivan? Both the Sullivan and Smith families were well known in Linton City. Their relationship was neither close nor distant, and they would occasionally have a meal together. So, the two of them were still on good terms. When did you return? I don't have time for small talk. I'm not feeling well today. I'll invite you for drinks another day. Which hand did you use to hit her? He asked coldly and fiercely. Finn frowned and said irritably, What hand? Are you crazy? Can't remember? Let me help you. As he spoke, he grabbed Finn's hand and pushed him against the wall. William Sullivan, what the heck are you doing? Let me go. Finn had never been so humiliated and began to clamor. There was a loud bang as his head was violently slammed against the wall. William's beautiful face was icy cold. He grabbed Finn's neck emotionlessly and asked calmly, Remember now? Go to hell. Finn, who was disoriented from the blow, angrily threatened, Let me go. If you dare treat me like this, don't you fear my dad will ruin your Sullivan Corporation? As soon as he finished speaking, there was another muffled thud, and his head was slammed into the wall again. This time, Finn's head was cracked open and blood flowed freely. Remember now, which hand? William, don't forget, the Sullivan Corporation relies on my dad. You can't treat me like this. Do your mom and dad know? Finn was a spoiled second-generation brat. He talked tough, but he was the first to panic when confronted with a ruthless character. William seemed to ignore his threats, and as he lifted Finn's collar, he was about to slam him again. Finn screamed out, Left hand. Left hand. Very well. Just as William Sullivan was about to drag him over to break his hand, Jasmine Clark stood in front of him with her arms outstretched. Stop, Brother William. Move. Jasmine shook her head, did not move, bit her lip and said, I won't let you. I know what you're up to. You can't do this. Brother William, have you lost your mind? Young Master Smith is Mayor Smith's son. If you break his wrist, Mayor Smith won't let this go. Finn Smith heard Jasmine Clark saying that William Sullivan wanted to break his left hand, and his face turned pale in fear. He quickly said, quivering, Yes, that's right. I am my father's only son. If you break my hand, my father will definitely not let you off. Seeing William Sullivan's eyes grow colder, Jasmine Clark silently scolded Finn Smith for being stupid. But at this moment, she could only stand on Finn Smith's side and go on. I know that you, Brother William, are not afraid, but what about your uncle and aunt? The Sullivan Corporation is a company that your uncle and aunt have spent their lifetime building. Can you bear to watch them take any more risk at this? William Sullivan's eyes were filled with pain. His hand, which was grabbing Finn Smith's collar, slowly closed. He stared at Jasmine Clark's face and hoarsely said, So, I should just let him go? Enna Clark. It was because of Enna Clark. 5 years ago, he went abroad because of Enna Clark. Now, he had to stand up for Enna Clark again. Jasmine Clark's heart was bleeding as she said, My sister will understand. Moreover, my sister has a boyfriend now, doesn't she? Her boyfriend won't just stand by and do nothing. She remembered the man who had rushed out earlier, her fists clenched tight. On one hand, she was jealous that Enna Clark had found such a remarkable man, and on the other hand she was glad that Enna had a man. She was feeling a mix of emotions, too complicated to decipher. She had too much on her mind. She continued, Brother William, there's also your grandpa. His health is not good lately. He can't handle any more shocks. For the sake of your uncle and aunt, for grandpa's sake, let young Master Smith go. Although anger still lingered in William Sullivan's eyes, his grip slowly loosened. Seeing the opportunity, Finn Smith broke free from his restraint. Seemingly possessed, he ran out, followed by his little minions. In the blink of an eye, only William Sullivan and Jasmine Clark were left in the large private room. William Sullivan gave a pained look before smashing his fist on the coffee table, breaking his skin. Brother William, Jasmine Clark exclaimed, hurriedly taking out a tissue to help him stop the bleeding. However, William Sullivan seemed to not feel anything. He numbly let her help him stop the bleeding, his eyes staring blankly in the direction where Finn Smith had run off, crouching down in pain. City Hospital. A silver Maybach sped all the way and stopped at the entrance. Baron Lawrence stopped in a rush, carrying the unconscious girl inside. He quickly reached the restricted area and kicked open the office door despite the nurse's blockage. Adam Sinclair, get out here. In the office stood a good-looking man, donned in a white coat, flirting with a pretty nurse over his desk. When someone suddenly rushed in, the embarrassed nurse shot away from him like an electric shock. "Dr. Sinclair, I'll leave first." The well-cooked duck flew off. Adam Sinclair, feeling frustrated, was about to ask what was up when he saw Anna Clark in Baron Lawrence's arms. He quickly put away his playful demeanor, walked over seriously, frowned at the icy, murderous-looking man and asked, "Baron, how did Anna get so badly hurt? You didn't abuse her, did you?" "Shut up." Baron Lawrence's thin lips were pressed into a straight line, his voice hoarse. "Cure her now." Adam Sinclair had never seen him like this before. The last hint of jest on his face disappeared. He nodded and said, "Follow me." Anna Clark was completely unaware of her surroundings. Her stomach and shoulder ached with intermittent pain that made her uneasy even in her unconscious state. Her face was so pale that it was almost transparent. Her lips, devoid of color, quivered slightly. "Anna, what did you say?" Although it was just a tiny movement, the man carrying her noticed and stopped. "Hurts." Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's hum. Even in her unconscious state, she deliberately suppressed herself, subconsciously biting her lower lip, trying to swallow the pain. "Shoot." Baron Lawrence's heart ached like a knife was twisting in it. Holding her in his arms, his eagle-like eyes were filled with an approaching storm. It hurt so much. It hurt so much that she could barely stand it. Was she going to die? No, she couldn't let something happen to her. Her baby, Bobby, was still waiting for her at home. Anna, who was unconscious, broke out into a cold sweat on her forehead, her uneasy head swaying slightly as if trying to force herself awake. "Baby, you fool, stop moving around." Anna's call for baby was too quiet and mumbled under her breath as she had fainted due to her injury. Baron Lawrence thought she was just in unbearable pain and continued to chase after Adam Sinclair with her in his arms. "You won't feel pain soon. It'll be all right. Anna, you're not allowed to have any problems. Do you hear me? Uncomfortable. So painful." Her face grew paler and paler, as if she would never wake up once asleep. Baron Lawrence held her tightly, his thin lips pressed into a straight line, maliciously threatening. "Anna, you must hang on. If something happens to you, I will never let your friend Olivia off the hook." If it hadn't been for his phone call that she didn't answer, the GPS he had installed in her phone, or the fact that he had chased her to the cash register in anger, Baron Lawrence's eyes were filled with suppressed rage. From the very beginning, he should never have allowed her to run off, let alone let her meet some friend. "Anna, did you hear me? Do not let anything happen to you if you don't want your friend to suffer." Who was speaking? How annoying. Baron Lawrence heard the woman in his arms quiet down and quickened his pace. After the chaos, the nurse connected Anna to the glucose drip and rolled her into the operating room. Anna had glass shards lodged in her shoulder, and an operation was necessary to remove the pieces. The surgery demanded that she be stripped, and per someone's request, only female doctors and nurses were allowed inside. An hour later, the operating room lights had turned green. The nurse pushed Anna, who was still unconscious, out of the room, followed closely by the doctor. "How is she?" Baron Lawrence tossed his cigarette and approached the doctor impatiently. Upon seeing his face, the female doctor seemed startled but then quickly remembered who he was and hurriedly spoke. "The surgery was successful. All the glass shards in her shoulder have been removed." Adam Sinclair breathed a sigh of relief. A smile finally dared to appear on his handsome face. "See, I told you Anna would be okay. It's just a minor surgery, of course. It would be successful." He had barely exhaled that breath when the doctor's next words pushed it back down. "However, there is slight internal bleeding in her abdominal cavity, most likely caused by being kicked or hit." Kicked or hit? The air suddenly became ice-cold. Baron Lawrence's eyes darkened, filled with a storm of impending fury. Linton City, the Smith family residence. With Martin Harper's support, Finn Smith staggered into the house. "Darling, what happened to you?" the bejeweled Mrs. Smith exclaimed as soon as he entered the door, rushing over in concern. "Good heavens, how did your face end up like this?" Finn's left cheek was as swollen as a pig's head, and his forehead was cut. He was already not that good looking, and now he looked even more like a pig. Mrs. Smith only had one son, and she doted on him so much that she would pluck him stars from the sky if she could. It was because of this that her 27-year-old son, Finn, hadn't found a proper job yet, causing trouble everywhere he went. "Martin, what happened? Who did this to my baby's face? Tell me." Holding her groaning son, she helped him sit down on the sofa, then immediately turned to interrogate Martin, who came back with Finn. "Why are you all making such a fuss? Keep it down. I'm in a meeting." The noise from the living room disturbed Mayor Smith, who was working in his upstairs study. "Our baby is getting beaten to death, and you're still thinking about your darn meeting." Mrs. Smith growled in anger. Who did he get into a fight with this time? Mayor Smith rubbed his temples impatiently before coming downstairs. His expression froze upon laying eyes on Finn's beaten state, and he asked, "What happened?" "Dad, someone beat me up. They even threatened to kill our entire family," confessed Finn. His arrogant demeanor outside completely changed, his pig-like face filled with resentment. Knowing the kind of person his son was, Mayor Smith scolded without mercy. "Why would anyone beat you up without reason? You must have done something to deserve it." At that, Mrs. Smith flew into a rage, and with a loud protest, she exclaimed, "Magnus Smith, what do you mean? Our son got beaten up, and not only are you not seeking justice for him, you're blaming him. Is this how a father behaves? Would you be happy and satisfied if our baby gets beaten to death?" Mayor Smith, uninterested in quarreling with her, turned to Martin and asked, "Martin, tell me what happened." Martin then recounted what happened in the room, excluding the part about Finn attacking Anna Clark. He made it seem as if Jasmine Clark introduced a girlfriend to Finn, but the girl took the money and refused to cooperate. When Mrs. Smith heard that William Sullivan had also laid a hand on her son, she was furious. "How dare the Sullivan family and the Clark family take advantage of my son, assuming we're easy to bully? No way. I'm going to confront them and demand an explanation." "Enough. Can you be quiet? Do you think I'm not irritated enough?" Mayor Smith's head was throbbing from the noise. He wasn't an easy man to fool with. He was too familiar with his son's character and knew he wouldn't be as innocent as Martin had made him out to be. Of course, he was furious at Jasmine Clark and William Sullivan. However, what concerned him more was the man who had barged into the room. "Do you remember what that man who carried him away looked like?" Martin tried to recall, preparing to respond. Suddenly, a loud screech of brakes came from the entrance, and more than a dozen men in black military uniforms stormed in. Mrs. Smith was startled and shouted loudly, "What are you doing? Do you know where this is?" "Out." Just as her words fell, a man appeared surrounded by the others. The man was exceptionally young, with broad shoulders and narrow waist. His black trousers accentuated his solid, powerful legs. It was as if a top male model was walking the runway. Unfortunately, his aura was too cold, chilling like a bone-cutting knife, making one dare not look directly at him. "Mom, it, it's him." Finn Smith on the sofa suddenly started shaking, pointing at the person at the door and shouting excitedly. Mrs. Smith felt a chill in her heart but still asked him, "What about him?" "The person who hit me is him." After saying that, he realized he was at his own home. He calmed down a bit and spitefully said, "Dad, it was him who hit me, and he said he wouldn't let our family go." Mayor Smith knew he was trouble, but he didn't expect him to bring all hell down on them. Fuming, his face turned red, and he roared, "Shut up." Mrs. Smith immediately protected Finn and fought back. "Why are you yelling at our child? He's still young. Speak kindly." "Speak kindly? I wish I could whip him dead right now." This time, Mayor Smith was genuinely furious, looking ferocious. Even Mrs. Smith, who usually ruled the roost at home, was scared, holding Finn's head and not daring to fight back. Mayor Smith, angry as he was, knew that now was not the time to be angry. His facial muscles twitched, and he forced out a smile, apologizing in a low voice, "Lord, my son is ignorant. If he has offended you, I apologize. Sorry. I hope you can let him off this time, for my sake." Ignorant? The person who came was none other than Baron Lawrence. He savored these 3 words, his noble eagle eyes icy cold. "It seems Mayor Smith doesn't know what your young master did. Don't grab me, Uncle Smith." While speaking, Scott Harris had already caught Martin Harper, who was attempting to sneak away. Martin turned pale with fear, struggling with all his might. But his feeble strength was no match for Scott Harris, who firmly held him and threw him in front of Baron Lawrence. With a thud, Martin fell headfirst onto the floor. His instincts told him of the danger, and without worrying about appearances, he tried to flee, crawling and rolling. As a result, just as he got up, someone kicked him, sending him flying back onto the ground. Ugh! He groaned in pain, twitching and rolling on the floor. Like a shelled tortoise, he tried to get back up, rolling around. Unfortunately, things didn't go as he'd hoped. The next second, the ruthless man stepped on his stomach. Martin screamed in agony, turning the faces of others in the villa white. "Tell Mayor Smith what you did." The cold voice seemed to come from hell itself, but everyone could sense the fury hidden beneath his calm. "Speak." Martin, covered in sweat from the pain, dared not hide anything any longer and recounted everything that happened in the room. This time, he explained in full what they had done. Every word he said made the air colder. By the end, the atmosphere was nearly frozen solid. How dare they treat Anna Clark like this? Baron Lawrence could not contain his anger, kicking the man on the ground. Martin flew out like a broken kite, hit the wall, and collapsed back to the ground, unconscious. The scene was too bloody and violent. The faces of everyone present, other than Scott Harris, turned pale. Especially Finn Smith, who trembled like a leaf in the wind after seeing Martin's fate. He gripped Mrs. Smith's clothes tightly, crying in terror, "Mom, Mom." Mrs. Smith was also scared. Her thick makeup couldn't hide her pale face as she looked at Mayor Smith with a pleading gaze. Does Mayor Smith understand now? He was dressed all in black, as if he was going to merge with the darkness. The handsome, chiseled face was devoid of any expression, and his deep features were even sharper than a blade. Mayor Smith wasn't much better off than Finn. He already knew that Baron Lawrence wouldn't let things go easily today. Struggling to speak, he said, "Lord, I know my son was in the wrong this time. I will personally take him to the hospital to apologize to that miss, and not stop until she forgives him." One hand, Mayor Smith didn't expect him to be so ruthless, and his expression slightly changed. With a stronger tone, he said, "Lord, Finn already knows his mistake. 1.1 will make him kneel and apologize to that Mississippi husband." Mrs. Smith cried out in protest upon hearing the word kneel. As soon as her voice fell, Mayor Smith glared at her fiercely. It was her fault for spoiling their son rotten, giving him such an arrogant attitude. If it weren't for his wife and son, would he have to speak so humbly now? HNH. Baron Lawrence's hawk, like eyes seemed to flare with fire, and a chilly wind from Siberia seemed to blow past both hands. Mayor Smith's face stiffened. Although he feared Baron Lawrence, Finn was his only child. If both hands were crippled, his son's life would be ruined. His facial muscles twitched intensely as he clenched his jaw. "Lord, don't go too far. Bring him to me," Baron Lawrence commanded without even looking at him. Scott Harris immediately plucked Finn from behind Mrs. Smith like he was a small chick. There was no need for him to throw him, as Finn had already collapsed to the floor in fear. He screamed in panic towards Mayor Smith, "Dad, Dad." Mayor Smith's face turned white and then green as he heard his son's cries for help. He was about to speak when he saw the arrogant man bend down, grab Finn's collar, and slam his head onto the coffee table with a thud. "Lord, darling." Both Mayor Smith and Mrs. Smith's expressions changed dramatically. However, it was too late. The ruthless man had picked up the ashtray on the coffee table and smashed it onto Finn's wrist. Finn's screams echoed through the villa. Mayor Smith's face darkened abruptly. With no other choice, he threatened, "Lord, enough. Are you really willing to go all out against me over a woman?" While Baron Lawrence's position in the military district was unshakable, Mayor Smith himself had not been idle during his many years in Linton City. The heavy-handed man seemed not to have heard him, as he picked up the bloody ashtray and ruthlessly destroyed Finn's other hand in the same manner. "Dad, save me." Finn was in so much pain and fear that his pants became wet. "Dad, Mom." I don't want to be disabled, please, no. Mayor Smith's heart ached like it was being sliced, his eyes full of anger and his facial muscles twitching continuously. He said viciously, "It seems the Lord really wants to go all out against me over a woman." Baron Lawrence kicked Finn aside, who now lay limp like a dead dog. He then stepped on the vulnerable area between Finn's legs. Finn screamed miserably before passing out from the pain. "You're wrong. She's not just any woman. She's my only legal woman." The word legal echoed in Mayor Smith's head, his iron, green face twitching and turning purple. The only legal woman must be his wife. Baron Lawrence got married? How was that possible? He had never heard of this before. "Scott Harris, watch over young Master Smith. The police officer will pick him up later. Whether he gets a sentence of 10 years, 8 years, or life imprisonment, it all depends on his performance." Mayor Smith and Madam Smith could only watch him leave, not daring to stop him. The bustle of the outside world did not disturb the tranquility of the hospital. In the VIP hospital ward, the person lying on the bed twitched her eyelashes, and her pale white lips moved slightly water. As soon as she opened her mouth, the cold air poured into her throat, causing a burning soreness. Anna Clark woke up due to the pain. As soon as she opened her eyes, a strong arm helped her sit up, and a glass of water was offered to her lips. She was so thirsty that she took a big gulp. Cough, cough. She drank too fast and choked. The cough triggered her stomach and a rusty, iron taste surfaced. She swallowed down the taste, her face scrunching up like a dumpling. "It's so cold. Who fed her cold water?" Baron Lawrence clumsily supported her with one hand while patting her back with the other. Regret flashed across his hawk. Like eyes, "Are you feeling better?" Baron Lawrence? Her voice was as hoarse as a bellows, scaring her with its raspiness. "It's me. Do you want more water?" Baron Lawrence carefully held her up and asked. Anna Clark glanced hesitantly at the glass of water within her reach. Her throat was aching for a drink, but her stomach protested against the cold. "Don't want to drink anymore?" Baron Lawrence looked at her pale face and colorless lips, his heart clenched. He tilted his head back, drank the water, leaned in, and pressed his lips to hers. "Humph." Anna Clark was startled, her eyes widened in surprise. She didn't have the strength to resist. Her lips were pried open and warm water flowed into her mouth. Due to severe thirst, her throat instinctively swallowed, like a hungry baby bird being fed. After an unknown amount of time, the man's lips finally left hers. They were connected by a thin line of silver, indescribably enticing. "Want more?" Under the light, the hard lines of his face softened a bit. His hawk-like eyes were trained solely on her, as if she was the only one he could see. Anna Clark was left rattled by his gaze, her foggy mind finally clear. Remembering how Baron Lawrence had just fed her water, she shook her head immediately. "No more. Not thirsty anymore." Not thirsty anymore. Although her just, hydrated throat was starting to feel dry again, Anna Clark forced herself to ignore it. "Is there any discomfort elsewhere? Are you feeling better?" he asked. His tone was so gentle, completely unlike the high-handed and demanding man he usually was. Anna Clark shook her head, unaccustomed to his tenderness. "That's good." "What's good?" She didn't have to wonder for long before she found out what was good. The man who had just been caring and gentle put down the glass of water and turned around. His expression darkened. His beautiful hawk-like eyes glared at her as if he was going to grab her and give her a beating. Anna had seen people's moods shift quickly, but no one was faster than Baron Lawrence. "Who told you to block the beer bottle for me?" he growled, repressing his anger. "Do you know how dangerous that was? Do you think you're made of cotton wool? Have you ever considered what would happen if that bottle hit your head? Are you tired of living, or just simply can't bear it anymore? So eager to confront death? What happens when you're hit at the back of your head with a beer bottle? Of course, you may die." Anna Clark felt a chill down her spine and was immensely grateful that Finn Smith had missed her head. Baron Lawrence was beside himself with anger. He had to pace back and forth to suppress the frustration boiling within him, shouting in the meantime, "What I've always thought you're just a slow learner. I didn't expect you to be downright foolish." Anna Clark was dumbfounded by his harsh words. Emma, she had blocked the beer bottle for his sake, and his words were incredibly vicious. Why did you help me block that? The fierce man who had just scolded her suddenly quieted down, his eagle-like eyes glittering as they looked at her unblinkingly. Anna Clark, why did you throw yourself on me to block that? Baron Lawrence lifted her chin, forcing her to look at him. Anna was very uncomfortable under his burning gaze, so she shifted slightly and said hoarsely, Actually, there's no particular reason. I just saw it coming and reflexively blocked it for you. If it were anyone else, I would have done the same thing. Shut up. If you don't admit you're stupid, that means you're addicted to being stupid. What does she mean by if it were anyone else? She would have done the same thing. Couldn't this woman see that he was already touched? Does she not know to seize the opportunity? Wasn't she usually so pretentious? But now, when she should be pretentious for a moment, she wasn't. Baron Lawrence's chest heaved with anger. Anna couldn't understand how he got angry all of a sudden. You, woman, are so pretentious. Is it so hard to admit that you like me? Do you always have to pretend to resist me with your words? What are you worried about? Are you afraid that if you don't continue to play hard to get with me, I'll lose interest? He slightly lifted his jaw, his phoenix eyes slightly raised, the light in his eyes dazzling. Don't worry, I told you that I still have feelings for you. You're not like other women. You don't need to worry about those things. Anna looked into his eyes, and when she saw the unprecedented seriousness in them, she was a little flustered. What's the situation? Could he really be serious? He was Baron Lawrence, a man who could turn the tide with a flip of his hand. His love affairs were so numerous that they couldn't be counted. How could he possibly have lingering feelings for her? What do you think? Anna looked at him, startled, and asked naively, What do I think about what? This woman must be doing it on purpose. Baron Lawrence suppressed his rising anger, his lips barely touching hers. I said I like you at least a little bit. What about you? What do you think? Boom. Anna was almost blown away. She stared at him involuntarily, her beautiful eyes wide open, looking as if she had seen a ghost. Did he say he liked her? What a joke. Anna felt no honor or joy at all. Being liked by someone with strong possessiveness and controlling tendencies was simply not something she could be happy about. It was like holding a bundle of cash with a hidden bomb inside, worrying all the time that the bomb might explode. Anna Clark, shoot. What's with that look in your eyes? Put it away. Do you understand? He threatened with a fierce tone. If I see that look in your eyes again, believe it or not, I'll gouge your eyes out. Anna quickly diverted her gaze, hesitated for a while, and opened her mouth. Baron Lawrence, just as she started to speak, her little mouth was blocked by the man. Anna felt almost suffocated by the kiss, and her tongue was numb when he finally let her go. Never mind. I don't want to hear it anymore. I don't care about what you think. You just need to be obedient. His lips said he didn't care, but his tight face was colder than the air in Siberia, clearly dissatisfied with her reaction. Anna could tell he was not pleased, but she remained silent. Her nert was in turmoil RLGNT now, and Snee had no energy to placate Nim. Baron Lawrence actually said he liked her and asked if she liked him. Was she dreaming? With that thought, her head suddenly felt a bit dizzy again. Baron Lawrence noticed the paleness of her face and, remembering that she had just woken up from a serious injury, the tension on his handsome face eased a bit. His stern tone softened. Uncomfortable? Do you want to drink some water? Anna Clark hadn't forgotten his unique method of feeding water, and shook her head, weakly saying, Dizzy. Baron's brow furrowed suddenly, so deep that it seemed it could pinch a fly to death. He carefully helped her lie down and covered her with the blanket. Then he said, Wait for me, I'll go call someone. No. Before she could finish, the man's tall figure had disappeared from the hospital room. After the previous ordeal, she really felt a bit dizzy. The hospital bed was soft and the blanket warm. With her body feeling weak and uncomfortable, she couldn't help but close her eyes. Her sleep caused quite a commotion in City Hospital once again. When Anna Clark woke up again, it was already pitch dark outside. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw a man working intently on the sofa. The dim light in the room shrouded his face, as if coating him in a layer of golden glow. The handsome eyebrows, Noble eyes, straight nose, and charming thin lips. Every feature was meticulously crafted by God himself. Anna couldn't deny what Olivia said. Baron Lawrence was indeed a man kissed by God. His family background, appearance, and abilities were all top-notch. If there was anything bad to say about him, it would probably be his temper, right? However, he wasn't that bad, tempered with others. At most, he was just a bit aloof and unsympathetic. At least he wasn't as moody, childish, and overbearing with others as he was with her. Had he been keeping watch over her the whole time? Seemingly feeling her gaze, the man on the sofa looking at his documents raised his head. Their eyes met directly. Anna guiltily shifted her gaze away. Baron Lawrence put down the documents, stood up, and walked to the bedside with long strides. Awake? Still dizzy? She had been asleep for a day and a night, and if she hadn't woken up that night, he would have been ready to have Scott Harris arrange a flight to take her overseas for treatment. No, Anna didn't know she had slept that long. She thought she had only slept for an afternoon. Baron Lawrence didn't believe her. He bent down, held out his hand, and tested her forehead temperature. The tension in his thin lips finally eased slightly. Good, no fever. Anna let him touch her, and the atmosphere became a little awkward. Suddenly, gurgle, zurzel. A sound rang out so loud that the entire hospital room heard it. Anna quickly covered her stomach, her ears blushing. It was just an auditory hallucination. Gurgle, gurgle. Another round of sounds, as if mocking her, this time louder than the previous one. Just say you're hungry. Anna blushed even more. Just as she was about to argue, she saw the man by her bed press a bell. Soon, a row of chefs entered the room, carrying steaming bowls of porridge. They lined up in front of her hospital bed. What is this? Scott Harris also followed in, explaining, Young Master Sinclair heard that you just had surgery and couldn't eat anything too greasy. So Lord had someone prepare porridge for you. Miss, don't worry. These porridges have been strictly checked by nutritionists. Each portion is delicious and also ensures you get enough nutrients. It's just porridge. Wasn't this a bit too exaggerated? Miss, we have mushroom and chicken porridge, black chicken yam porridge, abalone almond porridge. He listed more than a dozen porridge names, before respectfully asking, which one would you like? Get me the vegetable porridge. Anna hasn't made a decision, but Baron Lawrence has already issued an order. Yes. Scott Harris brings the porridge to him and goes out with a dozen chefs, also closing the ward door for them. Baron Lawrence sits on the edge of the bed, stirring the porridge in the bowl with a spoon. He scoops a spoonful and feeds it to her mouth. Open up. I'll do it myself. Anna reaches for it. His hand dodges back, frowning unhappily. Just open up when I tell you to open up. Is there such a domineering way of caring for others? Anna thinks he is playing the fool and reluctantly opens her mouth as he wishes. As soon as the porridge enters her mouth, her face immediately wrinkles from the scalding. She can't swallow or spit it out. Not good. Baron Lawrence thought the porridge by the chef was unpalatable. His face darkens, ready to be angry. I'll have Scott Harris find someone else to cook it. Anna quickly grabs his hand, swallows the scalding porridge in her mouth, and says hurriedly, It's not bad. It's really good. Good. But your face is all wrinkled up? What a pretentious woman. Even her lies are so fake. What's not good is not good. Does the woman I like still need to force herself to eat something unpalatable? Domineering, arrogant, and unspeakably indulgent. Anna's heart beats, fearing that if she doesn't tell the truth, Baron Lawrence would really go find someone to cook it again. She grits her teeth and says, It's too hot. What? Phew. She takes a deep breath and raises her voice. The porridge isn't unpalatable. My frown is because it's too hot. Too hot. Baron Lawrence never thought it would be his fault. His cold, handsome face turning black, then green. Green mixed with purple. Just when Anna thought he was going to lose his temper, he tightens his thin lips, sits back on the edge of the bed, picks up the bowl of porridge, and starts to stir it with a spoon. Although he's still frowning, he would sometimes lower his head and blow awkwardly at the porridge in the bowl. Anna watches him stir the porridge in the bowl into a mess. The various ingredients and vegetables turn into a mushy mixture under his excessive stirring, mixed with glutinous rice, colorful but unidentifiable as a high, quality health porridge made by a 7-star chef. She holds back for a while but can't help asking Baron Lawrence, "Should I do it myself?" Baron Lawrence suddenly pulls his hand back, sounding annoyed. "Sit still and don't move." His words are tough, but his movements are surprisingly gentle. He scoops up a spoonful of porridge, blowing on it, and then feeds it to his thin lips to test the temperature, before bringing it to Enna's mouth. "It's not hot anymore. Open up." Enna watches him feed her the half-eaten porridge, not knowing whether to open the mountain or not. Alter a moment or inner Konark Anna in awe or MS power. She finally opens up and eats it. "How is it? Is the temperature suitable now?" Enna swallows the porridge directly and nods her head. Although the appearance is terrible, the temperature is indeed just right. Not scalding nor cold, warm and perfect for drinking. Baron Lawrence's brows relax, and he scoops up another spoonful for her. He still blows on it, tests half of it, and feeds the other half to Enna. The ward becomes quiet, and as the bowl of porridge is about to be finished, Enna breathes a sigh of relief. At this moment, the man feeding her porridge leans in with the last spoonful and seals her lips with his own. Her lips were forced apart, and the sweet taste of porridge spread on her tongue. With every domineering intake and teasing from him, the sweetness danced on her taste buds. There's no denying that Baron Lawrence was very skilled in this aspect. Even if Enna couldn't figure out how to cooperate, he could still lead her body to tremble involuntarily. Soft and submissive, she let him take what he wanted. After a while, the demanding man finally let go of her. He rubbed his finger against her slightly swollen lips and suddenly said, "Enna, when can you give me a child?" Bang! Enna was so frightened that her hair stood on end. A child? What did he mean by that? Did he know something? She glanced at the man beside her, and her beautiful eyes widened as she realized that his gaze held only anticipation, not probing. Enna felt baffled. Could it be that Baron Lawrence truly wanted her to bear a child? No way. The Lawrence family would not accept an illegitimate child, let alone a child that existed before the arrival of a legitimate heir. This would not only be a stain on the Lawrence family's name, but on Baron Lawrence himself. Dismissing the idea from her mind, Enna decided he was just saying it in passing. However, Baron Lawrence's hand found its way to her flat stomach, and his brows furrowed with displeasure. "Are you unwilling?" he asked. Enna felt that something was off, and she was about to say she was unwilling. Baron Lawrence cut her off. "Your body is not suitable for pregnancy right now. If you truly want to conceive, we'll need to ask Adam Sinclair to find you a gynecologist for treatment." As if he remembered something, he mused, "Besides that, there are some obstacles we need to clear first." Obstacles? What obstacles? Baron Lawrence had no intention of explaining further. After helping her to lie down, he fetched a basin of warm water from the bathroom. Ignoring Enna's protests, he wiped her body clean. Enna felt uncomfortable and tried to shift away. The moment she moved, he wrapped his arms around her waist and pulled her into his embrace. The strong scent of sandalwood invaded her senses, and she inexplicably felt hot. Enna reached out to push him away gently, whispering, "Baron Lawrence, you're pressing on my wound." Without opening his eyes, he didn't budge. Instead, he held her tighter, his lips brushing hers. "That's impossible. I deliberately avoided your injury." Caught in her lie, she tried to subtly move away again. From above her, an ominous threat echoed. "Do you not want to sleep? If not, let's do something that doesn't require sleep." After all, she only had injuries on her shoulder and stomach. If they were careful, it wouldn't affect making love. As soon as his words fell, he felt the person in his arms become obedient all at once. What was this woman's deal? Baron Lawrence felt a lump in his chest and angrily opened his eyes, glaring at the sleeping, acting woman. Seeing her pale face that barely hid her sickness, he recalled how she had fearlessly thrown herself at him. The anger in his chest inexplicably disappeared. Lowering his head, his gaze softened, and his lips curled into a smile before he planted a kiss on the smooth forehead of the young woman. In a low voice he said, "Enna, good night." His charming and husky voice sounded incredibly seductive. Enna, who had her eyes closed while pretending to sleep, couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. Why did it seem that his previous claims of love were genuine? Could it be that Baron Lawrence had truly fallen for her? Inna shivered, clenching her eyes shut. No way, right? For 7 consecutive days, Baron Lawrence took care of her personally. Finally, on the 8th day, he went out. The oppressive feeling that had been omnipresent in the hospital room disappeared, and Inna Clark picked up a book beside her, trying to distract her mind by reading. Then she heard the sound of a door handle turning. She thought Baron Lawrence had returned, so she put down her book. Instead, she saw Olivia Lewis, whom she hadn't seen for a long time, coming in through the door. Upon seeing Olivia, her eyes began to water and she lunged forward. Inna Clark, you ducker. You scared me to death. Are you a pig? Huh. You even went to block a beer bottle for a man. Why didn't you block a knife instead? Did your brain get squashed by a door? Did you think about the consequences before you did it? What if something happened to you? What would little Bobby and I do? While speaking, Olivia jabbed Inna's head hard with her finger. All Inna could do was laugh apologetically. I'm fine, aren't I? Don't be mad. I'm not mad. What do I have to be mad about? I'm not your mom or your man. Although she said she wasn't mad, her furious tone betrayed her. Feeling guilty, Inna didn't protest. She shifted the conversation without a trace. Oh, by the way, Olivia, how did you get in? It seems like Baron Lawrence placed bodyguards outside to keep visitors away. Olivia may have a sharp tongue, but she was sincerely concerned for Inna. Otherwise, she wouldn't have spent the last few days wandering outside the hospital's VIP area. Although she knew Inna was deliberately changing the subject, she glared at her but then let her go, saying, I met someone outside who brought me in. Who was it? I don't know. Some pretty boy, anyway. Olivia waved her hand dismissively, suddenly staring at Inna and sizing her up from head to toe. She looked carefully, as if trying to find a flaw. Inna felt uncomfortable under her scrutiny and couldn't help but move, hesitating to ask, Is there something on my face? SSS, LT's the face I know, without plastic surgery, without injections, without bone shaving. Olivia muttered, then suddenly uncovered Inna's quilt and quickly groped her chest like a pervert. Ah, still so flat. It seems you didn't get breast implants either. What the heck was all that about? After looking at Inna from all angles, Olivia couldn't help but ask, Inna, with no breasts and no ace, how did you hook up with the top highly eligible bachelor, General Lawrence and Baron Lawrence? Could it be that young Master Baron has had enough of big-breasted, long-legged beauties and wanted to try out ironing board? Inna choked on her breath, protesting unhappily, My breasts may be small, but they're not that flat. She had B-cups, for crying out loud. At most, they could be considered small, but were still different from an ironing board. Olivia puffed up her chest, displaying her 30-60 figure, silently despising Inna, and continued her enthusiastic questioning. Seriously, what's going on between you and young Master Baron? Do you know that I was so shocked when I saw young Master Baron carrying you out that my jaw almost dropped? And Jasmine Clark, you should have seen her face back then. It was absolutely priceless. Speaking of Jasmine, Inna felt a pang in her heart. She hadn't forgotten what the 2 men in the private room had said while holding her. A girl introduced by Jasmine. Could that day's incident have something to do with Jasmine? Inna clenched her fist in restraint. If it really had something to do with Jasmine, she would never let her go. Olivia didn't know what happened in the private room, and she thought Inna was daydreaming, so she gently pushed her. What are you spacing out for? Tell me. He's Bobby's dad. As soon as Inna finished speaking, Olivia jumped up in shock, exclaiming, What? Young Master Baron is Bobby's dad? Holy shoot, this news was explosive. She had always thought that the Bobby's dad her best friend mentioned was an older, wealthy, and powerful man. She never expected it to be Baron Lawrence, the high and mighty, unattainable Baron Lawrence, young Master Baron. Olivia couldn't find her voice. The news was just too shocking. Her fingers even trembled slightly. Her sudden loud outburst scared Inna, who quickly grabbed her. Hush, Olivia. Lower your voice. Finally remembering where she was, still somewhat dazed, Olivia lowered her voice and confirmed again. I didn't just hallucinate, did I? I didn't mishear? You're talking about Baron Lawrence, not someone with the same name. not someone else. It's the young master baron who has a commercial empire and a military in his hands, Baron Lawrence. Anna couldn't help but chuckle at her exaggerated reaction, then said after a snort, "Yes, yes, it's the man you said was kissed by God on the butt." Olivia immediately retorted, "I didn't say that. I said kissed on the forehead. You're the one who said kissed on the butt." Afterwards, she eagerly grabbed Anna's hand, her gorgeous face full of admiration. "Anna, I suddenly idolize you. You could run away with the ball 5 years ago when faced with a top-notch man like young Master Baron. Awesome. Truly awesome." In the next breath, she changed her tone. "Could it be that your head was caught in a door 5 years ago?" Her head was the one caught in a door. "By the way, are you guys living together now?" Olivia paused before asking. "I went to your old place to ask around during your hospital stay, and they said you moved out a long time ago. So, are you really living with young Master Baron? Are you guys cohabiting?" She bit heavily on the last 2 words, her eyes sparkling as if she was the one cohabiting. Anna didn't know why she was so excited. If she knew the man's temper, she probably wouldn't be so thrilled. "Are you guys really cohabiting?" Olivia excitedly grabbed her hand, questioning her. Anna was about to speak when the door to the ward was pushed open. Seeing the woman in the room, Adam Sinclair's fox-like eyes held a lazy smile as he entered, saying, "Anna, I didn't expect this beautiful woman to be your friend." "Beautiful woman, we left in a hurry earlier and didn't have a chance to get acquainted. Please allow me to introduce myself. Adam Sinclair, the young pretty boy from before?" Olivia glanced at him, clearly a little unhappy. Anyone's gossip being interrupted at the most crucial moment wouldn't be too happy. She curled her red lips and replied with a half-smile, "Deadweight? So that means you're really heavy?" "Heavy?" Adam didn't get it for a moment. He stared blankly for a second before getting kicked. "Are you a woman? Shut up. Go get checked." Adam was caught off guard by the kick and almost stumbled ungracefully. He helplessly touched his nose bridge, glanced back at the overbearing man behind him, and sighed, "General Lawrence, can you save me some face in front of the beautiful woman? How am I supposed to make my move on the beautiful woman like this?" Though he said that, he automatically walked over to Anna's bedside and began to help her with a simple checkup, smiling all the while. "Anna, please raise your left hand a little." "Yes, gently. If it hurts, stop. I primarily want to see how your bones are healing." Anna Clark followed his advice and gently lifted her injured hand. It strained the wound on her shoulder halfway, causing pain that she tautly held in at the corner of her lips. Just as she wanted to try again, her arm was forcefully lowered by someone else. "Find another way to check." A domineering command. Adam Sinclair was genuinely helpless this time, grumbling, "You won't let me perform a CT scan, and you won't allow me to touch. What can I do? I don't have X-ray vision to see through clothes." Baron Lawrence narrowed his eyes, and from within them, a deep possessiveness emerged. His voice firm as a cold winter's night. "If you had X-ray vision, I'd take you to the military district for them to dig out and research." Anna Clark was silently speechless at his side. That was just like him. So simple, so forceful. Adam Sinclair imagined the scene of his eyes being dug out. A chill ran down his spine, and his smiling face froze. He hastily raised his hands. "I was just kidding. I didn't say anything." "How is she now?" Adam Sinclair, who didn't even look at Anna Clark, muttered in his heart but bluffed convincingly. "The wound has started to scab over, and the bones and muscles are healing. As long as she avoids getting her wound wet, she should be able to go out for some fresh air." "Should?" The austere man clearly wasn't satisfied with this answer. Adam Sinclair immediately corrected himself. "My mistake. She can go out for some fresh air. There is no should." Anna Clark lifted her head in curiosity. What did it mean that she could go out? Was Baron Lawrence going to take her out? Only now did she notice that Baron Lawrence was exceptionally dressed in formal attire today, his military uniform radiant and regal on him. Combined with his arrogance and superiority cultivated from a life of wealth, he was so nobly charming that one could not take their eyes off him. Olivia Lewis indeed couldn't take her eyes off him. She completely changed her previously bad attitude towards Adam Sinclair. Her eyes were bright as if she was admiring her idol, which made the bystander Adam Sinclair even more annoyed. Baron Lawrence wholly ignored the others in the room. Bending over, he picked up the occupant of the sickbed in a princess hold, placed her on a wheelchair not far away, and then dismissed the others without looking back. "All right, you can go now." "Yes, yes, yes. I'll go." Adam Sinclair's sidelong glance caught the woman who hadn't snapped back to reality yet. He stretched out his hand to her. "Beautiful woman, the sun outside is just perfect. Let's go for a walk." "Are you crazy? Who wants to walk around the hospital?" "I'm not going." "Let go." Let. Olivia Lewis's struggle was entirely useless. Even before she could finish speaking, she was dragged out. Click. The door closed. Anna Clark, her head splitting, began to think about how to explain all this to Olivia Lewis the next time she saw her. As she was thinking, a man's arm lowered in front of her. The man's refined and commanding order already issued. "Fasten the sleeve buttons for me." "Sure." Anna Clark came to her senses, and after fastening the metal buttons on his sleeves, she looked up, curiously asking, "Baron Lawrence, are you taking me out?" "I have to go somewhere." "Go ahead. I'll wait in the hospital." Yukin was not finished when she was angrily glared at. Seeing the girl on the wheelchair wisely close her deservedly slapped mouth, Baron Lawrence curled his thin lips in satisfaction. He casually picked up a blanket from the bed, rudely draped it over her legs, and, pushing her in front, they walked out. In the hospital corridor, people kept glancing over from time to time. Anna Clark felt uncomfortable under their gazes and whispered to him, "Baron Lawrence, I can walk by myself." "Stop talking nonsense. You'll have a chance to walk later," he replied. Having no choice, Anna could only let him push her to the back door of the hospital. The driver had been waiting outside the back door for them, and he immediately opened the car door when he saw them approaching. Ignoring her exclamation, Baron Lawrence horizontally lifted her from the wheelchair into the car, and the driver closed the door for them afterward. The car steadily drove out of the hospital. After a short while, the car stopped. The driver quickly opened the door for them. "Young Master Lawrence, we have arrived," he said. Baron Lawrence got off the car first, and Anna followed suit. "This is..." She looked at the building in front of her in astonishment. Wasn't this her elementary school from her childhood? Scott Harris, who had been the housekeeper, also came along. Seeing Anna's shocked expression, he smiled slightly and said, "Miss Clark, if I'm not mistaken, this is where you attended elementary school." Why did he bring her to her elementary school? Anna couldn't help but glance at the man beside her. His side profile was bathed in the morning light, arrogantly noble and utterly disheveled. His imposing aura was like that of an emperor, dazzling and irresistible, making it impossible to look away. At that moment, Baron Lawrence suddenly turned his head and his gaze met hers. With his thick eyebrows rebelliously raised slightly, and his long, slightly curled eyelashes, his deep, icy eyes appeared wild and unbridled. "Why are you looking at me?" "Come on," he said. Anna leaned towards him, and he grabbed her hand roughly. Their fingers intertwined as he turned back around. "Is everything I asked for prepared?" he asked. Scott Harris bowed respectfully, his suit impeccably neat. "Everything has been prepared according to your instructions," he replied. Anna was curious. "What have you prepared?" Baron Lawrence curved his lips, in a good mood. "Why ask so many questions? You just nickel to roll me." Anna suddenly felt a headache, with pain in her temples and her entire body aching. She was dragged into the school forcefully. With Baron Lawrence in a good mood, even the bodyguards following him heaved a sigh of relief. God knows how bad young Master Lawrence's temper had been during the days when Miss Clark was in the hospital, just like a ticking time bomb waiting to explode. They sneaked a glance at Anna and felt a sense of relief. Mr. Harris was right. Baron Lawrence's temper had really improved a lot after Miss Clark's arrival. Indeed, Anna Clark was Baron Lawrence's nemesis. Anna had no idea that she had become the embodiment of restraint towards Baron Lawrence in the eyes of the bodyguards. The arrogant man yanked her along, his long legs taking large strides as her shorter steps struggled to keep up. Stumbling after him like a rag doll, she nearly tripped several times, and he still complained that she was too slow. Thankfully, the cement ground of the school was exceptionally flat, or else she would have suspected that she might fall flat on her face being dragged like this. Anna was dragged through the school gates by force. As soon as they entered, waves of nostalgia washed over her. Every tree and blade of grass in the school felt incredibly familiar to her. The location of the playground, the rubber track, and the horizontal bars that every school would have. Her attention was gradually drawn to every detail within the school. Especially when she saw the horizontal bars, her eyes couldn't move away. Baron Lawrence noticed her reaction at some point and suddenly let go of her hand, asking, "Do you want to play?" Before Inna could respond, he looked magnanimous and said, "Go ahead and play. I'll wait for you. There's no rush." Inna Clark always felt that since the kidnapping incident, when she blocked a bench to protect him, Baron Lawrence's attitude towards her had changed a lot. However, she couldn't quite pin down what exactly had changed. In any case, he seemed to have more patience. She had always wanted to play on the horizontal bar, and since he had let go, it would be a waste not to play. Inna, her eyes bright, walked towards the familiar horizontal bar, touched it with her hand first, then tentatively lifted herself. In elementary school, she loved playing on the horizontal bar. Any unhappy incidents were vented here. After venting, she would go home and face the differences between her and Jasmine Clark calmly. She initially thought she would be rusty, but surprisingly, she succeeded on the first try. Inna looked up joyfully, intending to share the delight of achieving success after a long hiatus with the person next to her. However, upon seeing the man before her, she immediately shut her mouth. There was nothing to share with Baron Lawrence. Sharing with him didn't come with the happiness unique to sharing with friends. Baron initially saw a smile forming on her face, thinking she wanted to say something, but then she shut her mouth again. He didn't know why, but he felt a sense of rejection. That feeling made him squint in displeasure. "Inna Clark, looking at your weak chicken, like appearance, I didn't expect you to be able to play this. I have always been able to play, always." She was quite good at this when she was a child. Now that she is taller, playing on the elementary school horizontal bar is still quite easy. "I thought you couldn't." He said this through gritted teeth, his face showing impatience. "Enough. Let's go when you're done playing." Inna was just reminiscing. She wasn't actually planning on playing on the horizontal bar for an hour or half an hour. Reluctantly, she let go and walked towards him while asking, "Where are you taking me?" Why on earth did he bring her to the elementary school? She really couldn't figure it out. Baron Lawrence grabbed her hand. "You'll know when we get there." Inna really didn't want to go. She wished she could swing his hand away. But considering the difference in physical strength between them, she reluctantly gave up. She was forcibly pulled into the classroom building by him. It was Saturday. The school was almost empty. But it was strange that there wasn't even a security guard around. Moreover, not only were there no security guards, but all the classroom doors were open. Baron led her, and as he glanced at the class signs above, he asked, "You were in class 2 in elementary school, right? How did you know?" After asking, she realized that her question was stupid. Scott Harris being able to find out that she went to this elementary school, finding out which class she was in would be easy. "I was in class 2. In elementary school, the classes ascended in order. For instance, first grade class 2, then second grade class 2, all the way till graduation. Inna happened to be in class 2, and had stayed in class 2 all along without any class changes." "All right, we found it. Follow me in." Baron Lawrence led her to the door of class 2, pushed the door open, and let her in. "Get in." Inna was forcefully pulled into the classroom. The classroom was empty except for the desks and chairs. There was no one else. She was pushed onto the podium, a teacher's pointer stick thrust into her hand, leaving her completely bewildered. What's happening? What on earth was he trying to do? She was almost bewildered to the point of stupidity. "Scott Harris, come in." The arrogantly bossy man found a seat at the front, sat down, and commanded to the outside. Soon, Scott Harris and several smartly dressed bodyguards entered. Without a single word, as if he knew exactly what Baron Lawrence was going to do, he found a spot nearby and sat down. The way he sat was so prim and proper. It looked like he was cosplaying a student. Inna Clark was shocked by her own thoughts and felt an urge to laugh uncontrollably. The bodyguards around Baron Lawrence were all about 6 feet tall and well-built. They were now squeezed into the tiny elementary school chairs, staring expressionlessly at her. They didn't look like students at all, but more like comedy actors. Just as Enna was thinking of this, Scott Harris handed her a book. He handed one to each person who had come in with him as well. Enna took a closer look and realized the book she was holding was the first grade language textbook. The corner of her mouth twitched. Unable to bear it any longer, she asked, holding the book, "Mr. Harris, what does this mean? Why did he give her a first grade language textbook?" It couldn't really be what she thought, could it? Before Scott Harris could respond, the man sitting in the first row casually replied, "Wasn't your childhood dream to become an elementary school teacher? I happen to be free today, so I thought I'd help you fulfill your dream." Today was his birthday, but all he wanted was to help her fulfill her dream. He said it casually, but who knows how long it took for him to make up his mind. Become an elementary school teacher? Enna said, surprised. How did he know? Baron Lawrence stared at her face and said unhappily, "Isn't it? You're the one who told me." "I said that?" Enna remembered at once. 5 years ago when they were together, they once got bored while watching a film. Coincidentally, the movie was about dreams, so Baron Lawrence asked her. She then casually told him she wanted to be an elementary school teacher. "You did say that." Baron Lawrence gritted his teeth. "Teacher Clark, yesterday we covered lesson 3. Let's continue today." His tone of voice was far from sounding like a student. Feeling embarrassed under the gazes of so many people, Enna opened the book to the 3rd lesson, which turned out to be the legendary Goose, Goose, Goose. She couldn't help but feel ashamed. Teaching a group of men in their 20s to recite Goose, Goose, Goose would be harder than hanging herself with a single noodle. Baron Lawrence adapted much quicker than she did, mainly because he was mentally prepared. Seeing her stand there embarrassedly, he immediately turned around, swept his gaze over everyone and said, "Come on, let's recite the text together. I'll start." Usually, the class leader would start in an elementary school. If he were to go back to elementary school, he would undoubtedly be the class leader. Goose, Goose, Goose. His deep voice was inexplicably husky and pleasing to the ear. The big men behind him had prepared themselves psychologically, but they still felt somewhat embarrassed. Nevertheless, due to his order, they swallowed their embarrassment and started reciting loudly, "Goose, Goose, Goose, bend your neck to sing. White feathers float in the green water, red feet paddle in the clear waves." It was so awkward. What should she do if she wanted to find a crack in the ground and bury herself? The only person in the classroom who didn't feel that awkward was the arrogant and domineering man. "That I don't think you look like a class leader." She couldn't help but express her true thoughts. "Baron Lawrence, you remind me of Dowming C." He looked especially like Dowming C from Meteor Garden. Especially now, the resemblance was uncanny. Not just in personality, but also in other aspects. But Dowming C is a character from a TV show, while she was dealing with a real person. But on TV, Dowming C only liked Shankai. That's why he would yell at her and do childish things. Did Baron Lawrence like her too? Enna's heart shivered. If Baron Lawrence liked her, what about her? The answer was clear. She didn't like him, because she had never thought about liking him. Once she realized this clearly, she suddenly came to her senses. "What Dowming C, filial temple? I don't know what you're talking about," Baron Lawrence said indifferently. "Enna Clark, hurry up and start the class." Enna looked at his face, and then at the way he was holding the book, pursing her lips, and suddenly said, "I don't want to." "What nonsense are you talking about? Don't you want to be an elementary school teacher? Now you are one. Why don't you start?" So fast, urgent, and angry. He had done so much psychological preparation, and this darn woman actually backed out at the last minute. Enna was startled and calmed down. "You are not elementary school students, and I am not an elementary school teacher. Even if I start, it's not real. Elementary school students are so noisy and hard to manage. Do you really want to teach them?" Baron Lawrence was extremely annoyed. What happened to this woman? Everything was fine just now, and she suddenly gave him an attitude for no reason. His handsome face gradually darkened. Indeed, you can't spoil a woman too much. In such a short time, she began to act recklessly. He frowned and urged Enna. "You can imagine them as elementary school students. Hurry up and start." "I can't." Enna not only didn't start, but she also put down the book and the teacher's pointer stick. Baron Lawrence suddenly became angry. His eyes darkened and he growled, "Enna Clark." Enna was startled and calmed down. Her clear and beautiful eyes stared at him. She had figured it out. They really couldn't go on like this. At least she couldn't continue with a clear conscience. What are you doing looking at me with that kind of eyes? What the heck was wrong with her? Baron Lawrence's eyebrows were furrowed as if clamping a fly, and just as he was about to put down the book and go over to pull her, Anna seemed to see through his thoughts and took a big step back, her lips trembling. Baron Lawrence, I want to make things clear with you. What nonsense are you talking about? Come here. His heart skipped a beat, instinctively interrupting her, not wanting to listen to her. But this time, Anna was determined, and she didn't want to drag it on any longer. Dragging it on would be unfair to both him and herself. She wanted to take this opportunity to make things clear with him. I'm not talking nonsense. I'm very clear about what I want to say. Baron Lawrence's heart was filled with an inexplicable uneasiness, and his intuition told him that what Anna was going to say next was not something he would like to hear. He stood there with a gloomy face and shouted, Anna Clark, shut up. Be obedient. Shut up. Anna's heart trembled, and she actually heard rejection in his tone. She couldn't believe that the man a step away from her could have rejection in his words apart from giving orders. He was Baron Lawrence, the aloof young Master Lawrence. After thinking about this, Anna was sure that she had just imagined it. She bit her lip, shook her head, and looked at the man beside her. Mr. Harris, could you please ask everyone to leave first? Scott Harris also saw the brewing storm between them, and after hesitating for a moment, told everyone in the classroom to leave. Only then did Anna look at the angry man and say, You once told me you liked me, and I never answered you directly. Now I want to tell you my answer. I'm sorry, I don't like you. I'm sorry, I don't like you. I don't like you. L don't like you. L don't like. These 3 words kept magnifying and repeating in his ears. His eyes suddenly became as cold as ice. The smile that remained on the corner of his mouth disappeared completely, leaving only anger. What did you say? I dare you to say it again. Anna felt like she was in an ice cellar, knowing very well what could happen next. But it took all her courage to come this far, and she didn't want to give up halfway. She took another deep breath, gathered her courage, and repeated her words while looking into his eyes. I don't like you. Not liking. Baron Lawrence was angered to the point of laughter, clenching his fists so tightly that he managed to restrain himself from pinning her to the ground and making her admit her love. His charming, thin lips pressed into a straight line as his hawk-like eyes unblinkingly locked onto the woman in front of him, who seemed like a forbidden temptress. Even though his eyes were filled with a storm, the corners of his mouth raised, a terrifyingly tender smile. You think I'll believe you? You've always been a woman who says one thing and means another. Your words aren't worth trusting. How could Anna not like him? 5 years ago, she willingly seduced him and climbed into his bed. Although she took his money and left afterward, it only proved that she was greedy. It couldn't prove that she didn't love him. She must love him. How could there be a woman in this world who wouldn't like him? He was wealthy, attractive, and in bed could take her to heaven and back. If not him, then what kind of man would she like? Seeing his disbelief, Anna grew anxious and reasoned. What reason would I have to lie to you? There's no benefit for me. I genuinely don't like you, and I don't want to waste your time anymore. I'm sorry. Baron Lawrence glared at her with cold eyes, his face livid as he forcefully grabbed her hand, almost grinding his teeth. Anna, you've already said sorry to me 3 times today. Anna's wrist hurt as if it was about to break, but she didn't dare make a sound, biting down her pain, her bright eyes filled with guilt, not daring to look into his. I'm sorry. I already wronged you 5 years ago. I don't want to owe you anymore. Baron Lawrence glared at her fiercely and retorted, You think you can stop owing me just by saying it? He tightened his grip on her hand and stared into her eyes, his dark pupils icy cold. Don't think I don't know. You're saying all this because you want me to let you go. If you don't like me, why did you help me block that beer bottle? Just as Anna was about to speak, his face grew uglier by the moment, the contours of his face tense, already on the verge of exploding. I've said it before, I don't care what you think, and I won't pay attention to your feelings. I'll do things my way, and all you need to do is obediently cooperate. You know what happens if you don't cooperate. What will happen? Anna looked up and asked him. She dared to ask what would happen Baron Lawrence's face turned a shade of green, tightening his grip on her wrist. Inna was seriously asking him what would happen, but he didn't say anything. She thought for a moment herself and said, "If you don't like it, I can move out of Linton City." Baron Lawrence couldn't help but laugh with anger. Women really shouldn't be spoiled. He had barely shown her a little kindness, and she was already taking advantage of him. She wasn't as frightened of him as she used to be. "Where can you go? Back home? Believe me, as soon as I spread some rumors, they will immediately clean you up and send you to my bed. Without me, you'll have nothing. They will clean you up and send you to my bed." Inna's face turned pale. She mockingly laughed. Wasn't that what her auntie wanted, to send her to a man's bed for money? Seeing her reaction, Baron Lawrence regretted saying too much. He was inwardly annoyed. His lips moved as he decided to apologize, but he couldn't bring himself to say it. No matter what, it was her who first lashed out at him. He was in the wrong, but she was even more in the wrong. Inna Clark, suppressing the hidden pain in her heart, tried to make herself look less pitiful, lowered her eyes. "I know. If you wish, you can make my life a living hell. That's why I don't like you, and I never intended to. We have never been equals. You are above me. All I can do is obey you. This relationship is no different than that of a boss and an employee. Being a subordinate is better than what she is going through. At least when a boss is too much, a subordinate can quit. All she can do is bear it. Just bear it. Okay, you're right. Perhaps I am what you always call a pretentious woman. If I were smarter, I would have just kept quiet. But I don't want to. If I don't like it, I don't like it, even if it meant saying it 1,000 or 10,000 times. I still don't like it. The most important thing is, she dare not like him. She was not privileged enough to like him." Baron Lawrence's knuckles turned white from gripping too hard. He was desperately trying to control his emotions, but they had already built up to a breaking point. "Shoot." He abruptly let go of Inna Clark's hand, and suddenly swung his fist. The punch came with the sound of rushing air. Inna Clark shut her eyes tight, but stubbornly stood there, not moving a muscle. As expected, whenever she defies him, he throws a fit. Bang! There was a massive thud. A piece of the blackboard was smashed in. The anticipated pain didn't come. Inna Clark opened her eyes in surprise, only to widen them in the next second. The man's face turned ashen. His jawline was tense, and his lips tightly pursed. His left hand was raised midair, covered in fresh blood which trickled down his hand, drop by drop. Inna Clark had seen worse injuries, but for some reason, she was panicked this time. She quickly went over to check his wound. "Back off." Baron Lawrence shrugged her off, his eyes dark and ominous. "You wanted to leave me, so what are you doing coming closer? Your hand is bleeding. It needs immediate attention." Did he think his fists were made of iron like the railings? Inna Clark was both angry and remorseful. At the same time, she found his temper even more frightening, and this newfound understanding made her even more fearful. If that punch hadn't hit the blackboard but struck her instead, Inna Clark didn't dare to imagine. She was too scared to think about it, too scared to come any closer to him. Just like in the TV show, when Shankai was nearly undressed by the infuriated Dao Mingxi after their fight and dared not approach him afterwards. It was the fear that comes instinctively, a primal fear of a man. Baron Lawrence and Dao Mingxi were eerily similar in some regards. They were unable to control themselves once they snapped. Baron Lawrence had no idea that his actions had already frightened Inna Clark. He was still heavily battling with his emotions. Seeing Inna Clark approach, he darkened his face and flung his hand in irritation. "I told you to get lost." Caught off guard, Inna Clark was pushed to the ground, the small of her back landing on the hard edge of the blackboard, causing her to wince in pain which turned her face pale. His face changed color, neglecting the blood on his hand. He quickly stepped forward to help Inna Clark. "Are you okay?" Before he could assist her, Inna Clark stood up by herself, avoiding his hand, shaking her head. "I'm fine." They were making such a big commotion that everyone else could hear it. Scott Harris was the first to run over. Seeing one person's hand bleeding and the other's face pale, he was momentarily stunned. What happened to Baron Lawrence and Miss Clark? Although he couldn't figure out what exactly happened between them, as a housekeeper, he quickly found iodine gauze and rushed over. Lord, extend your hand. I will help you with the wound. Baron Lawrence was still immersed in Anna Clark's previous avoidance of him, absent-minded, and didn't hear Scott's words at all. His hawk eyes were fixed on Anna, his facial muscles tense as if he was using all his strength to control himself. I'll pretend I didn't hear what was just said, and you should do the same. Let's go. I'll take you back to the hospital. Anna looked at him in astonishment, her mouth slightly open. She thought Baron Lawrence would definitely continue to be angry, at least not let her go so easily. Unexpectedly, he actually proposed to pretend that what just happened didn't occur. She knew very well that this was his last concession, but it took her a lot of courage to muster up the courage to speak. If she couldn't clarify things this time, she didn't know if she would ever have the courage to face his fury later. In her view, if someone was good to her, she should be good to that person. But she couldn't reciprocate when Baron Lawrence was good to her. When he was good to her before, he just treated her like a pet or his possession, and she could accept it with peace of mind. But now it's different. He's being good to her because he likes her. Since she can't give the same level of liking, she shouldn't enjoy this special treatment. Otherwise, what's the difference between her and a green tea who plays with other people's feelings? Anna bit her lower lip, ignoring Scott's suggestive gaze, and said, I'm sorry, I can't pretend I never said it. What did Miss Clark say to the Baron that made him lose control? Weren't they fine just a moment ago? Scott didn't want the two to quarrel. If they did, Miss Clark would be the only one to suffer. He anxiously looked at Anna and advised, Miss Clark, I don't know what happened to make you so angry, but Baron has no ill intentions towards you. He truly dotes on you. Can you not hold it against him for his birthday today? Scott. Baron Lawrence scolded softly. Shut up. He didn't need Scott to help him beg humbly. Baron. Scott was anxious in his heart. Baron Lawrence's face darkened, gritting his teeth to remind him, don't forget your place. He didn't need to bow down to a woman. Scott stiffened, realizing that he had overstepped his bounds. He withdrew his anxious expression from his face and apologized. I'm sorry, Baron. I lost my composure. Anna didn't want him to vent his anger on an innocent person, and said through gritted teeth, Mr. Harris has nothing to do with this. If you want to vent your anger, take it out on me. What was Miss Clark saying? She doesn't like Baron and doesn't want to stay by his side? His gaze instinctively turned to the man beside him, and when he saw the veins on the man's forehead twitching, his own heart was also pounding. He had grown up with Baron since childhood, and this was the first time he had seen Baron with such an ugly expression. Normally, Baron would have thrown things at people in anger, but now that he's so furious, how could the weak Miss Clark withstand it? Although Scott had a good impression of Anna, he couldn't help but feel a little resentful towards her now. He didn't understand what exactly happened between the two, but Baron had never cared so much about a girl. How sad he must be to hear Miss Clark say such things. Anna Clark's back was soaked in cold sweat. Under the imposing aura of the man, her legs were shaking instinctively, and it was by sheer tenacity alone that she could barely stand there. Her tone softened, coaxing, Baron Lawrence, we were a mistake from the beginning. Why do you want to continue this mistake? You are an heir to the financial empire and admired by millions as a commander. There are countless women who like you as if you were a prized catch. What kind of woman do you not have? Why must you force someone who doesn't even like you? All these women like me. Why don't you? Baron Lawrence advanced on her, demanding, is it because I am forcing you? I've said, if you don't want to, I won't touch you. Anna Clark didn't know how to answer his question. The biggest problem between her and Baron Lawrence wasn't about force or no force, but that they were completely impossible. A relationship without a future, she never thought from the beginning to try it out. Climbing into his bed 5 years ago was an accident, and staying by his side ensued because she dare not run, as her grandpa's illness still required money for treatment which she lacked. She was with him from the beginning in order not to offend him. Thus she could be obedient, doing whatever he said, but she never once considered sincerely liking him. Later, when she had the money and her grandpa was okay, she discovered she was pregnant. Her first reaction was not to tell him, but to run away. Because she knew, her position and Baron Lawrence's were separated by a Milky Way. Not even a comet hitting Earth could bring them together. It was not about whether Baron Lawrence liked her, or whether she liked Baron Lawrence. They simply weren't a match. No one would hope for them to be together. Her only way out was to remain hidden, something she was unwilling to do. She didn't want it in the past, and she didn't want it now. With so many women liking me, of all types and shapes, why don't you? He seemed stubborn about this question. As Inna remained silent, he furrowed his brows and continued questioning her forcefully. Speak. Weren't you quite good at talking just now? If you give me an answer that satisfies me, maybe I will let you go. He jerked her shoulder. Speak, he commanded. She never thought about liking him? Baron Lawrence's face turned pale. His eyes darkened with billowing anger. The kind of anger that made him want to kill. Not only did Inna feel this terrifying energy, but Scott Harris was also taken aback. He quickly intervened. Lord, don't be angry. Miss Clark was just... Inna Clark opened her eyes with a defiant look, clenched her fists. I didn't say anything in a fit of anger. I meant it. I have never thought about liking you. I never even thought about it. How could I like you? Therefore, you don't have to worry about me. Controlling me the way you do now will only make me detest you. Hate. She told him she detested him. Baron Lawrence was about to explode from anger, his temples pounding, each throb a clenched heart attack. Only God knows the enormous self-control it took not to strangle that slender neck. Glaring with eyes filled with murderous intent, he kicked over the nearby trash can. Fine. Inna Clark, good for you. You really think I can't live without you, huh? What do you consider yourself to be? You're neither pretty nor have a good figure. You think you can act as you please just because I said I still have feelings for you? Fine. You want to leave me? I'll give you what you want. He gritted his teeth, enunciating each word. Beat it. Is it finally over? Inna Clark took one last look at him and left with a limp. Baron Lawrence watched her figure disappear at the classroom door coldly, suddenly raging and punching the blackboard again. The blackboard had already been dented from his previous punch, and it couldn't withstand another one, clattering to the floor. The bodyguards all lowered their heads, keeping silent, afraid of accidentally becoming cannon fodder. Scott Harris had a headache, worried about both Inna and Baron Lawrence. He braced himself to approach the man who was exuding an unwelcoming aura, saying, Lord, your hand. Baron Lawrence cut him off and turned to leave. Scott Harris quickly caught up. Before he could advise him to treat the injured wound first, Baron Lawrence had already gotten into the Bugatti Veyron. The silver sports car sped away, on the private plane flying to Illyria Country. The luxurious cabin was filled with an incredibly oppressive atmosphere. Everyone hardly dared to breathe, trying to do things as quietly as possible, not wanting to provoke the person inside. Will the Lord not apply medicine? Scott Harris walked out from behind the flight attendant and asked. The beautiful flight attendant was startled, but didn't scream due to her excellent professionalism. She patted her chest, rapidly calming down, and respectfully replied, No, young Master Baron has not allowed us to approach him since he came in. It seems that Miss Clark has truly hurt Lord's heart this time. Otherwise, Lord would not have canceled the conference in Illyria Country and made the last-minute decision to fly abroad. Scott Harris worriedly furrowed his brows, took a medicine box from the flight attendant, and walked over. This plane was Baron Lawrence's private jet, equipped with the most advanced equipment and luxurious decorations. At first glance, it looked like a hotel presidential suite, complete with sofas and a TV. At this moment, the man exuding an unwelcoming aura was drinking a bottle of vodka, gulping it down in large cups. Beside him, fragments were scattered all over the floor, showing the extent of the battle that had just taken place here. He carefully avoided the broken porcelain on the ground, placed the medicine box on the table, crouched down, took out iodine and cotton swabs, and said persuasively, Lord, if you don't treat your hand, it may become inflamed. Let me help you and treat it first, okay? The drinking man looked down at the fleshy and battered back of his left hand. His thin lips pressed into a straight line, and took another big swig of alcohol. Darn it, why can't his heart stop feeling uncomfortable even before leaving Linton City? It was just a woman. There were plenty of beautiful women with two legs. He could have any woman he wanted. Was it necessary to feel this miserable for a woman who thought she was all that? But he was feeling upset, incredibly stifled. Baron Lawrence looked at the phone on his left, receiving not even a single text message. The more he looked, the more irritated he became. With a dark, handsome face, he grabbed the phone and with a bang, flung it away. Scott Harris shuddered inwardly. He heard the man above him ask in a deep and somber voice, "Tell me, what's wrong with me?" "There is nothing wrong with you, Lord." "Nothing?" Baron Lawrence scoffed. "If there's nothing wrong with me, why doesn't she like me?" Well, he couldn't explain matters of the heart. Scott Harris hesitated. "Miss Clark may just be throwing a tantrum, Lord. Don't take it to heart." "So, you also think she's just throwing a tantrum?" Baron Lawrence seemed to find organization in confusion, suddenly stood up, growling with rage. "That woman is absolutely puzzling. Haven't I treated her well enough? When she is bullied, I stand up for her. When she's injured, I look after her in the hospital. What more does she want from me? She even dares to raise her voice at me." Scott Harris hung his head, daring not to interrupt, letting him vent. Baron Lawrence had been feeling a burning rage since a while ago. It was blocking his chest, making him extremely uncomfortable. He couldn't find anyone to vent, not to mention he cannot let others know he was dumped by a woman. To tell others, they would laughing out of their teeth. Finally, a knower came over, and he found someone to vent his feelings. "I think I've been too good to her. That's what spoiled her fearless character." He scoffed, lifting his chin. "I don't believe she won't come back to me." Scott Harris's mouth twitched, hesitating whether or not to tell the truth. As a housekeeper, he should not exceed his boundaries, but Lord Lawrence was too confident. He felt it was necessary to hint, given Miss Clark's character, she probably won't come back. "What do you mean? You mean she wants to dump me deliberately?" He spat the word dump out through gritted teeth. Baron Lawrence felt as if a rock was pressing on his chest. It was a heart-wrenching pain. He knew in his heart that what Scott Harris said was true, but he just didn't want to face it. Scott Harris had never seen him in such a bad mood. Lowering his head, he tried to dissuade him in a tone full of sympathy. "My lord, maybe you should let it go. There are so many women in the world. Just as Miss Clark said, there are plenty of women who would fall heads over heels for you." He admitted that through this time, he thought Miss Clark had a good character. But it's not like there aren't other good-hearted girls around. Miss Clark's character is nice, but she is not a consistently submissive person. If Lord Lawrence wants to find someone who completely follows his will, Miss Clark is not the best choice. Baron Lawrence pressed his lips together. The air suddenly dropped a few degrees. Scott Harris kept his eyes down, realizing the meaning behind his silence, sighed, and decided to speak a few good words for Anna. "Actually, I think Miss Clark said so all of a sudden today because she cares about you." "Cares about me? Makes me angry if she cares about me. Doesn't she know she should play along when she's given the chance?" "Scott Harris, I believe, if Miss Clark didn't care about you, she wouldn't bother to tell you these things. Anyone can guess that you would become angry after hearing those words. Miss Clark must have figured it out as well. Yet she still told you. And even if she knew you were angry, she kept going. If that's not caring, then what is? She knew I would get angry, but she kept going. That's suicide." Scott Harris could hardly catch up and hesitated for a moment. He organized his thoughts and said tactfully, "When Baron used to bully Miss Clark in the past, she never said these words to him. But this time, Baron hasn't done anything and even took Miss Clark to the amusement park. Logically, she shouldn't confront you. Yet, she did confront you, right after finding out that today is your birthday. I think the reason she did this is that she doesn't want you to get more involved. She feels that she doesn't like you yet, but you like her and treat her well, which makes her feel indebted. She doesn't want to keep you hanging, take advantage of your kindness, and not be able to give you what you want. So, she chose to make a clean cut and clear things up with you. Since Miss Clark is willing to talk to you, it means she cares about you. If you treat her better, she will definitely start to have feelings for you. Is it that Anna is afraid that he will be too kind to her and she will feel indebted, so she suddenly had the urge to clear things up with him? What a ridiculous reason. What a load of shoot." He said this, but the fire in his chest subsided considerably. "Lord." Baron Lawrence raised his jaw slightly and impatiently interrupted him. Do you expect me to take the initiative to contact her? That's impossible. Why should he? That woman inexplicably slapped him in the face on his birthday, and he still has to take the initiative to contact her? There's no need to think about it. Scott Harris, out of options, said everything he had to say. After helping Baron Lawrence bandage the wound on the back of his hand and packing the medicine box, he prepared to leave. At this moment, the man behind him suddenly coughed, placing his order awkwardly. Just now, I accidentally misplaced my phone. Can you help me find it and clean this place up? Scott Harris suddenly turned his head, eyes bright, and respectfully said, Yes, Lord. In no time, the violently destroyed cabin was cleaned up. His discarded phone was found in the corner of the table. After Baron Lawrence and the others left, he picked up the phone from the table. Due to his rage, the screen of his phone was shattered and completely useless. Baron Lawrence, irritated, threw the broken phone into the trash. On the other side, Anna Clark had just left school when she remembered that she was now penniless and didn't even have a dime on her. She took out her phone and called Olivia Lewis. She wanted Olivia to come and pick her up, but her phone was out of service. She called Olivia's manager, Andy, only to find out that Olivia had boarded a plane to Hogarth Island for a vacation 10 minutes ago. The plane had probably already taken off, so her phone was off. Anna hung up the phone and pursed her lips. Why was she so unlucky that Olivia just happened to be away at this time? She didn't have many close friends in Linton City. Was she going to call Jacob Clark? Even if she called, Jacob might not care about her. Broke and with nowhere to go, Anna felt a sense of relief, as if she had fought a difficult battle and finally survived. The wound on her shoulder still ached faintly, and there was a large bruise on her wrist. She limped her way to Bauhinia Garden. Her clothes were still at Bauhinia Garden. In any case, she needed to pack her things first. 1.5 hours later, Anna finally returned to Bauhinia Garden. Just as she was about to go in, she froze. Dad? Isn't Jacob Clark sitting in the black car parked by the roadside? Jacob Clark is already in his 40s, but his superior living conditions have delayed his aging, making him look like he is in his 30s. It's still faintly visible how handsome he was when he was young. Although time has left traces on the corners of his eyes and brows, it has also brought about a mature charm that young men lack. He is dressed in a dark tailored suit and frowns as he sees Anna. He quickly suppresses his anger and says expressionlessly, Get in the car. Anna doesn't know what happened or why he came to Bauhinia Garden, but she obediently opens the door and gets in the car. They drive in silence. The car pulls into the Clark family's villa. Jacob gets out of the car first, not even glancing at Anna, and goes inside. Anna purses her lips and follows him. The villa is unusually bustling today with Juliet Jordan, Jasmine Clark, William Sullivan, and Aunt from the Sullivan family present. When Anna arrives, Jasmine is like a butterfly, fawning over Aunt, occasionally provoking laughter in the living room. I'm back. At Jacob's announcement, everyone in the villa looks over. Seeing Anna following behind him, the atmosphere suddenly quiets down. Anna is already used to this feeling of not fitting in. She stands 3 steps away from the crowd and asks her father, Dad, why did you call me back? Is there something going on? Jacob sits down on the sofa without answering her. He asks Auntie Wren to pour him a cup of tea, takes a sip, and then raises his head. Anna, are you hiding something from me? What does he mean? Anna hesitates and denies. No. Humph, Dad. Even if Anna is hiding something, she won't tell you. Her wings have hardened already, and she won't take your words to heart. She probably doesn't even consider us family in her heart. Jasmine taunts maliciously. Juliet scolds. Jasmine? Jasmine snorts contemptuously, turns her face to act coy with the man beside her. She finds that William Sullivan is staring intently at Anna. Following William's gaze, Jasmine sees Anna standing there. Jealous, she clenches her teeth and fists and resentfully says, I wasn't wrong. Why else wouldn't Anna mention young Master Smith? Young Master Smith. Anna's brows furrow with sensitivity. Juliet gracefully advises, Anna, Mayor Smith contacted your dad, asking about you. He said you and young Master Smith have already met in private, and that he really likes you. You are also interested in him, so the 2 families may be united by marriage. If you have time, meet with young Master Smith first, Your dad isn't trying to force you. He just wants to hear your opinion. Inna finally realizes who they're talking about. It's the man who tried to force himself on her in that private room. Finn Smith. They actually want to introduce her to Finn Smith and even marry her off to him? Inna's eyes grow cold as she sweeps them over everyone on the couch, finally landing on Jacob. She stubbornly purses her lips and asks, Dad, do you also believe that young Master Smith really likes me? That I have feelings for him? Jacob frowns, irritation surging in his heart. He didn't care whether he believes it or not. All he knows is that recently, Mayor Smith has been causing trouble for the company, even ruining several established deals. Without the mayor's own basket of troubles, the company would have been in jeopardy. So when Mayor Smith came to him about this matter, he didn't think too much. He just wanted to resolve it quickly. Now, when Inna suddenly questioned him, he recalled what Jasmine had said to him before, and an inexplicable anger surged in him. He said somberly, if Mayor Smith said so, it must be true. If there was nothing wrong, people wouldn't know about you since you just came back to the country. Inna's heart turned cold, and she hooked the corner of her mouth, suddenly laughing. Why does he know me? Didn't Jasmine tell you? Jasmine's face stiffened, and she retorted sharply, What do you mean? If you want to say something, say it. Don't drag me into it. You should know very well what I mean. Weren't you at the money house that day? Inna didn't want to endure anymore. Why should she? In this family, there wasn't a single person who treated her like a family member. She didn't need to live as a submissive, White Lotus. William looked at her. Jasmine's eyes flickered in panic, and she quickly explained, I was meeting a friend. You were meeting a friend and specifically brought Mr. Sullivan along? Inna sneered. What a coincidence. Indeed, it was too much of a coincidence. During her days in the hospital, she kept thinking about the meaning of the girl Jasmine introduced, as mentioned by Finn Smith. After considering every possibility, she could only think of one reasonable explanation. Jasmine had introduced Finn to her aunt, and through her aunt's hands, sold Inna out. Meanwhile, Jasmine just happened to bring William Sullivan to the money house, and William happened to witness her improper relationship with Finn, pulling and tugging. If she hadn't experienced it herself, she couldn't believe that someone as young as Jasmine could be so malicious. Even more unimaginable was that this malice would be directed at her. Yes, she didn't like Jasmine, but no matter what, Jasmine was her sister from the same father but different mothers. She didn't like Jasmine, but she had never thought of doing anything to her. Looking back, she had been too naive. Just because she didn't have thoughts of harming Jasmine didn't mean Jasmine wouldn't harm her. William wasn't stupid. He thought of what Inna had thought of. His gentle eyes instantly turned cold, and he scrutinized the young girl beside him for the first time, frowning. Jasmine, shouldn't you explain yourself to me? Jasmine's heartbeat raced under his gaze, trying to explain, but unable to find a perfect excuse. She could only tear up, looking at him with tears streaming down her face, as if she had suffered a great grievance. Brother William, don't you trust me? I just want to clarify. Clarify what? How I hurt someone. I didn't. She looked injured, eyes wide open. Just because my sister casually said a few words, you suspect me? With that, she threw herself into Juliet Jordan's embrace, sobbing. Juliet gently patted her back to comfort her, while raising her head, saying discontentedly, that day Jasmine's good friend returned to the country and invited her to a reunion at Money House. I didn't feel comfortable letting her go there alone, so I asked her to call William. Jasmine's friend called when your dad was present. Whether it was a coincidence or intentional, your dad knows best. Jacob Clark had always felt that he owed her because of Inna's existence. As soon as she spoke, Jacob's face darkened, and he said, Enough. I was there that day, and Jasmine's friend did indeed call and invite her to Money House. Inna, you shouldn't keep entertaining wild thoughts all day. Perhaps because she had no expectations, Inna Clark didn't feel disappointed when he said so. It seemed to have always been the case since childhood. No matter what Jasmine Clark did, as long as she cried to Juliet Jordan, Juliet would always stand up and rebuke her indifferently. Then Jacob Clark would definitely give in, and in the end, it would be her fault. Although she didn't feel disappointed, there was still something inside her that felt blocked, causing a twinge of pain. She took a deep breath, suppressing the sour and bitter feelings in her chest. she said. I know what the truth is. Dad, if you think I'm overthinking things, then perhaps I am. Before Jacob Clark could respond, she continued, but I won't meet Finn Smith, and I won't associate myself with the Smith family. I'm not trying to sell you. I just wanted you to meet young Master Smith, Jacob Clark said, a headache apparent in his tone. He softened his words in an attempt to reason with her empathetically. I don't know why Mayor Smith has been giving our company such a hard time lately. Inna, for the sake of the company and the family, please go meet him. For the company? For the family? Had he any idea what Finn Smith had done to her? Inna's heart felt cold. She couldn't even muster the strength to pull the corners of her mouth into a smile. She looked at him without any expression, her fist tight. I'm not going. I'm already married. William Sullivan suddenly glanced at her. She was married? To whom? To Baron Lawrence? Jacob Clark hadn't expected her to be so ignorant. She'd lied to trick him, even after he'd gone to such lengths to explain himself. His face darkened with anger. You're married? To whom? The man in Bauhinia Garden? Without giving Inna a chance to explain, he brought his hand down with a thud on the table, causing the teacup on it to bounce with the impact. Auntie Rin, who was nearby, looked worriedly at the stubborn Inna standing there. She wanted to step forward to intercede, but dared not interrupt at such a moment. I always thought you were different from your mother, a girl with self-respect and self-love. Even after what happened 5 years ago, I still believed you were just young and innocent. But now, you've not only been living with a strange man, you've even let yourself be kept for money. That his daughter, a Clark, had been kept for money. How could he ever show his face if this got out? Inna's face grew noticeably paler. She raised her head and retorted for the first time. It takes two to make a clap. Even if my mother lacked self-love and self-respect, she couldn't have created me by herself. Her bright eyes stared into those of Jacob Clark. Disappointment, mockery, and a range of other emotions surfaced, eventually turning into a numbness devoid of hope. I don't know who's been whispering in your ear, but though I've been living with a man, it's not how you imagine. But it doesn't matter, because in your heart, my existence is only a disgrace, she said. This was why she had to make things clear with Baron Lawrence. Having grown up in such a deformed environment, she didn't want Bobby to grow up in the same surroundings. Jacob Clark stared back at her, unable to disguise his guilt, but he hardened his heart the very next second. Why should he feel guilty? He had already done his duty by raising her to adulthood instead of abandoning her at the orphanage. Inna took a deep breath, scanned the people in the villa, and turned back to Jacob Clark. No matter what you think of me, I am grateful for your care. Rest assured, I won't trouble you. I will leave Linton City immediately, so you don't have to worry about offending Mayor Smith. Jacob Clark's face eased a bit. Pausing briefly, she continued in a blank expression, but before I leave, there's one more thing. What's going on? Inna Clark didn't speak. She walked straight to Juliet Jordan, expressionlessly pulling up Jasmine Clark, who was buried in her arms. What are you doing? Inna Clark, take your dirty hands off me. Jasmine struggled hard, but Inna was too strong and she couldn't break free. Thinking of how Inna had embarrassed her in front of William Sullivan, Jasmine couldn't help but yell, "Let go of me! Auntie, seed!" As the last word fell, Inna lifted her hand and slapped Jasmine's face. Slap. A crisp sound echoed in the villa. Jasmine was hit, turned her face and unbelievably covered half of her face. You dare to hit me? This slap is for those 3 words you just said. I have a dad and a mom. Even if I didn't, it's not up to you to criticize me. The words "even if I didn't" jabbed at Jacob Clark, making his old face flush. At the same time, he scolded angrily, Inna, what are you doing? As if she hadn't heard, Inna slapped Jasmine's other cheek with her backhand sharply. This slap is to repay the love you showed me at the Chiangue. She bit down hard on the word love. Jasmine was about to make a fuss, but when she heard the words Chiangue, her eyes dodged. She screeched, I don't know what you're talking about. It's been clearly explained that what happened at Chiangue was just a coincidence. You know in your heart whether it was a coincidence or not, and I know it too. Inna didn't bother to argue with her and slapped her last time. Jasmine's left cheek was red, swollen, and tingling. She covered her face, unable to restrain her anger. This slap is for your nonsensical gossip at Dad's place. Juliet Jordan watched Anna slap her baby daughter 3 times in a row, suddenly coming to her senses, cooling down, and scolding softly. Anna Clark, even if you're going crazy, you should see where you are. Do you really think I can't do anything to you? Of course, I know where I am. It's your house, Jasmine's house, Linton City's Clark family. But it's not her house. She faced Juliet Jordan's anger without fear. After all, she had withstood someone else's fury. So what did anyone else's anger count for? No matter how frightening, it couldn't be scarier than when Baron Lawrence was angry. She pursed her lips and said to Jasmine, who was covering her face, "These 3 slaps are to tell you, I won't tolerate you anymore. If there is a next time, don't blame me for being rude." After saying that, she bowed to Jacob Clark and turned to leave. Only when she got out of the Clark family gates did her eyes turn red. She suppressed the rising sense of grievance and sourness in her heart, constantly telling herself, "Anna, it's not a big deal. You were going to leave anyway. Leaving sooner or later is still leaving. It's just leaving a bit earlier. Plus, leaving Linton City isn't a bad thing. You have to look on the bright side and be optimistic." Feeling better with the emotions in her chest untangled, she exhaled and headed towards Bauhinia Garden. She still needed to pack her clothes, return the ring and bracelet that Baron Lawrence gave her. Transportation was also a problem. As Olivia wasn't around, she had to find a solution herself. Phew, the car will find a way when it reaches the mountain. She didn't believe a living person could suffocate. In the Clark family villa, after she left, there was a moment of silence. Then Mrs. Sullivan stood up gracefully and told William Sullivan, who was lost in thought, "President Clark must have work to do, so we won't bother you any longer. We'll leave first." With their family laughed at, Juliet Jordan had no intention to retain the guests. After exchanging a few pleasantries, she sent them away. Jacob Clark was probably restless and scolded the weeping Jasmine for a while before going to his company. In the blink of an eye, only Juliet Jordan and Jasmine were left at home. Jasmine Clark was still crying, but Juliet Jordan didn't comfort her. Instead, she put down the teacup in her hand heavily and snorted coldly, "You still have the nerve to cry, Mom?" Jasmine's teary eyes widened. Had she seen a ghost today? Why was everyone treating her like this? It was bad enough that Brother William and Dad were angry at her, but why was her usually doting mom treating her this way? What had she done wrong? Juliet's gentle eyebrows were chilly, and she asked accusingly, "What did you do at the singing vault that day?" The singing vault again. Jasmine's eyes flickered, and she stopped crying. Then she said grievously, "Mom, even you don't trust me? I didn't do anything. Anna framed me. She's jealous that I'm together with Brother William. So she slandered me in front of Dad and Brother William." "Enough." Juliet interrupted her impatiently. "I know whether you did it or not. You can confess, or I'll investigate." She had heard that Mayor Smith's son had recently been disabled, and the police had arrested him without going to the hospital. Considering Mayor Smith's sudden attack on their company and what Anna had said, she couldn't help but think about Jasmine. In front of the Sullivan family and Jacob Clark, she had to defend Jasmine. But in private, she had to find out the truth to avoid any bigger trouble. "What did you do to Anna?" In the family, Jasmine was most afraid of Juliet, who seemed to have a gentle temperament. Juliet always meant what she said. If she said she would investigate, she would. Jasmine gritted her teeth and braced herself to say, "I introduced her to Finn Smith." Introduced? Jasmine told her what had happened at the singing vault and defended herself unconvincingly. "I didn't expect things to turn out like this. I just wanted to introduce her to young Master Smith. If she could marry into the Smith family, it would be good for our company. Even if she couldn't enter the Smith family, being with Finn at least could bring some benefits to the family. Who would have known that that little witch would be so ungrateful and offend young Master Smith, and let the man who was keeping her hurt young Master Smith?" The more Jasmine spoke, the angrier she became. What's wrong with young Master Smith? He is, after all, Mayor Smith's precious son. What is she? She has been living off our family for decades, and it's difficult for her to contribute a little? All she knows is to say that we don't treat her like family. If she really considered us as her family, she should have tried to please young Master Smith. Juliet had never imagined that Jasmine had done so much behind her back. She was so furious that her face turned green with anger. If it weren't for the fact that Jasmine was her own daughter, she would have slapped her. She suppressed her anger and interrupted Jasmine. "Enough, Mom?" Jasmine still didn't realize what she had done wrong and looked at Juliet pitifully. Juliet didn't even look at her and warned her coldly, "You are not allowed to mention this to anyone, understand? No matter who asks you, your trip to the singing vault that day was a coincidence." "I know, of course," Juliet continued, "and I've told you to be polite to Inna in front of your dad. How did you do?" "I don't want to hear your explanation, Jasmine. Remember, you're not allowed to mention Inna's background in front of your dad anymore, and stop calling her mean names like witch and jerkchild." If Inna was a jerk, what did that make Jacob? She couldn't believe her daughter was so clueless. Juliet suppressed her anger, looked at Jasmine's pitiful appearance, and softened her voice. "Let it go this time. Don't mess with Inna anymore, understand?" Inna was merely a wild plant, while her daughter Jasmine was the legitimate first young lady of the Clark family. Why should she bother with a weed? Jasmine's tears fell again, and she clenched her fists tightly, hiding the resentment in her eyes. Reluctantly, she said, "I understand." 10 hours later, the plane came to a smooth stop at Illyria Airport. Dozens of luxury cars were already parked outside the airport, waiting for the VIPs to disembark. After contacting the pick-up staff, Scott Harris entered the cabin and saw the man whose eyes were full of red veins and hadn't slept at all. He quickly lowered his head to ask, "Lord, the car is here. Do you want to go home first, or to the company?" Baron Lawrence bought a new phone as soon as he got off the plane. He eagerly turned it on but discovered that there were no text messages or missed calls. His thin lips pressed into a straight line, and he emotionlessly threw the phone into the trash can. With his hands in his pockets, he coldly said, "Scott, find me some women." "Find women? Women?" Scott Harris stammered, seriously doubting whether his ears were ringing. Wasn't the Baron known for not liking those women around him? Why would he suddenly want women now? As the housekeeper of the Lawrence family, he was no ordinary person. Thinking back to what had happened earlier, he suddenly understood. The Lord was trying to vent his anger at Amos Clark. It seemed they hadn't reconciled yet. "Are you deaf, or do you not understand human language?" "Women, I want women." Baron Lawrence's face was unhappy, looking more like he wanted a gun to kill someone rather than women. He tugged at his collar, somewhat annoyed. He had a reception in the afternoon, and he needed a female companion to ward off those disorderly women who might approach him. Scott Harris, after all, was a servant and couldn't disobey Baron Lawrence's orders. Although he wanted to advise him otherwise, he respectfully went to arrange it. The Lawrence family had a massive presence in Illyria country. Although Baron Lawrence rarely returned to Illyria, he still owned a castle, like villa there. "Welcome home, Lord." With hundreds of maids in uniform greeting him in a standard manner, one could easily mistake this for the imperial palace of a monarch, if not for the fact that they lived in the 21st century. Unfortunately, the man being welcomed had a serious face, giving off an aura that strangers were unwelcome. Within minutes, Scott Harris hurriedly led a few hand-picked beautiful women into the castle. The castle was entirely European style, rumored to have been an outlying palace of King Louis XIII. The interior was extravagantly decorated, with tens of millions worth of precious paintings casually hanging in the corridors. The exquisite marble corridors alone were invaluable, not to mention the main hall. Tessa Winters had never been to such a place, and seeing the other women gasping in amazement as if they'd never seen the world before, a flash of disdain passed through her eyes. But upon seeing every decoration here, she couldn't help but show her greedy and envious eyes. "Please wait a moment. The Lord will be here soon." The maid led the women into the hall and quietly retreated. Several people called at the same time as Tessa Winters gathered together, excitedly discussing the master of the villa. They were all well-known local socialites and had no interest in talking to Tessa Winters, an outsider. "Humph, what's the big deal?" Men look at a woman's figure and appearance, not their background. She didn't believe she couldn't outcompete a bunch of stupid women speaking bird language. Tessa Winters didn't care at all about being ostracized, and she looked at the villa's furnishings with a seductive gaze. They waited for over half an hour, and finally, the door to the living room was pushed open. A man dressed only in a bathrobe came down the stairs. Tessa Winters exclaimed in surprise, "Young Master Lawrence? What was Baron Lawrence doing here?" She had met him by chance at a dinner party once, but she had no opportunity to get close to him at that time. She didn't expect the person who invited them today to be Baron Lawrence. Her blood was pumping with excitement, her fingers trembling slightly. Who in the entertainment industry wouldn't want to hitch a ride on Baron Lawrence's coattails? If she could catch his eye, she would have smooth sailing in the entertainment industry from now on. Moreover, if she performed well, there would be no need to mingle in the outer circles, living a luxurious life worry-free. As Tessa thought about her future, her charming face involuntarily revealed an excited expression. However, Baron Lawrence paid no attention to the excited expressions of the women. He frowned in dissatisfaction, turned his head, and glared at Scott Harris, complaining, "Is this your taste in women? Do you only look at their chests?" Scott felt very wronged. It was normal for men to look at women's chests first. There was nothing wrong with choosing women with good figures, right? Baron Lawrence scanned the room, not finding any women that appealed to him. Why was it that he could only find that woman appealing, but not others? Didn't they all have the same nose and eyes? Baron Lawrence was extremely irritated. His eagle-like eyes were gloomy as he glanced at Tessa Winters, the only woman who could be considered fair and had black hair, and said, "Scott, find her a place to stay." Young Master Lawrence actually chose her. Tessa's eyes widened in surprise, and her entire body trembled with excitement. "Yes, Lord." Soon, someone led Tessa away. She let out a long sigh of relief, not daring to cling to Baron Lawrence on her own initiative. As long as she stayed, there would be plenty of opportunities. After everyone left, Scott handed him a file. "Lord, these are the materials you'll need later. At 3 p.m., President Bill invites you to play golf. At 5:30 p.m., there's a company meeting. At 6 p.m., you have a dinner party, and at 8 p.m., you're invited to attend a charity auction." Scott spoke methodically. As the successor of Lawrence Corporation, Baron Lawrence had countless meetings and social engagements every day. This was in Illyria country, where it was relatively more relaxed. If he were in Linton City, his schedule would be even more packed. Dinner party? Yes, it's a dinner party hosted by President Bill's wife. "Do you want me to prepare a female companion for you?" It was customary to bring a female companion to a dinner party, or else others would ridicule you. "Just take the one from earlier." He had asked Scott to find a woman for him, originally for the afternoon gathering. If he went without a female companion, others would try to set him up on blind dates again. Scott was momentarily stunned. Wasn't it because of Ms. Clark that the Lord had asked for a woman? However, since he was a housekeeper, he quickly caught on and lowered his head to say, "Yes, I'll arrange it later." Pour me a cup of coffee." Baron Lawrence picked up the file and began browsing through it. Scott quietly cleared the wine glasses and poured a cup of coffee in front of him. Seeing that he was no longer upset, he whispered, "I just called Ms. Clark." The workers stopped and looked at him, clearly asking him to continue. Scott Harris hesitated and braced himself to go on, but Ms. Clark didn't pick up. It was one thing for him not to call, but her daring not to pick up was another. Bang! The table was kicked over. Scott kept his eyes on his nose, having grown accustomed to this. Baron Lawrence's chest heaved violently, and his eyes were full of blood. He roared, "Keep calling her until she answers." In his past life, he must have dug up her ancestors' graves. That's why the heavens sent her to torment him in this life. Inside Bauhinia Garden, Anna Clark had packed up her belongings. Since she had never planned on staying here for long, she didn't have much stuff. In addition to a few pieces of clothing, there were only a few small items like toothpaste and toothbrushes. When she packed everything, the suitcase was only half full. She walked into the living room. The room was spacious and bright. The wind blew through the windows, causing the white curtains to flutter. Sunlight streamed in. She was about to leave. Anna lowered her head and looked at the pink diamond ring and bracelet on her left hand. The pink diamond sparkled in the sunlight. She suddenly remembered someone's threat. If she dared to take it off, he would cut off her fingers. Inna shook her head speechlessly. She didn't know how to describe someone's domineering character. She hoped that his temper would improve after she left. At this moment, ding ding ding, the phone on the sofa rang. She took off the diamond ring and bracelet and solemnly placed them on the coffee table in a conspicuous place. She also put the $22.5 men's silver ring she had bought in Pacifica Island next to it, then turned around to answer the phone. The words Mr. Harris jumped on the phone screen. Inna was stunned and didn't understand why Scott was calling her. Was Baron Lawrence calling her using Mr. Harris's phone? The hand she was using to answer the phone hesitated for a moment. Finally, she swiped her finger to reject the call. As soon as it was hung up, the phone rang again. Inna frowned, once again hanging up. After a few repetitions, she just turned off the phone. The world was finally quiet again. She took one last look at the mansion in Bohemia Garden, left the room key inside, and closed the door behind her. Click. The door was locked. Inna took a deep breath, relaxed her mood, and walked out. Now she had an important task: find a reliable second-hand mobile phone store to sell her phone. She had no choice because she couldn't find a dime in her pocket. She couldn't think of any other way to get the money for the car fare quickly except by selling her phone. However, it was the 21st century, and she was still in such a pathetic state. It was absolutely tragic. The elevator came up. Inna took one last look at the closed door before getting on and took a deep breath. No matter what, everything would get better, and she would work hard. 3 months later, near Linton City, at 5 p.m. in the capital city, a sweet voice echoed through BBC City Traffic Radio amidst the endless stream of city vehicles. The day's work is over. Isn't it time for you to take a break from your busy schedule on your way home? This is City Help program on the City Traffic Radio, and I'm the help girl, Inna. As usual, let's start by playing a song for everyone to help ease the exhaustion of the day. I hope you like it. It's The Wind Continues to Blow by Brother. An elegant and melancholic male voice accompanied the melodious tune, singing softly. Inna Clark particularly liked this song, and she turned up the microphone volume with her eyes half closed. The song ended. With a casual smile, she shared the origin of the song. Just like a friendly chat, Behind the Wind Continues to Blow, there's actually little known story. At that time, the Golden Melody Awards nominated 2 popular singers. One was the reigning Golden Melody King, and the other was Brother. Before the awards were announced, the Golden Melody King publicly announced through the media that he would voluntarily withdraw from the competition to avoid disputes. At the time, the King was in his prime, and Brother was a rising star. So, many rumors spread around. The fans of the King were emotionally charged, demanding an apology from Brother. Brother eventually gave up on the award. In the following year's concert tour, he sang this new song of his own composition, The Wind Continues to Blow, and announced his exit from the music scene. This song also conveyed Brother's sentiments to his fans. I personally love this song very much, and I hope you all do too. Inna paused as she looked out the window. Tiffany Clifford gave her an okay gesture, and she nodded her head and smiled, saying, "Now, let's move on to our help session. Let's connect to our help hotline and see who's called us." It wasn't Inna's first time answering phone calls, and she had long gotten used to the initial nervousness. With practiced ease, she let the call through and greeted the caller. "Hi, help girl. I'm stuck in traffic on South City Road, and I wanted to ask if I'll encounter any more traffic on the way to Century City. If there's traffic, I won't go." "All right, hold on. Let me check for you." Inna's fingers quickly checked the traffic route map, and then she picked up the phone again, playfully saying, "Sir, no worries. The road ahead is as clear as ice and completely unobstructed." The man, clearly pleased with the anticipated answer, hurriedly said, "All right, thank you. You're welcome." Inna hung up the phone, smiling at the microphone. "I hope this gentleman can smoothly reach his destination. All right, let's take the next call." Inna Clark hung up the phone, and a coarse voice of a middle-aged man came in like a blast. "Hey, is this Help Girl?" "Hello, this is Help Girl, Inna." There was a mysterious laughter from the other side of the call. "I heard your program say you can help with anything. Is that right? I will try my best to help if I can. Then you help me persuade my hag of a wife to divorce me quickly. My darling is waiting for me to marry her." Keeping a straight face, Inna responded coldly, "Before that, I suggest you take a cab to Robson Road. There's a supermarket there. Turn left when you see the supermarket. There's an alley next to it. You go down the alley, and you can repeat what you've just told me to whoever you meet in there." After finishing, Anna Clark cut him off without giving him a chance to continue speaking. She moved on to the next caller. 2 hours later, the lights in the live broadcast room were turned off. Anna Clark cut off the call and put on the music through her headphones, saying, "Well, it's 7 p.m. again and time to say goodbye. To all our audience, see you tomorrow. Now I'll play Sunny Day for you all, wishing you a good mood throughout the day. This is Help Girl Anna. Goodbye." The familiar music melody sounded. Anna Clark took off her headset, stretched, and walked out of the live broadcast room. The director, Tiffany Clifford, seeing her come out, gave her a thumbs up and teased with a smile. Nah. You are really getting more and more awesome. The box on Robson Road is actually a police station, right? That's a neat idea. By the way, shall we go for dinner together later? He's already having an affair. Isn't that worse? Going to the police station will give him a record for when he eventually divorces and leaves with nothing. Anna Clark picked up her handbag and keys from the table, shaking her head. Not today. I have to go pick up my darling from school. That little guy holds grudges. They had agreed this morning that she would pick him up from kindergarten after work. If she didn't go, he would certainly be angry. Tiffany looked disappointed. I see. I was going to invite my significant other to join us as well. Can't be helped. You know how Bobby is. We'll have to do it another time. Anna Clark thought for a moment and said, next week, after we get paid, I'll treat you and Brother Smith to a meal. The salary from her current job was good, $3,000 a month. Plus, she didn't want the 5 insurances and 1 fund. She would have about $3,500 a month. In addition, she had a part-time job as the main correspondent for Gossip magazine, and altogether she made about $5.6 grand a month. After paying utilities, rent, and Bobby's tuition, she could make ends meet by saving a bit every month. It's a bit more work, but it feels good to spend money you earned yourself. Fantastic. We have a deal then. You're not allowed to back out later. Tiffany knew she was single and raising a son, so she agreed verbally, but she made up her mind not to let Anna pay when the time came. Yes, Your Highness. Anna Clark joked with her for a bit, then looked at the time on her wristwatch. It was about time for her to leave. She picked up her bag, waved at Tiffany. I need to get going. See you around, Sister Tiffany. Goodbye. Bobby goes to Kingsville Kindergarten, which was very close to where they lived. Anna Clark hopped on her electric bike and rushed to the kindergarten. She immediately saw the small lad dressed neatly at the entrance of the kindergarten. The small lad, wearing a neatly tucked UK-style shirt, was engaged in an animated conversation with a man. There was a little girl standing next to the man, dressed in a princess dress, with sparkling eyes fixed on the lad with the expression of an infatuated fan. Anna Clark had just parked her car when he spotted it. After saying something to the man across the room, the man looked over and gave her a gentle smile. Waving goodbye to Bobby, he then took his daughter's hand and climbed into the white Mercedes-Benz parked close by. Woman! Bobby bounded over with his little backpack. A triumphant grin spread across his handsome, little face. He greeted her cheerily. Anna flicked him on the forehead, exasperatingly retorted, Tobias Clark, how many times have I told you not to call me woman in public? You should call me Mummy. Well, there's no one else here anyway. Besides, if you didn't have long hair, who would know that you were my mom? The boy, known as Tobias Clark and nicknamed Bobby, didn't care about her. His young age did not hold back his cutting remarks. Never mind that now. I have something to tell you. His little eyebrows shot up as his phoenix eyes, twin to those of Baron Lawrence's, shone while looking at Anna. He said, Woman, did you see that man just now? Yes, I saw him. What's up? What do you think about him? Anna was flummoxed. What's to think about? She was too far away to even examine him properly. Just about how you feel. He continued in annoyance. I did some snooping for you. He is a doctor, 35 years old. He's 178 centimeters tall and weighs 140 pounds. He works in the neurology department at the Bright Health Hospital. He's a master's graduate from Zenith University, has a promising future. Plus, his wife died in a car accident 2 years ago. Now he's only left with a daughter to raise and is still single. Speechless, Anna looked at the enthusiastic Bobby. Are you a paparazzi? You've got every aspect of his background down pat. This is all because of you. Tobias pouted unhappily. If you hadn't dragged your feet about getting married, I wouldn't have had to exploit my charms to find a man for you. Anna stifled a laugh, nearly choking on her own breath. You didn't actually cozy up to his little daughter to trick her into revealing her father's information, did you? Curiosity piqued. She asked, by the way, how did you befriend her? Did you offer her a lollipop? Or flowers? Do I need to? Tobias clenched his tiny fists, showing his young yet enchanting face, snorting. I just gave her a smile, and she spilled everything. She even insisted, after school, on waiting for you with her dad. How annoying. Anna gave him a once-over, giggling. His outfit, no more than a few dollars from a roadside stall, appeared as elegant on him as a designer piece would. His striking phoenix eyes, lascivious and intimidating, made him appear God-sent. If one didn't know better, they might accuse him of being some noble lost child. How traditional it was for a charming smile to win over a maiden. Yet all he did was hoodwink a child to win over her father. With a sigh of resignation, Anna lifted him to the back seat of the car and turned to him. I'm not interested. The person in the back quickly grew rattled, protesting loudly. Why aren't you interested? I think he's great. Look, being a doctor may not make you wealthy, but it's a stable profession. What's more, his wife died in an accident, not a divorce, which suggests there are no significant issues with his character. And his daughter likes me. With me around, you wouldn't have to worry about the common conflicts with stepdaughters. Taking everything into account, this guy is at least a 65 out of 100. Anna Clark's face darkened as she thought he was really overthinking it. Is this the kind of thing a 5-year-old should be worrying about? Even if he's great, I won't like him. Tobias Clark pouted, as if he already knew she would say that. Woman, don't be too picky. While your skin is still firm, find a good man to marry. Look at yourself, small chest and flat butt, just average in appearance, not highly educated and having me. How can the moon be reached in a distant venue? What are you thinking? Bobby, children should not despise their mother's looks, nor dogs their home's poverty. Anna was almost enraged with embarrassment by his words. Was she that bad? She admitted that she had a small chest and flat butt, but how could her appearance be average? She looked quite good once she got ready. As for not being highly educated, she was 18 when she got pregnant with him, living abroad, so how could she achieve a higher education? However, who taught him the phrase about getting the moon first? Are they teaching this in kindergarten now? Tobias looked at her without speaking for a while, and he thought she had accepted it, saying carelessly, anyways, I already gave your WhatsApp number to Uncle Wyndham. He also added you. Remember to accept him. Chat more privately. Feelings need to be cultivated. Maybe if you chat more, you will like him. It's better to make a mistake than to miss an opportunity. It's better to make a mistake than to miss an opportunity. Anna was completely speechless. She reached out and pinched his cheek, pretending to be mature, and shot him a glance. All right. It's not good for a child to think so much. You might not grow tall. Not growing tall has always been Tobias's biggest worry, and sure enough, when she hit the nail on the head, his face changed immediately, venomously replying, Anna, men just grow and develop slower than women. I will grow taller, but your breasts won't grow bigger. You've drunk my milk too. Bobby was caught off guard, his little face turning a mixture of black and red, the red hinting at blue, and he couldn't find any retort for a long time. Anna quickly got in the car and rode home. When they finally got home, parked the bike, and walked up to the apartment, the previously suffocated little boy suddenly blurted, I didn't have a choice, but if I did, I would have chosen a bigger one. Something bigger? Anna was stunned for a moment, then realized what he was talking about. She couldn't help but laugh and smooth things over. Well, sir, I'm so sorry my chest is too small. She casually took out her key and opened the door. They now rented a small 2-bedroom apartment. Although it was far from her job at the radio station, it was close to Bobby's kindergarten. Moreover, there was a wet market nearby, which was very convenient. Most importantly, the price was right. Anna gritted her teeth and decided to rent it. As it turned out, her decision was correct. Bobby was growing, and living near the wet market was better than living near the subway station. It was quiet, and she could go to the market every day to buy fresh vegetables to cook. This not only kept him healthy, but also saved a lot of money compared to buying expensive calcium supplements for children. Bobby, wash your hands and rinse your mouth when you get home. As soon as they entered, Inna immediately put her things down and headed to the kitchen. She opened the fridge, looked inside, took out winter melon, ground meat, tomatoes, etc., and didn't forget to urge him while multitasking. Also change your clothes, sit on the sofa and play on your phone. Watch TV for a while. I'll call you when I'm done cooking. Okay. Without her instructions, Tobias had already washed his hands and mouth, changed his clothes, and was sitting on the sofa playing on the iPad. The next morning, Inna Clark watched as Bobby entered kindergarten. As soon as she turned around to head to the radio station, she accidentally bumped into someone. I'm sorry, excuse me. A mature and calm male voice with a hint of laughter came from overhead. It's okay. You must be Tobias's mom, right? Inna looked up and noticed the man standing in front of her was about 1.8 meters tall. He was probably in his early 30s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and exuded an intelligent air. She vaguely recognized him, but couldn't immediately recall where she had seen him before. The man in front of her extended his hand. Hello, my name is Wyndham Howell. I am the father of Rose Howell, who is Tobias's classmate. Do you remember seeing me at the school entrance yesterday? Yesterday, at the school entrance. Inna suddenly remembered who he was. Feeling a bit awkward, she shook his hand and introduced herself. Inna Clark, mother of Tobias Clark. Thank you, Mr. Howell, for keeping my son company for so long yesterday. Wyndham smiled warmly and replied surprisingly candidly. It was actually Rose who insisted on waiting with Tobias. She knew his mom would be working late and didn't want him to feel alone. As a father, I had no choice but to accompany my princess in her wait. Although Wyndham wasn't particularly handsome, his demeanor and speech were very comfortable. During their first conversation, he didn't come across as overly friendly or too aloof. He was mature and humorous, exuding an easygoing charm, like a friendly neighbor. Inna couldn't help but feel at ease. Embarrassment gone, Inna smiled and explained, Yesterday, I got off work quite late, and there was some traffic on the way, so I arrived later than expected. Still, I must thank Mr. Howell for spending so much time with Tobias. Ignoring her gratitude, Wyndham suddenly asked, I heard from Tobias that Miss Clark is a host? Inna guessed that little Tobias had intentionally only mentioned that she was a host, leaving out the fact that she was a radio host, the lowest ranking occupation among hosts. She didn't mind, though. Jobs don't determine a person's worth, and she was supporting her family through her own hard work as a radio host. She replied openly, Yes, I'm a radio host. BBC Traffic Broadcast City Helper? I've listened to a few of your shows, and your hosting style is quite humorous. Wyndham finished his sentence and, ignoring her surprised expression, invited her with a smile. Miss Clark, you must be on your way to work now? Our hospital is nearby. Would you mind hitching a ride with me? I don't have any ulterior motives. I just think that Tobias and Rose are in the same class and usually get along well. Since it's on my way, I thought I'd offer Miss Clark a ride. If you feel uncomfortable, feel free to ignore my invitation. Seeing that he had put it this way, Inna would have seemed too conceited if she refused. After a moment of thought, she nodded and said, Thank you, Mr. Howell. No trouble at all. Without giving it much thought, Inna followed him. For one thing, she knew herself well enough not to flatter herself that she was so attractive that men would go out of their way to prey on her. Secondly, it was true that there was a Class A hospital near the radio station. Wyndham hadn't lied. Thirdly, she had forgotten to charge her electric bike last night and was indeed in a rush to get to work. After the Mercedes-Benz stopped in front of the radio station, Inna got out of the car, thanked Wyndham Howell once more, grabbed her bag, and went into the office. The moment she stepped into the office building and hadn't even put down her bag, a mug appeared in front of her. She looked up and saw Tiffany Clifford gazing at her with a gossip-filled face. I saw it all. Saw what? Inna Clark put her bag in a drawer and turned on her computer. Tiffany leaned in closer, her eyes gleaming. That guy just now. I saw him driving what looked like a Mercedes-Benz. I couldn't tell the model, but it must be at least 30,000. He's tall and has a nice figure. She had seen Inna coming out of a man's car on the second floor and thought it was an illusion. But with a closer look, she was sure it was Inna and couldn't help but peer through the window for a better view. Who is that man? He brought you to work early in the morning? Are you living together? Your son didn't cause a fuss? Tiffany bombarded her with questions, clearly very curious. Inna was annoyed by her questions and ignored them, moving Tiffany's mug and pouring herself a glass of water before returning to her seat. When she looked up and met Tiffany's curious eyes, she rubbed her temples and complained helplessly, "That's a parent from my son Bobby's kindergarten class. He saw that I didn't have a car and offered to give me a ride since it was on his way. So you managed to score a ride in a Mercedes Benz?" Inna really wanted to reply that back in the day when she had a part-time job, she had also accidentally gotten onto Baron Lawrence's bed. Compared to sleeping with Lord Lawrence, how could predestination not bring her a ride in a Mercedes Benz? Tiffany noticed she wasn't lying and hesitated for a moment before nudging her with an elbow. "Hey, Inna, I think that man is quite good. Is he married?" Inna knew what she meant, but she honestly didn't have any ulterior motives towards Wyndham Howell. So she played dumb and smiled, teasing her. "Why? Did you fall in love at first sight?" After that, she let out a heavy sigh, deliberately exaggerating and kidding. "Oh, my poor brother Smith, still unaware that his wife is about to run off with someone else. Should I play a passing smile during this afternoon's live stream? You hurt me, only to smile and walk away. Your love is brilliant. My love is weak." Tiffany's face turned red from her teasing, and she covered Inna's mouth and glared at her fiercely. "Stop singing that, you little brat. No more singing. No matter how young they are, those who do well in the workplace have good judgment." After Tiffany realized that she wasn't interested, she didn't bring up Wyndham Howell again. Instead, she poured half of Inna's water into her own cup and took a sip. Glancing around at the few people present, she lowered her voice and leaned in close to Inna's ear. "I've got some big news for you." What kind of news was so significant that the usually calm sister Tiffany called it a big deal? She was curious. "Our company has been acquired." Acquired? Now, Inna was truly puzzled. Their radio station was just a local car radio station with limited reach. Although their performance wasn't bad, it wasn't particularly eye-catching either. Additionally, the car radio station industry had many limitations, with advertising revenue being the main source of income. Why would anyone want to acquire their radio station? "I just found out about it from Cooper in the office. Apparently, the other company wants to integrate all city radio stations into a complete radio entertainment industry chain. Our station is part of their plan. They're rich and powerful and offered our boss an irresistible sum. They also promised a 10% monthly salary increase and a 5% increase in commission. Cooper said that our boss is so happy these days that he can't even close his mouth." "Huh. I heard he's been crawling to please the new boss's mistress. Always so busy." Tiffany expressed her indignation as she spoke. The fat fish she mentioned was their department head for the afternoon shift, who was notorious for his odd, stingy, and mean personality. But it's good to have a new boss now. At least Fathead Fish won't be able to exploit us by taking advantage of being the boss lady's relative. After hearing her words, Inna Clark also felt that it was a good thing and added with a smile, "The most important thing is that the salary has increased. With a higher salary, she could save some money for Bobby's elementary school expenses. She could also buy more clothes and shoes for Bobby. As for the new boss, it was something for the company executives to worry about. For her, a small fish, it didn't matter who the boss was. All you care about is salary. It's like you're obsessed with money. Speaking of which, your little Bobby yesterday." Tiffany Clifford was about to chat with her casually. Suddenly, there was a commotion, and an annoying voice followed. "Ms. Winters, slow down. The floor is slippery." Inna had heard this voice for nearly 3 months, and she knew who it was without even looking. Fathead Fish. As expected, a skinny, immoral figure appeared. He was probably around 45 or 6, so thin that his clothes couldn't even fit him properly, but his head was slightly bigger than normal, making him look like a long face. He looked like a toothpick with a potato on top, quite comical. At the moment, he was bowing and shooting like a servant, protecting a tall, luxurious-looking beautiful woman. As soon as the beautiful woman entered, she pinched her nose, as if there were viruses inside, and complained with a disgusted face. Why are there so many people here? Her question was so odd that even the great bootlicker, Fathead Fish, was stunned for a moment. He quickly snapped back to reality and said cautiously, "It's almost time for work, so everyone is here, which is why there are so many people. Ms. Winters, would you like to go to my office for a while? It's more spacious." Tessa Winters raised her eyebrows and lifted her chin arrogantly. "I don't have that much time. Which of your radio station shows has the highest ratings? Take me there. Ms. Winters, please follow me." Fathead Fish led her to Inna Clark and Tiffany Clifford, introducing them obsequiously. "These are the host and director of our radio station's highest-rated program." He immediately turned his head and changed his face, urging impatiently, "Inna, Tiffany, greet Ms. Winters." Tiffany and Inna had no idea who this Ms. Winters was, but they didn't want to cause trouble, so they greeted her perfunctorily. Tessa Winters had always been pampered and treated with caution by everyone during this time. She knew that Tiffany and Inna were perfunctory when they greeted her. She was instantly burning with anger, but held back her urge to lash out as there were many people around. With a displeased expression, she threw a stack of papers at Inna. "Take this. I want you to do an interview for me. Here are the terms. Make sure you read them carefully. Don't ask me questions I don't want to answer." The condescending tone of her command was downright uncomfortable to hear. Inna frowned but didn't take it, looking at Fathead Fish beside her and saying, "Boss, our program is about fun interaction. Sudden changes like having an interview wouldn't be appropriate, right?" Fathead Fish knew it wouldn't be appropriate, but his most important task now was to please the big shot's mistress. He couldn't afford to care about anything else. He immediately scolded Inna with a stern face. "Just do it as you're told." Inna wanted to throw the papers back in his face and refuse, but she thought about the upcoming salary increase and her hungry baby son at home. She clenched her teeth, put on a forced smile, and took the papers handed to her by Tessa Winters, saying, "I understand. Oh, and I'll be bringing a few friends with me, so remember to prepare extra seats. I like Kiffery's afternoon tea. Make the black tea strong and add 2 sugar cubes. Remember, it's Skynanary's sugar cubes, not any other kind. I'm allergic to others." Also, she made a series of requests, played with her bejeweled manicure, and looked at Inna Clark and Tiffany Clifford with a haughty gaze. "Have you guys got all that? Don't get it wrong, or I won't film." Tiffany's face was livid, and just when she was about to retort, Inna quickly held her back, without any extra expression on her face. The boss should remember it. She endures, enduring for a moment of peace and tranquility, moving back a step for a vast world and endless sky. Anyways, it's just for one episode, not for a lifetime. Just bear with it, as she is the new boss's darling, while she is just a lowly minion waiting for her earning. Fathead Fish couldn't possibly miss an opportunity to flatter, immediately showing loyalty. "Ms. Winters, rest assured, I'll arrange everything properly. There won't be any mistakes." With a few more empty compliments, he finally coaxed Tessa Winters away. As the two walked away, Tiffany slammed the cup on the table and cursed angrily. "So unacceptable. Does she think she's on vacation? Only Kiffery's afternoon tea and Skynanary's sugar cubes? One store is in the south of the city and the other in the north. Just driving back and forth takes 2 hours. Lucky she drinks black tea. If she wanted a drink, would we have to go to the Arctic to get her pure glacier water? She's nothing but a mistress, and she thinks she's a princess." There were many people and various tongues in the office building. Inna hastily stopped her from continuing and whispered to comfort her, "It's okay, Sister Tiffany. It's just one episode, and we won't see her every day. Think about your salary. Think about Brother Smith. Just endure." Tiffany only struggled with swallowing her anger initially, but quickly realized that this was an office environment. If she continued cursing, she might lose her job. The job of a director was relatively easy, and the pay was good. Losing it over short-lived anger was not worth it. Moreover, she and her boyfriend had already set a date to get married, and after the wedding, they would talk about having children. Money would be needed everywhere. If she lost her job at this point, her future mother-in-law would definitely have complaints. She understood the reasons, but she still felt anxious and angry. She was not in the mood to chat with Enna and went back to her seat with her mug. Enna opened her computer and sighed helplessly. It wasn't true that she wasn't angry. She definitely was. She was even angrier than Tiffany, as she and Tiffany had built this show from scratch. Suddenly someone interfered, and anyone would be upset. But there was no way out. This is the real world, not a TV show. When power is pressed down, you have to accept it. However, she could tolerate it only because the new boss's baby was messing around for just one episode. If this continued, she would be the first to disagree. This work was originally Tiffany's job, but this time, Sister Tiffany was so angry that she had no heart for it. So she had to do it herself. Since she had to do it, she would do her best. Enna Clark was the type of person who, once she started doing something, would focus wholeheartedly on it. By the time she finished, the office had already closed for the day. She stretched, saved the hard-earned plan, shut down her computer, and grabbed her bag from the drawer. To Tiffany Clifford, who was still working overtime, she said, "Sister Tiffany, I'm leaving first." "So early? I have something to do." Tiffany thought she was talking about handling Bobby's affairs, so she nodded and said goodbye. "All right, you go ahead. I'll wait for Brother Smith to pick me up." "Showing off your love." Tiffany glared at her happily, then said, "When will you show off your love for me too? I've already prepared a red envelope for you." "Not that topic again." Enna's head magnified, and she escaped quickly with a laugh, cough, cough. "When you've saved up a super big red envelope. I'm really leaving now, bye." "Bye." Leaving the company's gate, she skillfully crossed the street and walked to the intersection on the other side. A black Aston Martin was parked by the road, and as she approached, the driver skillfully opened the door for her. "Young madam, I was just thinking of calling you." Enna got in like a thief, explaining sheepishly, "I had some work stuff today, so I got off work a bit late." During her first week in Capital City, she had only $45 left from selling the phone and was almost penniless. She could only afford a cheap motel and went out to find work during the day. But her education was too low, and she had no work experience, so no better jobs were available for her. The only choices she had were cashier or salesperson positions. She didn't mind hard work. When her grandpa was sick and needed money, she had done all kinds of jobs. But if she wanted to bring Bobby back to the country, she couldn't find a job with long hours and instability. So, she searched for a full week without finding anything suitable. Just as she was about to give up, her long-lost secret husband suddenly sent her a message. He asked if she had time to help him out with something, and then introduced her to her current job when he heard she was in Capital City. As for the favor he asked, it turned out to be a house he owned in Capital City that needed someone to clean it regularly, so he could move in immediately when he returned to the country. Enna had also wondered why he didn't just hire a professional cleaning company. The only reason she could think of was that his friends had many QMRKS, as Adam Sinclair na once minuonia, honest sni let go. These days, rich people with no strange habits were embarrassed to call themselves wealthy. The driver was not chatty and drove the car towards the wealthy suburbs on the outskirts of the city. The whole journey was silent. Soon, the car stopped in front of a beautiful villa. The driver stepped out quickly, gently opened the door for her, and placed his hand on the car top, saying, "Young madam, we've arrived. Mind your head." Enna was embarrassed by his repeated address as young madam, but didn't think it would be a good idea to explain. So she just ignored his appellations and thanked him with smiling eyes. "Thank you. It's my pleasure." The driver didn't dare to let her thank him and immediately said, "Young madam, please go inside first. I'll be waiting outside for you, and you can call me anytime you need something." "All right." She took the room card from her bag and swiped the door open. Click. Suddenly, a stunningly beautiful house came into view. Transparent floor. 2 ceiling windows were clean and bright, showcasing the flower-filled courtyard. The spiral staircase was made of solid wood, basking in the mottled sunlight, each step evoking a sense of tranquility and comfort. The entire house was decorated in a minimalist style, but Enna Clark never thought minimalism meant it was cheap. Having cleaned it for 3 months, she knew all too well how wealthy the homeowner was. In this house, whether it was the floor or the furniture, everything was from top international brands. Jasmine Clark had bought a dressing table from this brand before. Not only was the price shockingly expensive, but it also had to be imported by international air freight, which meant paying an additional hefty fee for air transportation. Jacob Clark had criticized Jasmine Clark just for purchasing a dressing table. Yet this entire house was furnished with these luxury items, even the kitchen, which indicated just how wealthy the owner was. Anna simply marveled at this. She didn't think too much about it, as she was well aware of why she had married her secret husband and understood that their relationship was barely more than that of strangers. Regardless of how much money her secret husband had, it had nothing to do with her. Even if there was an inheritance, it would most likely go to their beloved boyfriend. Having sat for a whole day, she stretched lazily and did some simple stretching exercises. Then she rolled up her sleeves and turned on the TV. She planned to watch television while cleaning. As soon as she turned on the TV, she was stunned. The man's side profile was clearly visible on the 56-inch ultra high-resolution LCD TV. His dashing eyebrows, noble eyes, high, bridged nose, and perfectly charming lips that seemed to be inviting someone to kiss were all magnified. Every aspect of him was so perfect that it seemed like a masterpiece crafted by God. At the very moment she was struck dumb, the proud man suddenly looked at the camera. Anna felt the illusion of making eye contact with him through the screen. Her hand gripping the cleaning cloth reflexively tightened. Fortunately, the person on TV looked at the camera only for a moment before the camera zoomed out, providing a different angle and revealing his full figure. He sat on a coffee-colored sofa, with his long legs more eye-catching than those of models on the runway, neatly wrapped in black pants. His chiseled facial contours were firm, and the screen could hardly contain the surge of his masculine pheromones. He was assertive and high above everything else. He sat there lazily, like a resting cheetah showing off its agile body. He seemed indifferent, but clearly warned strangers not to approach. The female host across from him was visibly struggling to catch her breath under his powerful aura. Even though she tried her best to maintain her composure, her slightly reddened ears betrayed her excitement. With a smile on her face, she hooked the corner of her mouth and asked tentatively, "We all know that young Master Lawrence rarely accepts interviews, and it's not easy for us to have invited you this time. Your fans online are extremely excited and have left comments on our official website, requesting you to answer their questions. Sir, can I ask you some questions?" With a sudden frown, the man made the atmosphere drop by a few degrees. Just as the host nervously thought she would be rejected on the spot, the cold-faced man said impatiently, "Just ask." Ahem. The most frequently asked question might be a bit gossipy. Everyone wants to know what type of women young Master Lawrence likes. Able to sit outside and work at home, he stated with 8 simple, crude words. Anna was speechless for a moment, really befitting someone's style. The female host hesitated for a moment, but as a popular host, her ability to adapt on the fly was extraordinary. She quickly responded, laughing and joking. The scope mentioned by young Master Lawrence seems to be quite broad since any woman could meet those criteria. Could you give a more specific requirement? Baron Lawrence raised his eyebrows impatiently, giving her a disdainful glance, and his thin lips touched lightly. My standard is simply finding someone pleasing to the eye. However, up to now, only one woman had caught his fancy. So, Anna Clark was the standard. The female host was confused and wanted to ask more questions, but seeing his impatient expression, she wisely closed her mouth and changed the subject to finance. Anna couldn't understand any of it, so she just zoned out with the cleaning cloth in hand. Ever since they parted ways 3 months ago, she hadn't seen this man for a long time and even deliberately avoided his news these past few months. For some reason, this time seeing him on the screen, she felt that his complexion seemed somewhat pale, as if he had been seriously ill. Was Baron Lawrence sick? Was it because of overwork? Or was it because of her? Although the possibility of it being because of herself was slim, Anna's heart still skipped a beat. She picked up the TV remote control from the coffee table and turned off the TV with a click. Finally, the house was quiet again. It was probably not because of her, right? She analyzed it seriously, and Baron Lawrence liked her back then mostly because she had helped him block that one time, and it was probably just a momentary impulse. Yeah, there's no way it was because of her. Anna took a deep breath, threw the messy thoughts in her mind aside. adjusted her mindset, and started cleaning again. She came to the villa to clean every week, so the place was always spotless. All she had to do was dust the furniture and mop the floors. However, the villa was large, and it took her almost an hour and a half to finish tidying everything up. After finishing, Inna didn't rest. She quickly washed her hands, put on an apron, and opened the fridge. As always, the fridge was stocked with a variety of vegetables and meats. She chose a few and took them to the kitchen. Her secret husband said that he had a relative in Capital City Hospital who was sick and wanted some home-cooked meals. Each time after she cleaned, she would cook some food at home for the driver to deliver to the hospital after dropping her off. Since he had done her such a huge favor, Inna had no objection to cleaning and cooking for him every week. She turned on the faucet and tossed the ripe tomatoes into the water one by one, washing them and pondering. What to cook today? Patients should eat lighter meals. Last week, she made shiitake mushroom stewed chicken, fishball soup, and scallion braised sea cucumber. What about this week? She couldn't just make tomato scrambled eggs, could she? As the tomatoes tumbled in the water, Inna skillfully washed them, put them aside, and suddenly, a light bulb went off in her head. She thought of a light, tasting dish, tomato beef brisket. She wasted no time and started cooking right away. She opened the fridge and found fresh beef brisket inside. She took out the beef brisket along with pork ribs and winter melon and got to work. Tomato beef brisket, pork ribs, and winter melon soup. And a few side dishes should be enough. Checking the time, she figured it had to be enough. She had finished work late, and if she didn't go home soon, her dear Bobby would be fuming. Inna's knife skills were fast, and her hands were nimble. 1 hour later, most of the dishes were ready, and only the pork ribs and winter melon soup was still simmering on the stove. She untied her apron, turned the heat down to the lowest, and walked out of the kitchen. The living room was shining clean and looked beautiful in the setting sun's glow. Looking at the fruits of her labor, she felt happy and couldn't help but smile. Ignoring her fatigue, she picked up her bag on the sofa and took out her phone. As expected, her phone was flooded with messages from her beloved Bobby. "Woman, haven't you gotten off work yet? I remember that you work overtime every Friday. When will you pick me up? I'm so bored. Hey woman, I'm home. Mr. Nick dropped me off. What about you? Still at work? Why aren't you replying? Inna, are you cheating on me? Are you really with another man? Reply me now." Inna Clark was speechless. Was this a 5-year-old son or a 50-year-old dad? Not wasting any time, she quickly sent him a message and threw her phone into her bag. Outside the door, the driver was waiting for her. Seeing her come out, he immediately helped open the car door. "Young madam, please?" Uncle Harper, the rib soup is still simmering on the stove, and I really don't have time to wait for it. I've already added salt. Could you help me turn off the fire?" "All right. Thank you." Inna got into the car, followed by the driver. The car slowly drove to Inna's rented neighborhood entrance and stopped at the alley. Inna got out of the car, waved goodbye to the driver, and walked towards home. As soon as she entered the door, the living room light was turned on. In the brightly lit room, the little guy with a serious face was standing with arms crossed, scrutinizing her with a gaze as if examining an unfaithful wife. "Were you really working overtime today?" Inna switched to her slippers as walked over to coax him. "All right, don't be angry anymore. I'll come back earlier to be with you next time. I don't want you to accompany me." The little guy wriggled out of her embrace, his little face flushed with anger, and he said insincerely, "I'm not even angry." "Really not angry?" Inna's heart melted, and she pulled on his puffed cheek. Her eyes curved with a smile. "All right, I swear I'll come back earlier to be with you next time." Tobias was still unhappy, but he didn't get mad at her anymore. Frowning, he said, "Dirty, go wash your hands and get ready for dinner." Having said that, he went to the kitchen wearing oversized men's slippers and brought out the already prepared food. Tobias was only 5 years old and not even a meter tall, so Inna didn't allow him to use the gas stove. He could only make simple cold dishes. By the time she had finished washing her hands, the food was already on the table. It looked very appetizing. Tobias lifted his little chin, handed Inna the chopsticks, and commanded, "Eat." Inna took the chopsticks and sat down, starting to eat quietly. Perhaps because it's hereditary, Inna had never taught her son to eat in silence, but he never spoke during meals. From the time he couldn't hold chopsticks steadily, he already had good table manners. She had always been amazed at this. No wonder people said that having money doesn't make one an aristocrat, only an upstart. Looking up at the straight, postured Tobias, she couldn't help but sigh. An aristocrat's bloodline is carved into the bone marrow, and it cannot be measured by money. But no matter how noble, he was still her son. Inna's mood was good, and her appetite was great. She finished a bowl of rice very quickly. After eating, she voluntarily cleaned up the tableware and watched the cartoon with her little Bobby. An hour-long interview had just ended. Scott Harris respectfully handed an iPad to the man with an icy face, who snatched it over. Did she leave? Yes, Miss Clark has gone back. Baron Lawrence's thick eyebrows furrowed. His temple twitched, and he became even more upset. Unfortunately, at this time, someone approached him. Young Master Lawrence. With her exquisite makeup and intelligent dressing, who else could it be but the host from earlier? She handed the interview script to the assistant and walked over quickly, looking up at the tall, handsome man, and invited, "Thank you so much for today. I've finally completed the task assigned by the station director. To express my gratitude, may I invite you to dinner?" Scott Harris glanced at her, mourning for her silently in his heart. Just as he thought, "You don't have to thank me. I never intended to help you. I came here because Adam Sinclair traded a piece of land for my presence. It has nothing to do with you. If I didn't have to come here, I wouldn't waste a single second on such a tedious holiday." Brutally honest. Without even sparing a glance at the pale woman, he walked away. Scott Harris hastily followed. Once they got into the elevator, he quietly said, "My lord, don't you think you were too harsh on young Master Sinclair's cousin just now?" Baron Lawrence fixed his cold gaze on him and asked, "Have I slept with her? Then why should I show her any respect?" It was a big deal for him to come on this special time every Friday. He knew exactly what that woman was thinking. But why should he play along? He had no interest in dining with a woman who irritated him just by looking at her, even if she was Adam Sinclair's sister. Scott Harris finally shut up. Downstairs, the car was already waiting for them. Without waiting for the driver, Scott Harris opened the door for him. Baron Lawrence slid into the seat comfortably. Immediately, a dozen Hummers started and left smoothly. The handsome man leaned back against the leather sofa, tiredly closing his eyes and rubbing his nose bridge. After his exhaustion subsided a bit, he switched on his iPad. The screen displayed every move Inna Clark made in her mansion in Capital City. From her getting in the car, getting out of the car, to her entering the mansion. Everything she did, saw, and said was crystal clear on the screen. There were even different angles to choose from. If Inna saw this, she would rage about illegal surveillance. However, she knew nothing. Quietly, Baron Lawrence watched the petite woman in the video clean the room for him, cook soup for him, and his sour mood instantly improved significantly. Soon, the car stopped in front of his castle, like villa in Illyria country. He put away the iPad and got out of the car. Inside the villa, a fox-eyed young master had been waiting for a long time. As soon as he saw Baron Lawrence return, he got up with a smile and said, "I thought you might not come back tonight. Did you not take a fancy to my cousin? Cut the shoot. What's up?" "I came to see a patient, as your doctor. Apart from the check, UPS, what else could it be?" Underneath Adam Sinclair's jocular exterior, he got down to business in no time. After making his patient sit, he lifted his shirt. The man's abs rippled as he moved, but the crisscrossing wounds on his back were more eye-catching than any visual titillation. Sinclair quieted down, gently pressed on his patient's ribs, and asked, "How does it feel? Does it hurt?" Lawrence's ribs stabbed with pain, but not a flicker of discomfort showed on his face, nor did he groan. "I'm fine. Please, does fine mean good or not good?" Sinclair furrowed his brows in frustration. "Young Master Lawrence, President Lawrence, General Lawrence, can't you just cooperate with me for once?" 3 months ago, Inna Clark suddenly left Linton City. That same night, he received a long-distance call from Scott Harris, saying that Baron Lawrence had a severe car accident. He rushed to Illyria overnight and performed a 12-hour surgery to save Lawrence from near death. But over the past 3 months, his patient hadn't been cooperating with the treatment. Although Sinclair had said that the patient needed to stay in the hospital for 3 months, Lawrence had discharged himself after a month and a half. He hadn't stopped his work or his meetings for a second, and this was after finding Anna Clark and bringing her back under his control. Sinclair didn't dare to think about what would have happened if Baron Lawrence hadn't found Anna Clark promptly. Adam Sinclair imagined various possibilities, inadvertently shuddering. Fortunately, he found Anna Clark. "How can I help you check your health if you don't cooperate? Aren't you planning to return home? Are you still going?" "Shut up." The man on the sofa looked impatient, but his body cooperated involuntarily with the examination. Adam quickly conducted a simple examination for him, and after confirming that there was no major problem, he breathed a sigh of relief. He put down his stethoscope and looked worriedly at him. "Scott Harris mentioned your recent insomnia has gotten really severe?" "I'm used to it." Such indifferent words seemed as if the insomniac was not him. Adam furrowed his brow. "Not convinced? Hasn't your insomnia improved? Why has it suddenly worsened again? Haven't you been taking the medication I prescribed for you?" "I have." The anti-insomnia pills didn't work very well for him. There was no difference between taking them and not taking them at all. Seemingly knowing what he was about to ask, Baron Lawrence interrupted him. "It has nothing to do with the medication." "So what was the cause?" Adam looked puzzled. Baron didn't intend to tell him the reason and had Scott send him away. The huge castle quieted down. The man on the sofa picked up the remote and connected the iPad to an ultra-high-definition projector. Pressing the play button, soon a delicate figure appeared on the wall. In the video, she was seriously selecting vegetables for cooking, washing them thoroughly. Strands of hair naturally hung on both sides of her cheeks, outlining her soft profile. Perhaps due to concentrating on washing the vegetables, she didn't notice that her white shirt was splashed with water and became see-through, revealing the black bra underneath. What's worse, she happened to bend down in front of the camera at that moment. Instantly, the seductive scene was fully exposed. Baron's throat tightened, and the desire he had suppressed for almost 4 months suddenly flared up. His eagle eyes stared intently at the video. He reached out, unzipped his pants. Half an hour later, a warm flow ran through his lower abdomen and he breathed a sigh of relief. After casually wiping himself clean with tissues from the table, he went to the bathroom. The cold water from the showerhead rained down, finally extinguishing the burning desire of his skin. He closed his eyes, recalling the enchanting sight he had just witnessed, and felt a tightness in his throat. It was as if his heart was being clenched, tightening one squeeze after another. Anna Clark, darn it. Could just watching her video cause a reaction in him? However, he recalled the words Scott had said when he woke up after the car accident, and he clenched his hands at his sides. If enduring and taking things step by step could make that woman fall for him, he could endure. The premise was that she must fall for him. From the living room came the soft, weak voice of the young woman. Uncle Harper, the rib soup is still simmering on the stove. I didn't have time to wait for it to finish. I've already added salt. So could you help me turn off the heat? Thank you." He sketched in his mind her expression of embracing laughter while saying those words, released his hands, and casually draped a bathrobe from beside him over his body. He picked up his phone from the living room sofa and called Scott Harris. "When will the items arrive?" "The plane has taken off about 1.5 hours ago. It should arrive in about 3 hours." If Anna knew that the meals she cooked each time were not being sent to the so-called hospital, but cost tens of thousands to be flown by private plane from capital city to Illyria country, she would definitely be dumbstruck. "Send them to me as soon as they arrive. I'm hungry." He paused, as if thinking of something, and said, "Also, prepare everything. I'm going back to my country." "Yes, Lord." Anna Clark had no idea she was being controlled by others. The next morning, as soon as she arrived at the company and hadn't put down her bag, Tiffany Clifford threw a file at her. "Hey, today we're doing the last business deal of the month, okay?" Anna pulled out the file, looked at it, and made an okay gesture to her. Thea Wood from the night shift said that the boss of this deal is very difficult to deal with. "I hope we're lucky enough to drink less," Tiffany mentioned drinking, and her whole body seemed to lose energy. Forget it. Don't even dream about it. Our beautiful Thea from the broadcasting industry said it's difficult to deal with, so it must be really difficult. I just hope I don't get drunk. Anna gave her a blank look, even more powerless than her. She hated socializing the most. But in doing car radio broadcasting, it wasn't about the number of listeners, but the number of advertising sponsorships. Their monthly income was tied to sponsorships. If they hadn't reached the company's sponsorship target, their salary would be deducted. The less they pulled in sponsorships, the more severe the deductions. Now she had to rely on this to support her family, so even if she didn't like it, she could only grit her teeth and go ahead. At 11 a.m., after Tiffany called the other party, they took a taxi to Hamilton Family in the south of the city. Upon arrival, the waiter led them both up to the second floor and politely said before the private room at the corner, "Ladies, it's right here." "Okay, thank you." The waiter walked away. Anna and Tiffany looked at each other, making sure the other was ready before opening the private room door with a smile. There were more than a dozen people sitting in the room, and the food had already been served. They were drinking merrily. As they entered, a bald old man stood up, his lustful gaze sweeping over both of them and landing on Anna. He asked, "Which one of you is Tiffany? Come here and sit." Tiffany quickly stepped forward, shook his hand, and enthusiastically greeted, "Mr. Smith, nice to meet you. I'm Tiffany from BBC Radio, and this is my partner, Anna Clark." Then she turned to Anna, smiling and introducing, "Anna, this is the very nice Mr. Smith I mentioned to you." "Hello, Mr. Smith," Anna immediately greeted appropriately. Bald Mr. Smith nodded with a smile. Hello. Miss Clark is truly a beautiful woman." His comment came abruptly, and in order not to make the atmosphere awkward, Tiffany quickly added, "Mr. Smith, you're too biased." "Am I not a beautiful woman?" Bald Mr. Smith held her hand without letting go, patted it twice, and said with a smile, "Of course Tiffany is also a beautiful woman, and everyone who comes from BBC Radio is. Isn't that right?" The people at the table all gave him face, agreeing one after another. Bald Mr. Smith laughed even more happily. His alcohol-smelling mouth couldn't even close properly, and he beckoned Tiffany and Anna to sit. "Tiffany, Anna, come and sit." Anna walked to the empty seat and sat down before she saw who was sitting opposite her. Astonished, she blurted out, "Cherish, you know each other?" Mr. Smith asked curiously. Before Anna could answer, the woman across the table stood up, picked up the white liquor bottle, and filled the glass in front of her. With seductive eyes, she leaned toward the bald Mr. Smith and pouted playfully, "How come only Mr. Smith is allowed to know beautiful women, and I'm not? That's too much." "I didn't mean that. Cherish, don't misunderstand me, Mr. Smith. Drink this and I won't misunderstand." As she spoke, she handed the wine glass to bald Mr. Smith. Her flirtatious eyes seemed full of emotion, making the men gulp hard. Took the glass she handed over, tilted his head back, and drank it down. Then, when no one was watching, he patted her plump buttocks. "I drank it. Cherish, are you not angry now?" How could anyone be angry with Mr. Smith? She cast a sultry, teasing glance at the bald man and explained, "Anna and I were high school classmates, so that's how we know each other. But later, Miss Clark went abroad to study, and we lost touch. So that's how it is. It seems like fate that you meet again today. Since you're classmates, why not exchange phone numbers? You can hang out together some other time. I have no problem with that. It depends on whether Miss Clark is willing. It's rare to meet a high school classmate. Anna will definitely agree, right?" Mr. Smith cut in. With him saying that, Anna couldn't refuse, so she reluctantly exchanged phone numbers with Cherish Jordan. There's no shortage of topics at a business dinner, and after they exchanged numbers, a new discussion took the spotlight. Anna took the opportunity to sit down and looked at Cherish while holding her phone. Cherish's figure stood out in a formal suit. Her pencil, straight legs were wrapped in a tight skirt, enticingly revealing and undeniably charming. Not to mention her flirtatious demeanor, even Anna, as a woman, felt that this was what men would consider a perfect beauty. But if Anna hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never have believed that the shy and reserved girl from the past could have become what she is now. "Come on, Mr. Smith, let me toast you another drink. You must take care of our company's business from now on? Of course. And Manager Baker, thank you for looking after us last month. Ha ha ha, it's my pleasure. Cherish seemed to know everyone well, even better than Tiffany Clifford at the dinner table. She took care of almost everyone present, especially the men, who were utterly enchanted by her. Tiffany was dumbfounded and whispered into Ina's ear, "Your high school classmate is amazing. From the moment we walked in, she's had at least 8 shots of white liquor, and her face hasn't even turned red. Could she drink like this before?" Ina was a little unsure about how to answer. Before? She remembered Cherish getting drunk at the mere touch of alcohol and being afraid to attend reunions, which involved drinking at least a few beers as a token gesture during a dinner. "Tiffany, Ina, let me toast you both." At that moment, Mr. Smith suddenly noticed them and walked over with his wine bottle, filling their glasses to the brim. His pour was so generous that it nearly overflowed. Ina's head swelled at the sight, but in this situation, she couldn't avoid embarrassing him, so she reluctantly picked up her glass and drank it. The white liquor was spicy and strong, choking her and making her throat uncomfortably sore. Just as she managed to swallow it down, her glass was filled again. Mr. Smith, the bald man, held up his glass and approached her with a smile. He flirted, "They say that you look more and more beautiful under the light. Ina, come on, I'll toast you another." Having spent so many years at business dinners, Tiffany sensed something was off and quickly intervened. "Mr. Smith, my partner isn't much of a drinker. I'll drink with you." Mr. Smith's face darkened instantly, and he grumbled unhappily, "Just one toast and she can't drink? Am I losing face here? That's not what I meant. I meant to say." Tiffany stumbled over her words, not expecting him to turn hostile so quickly. Just as the atmosphere grew awkward, Ina raised her glass with a smile and broke the ice. "Don't be mad, Mr. Smith. I don't have a high alcohol tolerance, but Sister Tiffany is worried that if I get drunk, I'll cause a scene and ruin the mood. That's why she offered to drink for me. But when Mr. Smith offers a toast, how could I have someone else drink for me? Mr. Smith, here's to you." With that, she tilted her head back and swiftly finished her drink. When she finished, she made sure to turn the glass upside down, proving she hadn't left a single drop. Mr. Smith's face broke into a smile after hearing her words and watching her drink so spiritedly. He laughed even harder. "That's more like it. Ina, I'll toast to your words." He poured another full glass, but he didn't drink his own from before. "To you, Mr. Smith." Ina Clark raised her glass and quickly downed another. After drinking 3 glasses of white liquor in a row, she felt like there was a fire burning in her stomach, and it was terribly uncomfortable. Her face was even more flushed, like a ripe apple, incredibly tempting. Mr. Smith poured her 2 more drinks. After Ina gritted her teeth and drank them, he finally stopped and went to drink with others. Tiffany Clifford breathed a sigh of relief, helped Ina sit down, and asked worriedly, "Ina, are you okay?" "I'm fine." The queasiness in her stomach worsened. Afraid she wouldn't be sober enough to last through the drinking session, she told Tiffany before getting up to go to the restroom. Ugh. In the toilet, she vomited all the alcohol from her stomach, finally feeling a bit better. After leaving the restroom, Ina rinsed her mouth with cold water and reapplied her lipstick. Just as she was about to leave, someone reeking of alcohol barged in. "Mr. Smith?" She was alarmed and quickly retreated a few steps. What was he doing in the women's restroom? Brody Smith wanted to catch her off guard and give her a big hug, but she spotted him. Grinning, he rushed towards her with open arms, saying, "Our Ina is such a beautiful woman. She looks even prettier in private. Mr. Smith, please behave." Anger flashed in Ina's eyes as she dodged him and spoke firmly. Brody missed twice, then frowned at her before sneering. "Miss Clark, why are you pretending to be so innocent with me? You came to me at noon today because you want me to sponsor your program, right? I'll tell you the truth. I find you quite attractive. I can sponsor you, not just for this month, but for a year. However, I have one condition. You have to sleep with me in this restroom." Ina had seen shameless people before, but never someone as shameless and self-righteous as him. Brody saw her silence and thought she might be embarrassed, so he smirked and said, "What do you think? This is a pretty good deal, isn't it?" "Oh, don't be shy. That girl at the broadcasting, Thea Wood, slept with me last month, but I don't like her type. After she slept with me once, I only sponsored her program for half a year. If you do it just once, I'll sponsor you for a whole year. Thea and the bald old man had done that kind of thing? Anna's eyes widened in surprise. You women are so greedy, Brody snapped impatiently as he took out his wallet and pulled out a stack of $15 bills. He threw them at Anna. Is that enough? Though he was going for a showy display, the most he'd offered there was only $450. It took a moment for Anna to return to her senses, rage boiling in her, as her smile became more radiant. Mr. Smith wants to sleep with me? As she said the word sleep, she felt a strange sense of shame. However, she quickly regained control, clenching the money in her hand harder, smiling even brighter. My offer not clear enough? Brody cast her a disdainful look. Enough. Absolutely enough. So much so that she changed her mind from parting on good terms to revenge. Are you going to do it or not? He was already getting impatient. Anna Clark's eyes were bright, and her lips curled into a smile as she said resolutely, I'll do it. Brody Smith was already interested in her, and seeing her finally get the hint put him in a better mood. His lewd eyes seemed as if they could see through her clothes as he stared at her. That's more like it, he said. I like a woman who knows how to please. Don't worry, as long as you make me happy, I won't let you down. With that, he leaned in to take advantage of her. Anna subtly avoided him, and before he could show his displeasure, she flirtatiously invited, Why don't you go first, Mr. Smith? I am a bit scared since it's my first time. Huh? Can't wait? Huh? He grabbed Anna's hand forcefully, his eyes filled with lust. He chuckled and farted. Don't be afraid. You can trust my skills. I guarantee you'll still want more when we're done. That woman from broadcasting didn't want to at first either. But once she started, she screamed for me to continue. Continue, my ace. Anna almost threw up from the foul smell of his breath. She resisted the urge to slap him, twitching her cheeks and forced a smile, interrupting his vulgar bragging. Mr. Smith, I've been out here for a while. If I don't go back soon, my friends might come looking for me. What do you think? Brody also realized this and, not wanting his mood ruined, let go of her hand and walked ahead of her. While walking, he said, I like it from behind, so you'll have to bend over the toilet later and lift your ace. Also, I like women to be vocal. Don't hold back. It's more exciting that way. He mentioned several perverted requests, getting more excited as he spoke. The second floor bathroom was only used by private room guests. As it was during the busy dinner period, there was no one in the female toilet. He chose the stall Anna had just used and walked in with his leg raised. As soon as he entered, his butt was suddenly kicked from behind. He was still lost in his anticipation of the imminent pleasure and hadn't expected Anna to have the guts to kick him. Caught off guard, he fell into the open toilet. Thud. Brody felt a cold sensation down below and instinctively wanted to jump up. However, his gluttonous lifestyle had left him with a huge belly that got stuck in the toilet, rendering him unable to move. Enraged and shocked, he looked up to curse, only to have a bucket of cold water poured over him. Drenched like a drowned rat, Anna threw the bucket used for washing mops onto his head, kicked him again out of anger, and watched as his bald head turned red with embarrassment. She laughed coldly, grabbed a tissue from the side, and vigorously wiped the hand Brody had touched earlier. I forgot to tell Mr. Smith, I like to hear people scream too. So don't hold back, let it out. It's more stimulating. Brody's face changed hues from an insulted green to a furious purple. He threatened in a cold tone. Do you know the consequences of offending me? Sorry, but the consequences of offending you are for my company to worry about, not a minor host like me. Anna threw the tissue on his face, kicked him again, and reminded him sarcastically, But if I were you, Mr. Smith, I wouldn't provoke others at this moment. This is a women's toilet, and there are no security cameras. If you were to fall and get injured in a women's toilet, it would be hard to even find someone to blame it on. Indeed, Anna did not wish to offend Brody Smith, but as she said, even if he wanted revenge, he could not touch her. She was not in his company. At most, he could exert pressure on the company executives to fire her. If he fires, he fires. Brody Smith's behavior crossed her line. What could be tolerated by her uncle couldn't be tolerated by her anymore. You. Brody Smith's face was flushed with anger, but he had to admit that her threat was sharp and direct. He was so furious that he was about to explode, yet he managed to distort a smile on his face, soothing her like the wolf grandma coaxing Little Red Riding Hood. Miss Clark, I apologize for my offense. Now, if you could help me out of here, let's both step back and let it. If this woman helps him up, he will immediately have her begging under him in tears. PFFF. Anna laughed at his words, tilted her head, and motionlessly asked him, let it go? Mr. Smith, you think I'm a 5-year-old child? Even if she were a 5-year-old, she wouldn't believe such nonsense. Really, as a grown man, I keep my word. As long as you pull me up, I'll definitely let it go, he coaxed, while ceaselessly struggling to free himself from the toilet bowl. Anna was not stupid. She knew there was a natural strength difference between men and women. She was neither Superman nor a world champion of Taekwondo. If Brody Smith breaks free from the toilet, she will definitely be at a disadvantage. So she wasted no more time, bending down and picking up the red plastic bucket that rolled on the ground while walking towards Brody Smith. What are you doing? What do you want to do? Seeing Anna coming towards him with an ill expression, Brody Smith finally gave in. I was wrong. I was wrong. I really was wrong. Clang! A red plastic bucket for cleaning mops covered his head. A strong scent of urine surrounded him, and he nearly vomited. Anna kicked him and threw the $450 bill he had previously given her into his arms, speaking very clearly, Mr. Smith, remember next time you get your urges. Not every woman in broadcasting uses that method to garner sponsorship, and not every woman who says no means that she hasn't been given enough money. Let me go. Now let me go, you witch. What's the fuss? Anna kicked him out again, and the world was silent. She stared at the angry man struggling on the toilet bowl, then dropped a line. Mr. Smith's breath is as foul as the toilet, so just stay here with the mop-cleaning bucket to disinfect slowly. Bye. Are you going? Brody Smith got anxious and was struggling fiercely. Where are you going? Come back. Quickly take this off. Did you hear me? His plea was answered by receding footsteps. Furytail. Brody Smith howled twice, discovering that the bathroom was really empty. He was angry, in pain, and nauseated. He gave up on saving face and started to scream loudly for help. After leaving the restroom, Anna did not return to the room. She went out directly and placed a call to Tiffany Clifford. After narrating to her what had just happened in the restroom, she asked her to leave first. Darn it, that old pervert. It's a pity I wasn't there, or I would have made sure he can never father a child. Tiffany Clifford was furious. Anna was quite calm. After all, apart from him touching her hand, she didn't lose anything. Sister Tiffany, I'm waiting for you outside. Come out quickly. Okay, wait for me. I'll be out soon. Tiffany Clifford ended the call. 10 minutes later, Tiffany Clifford came out, her cheeks flushed from drinking quite a bit. She grumbled as soon as she appeared. You don't know? After you went to the bathroom, all those guys took turns forcing drinks on me. I almost couldn't catch my breath. Are you okay? Anna Clark rubbed her back with concern. Tiffany waved her hand as if to say she was fine before turning to Anna and asked seriously, I should be the one asking you. Anna, are you all right? That old pervert didn't take advantage of you, did he? No, he only touched my hand before I kicked him into the toilet. I was worried he'd come out and cause trouble, so I asked you to leave first. Tiffany was not happy with her reply. You're too bold. Didn't you consider what could have happened if he didn't get stuck in the toilet? Seriously, when encountering such situations, running is the best option. No need for a honey trap. Anna stuck out her tongue and shook Tiffany's arm. All right, Sister Tiffany, don't be angry with me. I was angry at the time too, and I had a backup plan. If he didn't get stuck, I would have hit his head with a bucket and kicked his crotch. When he experienced pain, I would run. Who knew he'd be so unlucky and just happened to get stuck in the toilet? Plus, it wasn't that she didn't want to run. At the time, Brody Smith was standing by the women's restroom, clearly showing no intention of letting her leave. If she didn't comply, Brody might have forced himself on her. Then it would have been a battle of wills, and it was hard to say who would lose. She had no choice but to take a risky move. But Sister Tiffany, I've offended Brody Smith, and this deal probably won't go through. I might even drag you down with me. I'm sorry. She spoke in a low voice. It didn't matter to her if she got fired. After all, she had hit that pervert. But she didn't want to drag Tiffany down. What are you talking about? Forget it. What's done is done. He's not our boss. It's none of his business. Tiffany patted her shoulder for comfort, then took out her phone and made a call. After a short while, a black Santana pulled up. The window rolled down, revealing a genuine and sunny-looking man who greeted her, Tiffany. Tiffany's face lit up with a happy smile, and she turned to Inna. Brother Smith came to pick me up. Let's go together. You don't have to go back to the office today. I'll tell Fat Fish that you can rest at home for a day. Inna didn't want to go back to the office, but she didn't plan on being a third wheel either. She winked at her, declining the offer. You guys go ahead. I'll take a cab. Tiffany tried to pull her along, but gave up when Inna resisted. She got into the car and reminded Inna through the window, send me a message when you get home. All right, bye. Bye. The Santana drove away. When the car was far enough away, Inna walked down the road towards the street corner. It was now just 12:30 p.m., and the streets were bustling with people hurrying about. She breathed in some fresh air, and the burning pain in her stomach finally eased a bit. She didn't know if it was because she caught a chill, but her head began to feel heavy. At that moment, her phone rang in her bag. She thought it was Tiffany, so she picked up the call without even looking. Hello? I'm near Constructor Road. Is there something you need? I'll go to the villa and cook later. No, I have time. Yeah, I'll wait for you here. Inna hung up and found a bus stop to sit down. Less than 3 minutes later, a black Land Rover pulled up in front of her. Seeing her, the driver got out of the car and asked her courteously with a bow, "Young madam, sorry to keep you waiting." At the bus stop, she wasn't the only one there, and the others glanced over when they heard Uncle Harper call her. 2 schoolgirls carrying backpacks looked at her, whispering and exchanging glances as if they were watching a monkey. Feeling her ears heat up, Monkey Inna Clark hastily stood up and stammered, Uncle Harper, just call me Inna." "All right." He turned and opened the car door. "Young madam, please get in." Inna Clark, pretending she didn't hear. In the car, as the scenery on both sides whizzed by, Inna felt stifled and opened the car window for some fresh air. Feeling more comfortable, she curiously asked, "Uncle Harper, today isn't Friday. So why did you suddenly ask me to cook at the villa?" "It's all because the young master is back," the driver thought, but didn't dare to say it out loud. He repeated the reason Mr. Harris had told him earlier, because the tomato beef brisket you cooked last time was very delicious, and the president still wants to eat it. Inna did not think too much and looked out of the window at the scenery. Rows of white villas, adorned with lush green gardens, looked refreshing and comfortable. It was pleasing to the eye. The Land Rover stopped in front of one of the villas. Not waiting for Uncle Harper to get out of the car, Inna opened the door herself and got out first. "Uncle Harper, I'll go in first." "All right." Inna took the card key from her bag, swiped open the door, changed into slippers in the entrance hall, and walked in. Upon entering, she went straight to the bathroom, squeezed some hand soap, and turned on the faucet to wash her hands. As she was washing, her gaze was attracted to something placed next to the sink. Where did the men's toothbrush come from? There was nothing here when she came last Friday, right? After washing her hands, Inna took the toothbrush out of the cup and noticed that it seemed to have been used not long ago, as it was still damp. Puzzled, she put the toothbrush back, dried her hands, and went out. The fridge was still filled with various ingredients as usual. She picked out the ingredients she needed to cook the tomato beef brisket and entered the kitchen. The key to tomato beef brisket was soft beef, so it took a long time to cook. Inna neatly put the beef into the pot, then added the tomatoes and lowered the heat. Okay, now it was just a matter of time. She yawned and went to the living room sofa to wait. She didn't know if it was because the sofa was too soft or because of the faint, intoxicating fragrance in the villa, but as she waited, her eyelids grew heavy and she unknowingly drifted off to sleep. Second floor. The closed study door suddenly swung open and a tall, handsome man emerged. Who else would it be other than Baron Lawrence? He silently walked over to the sofa, stood there for a long time. As Mr. Harris thought he was lost in thought, the cold and domineering man suddenly bent down and carried the sleeping girl on the sofa. "Ah, Lord, where are you taking Miss Clark?" "To bed." His footsteps paused as he climbed the stairs. His hawkish eyes swept over the roses on the coffee table, his eyebrows furrowed, and he ordered coldly, "Throw those flowers away." When did he ever need to use aphrodisiac on a woman? Yet Enna had the capability to make him willingly stoop so low. Yes. Mr. Harris picked up the vase and was about to remind his lord that the aphrodisiac was only effective for 5 hours, but seeing the situation, he silently closed his mouth and left. On the king-sized bed in the bedroom, Enna Clark was sound asleep, completely unaware that a ravenous wolf lay beside her, hungrily staring at her. Baron Lawrence gazed at her steadily, his eyes traveling downward from her closed eyes. When they touched upon the misty, moist, red lips, his dark pupils turned pitch black. His throat unwittingly tightened. He had never been one to deny himself. With a flip of his body, he was now on top of the sleeping woman, ruthlessly sealing those lips he had longed for day and night. He kissed her fiercely, like a starving hunter who had finally caught sight of his prey. He unabashedly assaulted her, savoring all the sweetness he could. "Mm." The little woman in her sleep turned her head uncomfortably and furrowed her brow in resistance. However, this small movement only fueled the man's desire even more. His large hand gripped her chin, and he kissed her again. Hot. Enna couldn't help but stir, her eyelids seemingly weighed down by 150 pounds, unable to open. Her stillness was fine, but her movement only ignited the flame within him. Baron Lawrence clearly felt her softness brushing against his chest, a surge of warmth rushing through his abdomen. He nearly lost control, ready to take her. Huff. He gripped the bedsheets tightly with both hands, almost crumpling them, barely managing to suppress the flame inside. Starved for so long, the prey was right in front of him, yet he could not eat it. Baron Lawrence narrowed his resentful black eyes, staring at the blushing cheeks of the young woman beneath him. Lowering his head again, he took her tender lower lip between his lips. With his hawk-like eyes unwavering, he observed her response in her sleep. Upon hearing a soft moan, he instantly pried open her clenched teeth, teasing and entwining her tiny tongue. Oh. Enna was hot and uncomfortable, helplessly unable to move her limbs. She subconsciously tried to push away the invading force on her lips, unaware that her movements seemed like a response. Darn it! Baron Lawrence, panting heavily, left her sweet red lips, his forehead's veins wildly jumping. He clenched his fists, his abdomen taut, the swelling source feeling on the verge of exploding. Just as he was desperately trying to control his desire, he didn't expect the woman on the bed to turn over and suddenly start undressing herself. Enna Clark, what are you doing? He quickly pinned the little woman's wrists, preventing her from taking off any more clothes. Shoot. This woman was truly testing his willpower at every moment. He didn't have the self-control she thought he did. If he really took advantage of her now, she'd wake up the next morning with that accusing, mistrustful gaze, like an animal in the zoo unable to control its lust, an ape in heat. Reminded of her previous lifeless demeanor during their past encounters, Baron Lawrence was filled with suffocating anger, and the impulse to strangle her surged within him. Enna was completely unaware, unable to sense the danger she was in. Her whole body was unbearably hot, and no sooner had she cooled down slightly, she was once again pinned down by that irritating force. Her face flushed red. She struggled fiercely. Hot. Uncomfortable. So hot. Shoot. Baron Lawrence was nearly driven mad by her torment. He roared in a low voice while pinning her wrists. Enna Clark, I told you not to move. Enna was in extreme discomfort, her eyes opening hazily, trying to see who exactly was torturing her. When she saw the vague outline of the man, her mouth opened, and she mumbled, Baron Lawrence. The man pressing down on her stiffened. Enna Clark closed her eyes, furrowing her brows in discomfort. Her wrist was pinned down, making her squirm uncomfortably. She called out with a sobbing tone, "Baron Lawrence, it hurts." What she meant was that his weight was causing her discomfort and wanted him to let go. But in the ears of any normal man, her voice was undoubtedly seductive. Shoot, Baron Lawrence was never one to deny himself, especially when Enna was the one initiating it. He leaned in, covering her brightly colored lips, as if venting his pent-up desire, deepening the kiss. Enna felt the last spark within her body ignited, engulfed by the raging flames. She instinctively moved closer to his cool touch. Baron Lawrence's abdomen tightened, his noble phoenix eyes already filled with fiery sparks. He grabbed her wrist wrapped around his waist, and his other hand held her jaw firmly. His gaze intense. "Enna Clark, open your eyes." The drowsy woman underneath him obediently opened her eyes, a pair of bewildered big eyes staring unblinkingly at him. Her skirt was already a mess, and her dainty legs were exceptionally fair. Baron Lawrence's lower abdomen tightened, his thin lips suppressed into a straight line, his hawk-like eyes locked on the woman beneath him, not willing to miss even the slightest bit of her expression. "Who am I? Enna Clark, who am I?" The woman underneath him finally had some reaction, her eyes quickly filling with mist, and she twisted uncomfortably. "Hot. So hot. Help me. It's so hot." This pretentious woman really knew how to drive him insane at every moment. When Enna woke up, it was already getting dark outside. She opened her eyes groggily from the sofa and scanned her surroundings, her consciousness gradually coming back. At noon, she and Tiffany Clifford went to the Hamilton family for sponsorship, but she was harassed by their boss. Enraged, she beat him up. Then the driver suddenly called to ask her to come to the villa to cook. And then, she had dreamt again. And the subject was Baron Lawrence again. Not only did she dream of Baron Lawrence, but the dream was so. Enna didn't know how to describe the reality and desire she felt in the dream. Embarrassed, she sat up and noticed the stickiness all over her body, as if she had been covered in sweat. Suddenly, she let out a cry and jumped up, rushing to the kitchen. Oh no, the tomato beef brisket is still cooking. Having cooked for so long, she hoped it wouldn't have caused a disaster. Enna rushed into the kitchen. She found that the kitchen wasn't as burnt and black as she had imagined, and the fire on the stove had been turned off. She lifted the lid, and the aroma of tomato beef brisket greeted her. What was going on? Wasn't she the only one in the villa? Enna couldn't help but think of the toothbrush she saw in the bathroom when she first entered the villa today. Just as she wondered if the villa's owner had returned, the door clicked open. The driver's voice came from the living room. "Young madam?" "Ah, Uncle Harper." Enna stepped out of the kitchen. "I'm here." The driver looked relieved, laughed, and said, "Young madam is awake now." "That's great. I was worried about how to wake you up since it's getting dark soon. By the way, I waited for you outside for a long time, and when you didn't come out, I checked on you. I saw you sleeping on the couch and didn't wake you up. I decided to turn off the stove by myself." "Young madam, I'm sorry." So it was Uncle Harper who turned off the stove, and she was just wondering. Her secret husband was still thousands of miles away in Country F. How could he possibly be back? Enna Clark, blushing, quickly waved her hands. "No, I should be the one saying sorry. I think I drank a bit too much at noon and felt a bit dizzy, so I unintentionally fell asleep. Thankfully, Uncle Harper, you helped me turn off the stove in the kitchen, otherwise I would have caused a big problem." "Young madam, don't mention it. It's what I should do." He paused slightly and looked troubled. "I may not be able to send young madam home later. I need to bring the tomato beef brisket to the hospital. President just called to hurry me up." Enna Clark immediately replied, "It's okay. I can go home by myself." "How can that work? This is a villa area. There's not a single taxi. It would take at least an hour for young madam to walk to a place to call a taxi. It's late now, and it's not safe for a girl like young madam. Indeed, this is a well-known wealthy area in capital city and taxis would never drive in. It is indeed inconvenient for her to walk back home, not because it's not safe, but mainly because it would take a long time. She could imagine Bobby's raging face when she goes back home." Enna Clark felt a bit embarrassed then. "What should we do?" The driver smilingly said, "Young madam, don't worry. I just rang a friend. He happens to be free. I've already told him where young madam lives. Young madam can take his ride home later. Thank you for your trouble, Uncle Harper. They were so considerate of her that Anna Clark truly felt grateful. Uncle Harper's eyes flickered, seeming to look embarrassed yet also guilty. He moved his mouth before switching last minute to say, Young madam, you should get your stuff ready. My friend is already waiting outside. Anna Clark really didn't think so much. She picked up her handbag, checked her phone and found it had run out of battery and switched off automatically. Realizing her phone would also be off when Bobby called, she rubbed her forehead, feeling a headache. She packed her handbag in no time, said goodbye to the driver, and left without any more ado. Indeed, there was a silver Volkswagen parked outside. She opened the passenger door, got inside and said, Sorry to keep you waiting. Please drive me to Grand Garden. There was an awkward silence in the car. Anna Clark found it strange that he didn't say anything. The car had started and was on its way to Grand Garden. Throughout the trip, the driver in the front didn't say a word, and she felt too embarrassed to initiate the conversation. The atmosphere in the car was awkward, and to make it worse, her phone was out of battery, leaving her no way to distract herself from the awkwardness. Anna Clark, feeling vexed, rolled down the window. The cool breeze blew in, and she decided to look at the scenery outside. Finally, the car stopped outside of the housing estate. Anna Clark couldn't wait to open the car door. Bending over, she thanked the person inside, then closed the door and hurried home. Then, the window of the driver's seat slowly rolled down, revealing a devastatingly handsome face. With his unattainable nobility, who could it be if not Baron Lawrence? He looked up at the 7th floor of the housing estate, his thin lips gradually forming into a straight line. Upstairs, just as Anna had changed her slippers, the light in the living room suddenly turned on. Tobias, wearing a pair of adult-sized slippers that didn't quite fit his age, stared at her with his arms crossed. His phoenix eyes, just like someone else's, seemed to be scrutinizing a criminal. Woman, why did you turn off your phone? Thought it ran out of battery. Anna furrowed her eyebrows, poked his forehead, and scolded, Bobby, how many times do I have to tell you? Call me mummy, not woman all the time. Annoyed. The domineering image she had barely managed to cultivate suddenly crumbled. Tobias glared at her, hating that he only grew a tiny bit taller at this point. If he had grown to 1.8 meters tall, he'd see how Anna would dare to poke his head. He pouted his pink and tender lips and asked angrily, Why are you coming home so late tonight? And who is that man downstairs? What man? Now that she was home, the sticky and uncomfortable feeling on her body seemed more pronounced. Anna couldn't wait to change clothes and bathe. She wasn't really paying attention to what he was saying, so she just put down her bag without looking up. The one downstairs. The man who brought you back. The one driving the Volkswagen. She continued without looking up. That's... She almost blurted out driver. But luckily she reacted quickly and changed her words to, a friend. A friend? What kind of friend? Do I know him? How old is he? Have you found out about his family situation? He bombarded her with rapid-fire questions, just like someone checking a household registration. Anna felt a headache coming. Why would she bother to investigate the friend of her secret husband's family driver? But she couldn't tell the truth to her darling child. If Bobby found out that she had gone to get a marriage certificate with a man she had never seen before in order to get him into the household registration, he would definitely turn the world upside down. Considering his precocious nature, he might even make a fuss and run away from home. Anna weighed the pros and cons, then quickly placated him. Just an ordinary friend. Why do I need to know so much about him? All right, I'm tired. I'm going to take a bath. Have you eaten? Tobias keenly noticed her slightly red earlobe. Every time Anna lied, her earlobe would turn red. Her earlobe was red, which meant she was lying. He looked further down and noticed a red mark on her neck. His little phoenix eyes widened immediately. He was about to explode when he remembered Anna's perfunctory attitude. So he held back his questions. Yes, I ate. You go and take a bath. Then I'll go take a bath first. Feeling a bit guilty for coming home so late, Anna added, Get Boony Bears ready to watch. I'll come and join you after my bath. Tobias had other things on his mind and wasn't in the mood for cartoons. Annoyed, he waved his hand. I know, you go. Anna thought he was just being moody, so she went in to take a bath. As soon as she went in, the very short Tobias immediately dug out a pair of exquisite binoculars from his toy box, ran to the balcony, and stood on tiptoe to look down. These binoculars were a birthday gift from Auntie Olivia. They allowed him to see far and clearly, but they were a bit heavy. He strained to hold up the binoculars to his eyes, and sure enough, he saw the silver Volkswagen. It had been so long, but the man hadn't left yet. Bobby was in an extremely bad mood and jumped off the bench. With a twinkle in his eye, he ran to his room, took out his little cell phone, and made a call. 10 minutes later, he hung up the phone in a good mood. He quickly went to the living room and leisurely took out a Booney Bears CD from the TV cabinet and put it in. Soon, the voices of Bear 1, Bear 2, and Baldy's logging filled the house. Once Enna finished showering, she saw Tobias, his small tender face resembling tender green tofu under the lamplight, staring at the TV without blinking. Her heart instantly softened, and she walked over and sat beside him, softly apologizing. "Darling, I was wrong today. I shouldn't have come home so late. I promise I'll come home earlier next time." Tobias glanced at her, then glued his eyes back on the TV. "You said the same thing last time." Enna was speechless, not knowing what to say. Today was a special case. The little guy finally looked at her, paused the TV, pouted, and acted spoiled. "Unless you take me to the amusement park tomorrow, I won't forgive you." "Tomorrow? Do you have plans tomorrow?" The little guy got angry. Enna immediately reassured him. "Tomorrow is a weekend. I have no plans." "But isn't there a school event at the amusement park tomorrow?" "It's not the whole day." "All right, I'll pick you up in the afternoon then." "No need. I made plans with Rose Howell. She asked her dad to drive us there tomorrow. You can just wait for us at the amusement park." Rose Howell. In Enna's mind, she pictured a round-faced little girl with a ponytail and a princess dress. Her eyes sparkled as she gossiped at the little guy in front of her. "When did you guys become such good friends? Weren't you annoyed by her before?" Rose Howell was originally annoying. More than annoying, she was a snotty, stupid little girl. Tobias wouldn't have agreed to play with her if it hadn't been for his family's sake. He held his breath and sulked, chivalrously replying, "We just ended up playing together. That's it. It's settled." That temper. Enna thought he was just shy and didn't ask any more questions. After watching 3 episodes of Booney Bears together, she lulled Tobias to sleep. Then, she went back to her room, turned on her laptop, and started to write the gossip news she hadn't finished. It wasn't until 2 a.m. that she completed it and mailed it to the editor-in-chief. She yawned, put the laptop on the nearby table, turned off the light, and went to sleep. She slept soundly that night. The next day, Enna sent Tobias off on the school bus, cleaned the house, and then checked the time after finishing the laundry. She changed into a shirt and jeans, tied her hair in a ponytail, and left. As soon as she stepped out, a low-key Volkswagen followed behind her, and they both left together. The amusement park Enna and Tobias had agreed upon was in the city center. After calculating the time, she found it was still early and decided to take the bus. After waiting at the bus stop for a while, the bus slowly approached. She got on the bus, paid the fare, and sat down by the window. 20 minutes later, the bus stopped at her designated stop. Enna got off, walked a short distance, and arrived at the amusement park. She looked around but didn't find anyone. She took out her phone and called Tobias. Doot doot. The call was answered after more than 10 rings. As soon as she heard the background music on the other end, she knew it wasn't from the amusement park. She couldn't help but ask, "Bobby, where are you?" "You've arrived?" "I'm here. Go to the park entrance, where the cotton candy is sold." "You're there? How come I didn't see you?" Enna said, puzzled. Bobby urged, "You'll see when you get here." "All right." Enna hung up and headed in the direction he mentioned. Since it was the weekend, there were many people at the amusement park, most of them in pairs. Otherwise, it was families with children coming to have fun. There were very few individuals like her who were alone. Enna found the cotton candy stand he mentioned and scanned the area but didn't see anyone. She was about to make another call when her shoulder was tapped from behind. "Miss Clark?" "That voice is." As Enna turned around, she saw a mature and serious face. None other than Wyndham Howell. Not seeing him with the kids, She was taken aback and stammered, "Mr. Howell, where are Tobias and Rose?" Wyndham was also surprised and said instinctively, "Rose said you'd bring them here and asked me to come to the amusement park to find you." Having said this much, if Anna still didn't understand, she would only be a fool. "Bobby." She was gnashing her teeth in anger, but too embarrassed to tell Wyndham that her precious son had planned this whole thing to ensure she'd find a husband. She could only swallow her chagrin. At that moment, her phone beeped twice. Anna quickly glanced at the message Bobby sent. An adorable bear avatar popped up, but its message was infuriating. "Woman, our school event lasts all day, so you and Uncle Wyndham can spend some time at the amusement park first. Pick us up after school this afternoon." Just as she finished the first message, the second one came in. "There's a nice coffee shop on the right side of the Ferris wheel. You can take a break there for a coffee when you get tired. P.S. Let Uncle Wyndham pay. Remember to stand tall. It'll make your chest look bigger." Anna was grinding her teeth in anger. If he were in front of her, she'd definitely pull down his pants and spank his little butt. Darn it, he deserves it. Wyndham noticed her agitation and concernedly asked, "What's wrong?" Anna felt extremely embarrassed and wanted to crawl into a hole, her face forcing an apology. Mr. Howell, I'm sorry. Today's situation was a prank by Tobias. They're still at the school event. How about we go back?" Why did she have to apologize like this? It was so awkward. With Wyndham's intelligence, it'd be impossible for him not to guess Bobby's intentions. Anna's cheeks burned with embarrassment and shame. Wyndham indeed guessed it, hesitated for a moment, and then reacted immediately. Pushing up his gold-rimmed glasses, he said, smiling, "I see. I thought Rose was acting a little strange last night. I'm sorry." That boy had even taught Rose to lie. Anna felt even more awkward, her hands and feet unsure of how to move, so all she could do was apologize repeatedly. "When we get back, I'll definitely talk to him and have him apologize to you. I'm really sorry, Mr. Howell, for making you come here for nothing." Wyndham suddenly interrupted her, his steady eyes watching her gently as he said, "Since that's the case, Miss Clark, would you like to accompany me for a stroll?" Anna froze and looked up. Was it the meaning she was thinking of? Wyndham Howell looked at the clean and refreshing woman in front of him, hooked the corner of his mouth, feeling good. "You said I came here in vain, right? If we stroll around, it won't be in vain." He was already 30 years old. Rose had a crush on Tobias Clark, and Anna Clark herself was an attractive woman, pure and generous. He had also listened to her radio program, which was very interesting. If he could spend the second half of his life with such an interesting woman, it wouldn't seem so hard to accept. The most important thing was that Rose was growing up and needed a family, and even more so a mother. If they could develop a relationship, why not give it a try? Or does Miss Clark have things to do? He asked gentlemanly. If it hadn't been for Bobby's advance plan, Anna would have definitely found an excuse to say she was busy. But now it was her own son who had lied to get this woman here. It wouldn't be very good to just leave her here by herself. After all, they were just strolling around, not getting into bed. She shook her head with a straight mindset. "I'm not busy. Where does Mr. Howell want to go?" "Last night, Rose told me that the Ferris wheel at this amusement park is good. How about we go and check it out?" The Ferris wheel. Anna's mouth twitched at the thought, and then she remembered a certain little bun's special message reminding her of the cafe and suddenly felt a headache. "Miss Clark?" Wyndham Howell called her. Anna came back to her senses and quickly replied, "Yeah, sure." In the car outside the amusement park, Scott Harris could clearly feel the temperature drop inside the car all of a sudden, and he worriedly glanced back. Just as he expected, the man's face was colder than the cold air of Siberia. "This is your investigation that she doesn't have any other men around her?" Cold and reserved. Anna was dating another man, and there was still no man around her. Did he have to see them rolling in the sheets before he called it having a man? Scott shivered all over and immediately explained, "Baron, this may be a misunderstanding." Misunderstanding? Either that person is a woman disguised as a man, or he is a eunuch. Scott lowered his head and dared not say a word. Baron Lawrence was pressing his chest with a raging fire, and the angry flames were about to explode from his chest. He strongly resisted the impulse to kill the man he had seen just now, and pushed open the car door and got out. Scott Harris hurried out of the car to follow. The Ferris wheel at the amusement park was indeed good. With the several stories high attraction rotating non-stop, it was extremely spectacular. Wyndham Howell noticed her interest and invited her to take a ride. Anna didn't pretend. She readily agreed. However, she would have never let him buy the tickets. She wanted to buy 2 tickets herself. When she came back with the tickets, Wyndham Howell handed her a cup of hot milk, laughing and teasing. "This is the first time I've been treated by a woman. It feels pretty good. Anna, have a cup of milk to warm your stomach." "Thank you." Anna took the cup from his hand, took a sip, and her stomach did feel much better. She squinted her eyes comfortably, like a cat. She asked casually, "No woman has ever treated Mr. Howell before?" "That's impossible. If girls under the age of 5 count, then Rose has treated me to a lollipop." Anna laughed at his serious thoughts and said wholeheartedly, "It's definitely because Mr. Howell doesn't give them the opportunity. Otherwise, there must be a lot of women lining up to treat you." She wasn't flattering. Wyndham Howell had been married once, but he had good personal qualities and capabilities. This type of man in society is a highly eligible bachelor, and there are many women who want to marry up. Just after she finished speaking, she felt a sharp gaze watching her from behind, like a thorn in her back. "Who is it?" She turned her head in confusion and glanced around. The people behind her were all waiting in line for the Ferris wheel, and nobody was looking at her. Was it just her imagination? Wyndham Howell noticed her looking back occasionally and considerately asked, "Anna, is something wrong?" "No, maybe I'm overthinking things." Why did she feel that the domineering and powerful gaze was so similar to Baron Lawrence's? As soon as this thought crossed her mind, Anna Clark couldn't help but shiver. It couldn't be. He was still in Illyria country, and she had spoken so harshly last time. With his temper, there was no chance he would come after her again. She shook off the strange feeling inside her. Before Wyndham Howell could ask her what she was thinking, she pointed forward and said, "Our turn, Mr. Howell. Let's go." "All right." Wyndham Howell politely walked behind her to avoid being pushed by the people in line, unintentionally shielding her from that substantial gaze. In the coffee shop next to the Ferris wheel, the cold-faced man suddenly stood up, kicked over the table in front of him with one foot, and crushed the coffee in his hand with an ashen face. In a fit of rage, he ordered, "Scott Harris, have someone stop the Ferris wheel immediately. No, take it down." Scott Harris really wanted to carry out his order, but there was no way. He had no choice but to answer with a stiff tone, "Lord, this amusement park doesn't belong to us." Then buy it. The Lawrence Corporation had plenty of money, and he had plenty of money. As long as he didn't have to watch Anna Clark flirting with another man and sharing a Ferris wheel ride, it would be like a knife in his heart. He looked back and saw Scott Harris had not moved. His eagle-like eyes narrowed fiercely, and he growled, "Why are you still standing here? I want the Ferris wheel stopped immediately." Scott Harris couldn't do anything but say, "Lord, even if we want to acquire this amusement park, we need to negotiate with the investor first, then draft a contract, then follow the legal procedures to have the acquisition contract legally certified by the notary office. Finally, we need to complete the share transfer and management handover before we can stop the Ferris wheel." By that time, Ms. Clark would have already finished her ride. What difference would it make if they tore it down or not? Baron Lawrence's handsome face darkened, and he obviously remembered these procedures. He was not a wasteful and incapable second generation, but his mind was clouded by rage. Only then had he uttered those words just now. He quickly calmed down and clenched both hands so tightly that his veins bulged. After quite some time, when Scott Harris thought he would angrily confront Anna directly, he suppressed his strong possessive desire and opened his mouth word by word. "Acquire it immediately. Once it's acquired, smash this Ferris wheel for me." "Yes." Scott Harris lowered his head and went to do as he was ordered. After Baron Lawrence fiercely punched the table, his eagle gaze returned to the Ferris wheel. That pretentious woman was an opportunist, always knowing how to throw his heart into heaven and then stomp it into hell. Anna Clark finished her Ferris wheel ride and walked around the amusement park with Wyndham Howell for a while. Soon it was time for lunch. She chose a fast food restaurant. This time, no matter what she said, Wyndham Howell wouldn't let her pay the bill and snatched it away first. Anna Clark thanked him politely for the lunch and then spent the afternoon talking about their children while sipping water at the fast food restaurant. It turned out that both Anna and Wyndham Howell were single parents, so when they talked about parenting, they each shared a lot of stories. Anna spoke fondly of her beloved little Bobby, and her stories of his resourcefulness made Wyndham Howell laugh out loud from time to time. The cheerful atmosphere persisted as they headed to pick up their children from kindergarten. Tobias Clark and Rose Howell had just finished school. With her apple-shaped face, Rose eagerly followed behind the little tyrant of her house, like a young wife, while their little tyrant had his hands in his pockets, looking coolly towards the doorway. Seeing them appear, his little phoenix eyes brightened, and he ran over, almost blurting out "woman." Glancing at Wyndham Howell beside him, he suddenly changed his tune, sweetly calling, "Mummy." It was the first time Anna Clark had heard him take the initiative to call her mummy so obediently, and it gave her goosebumps. At this time, Rose also trotted over, throwing herself into Wyndham Howell's arms. Wyndham bent down and picked her up, flying her around in a circle, gently asking, "Rose, were you a good girl at school today?" "Yes." Rose nodded vigorously, sniffing her nose with a milky voice. "I even helped Brother Tobias beat up 2 little baddies. They said Brother Tobias doesn't have a dad, and I got so mad. Dad, can I give you to Brother Tobias?" "Pfft. If you give me to Brother Tobias, will you do?" 1.1. Rose panicked, her hands clutching her fingers, loudly saying, "I have Brother Tobias. Brother Tobias has a dad, so I have a dad too." Tobias Clark looked at them enviously, pursing his lips, cursing Rose Howell for being a fool in his heart. It was her fault for rushing out to fight with the boys. Even if she hadn't rushed out, he would have beaten those 2 scoundrels. As a result, she rushed out, and he ended up injured, making things difficult for everyone. This fool never let up. Who wanted a dad? If it weren't for his family's woman, he wouldn't even want one. It turns out Rose only wants Brother Tobias, and not her dad. Wyndham Howell pretended to be disappointed. "Noelle liked Dad. Then, should we keep Dad and not Brother Tobias?" "No way." Rose suddenly panicked, scratching her ears and cheeks, her innocent eyes darting back and forth between Wyndham Howell and Tobias Clark, who was holding his face. She was on the verge of tears. What should she do? She loved her dad, but she also liked Brother Tobias a lot. After all, she was still a little girl not yet 5 years old, and her first reaction when cornered was to cry. Unable to articulate her feelings, she burst into loud tears. Sobbing, she cried, "No, I like Brother Tobias." In his life, Tobias Clark was confessed to so straightforwardly for the first time. Contem tuisolve. He glanced at the sniveling little girl Roddy dead in a man's arms, her face streaked with tears and snot, and frowned. Is she an idiot? Why is she screaming so loudly? I like sob.l like Brother Tobias. He's handsome powerful sob, and he's different from me down there. The teacher said, when Brother Tobias grows up, he'll be a great hero. Only a great hero can grow a little JJ, just like Superman. When it's lit, he can fly. When I grow up, I want to marry Superman. So, I can't let go of Brother Tobias. Rose Howell, shut up. Tobias Clark's handsome face turned red, and he growled at her. In an instant, the sobbing little girl went silent. Tears welled up in her big, innocent eyes as she stared at their son, clearly terrified of him. Wyndham Howell couldn't help but smile, cooing softly to his daughter. Then, looking up at Anna Clark, he invited her with grace, "Anna, let me give you a ride home." "Thank you, Uncle Wyndham." Tobias Clark reacted quickly, behaving politely and looking like an entirely different person from the one who had been fierce to Rose Howell just a moment ago. Anna Clark couldn't help but smile, and she gently patted his head, politely declining the invitation. "I'd like to take a walk with Tobias." "I see," Wyndham Howell said with a hint of regret but still maintaining a gentlemanly manner. "I had a great time today, and I'd like to invite you to dinner if you're free sometime. Please do consider it." Who could predict the future? Anna wasn't naive enough to corner someone into an uncertain situation just for the sake of it. She nodded, taking it as a tacit agreement. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Wyndham, she held her little Bobby's hand and said goodbye to the 2 of them. As they walked out of the amusement park, Tobias couldn't help but feel upset and let go of her hand, questioning her with annoyance. Dummy, you had every advantage. Why did you refuse their invitation? Inna laughed, irritated by his temerity. She had yet to settle accounts with him, but he was the one already getting angry. Crossing her arms, she countered. Why should I accept someone else's invitation? Of course, it's to get him to marry you. Wyndham Howell has good qualities, a good temper, a simple family background, and some interest in you. Why wouldn't you hold on to a man like him? Are you still thinking about my dad? Tobias furrowed his brows, a flash of desire appearing in his black eyes before quickly disappearing, mumbling discontentedly, Stop thinking about that man. He's shameless and irresponsible. Shameless, irresponsible. Inna imagined Baron Lawrence's reaction if he heard his own son evaluate him like this, feeling a chill down her spine. Fortunately, Baron Lawrence was unaware of Bobby's existence. If that man found out she used a widow-style upbringing to educate his biological son, he would certainly be furious enough to strangle her. However, this child was born after 10 months of her hard work, and she didn't want to share him with anyone. Nevertheless, she realized that she needed to correct some of Bobby's misconceptions, especially after today's events. A serious adjustment was in order. Taking action, Inna squatted down in front of him, cupping his sulky face, and asked seriously, Tobias, why are you so determined to tie Mr. Howell and me together? Just because he's well-suited and capable? What else? You're getting older, and you have me to look after. Who else could you find who's better? Tobias was filled with reluctance. In his heart, he didn't really think about having a stranger barge into their lives, but since everyone else had a dad and a husband, his mom couldn't be without a husband, right? If you really like the man who sent you home last night, you can choose him too. But first, you have to introduce him to me. Only after my approval can you be together. If I don't like him, then you can't be with him. He continued nagging, I don't want to break up couples. You're the kind of woman with a small chest and not a smart brain, which makes it easy for men to trick you. Our family is already so poor, and if he finds out you don't have money, he might kill you and dispose of your body. Murder and dispose of the body. Inna was shocked by his twisted worldview. She couldn't help but ask, Bobby, where did you learn all of this? You know, like those news stories on TV all the time? The ones about divorced women getting greedy for some young eye candy and ending up being robbed of money and virtue. From now on, you are forbidden to watch TV. Without waiting for his protest, Inna Clark took a breath and continued. The person who brought me home last night was a friend of a friend, and we're not in the kind of relationship you think. I don't even know him. How could I possibly be with him? The person who brought her home last night was Uncle Harper's driver friend, and she hadn't even gotten a good look at the guy. So how could they be together? Besides, darling, listen to me closely. Mummy is telling you, I have no plans to find you a dad, not now, and not in the future. Although I can't give you a dad, I'll give you all the love I can. You'll always be my dearest Bobby, so don't ever do anything like you did today again. Okay? You're putting Mummy in a very awkward position. I won't even know how to face Uncle Wyndham. You're never going to get married? No, not getting married. That hidden marriage with her gay husband doesn't count, right? After all, once they each got what they needed, they would part ways. Tobias Clark took a deep breath. His little face tightened up with seriousness, and after a long pause, he said slowly, Woman, don't worry. I'll grow up fast and make money soon. Then I'll treat you to all the best food and drinks. PFFF, Inna was amused by his words and pinched his cheek, blinking her eyes, mimicking his serious expression. All right, I'll wait for you. Having resolved the biggest issue, she stood up in a good mood and took little Bobby's hand again. Let's go. We're having barbecue tonight. They had only taken one step when they were yanked back. Her dear Bobby rolled his eyes and said decisively, Go home. Inna was puzzled. Why? Don't you love barbecue? You were fussing about having it the day before yesterday. That was the day before yesterday. Tobias Clark casually put one hand in his pocket, with an air of coolness, looking very much like someone, the day before yesterday. I thought you could reel in a wealthy husband. Now that you can't, of course we're not eating. Inna was speechless but persisted. It's just one barbecue meal. Mummy can still afford it. but you don't have a man to support you, and you won't have one until I grow up. So, before I grow up, we have to save money." Tobias Clark waved his little hand, putting an end to the discussion. "Go home." Monday. As soon as Anna Clark arrived at the office, before she even had the chance to put her bag down, Tiffany Clifford dropped a bomb on her. "Anna, we've been moved to the evening shift." Anna frowned, hurriedly putting her bag down. "Whose idea was that? Fathead Fish? Because I offended Mr. Smith? I don't know." The evening or afternoon shift didn't make any difference to her, but she knew for Anna, who had a child at home, the afternoon shift would be more convenient. She furrowed her brows, pondering. "I don't think it was Fathead Fish's doing. You know his temper. If he knew you pushed that old lecher into a toilet, he would definitely chop us to death with a kitchen knife. It's probably the higher up's decision." "The higher UPS? You know, the new president." Tiffany Clifford approached Anna conspiratorially, eager to gossip. "I heard from Sandy. The new president showed up at 8 o'clock this morning. Thea Wood, who was on the morning shift, even ran into him. According to her, our new president is super handsome, with long legs and a good-looking face." Seeing that she was about to go on, Anna Clark hurriedly steered her back to the topic. "What does our show being moved to the late night slot have to do with the new president? New officials always try to make a statement when they take office." Tiffany Clifford shrugged her shoulders and nodded towards the elevator to the president's office. "I heard that the executives started meeting at 8:15 this morning, and they haven't dispersed yet. With this intensity, the new president either has no love life or is a workaholic. The former has a bad temper, and the latter is prone to outbursts. Poor Bobby will suffer, thinking of the unpleasant events a few days ago." She pouted and said with reluctance, "It's not certain. She does have a quick hand, after all, and is already hooked up with the president's little lover." Anna's mind was filled with the matter of being moved to a different time slot, and she had no interest in listening to the gossip. Tiffany talked for a while, then returned to her seat. Anna sat down absent-mindedly, without even getting a drink of water. What should she do? If she was moved to the late night slot, she didn't know which one. If it was from 7 p.m. to 9 p.m., that would be fine, but what if it was from 11 p.m. to 1 a.m.? Who would take care of her baby, Bobby? Anna couldn't sit still. She made up her mind. Should she quit? The thought had barely come to mind when it was punctured. She weakly rested her head on the table, her beautiful eyes dimmed. When she first arrived in Capital City, she had tried to find a job, but the hours were too long, or there were 3 shifts. Working such jobs was even more unreliable than hosting a late-night show. And for better job opportunities, they all looked down on her education, not even giving her a chance for an interview. Anna had never hated her education as much as she does now. However, she didn't regret quitting school to have Bobby. Her brows furrowed, feeling powerless. What should she do? Was she just going to accept this? Her eyes swept the computer screen, the screensaver showing her baby Bobby laughing innocently. Anna gritted her teeth, and her eyes became determined. There must be a way. She thought and thought. Her hand hovered over the mouse, and she unintentionally moved it, when suddenly an idea struck her. Right. How could she not have thought to speak with Data? Sister Tiffany had said that the new president was a workaholic. And what workaholics cared about most was efficiency. When she was in Country W, she had been forced by a certain man to attend several meetings, and the workaholic's favorite thing to emphasize was efficiency. If she used Data to prove that her show was best aired during the afternoon slot, she might be able to persuade the new president to change his mind. Anna was the kind of person who would give her all once she decided to do something. Once she thought of this method, she immediately went to find Tiffany and shared her idea. Tiffany thought it was too risky, but still cooperated with her. She helped Anna get the data sheets for the various programs from the sales department last month. Anna returned to her seat with the precious data sheets and began to study them seriously. She didn't have much confidence that she could persuade a big president to change his mind. All she could do was try to study every show. She looked at the style, type, main advertisement types, listener car models, and so on, and made a comprehensive analysis report. Anna never went to university, and she never studied formal statistics. Every detail of the report was as difficult for her as climbing to the sky. She tried as much as possible to find answers online, and if she couldn't find them, she would shamelessly ask Tiffany and her other colleagues. She didn't even eat lunch. Finally, when the quartz clock on the wall reached 3 o'clock, she stretched and cried out in joy. It's done. She printed out the entire report, bound it all together, and then took it to the elevator to the president's office. 33rd floor, president's office. The imported top-notch carpet obviously had an expensive price, and the golden chandelier was even more gorgeous and beautiful. Anna Clark couldn't help but hold her breath as she walked to the reception desk. In a low voice, she said, "Hello, I want to see the president." The receptionist glanced at her and held a perfect smile. "Excuse me, do you have an appointment?" "No, I don't, but I am an employee of the company, and I want to see the president." The receptionist interrupted her without changing her expression. "I'm sorry, we can't let you in without an appointment." Anna bit her lip and asked, "Could you please let the president know that the afternoon radio host from City Radio Station, Anna Clark, wants to see him? I have important matters to discuss." The receptionist glanced at her, seemingly impatient, and refused. "I'm sorry, the president is in a meeting. I mean after the meeting. Even after the meeting, we dare not let you in without authorization. Please don't make this difficult for us." Anna had no choice but to say, "Can I at least wait here for the president to come out?" "You can." She sat on the sofa in the waiting area with her bag. Originally, she thought she would only have to wait for an hour at most, but she didn't expect to wait from 3 o'clock to 6 o'clock without seeing the president. Anna became a little anxious and went back to the reception desk. "Has the president not gotten off work yet?" The receptionist, already packing up her things, didn't even look up. "The president left a long time ago. Didn't you know?" "He left?" Anna raised her voice. She knew nothing. Nobody told her. The receptionist looked up, glanced at her without any hint of guilt, and said perfunctorily, "The president left through the exclusive elevator at 4 o'clock. If you have any issues, come back tomorrow." Anna realized that no matter if she came tomorrow or the day after, the receptionist wouldn't let her in. Moreover, since the president could leave through the exclusive elevator, she couldn't even block his way. Having wasted half a day and waiting for such a long time, thinking she could meet the president, she ended up being played like a fool and feeling suffocated. She held back her anger, clenched her bag, and walked out. When she arrived at the elevator, she heard the receptionist gossiping behind her in a low voice. "Humph, she wants to see the president without even making an appointment. Does she think the president is selling vegetables in the wet market and she can just see him whenever she wants? Maybe she heard the rumors and found out that the new president is tall, rich, and handsome, so she just wanted to get some attention? Heh, she has no self-awareness." Exactly. Anna clenched her fist tightly, ignoring what she had heard, and stepped into the elevator. Downstairs at the recording studio, Tiffany Clifford was waiting for her. When Anna arrived, Tiffany immediately approached her and asked, "How did it go?" Anna listlessly waved the untouched bag in her hand and said in frustration, "I didn't even get to see him, and the receptionist played me. I already told you that you wouldn't be able to see him, but you didn't believe me. Why did the receptionist play you, though? They thought I wanted to have a modern Cinderella and Prince story with the president. Darn, I didn't eat too many roasted sparrows. Where on my face does it say I want to become a phoenix and fly up to the branch?" Ha ha ha. Tiffany couldn't help but laugh, tears welling up in her eyes. She patted Anna on the shoulder and comforted her. "It's not because of the words engraved on your face. It's because someone else had those words engraved on her face this morning." "What do you mean?" "This morning in the office, I didn't finish telling you the gossip. It's about Thea, the host of the evening slot. Don't you remember she happened to meet the president after work? I don't know if her brain short-circuited, but she went out and bought him a cup of coffee and offered it to him in the president's office. And then, guess what? Thea." Anna suddenly had a mental image of a long-legged, charming, and pointed-faced beauty. Unable to suppress the memory of the gossip about Brody and Thea having an affair in the bathroom, Anna shivered involuntarily. "I can't guess. I didn't expect the president to throw her out, along with the coffee she brought him, saying." Tiffany couldn't help but laugh, saying, "He never touches cheap takeaway food." Pfft, ha ha ha, cheap takeaway food. I can imagine the distorted face of the beautiful Thea. Anna didn't have any particular feelings for Thea. nor did she have any for Thea's act of throwing herself at the president. But upon hearing the words cheap takeaway food, she couldn't help but exclaim, "He's such a typical straight male. Who else could flaunt that straight male attitude but him?" Tiffany took a sip of water, looked at the time, and reminded her, "All right, the live stream is about to start. Get ready." Okay. Anna never slacked off when it came to work. She cleared her throat, put a mint candy in her mouth, and tested her voice. As she set aside all the unhappiness in her heart, she hooked up the corners of her mouth, pushed the microphone open, and began to speak. "Hello, dear listeners. This is Anna from BBC City Radio Station on City Helper. A new week has begun, and over the weekend, have you all gone out to have fun? Did you encounter any funny or interesting incidents to share with us? All right, as per the old rules, let's start with a song to help you relax from driving fatigue." At a villa in the wealthy area, smooth music poured out of the radio, and Baron Lawrence drank the red wine by his side, rubbing his temples that had been tired all day. His aching brain began to relax when he heard her sweet voice. As he drifted into a rare light sleep, he closed his eyes and let himself go. 2 hours later, the radio show ended. The man in his sleep opened his eyes instantly, as if his acupoint had been struck. Darn. Even though he was extremely exhausted, without that familiar voice, he just couldn't fall asleep. Baron Lawrence got up, put on his pajamas, and tightened his aristocratic jaw. He found the sleeping pills prescribed by Adam Sinclair, took a few of them, and swallowed them down. Half an hour passed, but he still couldn't sleep. He turned on the light, changed into his clothes in a fit of rage, grabbed his phone, and made a call. He yelled at someone, "Video conference in 15 minutes. Anyone who's late, don't expect any bonuses this month." Yes, young Master Lawrence. 3 hours later, the video conference ended. Adam Sinclair's phone call came right away. Baron Lawrence rubbed his throbbing temples, his mood not very pleasant. "If you have something to say, say it. If not, get lost." Adam chuckled on the other end of the phone, ignoring his foul tone, and calmly teased, "Even after I hung up, you still couldn't sleep, so I guess I won't be going anywhere." "What is it?" "Well, there's not much to say. I just finished taking a shower, took off my pants, and was about to have a pleasant time with the beautiful manager. However, my female companion was dug up by your order to attend a video conference. After it ended, our excitement was gone. We couldn't sleep, and I thought I'd just chat with you." Baron Lawrence frowned and said uncomfortably, "Did you change girlfriends again?" "It's because your company has so many beauties that I can't help myself. Although the innocent little receptionist is not bad, I got tired of her and wanted to try someone with long legs. The beautiful manager came along just in time, so I thought I'd have some fun." Seemingly aware of what Baron was going to say, Adam Sinclair laughed softly. "Don't worry, I won't cause any trouble. Besides, she's not a stupid woman. She knows what I can give her and what I can't. As long as she's not greedy, I'm actually a pretty good lover." Thea. In Anna Clark's mind, an image of a long, legged, lovely, and chiseled-faced beautiful woman appeared. Unable to suppress the memory of what Brodie Smith had said about Thea and the scandalous gossip, Anna shuddered involuntarily. "I can't guess. I didn't expect the president to throw her out along with the coffee she sent," saying. Tiffany Clifford couldn't help but laugh, saying, "He never touches cheap stuff from takeouts." "Ha ha ha. Cheap stuff from takeouts." I can just imagine Thea's twisted face. Anna didn't have any particular feelings towards Thea, neither liking nor disliking her, and she was also indifferent to Thea's flirtatious behavior. However, upon hearing the words cheap stuff from takeouts, she couldn't help but mock. What a straight man cancer. Well, he's got the capital to be straight man cancer, doesn't he? Tiffany took a sip of water and then reminded Anna of the time. "All right, your live stream is about to start. Get ready, MHM." Anna never took her work lightly. She cleared her throat, took a mint candy, and tested her voice. She cast aside all her unhappiness, curled up the corners of her mouth, and turned on the microphone. "Hello to all our listeners. This is BBC City Radio's City Help. I'm your host, Anna. A new week is upon us. Have you all gone out and had fun this weekend? Did you encounter any fun or funny events that you'd like to share with us? All right, as usual, Here's a song for everyone to relax and relieve the fatigue of driving. Villa in the wealthy area. Soothing music flowed from the radio. Baron Lawrence drank the red wine by his side and rubbed his temples that had been tired all day. His sore and swollen brain finally relaxed at the sound of that sweet voice. A rare wave or aroused Miss Wasnia over him. So any closure and his eyes Anna allow himself to slip into a light sleep. 2 hours later, the program ended. The slumbering man's eyes abruptly snapped open, as if vanquished by a spell. Darn it! Despite being utterly exhausted, without that familiar voice, he simply couldn't fall asleep. Baron Lawrence got up, put on his robe, tightened his aristocratic jaw, and took a few sleeping pills prescribed by Adam Sinclair. Half an hour went by, and he still couldn't sleep. Agitated, he switched on the light, changed his clothes, picked up his phone, dialed a number, and roared at someone. Video conference in 15 minutes. Whoever is late, forget about this month's bonus. Yes, young Master Lawrence. 3 hours later, the video conference finally ended. Adam Sinclair's call came through immediately. Baron Lawrence rubbed his throbbing temples and spoke in a less than pleased tone. What's the matter? If not, get lost. Chuckling on the other end of the line, Adam Sinclair ignored his hostile tone and calmly joked, either way, you won't be able to sleep without me. So, I'll stay. What is it? Nothing much, just that after showering and taking off my pants, I was getting ready to get intimate with the beautiful manager when you summoned her for a video conference. After it ended, our passions died down, we couldn't sleep, so I thought I'd call and chat. Baron Lawrence frowned, displeased. You found another woman? What can I do with all the beautiful women in your company? The innocent receptionist was nice, but I'm tired of her and want to try the tall, long-legged married woman. The beautiful manager came knocking, so I'm giving it a shot. Anticipating Lawrence's response, Adam Sinclair chuckled, Don't worry, I won't make a mess. And she's not a stupid woman. She knows what I can and can't give her. As long as she's not greedy, I'm actually a pretty good lover. He could provide any compensation outside of marriage, but not marriage itself. Clever women would desperately ask him for things while their relationship was still fresh, instead of asking for love. Other than that woman, it seemed like all the women he had encountered so far were clever. Baron Lawrence didn't care to meddle in his private life, but thought of something and warned him, Don't provoke Olivia Lewis anymore. Adam Sinclair suddenly laughed. You're even controlling this, Lord Lawrence. Does your sweetheart know you are so overbearing? That's my business. Olivia Lewis was that woman's good friend, and that woman cared a lot about their friendship. If something happened to Olivia, that woman would definitely be upset. Anyway, remember, I don't care who else you play with, just don't touch Olivia Lewis. Before Baron Lawrence could ask him, he quickly changed the subject. Have you taken your medicine? I have. Taken 2 pills? 4 pills. Then, I don't want to sleep. Adam Sinclair had a headache, and after hesitating for a moment, he said, I asked Scott Harris, and he said you can sleep lightly when you hear Anna's voice. Is that true? When did Scott Harris start to have such loose lips? Baron Lawrence raised an eyebrow, his hawkish eyes domineering. When I make love to her, I can sleep deeply. Adam Sinclair spat out a mouthful of water and said irritably, I'm being serious with you. Do I look like I'm joking? Not at all. Adam Sinclair took a deep breath and said everything he was thinking in his heart. Since you can only sleep with her, you two should stop fighting. Just give in to her a little and pamper her more, instead of being so domineering. I think she would make up with you. By the way, what misunderstandings have you two had before? As soon as he mentioned it, Baron Lawrence thought of the words that woman stubbornly told him in the amusement park. It felt like there was something stuck in his chest, keeping the air from going in or out. His face instantly turned pale, and he said coldly, It seems you have too much free time tonight. Since you can't sleep, don't sleep. Deal with that piece of land in the north of the city by yourself. Adam Sinclair had no idea what he had done to provoke him again, and just as he was about to say don't, the other party had already hung up the phone abruptly. What the? Really hung up? Adam Sinclair couldn't believe it. He looked down and saw that the screen had gone dark. It really had been hung up. He suddenly got a headache. Darn, if he knew this, he wouldn't have made the call, and now he had lost a piece of land. Now he couldn't sleep either tonight. The next day, Inna decided to be clever and not run to the president's office for an insult. Instead, she waited by the garage door. Soon, a blue Bugatti Veyron raced toward her like the wind. She sprang to her feet and stood in front of the car. Screech! A harsh sound of brakes filled the air as the Bugatti abruptly swerved and crashed into the greenery next to it with a bang. The front of the car was instantly deformed. The series of events happened so quickly that Inna's face turned pale with shock. Suddenly, the door of the luxury car was flung open, and a figure stormed up to her like a whirlwind. He grabbed her wrist and roared, "Are you insane? Are you tired of living? Didn't you see the car coming? Where are your eyes? Darn it! Didn't she know that when she rushed out, his heart almost stopped? Baron Lawrence?" Inna Clark stammered, still in shock. Her body suddenly felt light as she was picked up by the waist. The seemingly divine man with his ashen face and deep features, long legs striding as he carried her quickly away. Just as a car drove by, he stopped it forcibly. "President? Get out." What? I said get out of the car." His fierce appearance was even more intimidating than a robber's. Although the driver didn't understand what was going on, he obediently exited the car. As soon as he got out, Baron Lawrence opened the back door and placed Inna Clark inside. Then he closed the door, got into the driver's seat, stepped on the gas, and the car sped off, leaving the bewildered car owner still standing there, not understanding what had just happened. Why did the president steal his car? And who was the woman the president was carrying? The car sped all the way to the hospital entrance. Baron Lawrence abruptly braked, stopping the car right by the main entrance, and opened the door, about to carry Inna Clark out of the car. "I can get out on my own." Gradually regaining her composure after the shock of the ride, she avoided his hand, intending to get out of the car by herself. However, Baron Lawrence didn't give her a chance and forcibly picked her up. With her balance thrown off, Inna Clark couldn't help but scream. He carried her into the hospital. It was strange that she didn't know what he wanted to do when they arrived here. People couldn't help but look at them along the way, and Inna Clark's cheeks grew warm. Unable to help herself, she whispered, "Baron Lawrence, put me down. I can walk." In response, she was met with an incredibly cold look from the side. She bit her lip and repeated, "Baron Lawrence, I can really walk on my own. Please let me go." Let go. Those two words again. His eyes narrowed sharply, and he suddenly stopped. "Do you really want me to let you go?" What did he mean? As Inna Clark wished, the cold and heartless man let her go. However, he set her down on the 5th floor staircase railing. The 10-centimeter wide railing was too narrow for a person to sit securely, and Inna Clark's face turned as white as a sheet. She nearly screamed in panic, grabbing his wrist as if she were clinging to a life-saving straw. "What are you doing?" Baron Lawrence's eyes glanced at her hand, tightly gripping his wrist, his thin lips curling coldly. "You asked me to let you go, didn't you? Your wish is granted. Let go." As he spoke, he tried to pry her hand off. This was the 5th floor. If she fell from the 5th floor, she'd either die or suffer a concussion. With her face pale, she subconsciously clutched at his shirt. "Don't." Her large, bright eyes widened in panic, and in the absence of her stubbornness, she looked like a frightened deer. For some reason, the anger in Baron Lawrence's heart dissipated almost completely. His ashen face softened slightly as he pinched her chin, asking somewhat more kindly, "Do you still want me to let you go?" A wise man doesn't fight when the odds are against him. Inna Clark bit her lip, struggling to shake her head. His mood improved slightly, and he wrapped his arms around her again, his lips curving in delight. "That's better." How was this being better? Inna Clark felt as if she were a pet, threatened and intimidated before finally being petted. But like they say, you have to bow your head when you're under someone else's roof. She could only bear it. They finally reached the specialist's office, where Inna was finally let down. Before she even had a chance to catch her breath, she heard the man's imperious and powerful order, "Examine her thoroughly. I want a detailed examination from head to toe." Head to toe? The doctor looked at Inna in shock, studying her as if she were crazy. This young woman looked fine. Why did she need a full body check? Could it be that she had some undetectable disease? Feeling uncomfortable, Anna tugged at the man's sleeve and whispered, Baron Lawrence, I really am okay. No need for a check. Up. You call what just happened being okay? His tone, however you listened to it, was filled with displeasure. Knowing his temper, Anna hurriedly explained, Didn't you turn the car around immediately? It didn't even touch me. It really didn't touch you? Baron Lawrence was skeptical. Really? Then why do you look so awful? Isn't it because you scared me? She didn't dare to say it out loud. Instead, she awkwardly explained, that perhaps it's because I didn't have breakfast, anemia. After saying it, even she thought the reason was ridiculous. Her gaze moved away and accidentally landed on his waistline, causing her to suddenly turn pale. What's wrong with your waist? It's nothing. He wore a crew-neck black thin sweater, chic and fashionable. But there was a patch on the left side of his waist soaked in blood. Anna had not noticed earlier because his sweater was so dark, but now it seemed like blood was seeping out. Was he injured? Anna suddenly recalled the car hitting the flower bed. The car's hood was dented. It must be from that moment. She felt her heart race and quickly tried to examine him. But as she approached, she was abruptly pushed away. Caught off guard, she almost stumbled onto a nearby chair. Seeing the blood still oozing out, Anna was a little anxious. She bit her lip and approached him again. Baron Lawrence, are you injured? Let me take a look. Just as she approached, she was pushed away again. The stern man stared at her impassively, his thin lips pressing together. Didn't you say you hate me? Why are you meddling with me? Aren't you afraid that I might imprison you again if you get too close? Anna bit her lip. It was better when he didn't mention it. But now that he brought it up, uncontrollably, she thought about those days without freedom. Seeing the fear in her eyes, Baron Lawrence wished he could strangle her. But his hands remained at his sides, even though his heart felt as if it had been shattered. He still couldn't bring himself to do it. He just couldn't bear it. Darn it. Had he desecrated her ancestors' graves in his past life? Is that why God sent her to punish him in this life? Baron Lawrence's face alternated between green and black with anger. Finally, with a grim expression, he glared at the shocked doctor and roared, Get out! The doctor was startled awake and scrambled out, even closing the door behind him. His expression dark, he kicked over the chair in front of him and sat on the bed next to it. He commanded bluntly, Come here. Didn't you want to take a look? Come. His tone was harsh and impatient. When she finally approached him, he lifted his shirt, revealing his toned and taut waist and abdomen. Anna saw the deep gashes crisscrossed over his skin. Most of the wounds had started to scab over, but a smaller one seemed to have ripped open. She couldn't help but gasp, extending a hand to gently touch it. Fearful of causing him pain, she quickly withdrew her hand after a fleeting touch. She bit her lip hard and asked unconsciously, How did this happen? With his status, how could he be so badly injured? Where is Mr. Harris? Where is Adam Sinclair? Don't they care about him? As soon as she pulled her hand back, the man grabbed it, forcefully pressing it on the gaping wound. Anna's fingertips suddenly touched the warm blood, scalding her and causing her to struggle to pull her hand away. Ugh! Baron Lawrence groaned, his voice hoarse. Do you, woman, want to murder your own husband? Don't move. His face was slightly pale, and Anna didn't dare to move at all. About a minute later, his face eased a little, and he suddenly said, It's because of you. Huh. Every single injury here is because of you, Anna Clark. Because of her? Anna opened her mouth in disbelief, shocked. As if talking about someone else's business, Baron Lawrence casually said, You suddenly left Linton City. I drove to the airport and got into a car accident. It was actually a car accident. No wonder his face looked sickly pale on TV last time. Anna's heart jumped, unable to describe how she felt at that moment. Feeling suffocated, as if there was a stone weighing down on her, she opened her mouth to explain, but didn't know what to say. Seeing her silence, Baron Lawrence's face darkened again, coldly asking, Don't you have anything to say? She didn't know what to say, so she bit her lower lip and hesitantly asked, Did you buy the radio station? The emotions Baron Lawrence had barely suppressed nearly flared up again because of her. His hawk-like eyes stared fiercely at her, as if he wanted to tear her to pieces and eat her. He gritted his teeth. Inna, after so long, is this the only thing you want to ask me? She didn't know what else to ask. Fine. Great. Excellent. After saying okay 3 times, he pushed her away and roared, Get out! Inna stumbled as he pushed her, hitting her leg on a nearby table and wincing in pain. She glanced at the man on the hospital bed and then turned to leave. Click. The door slammed shut. Baron Lawrence didn't expect her to really leave. The suppressed anger in his chest, like a volcanic eruption, suddenly flared up and burned vigorously. His face changed, and he suddenly stood up to chase after her. Forget about taking it slow. He should follow his own method, grab the woman, throw her on the bed, and duck her until she falls for him. As he burned with anger and was about to open the door, he bumped into Inna, who was returning with a tray in her arms, holding disinfectant water, gauze, and other items. Seeing him standing at the door, Inna asked curiously, Where are you going? Baron Lawrence clenched her wrist, his hawk eyes staring intently at her. You didn't leave? The gripping of her wrist by him caused pain, and she frowned, trying to get away but failed. Annoyed, she said, I'm not heartless, you know. You got hurt because of me, so how could I possibly leave you here by yourself? After saying that, the hand holding the tray felt a bit numb. She lifted her chin, gesturing for him to sit down. Baron Lawrence, sit on the edge of the bed, and I'll help you redress the wound. She originally wanted to find a doctor to help him with the dressing, but the doctor adamantly refused as if he was being asked to go to the battlefield. He handed her the disinfectant and bandaging supplies and asked her to do a simple treatment herself. Inna had no choice but to do it herself. As she said, Baron Lawrence was injured this time because of her. She couldn't just leave him unattended. She thought she would have to coax him, for him to cooperate. Unexpectedly, without even using the many reasons she had prepared, he cooperated and let her go, sitting back on the edge of the bed. All the beds in the hospital were 1.2-meter simple steel beds. When he sat down, Inna couldn't find a place to sit, so she had to put the tray on top and stand in front of him. She bent down to help him lift his clothes. The blood had begun to clot, and some parts had already stuck to the sweater. She had to carefully use scissors to slowly cut it open. Soon, Inna's forehead was covered in sweat, and her hands were careful not to make any mistakes in the process. Does it hurt? I'll be more careful if it does. Baron Lawrence looked down at her serious little face, as if his hardened heart had been touched. There was a part in the middle that felt incredibly soft. It doesn't. Inna's movements still became lighter. After cutting open the sticky wound, she took a cotton swab from the tray, dipped it in disinfectant alcohol, and gently dabbed at the area where his wound had burst open. That part was originally severely injured, and the wound had just started to scab and heal when the car accident tore open the scab again. The bloody sight was horrifying, and yet the man didn't seem to feel any pain, as he had just grabbed her hand and pressed it hard against the wound. Inna clenched her lower lip tightly, trying her best not to let her hand shake. However, when facing the bloody wound, her heart couldn't help but contract, then contract again. It was as if there was an invisible hand gripping her heart, causing her chest to hurt. She first disinfected the area around the wound with alcohol, then took a deep breath and looked up. Baron Lawrence, it may be very painful later. You. Before she could finish speaking, she was interrupted. I have a way to make myself not feel the pain, Inna. Do you want to help me? A painless method? Inna felt that there might be a catch, but she couldn't resist asking, what method? Next second, everything started to spin. She was pressed onto the bed with one hand. Both of her hands were tightly grabbed by the man and held above her head. Her legs were forcibly separated, and Inna was suddenly panicked, struggling to break free. Baron Lawrence, what are you doing? Let me go. I'm teaching you a method to make me not feel the pain. Bullshit. He was clearly just being lewd. Just as Inna was about to argue, she saw the darkness in Baron Lawrence's eyes getting deeper and instinctively wanted to run. But before she could run, Baron Lawrence suddenly reached out and grabbed the back of her head, sealing her lips with a kiss. Mm. His wet and smooth tongue explored Inna's mouth, domineering and forceful. Inna used her hands to push against his chest, giving a hard push twice. Baron Lawrence's wound was pulled by her push, causing him to groan in pain. But his thin lips were not deterred, hooking up her sweet tongue and forcefully sucking it into his mouth, deepening the kiss. When the kiss ended, Enna's face was already flushed, and she was gasping for breath. Even if she was too naive, she knew what would happen if they continued. She clenched her lower lip, and just as the man approached her again, she used all her strength to shout, "No, I haven't applied the medicine yet." Apply the medicine? The hawk-like eyes of the man were filled with longing, but he stopped as if he was restrained by something. She thought it would take a lot of persuasion to get Baron Lawrence to cooperate. Unexpectedly, he released her and sat back down on the bed before she could even use all the reasons she had prepared. Hospital beds are usually 1.2-meter simple reinforced ones. When he sat down, there was no space left for Enna Clark, so she had to put her supplies on the bed and stand in front of him. She bent down to help lift his clothes. As she saw the wound on his waist again, despite being mentally prepared, Enna's heart still quivered. She carefully raised his sweater, trying not to disturb the clotting blood. Some of the blood stuck to the sweater, so she had to delicately use scissors to separate it. Soon, Enna's forehead was covered in sweat, and she dared not be careless with her hands. "Does it hurt? If it hurts, I'll be more careful." From his elevated position, Baron Lawrence gazed at her serious little face, and his steely heart was struck, softening in a way he couldn't fathom. "It doesn't hurt." Nonetheless, Enna's movements became even gentler. After cutting open the coagulated wound, she took a cotton swab from the tray, dipped it in disinfectant alcohol, and gently wiped the torn area of his wound. That place had already suffered a serious injury, and the scabbed, overwound, had barely begun to heal when the car accident tore it open again. The sight of the bloody, torn flesh was shocking, and yet he didn't seem to feel any pain. Just moments ago, grabbing her hand and pressing it forcefully against the wound. Enna bit her lower lip hard, trying to control her trembling hand. But facing the bloody wound, her heart couldn't help but constrict even tighter. It felt like an invisible hand was gripping her heart, causing her chest to ache. First, she disinfected the area around the wound with alcohol, then took a deep breath and looked up at him. "Baron Lawrence, it might hurt a lot in a moment. Can you?" Before she could finish, she was interrupted. "I know a way to make it not hurt, Enna. Do you want to help me? A method that wouldn't hurt?" Enna had a vague sense that something was off, but couldn't help but ask, "What method?" The next second, the world seemed to spin. She was suddenly pushed onto the hospital bed. Her hands were held tightly above her head on either side by the man, and her legs were forcefully spread apart. Enna panicked and struggled. "Baron Lawrence, what are you doing? Let me go. I'm teaching you the method to make me not hurt." What nonsense. He was obviously being a lecher. Just as Enna was about to argue, she saw the depths of Baron Lawrence's eyes growing darker, and she instinctively wanted to flee. But before she could, Baron Lawrence suddenly reached out, grasped the back of her head, and sealed her lips with his. His wet, slippery tongue entered Enna's mouth and aggressively stirred within, dominating and overpowering her. Enna's hands pressed against his chest as she pushed him away, causing him to yank on his wound and groan in pain. However, his thin lips didn't pause for a moment, hooking onto her sweet tongue and sucking more forcefully, deepening the kiss. As the kiss ended, Enna's face was flushed red and she was panting for breath. Even if she were foolish, she would know what would happen if they continued down this path. "No, I haven't applied the medicine for you yet." Applying medicine. The man whose eyes brimmed with desire stopped his advances as if struck by a sudden realization. Enna Clark seized the opportunity and immediately pleaded with him. "Baron Lawrence, can I apply the medicine for you first? If your wound isn't disinfected and treated soon, it could become infected and cause inflammation, which would be troublesome." Looking down at her, he could see even more clearly how beautiful her deer-like eyes were. So beautiful that one couldn't help but want to gaze into them until they were filled with mist. A surge of heat swept through his lower abdomen, a burning ache in that particular area. He furrowed his brow and didn't move. Enna didn't dare to move either. She feared that if she did, she would unleash the beast within the man. She carefully probed, "Can you let me go so I can help you with the medicine?" "Baron Lawrence, I'm worried about you." "Baron Lawrence, I'm worried about you." The man's eagle-eyed gaze from above suddenly darkened. He bent down and fiercely covered her seductive little mouth with his own, laying siege to her like a raging storm. Just when Enna thought she was doomed, he suddenly stopped. He bit her neck viciously. "Enna Clark, one day, I'll die at your hands." He knew that her concern was a lie, only meant to make him let her go. Yet he still chose to believe her poorly crafted deception. Hiss, a sudden stabbing pain in her neck, and she winced with tears in her eyes. Before she could take a breath, she felt Baron Lawrence licking the spot he had bitten. His warm tongue brushed against her neck, leaving her with an indescribable tingling sensation. It felt like an electric shock, and she nearly lost control and cried out. Her cheeks burned. Her entire body stiffened, struggling to suppress the moan on the tip of her tongue. Finally, the torment was over. Her left hand was suddenly grabbed by the man and pulled down. "This fire was ignited by you, and you must be responsible for extinguishing it." "What fire?" Her fingertips touched a cold, hard metal, and she realized what he meant. Her face flushed crimson and she shook her head. "No, that's not possible. This is a hospital. Are you sure it's not possible?" What did he mean? "Enna Clark, if you won't help me extinguish it, I'll have to do it myself." His deep, eagle-like gaze was filled with burning flames. How he would extinguish it himself was obvious. Enna bit her lower lip, and after weighing her options, she steeled her heart and closed her eyes. She grasped the man's zipper and pulled it down. Zip, the first time. She had been drugged and manipulated, her mind hazy as it happened. The following times, Baron Lawrence took the lead, and all she had to do was lie there. She had never been asked to take the initiative before, and now being suddenly asked to help him with something, Enna felt bewildered. What should she do? Enna Clark's face was burning up, as were her hands. She didn't know whether to hold on or let go. Her eyelashes trembled like leaves in the wind as she whispered, maybe let's forget about it. I don't know how to." As soon as the words left her mouth, she felt like she was about to explode with shame. The next moment, the man's large hand covered the back of hers, and he commanded in a strong voice, "Relax, follow my rhythm." Could he be planning to guide her in doing that? Enna felt dizzy, as her hand was being led to move up and down. From time to time, she could hear the man's muffled groans above her, charming and raspy. By now, not only was her face red, but her ears and neck had also turned crimson. "Enna, open your eyes." "Huh, open your eyes." Having no choice, she slowly opened her eyes. What she saw was the enlarged, handsome face of the man. Baron Lawrence was already very good looking, and his face that drove countless women crazy was now filled with passion, making him even more alluring. However, if one were to ignore the rage in his eyes, he would look even more attractive. Why was he angry? She was taken aback and reflexively looked up at the man above her. Indeed, that handsome face had turned as black as the bottom of a pot. The furious gaze seemed as if he wanted to kill someone. There were only two people in the room. If Baron Lawrence really wanted to kill someone, she'd be the first target. Realizing this, Enna immediately let go of his hand, struggled to sit up, and stammered, I'll help you apply the medicine." Without waiting for his response, she hurriedly got up from the bed, not even bothering to adjust her clothes. She quickly picked up the cotton swabs and alcohol nearby and started treating the wound. At the crucial moment, things suddenly stopped. This kind of situation was a great humiliation for any man. Baron Lawrence's face turned from green to black as the air got stuck in his chest. When he looked again at Enna, who was busily treating his wound without mentioning what had just happened, his enormous anger seemed to vanish like a punctured balloon, leaving only a deep sense of satisfaction. His wound was large and deep, and due to their intense movements earlier, the blood that had finally stopped flowing began to ooze out once more. Enna had no choice but to disinfect the area around the wound and use bandages to help him stop the bleeding again. It took nearly an entire roll of bandages to barely stop the blood flow. By now, Inna's mind was devoid of any wild thoughts, her face no longer flushed, and her hands no longer shaking. She fully focused on the task at hand. I asked the doctor, and he said that you can't let your wound get wet during this period. You can't eat soy sauce, as it will leave a scar. Spicy foods will irritate the wound and cause inflammation again. She thought for a moment and continued, you also can't eat fungi, like mushrooms, shiitake, etc. These foods are high in protein, and consuming too much can lead to liver heat. Those who normally experience headaches and dizziness should eat as little as possible. After a pause, she thought of another one. You should also eat less seafood, as most of it is cold in nature and not good for wound healing. Especially raw fish fillet and the likes, it's best to avoid them. They contain a lot of bacteria. Baron Lawrence listened to her nagging, feeling extremely pleased. If it were another woman nagging at him like Inna did, telling him that this or that wasn't allowed, he would have definitely kicked her away. But when it came to Inna, he found her immensely pleasing. Everything about her, even her nagging, was comforting. Indeed, his taste was impeccable to have chosen such a woman. His mood brightened, and his lips curved up. Even the weather seemed to have improved. As she was about to disinfect his wound to stop the bleeding, Inna pursed her lips and looked up, her beautiful eyes serious as she reminded him, this might hurt a lot, try to bear with it. As soon as she finished speaking, she raised the bottle of alcohol, poured it over his wound, and blood mixed with the alcohol flowed down his waist. She winced just by looking at it, but Baron Lawrence only turned a little pale without making a sound. Finally, when she had poured all the alcohol, she quickly closed the bottle, wiped the excess alcohol off with a gauze, applied ointment to his wound, wrapped it up with gauze, and tied a bow. With everything done, she let out a sigh of relief, sweating profusely. Done. Can you stand up and see if the bandage is too tight? If it's too tight, I'll rewrap it for you. Baron Lawrence stood up. How is it? Inna asked nervously. His sharp eyes glanced at her, feeling even better now. Though the bandages around his waist were a bit too tight, he still hooked his thin lips and said in a husky voice, it's just right. Really? Inna couldn't believe her skills were that good, considering she had never done it before. Really? It's much better than those useless people at the hospital. Of course, his woman was the best. Inna was somewhat self-aware, knowing that he was exaggerating and not genuinely believing that she bandaged better than a doctor. She tidied up the things on the bed and put them on the table next to her, saying, I still have to return these to the doctor. Do you want to leave first? Her hand was suddenly grabbed, and the handsome man's eyes narrowed, his thin lips brushing against each other. Before that, isn't there something else you forgot? What? Inna's heart skipped a beat, worrying that he might bring up Bobby. She took a step back defensively, but she forgot that her hand was still being held by Baron Lawrence. As she retreated, she seemed to be pouring fuel onto the fire. As expected, Baron Lawrence's face darkened, and he forcefully pulled her into his arms, growling, Why are you running? Am I a fearsome beast? Inna really wanted to tell him, You're way scarier than any beast, but she didn't have the guts. Instead, she only gave a forced laugh and played dumb. Wasn't running. Baron Lawrence really wanted to strangle her. He took a deep breath, pulled her hand to the zipper of his pants, and said irritably, You unzipped it yourself, so you're responsible for zipping it back up. Do I need to teach you this? After Inna helped him zip up, she asked tentatively, So the matter you mentioned was just this? That scared her to death. Baron Lawrence took in her change of expression. His hawk-like eyes flickered with a deep glint that disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving only impatience. What else could it be? No, nothing. As long as it wasn't about Bobby, it wasn't a big deal. She put her mind at ease. Unexpectedly, just at that moment, the proud and arrogant man's eyes suddenly locked onto her. Inna, are you hiding something from me? Thump. The heart she had just settled suddenly leaped into her throat. What did he mean? Did Baron Lawrence already know something? He had even followed her to Capital City, which meant he might have known about Bobby's existence for a long time. Was he testing her, or giving her a chance to confess? Inna Clark's heartbeat thundered, her gaze filled with doubt. After a long while, she forced a smile and denied. No, Whether Baron Lawrence was testing her or giving her an opportunity, she wouldn't admit to Bobby's existence even if there was just a 1 in 10,000 chance. Really? Then why are you so nervous? Baron Lawrence insisted, pressing her further. Anna had made up her mind and gradually calmed down, shaking her head and playing dumb. You suddenly asked me a weird question. I just didn't react in time. I'm not nervous. You misread me. Baron Lawrence glanced at her unconsciously clenched fists, then turned away, his arrogance returning. I was just asking casually. If it's nothing, that's good. Anna couldn't stay another second, immediately saying, I'm going to return something. With that, she walked away quickly, as if someone were chasing her. This time, Baron Lawrence didn't stop her. He put his hands in his pockets, his hawk, like eyes flashing with determination. Ding, ding, ding. Just at that moment, his phone rang. It was a call from Scott Harris. Baron Lawrence answered the phone. Hello? Lord, where are you? Are you okay? City Hospital. You're injured? Scott gasped and immediately said, I'll call young Master Sinclair right away. No need, my lord. Baron Lawrence's mood was good, and he interrupted him with a smile. Anna has already taken care of it for me. Scott was startled. Ms. Clark? Lord, you've met with Miss Clark? The words ran away, were swallowed back down out of fear. Baron Lawrence didn't know what he wanted to say. If he knew, he would have banished him to Africa to dig coal. Unfortunately, he was in a good mood now and didn't pay attention to small details. With a casual smile, he declared, I admit that your gradual approach is a good method, but from today on, I will use my own method to win Anna's heart. My lord, do you plan to lock Miss Clark up? Is that all he knows how to do? Lock people up? Baron Lawrence frowned unhappily but didn't bother to argue. Get someone to pick me up at City Hospital. Yes, my lord. Scott really wanted to ask him how he planned to win Miss Clark's heart but didn't dare to overstep his bounds, so he could only suppress his curiosity and make the arrangements. After returning the doctor's things and expressing her gratitude, Anna took her bag and prepared to leave. As she approached the hospital entrance, she decided to be more cautious and took a detour, heading for the back door. Just as she stepped outside, a car blocked her way. The window rolled down, revealing the handsome face that could turn any woman into a wanton woman. Who else could it be but Baron Lawrence? Get in. Anna wanted to slap herself to death. If she had known, she wouldn't have thought she was so clever and tried to leave through the back door. Since she had already run into him, she knew his temper. Refusing him at this point would only lead to trouble. She forced a smile. All right. Opening the car door, she got in. Inside the enormous van, there was everything one could need. But Anna felt as if needles were sticking into her from the leather seat beneath her, making her extremely uncomfortable. The man across from her poured her a glass of water. Holding the cup, she thanked him and couldn't help but say, I need to go to construct a road. I don't know if that's convenient for you. If not, you don't have to go out of your way to give me a ride. You can just drop me off in of here, and I can take a taxi. If you don't stop talking nonsense, would you believe me if I said I'd throw you into the Sahara? The Sahara is a vast desert, and if you were really thrown in there, you wouldn't be able to get a taxi, let alone catch a bird. Such a blatantly blatant threat. It's really Baron Lawrence's typical style. Anna Clark obediently closed her mouth, as if she had never said anything. The car fell quiet for a while as she held the cup and sipped it once in a while to relieve the awkwardness. The man opposite her was the exact opposite, leisurely stretching his body and taking out documents to read, as if she was not in the car. The air went still. Anna lowered her head to drink water again, only to find that the water in the cup had already been unknowingly finished by her. She awkwardly held the empty water cup, secretly depressed that she had drunk the water too quickly just now. With the water gone, she had nothing to do. She could only raise her head and look around randomly. No wonder this is Baron Lawrence's van. The luxury is beyond imagination. Not only were there leather sofas, LCD TVs, and other leisure facilities all around, but there was also a small bar in the car. She casually glanced at the wine rack and saw the 1972 Lafite. The extravagance was indeed skyrocketing. Each bottle of wine here would be enough for her to struggle for most of her life, right? Anna quickly looked away. Want a drink? She just moved her gaze away when the man, who had been looking down, somehow looked at her and raised his hawkish eyes to ask. Inna quickly waved her hands to deny. No, I was just looking. You can drink if you want to. He got up, took a bottle from the shelf, and it was precisely the Lafite she had just spotted. He gracefully uncorked the bottle, poured half a glass, and beckoned to Inna like he was summoning a pet. Come here. You misunderstood. I really just wanted to take a look. Come here. This time, it was impatient. Inna couldn't mess with him, so she had no choice but to sit next to him. But she deliberately kept her distance and didn't sit close to him. Baron Lawrence didn't have the patience to call her over again, so he simply took her hand and pulled her next to him. He picked up the Lafite on the table and put it against his thin lips. Inna immediately stopped him. Baron Lawrence, what are you doing? You can't drink alcohol. She had worked so hard to help him with his wound dressing. If he drank alcohol and caused inflammation, wouldn't her efforts be in vain? With that in mind, she reached out to grab the wine glass. Baron Lawrence leaned back to avoid her hand, hooked his thin lips with a possessive gleam in his eyes, who said, I am going to drink it. It's you that's going to drink. Bullshot. He was obviously going to put the glass to his mouth just now. As if he knew what she was thinking, Baron Lawrence's eyes darkened. His gaze, roaming over her face, deeper and deeper, suddenly landed on her slightly swollen lips. His throat tightened, and he took a mouthful of red wine, leaned down, and covered her enticing lips. No. The moment she spoke, her lips and teeth were pried open, and the spicy yet sweet red wine poured continuously into her mouth. Inna suddenly opened her eyes wide, reaching out to push him away, but her hands were immediately clamped down on by his strong grip. The warm and damp tongue stirred in her mouth, carrying the taste of red wine and distinctive sandalwood, occupying every inch of her mouth. The driver was still in the front, and she flushed furiously, biting down in annoyance. Baron Lawrence didn't even frown, pressed the back of her head, and deepened the kiss with the taste of blood. After a while, he finally let go of her hand. Inna Clark was already weak all over, her face flushed as she gasped for air, struggling to breathe the fresh air. She supported herself on the sofa, barely holding herself up so as not to shamefully collapse onto his chest. As she gradually regained a little strength, she felt something brush against her wrist, slowly hardening. She had just held that rod a moment ago. She knew what it was all too well. No way. Inna's body stiffened, her lower lip clenched, staying still and not daring to move. Fortunately, Baron Lawrence had no intention of getting aroused. After biting her neck, he licked over the bite mark, his eyes narrowing. I was wrong earlier. What? He bit hard on her slender, enticing neck again, appearing fierce, but not actually biting very hard. His eyes restrained the raging flames of desire as he swallowed. I'm not going to die at your hands, Inna Clark. Sooner or later, I'll die in your bed. Bed, bed, bed. Inna's ears seemed to be set on fire, burning hot. She immediately tried to push herself up and away from him, but her little thoughts could not escape Baron Lawrence's eyes. He hooked his arm around her waist, pulled her into his chest. In a panic, Inna accidentally hit his wound, causing his face to turn pale as he grunted. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Are you okay? Apologies should be like this. Another stormy kiss. Inna's tongue was numb from being sucked until the car finally stopped. The driver turned around without looking at them, lowered his head, respectfully saying, Lord, we're here. Get off. As soon as she got out of the car, she said, Thank you, President Lawrence, for the ride. I won't bother you anymore, so I'll leave now. This woman. Baron Lawrence's eyes darkened, grabbing her wrist. He coldly said, Did I say you could leave? But I'm not comfortable bothering President Lawrence anymore. I like you bothering me. With that, he pulled her inside. The car stopped across the river from the wealthy area of Capital City. Inna had only been to this area a few times for work, and the prices were frightening. She stumbled into the mall. Welcome. The saleswoman immediately greeted them, and her enthusiasm surged when she saw Baron Lawrence's face. Sir, what can I help you with? Clothes, shoes, bags, jewelry, bring them all out. He seriously considered that the reason this woman could always leave him so easily was because she had never clung to him for anything. If he pampered her from every aspect of her life, one day, she would not be able to live without him. Anna didn't know that Baron Lawrence was already thinking about how to completely tame her. Overwhelmed, she immediately refused. I don't want it. Who said I'm buying it for you? I just want you to try it out. Stop being so conceited. Knowing she would refuse, Baron Lawrence simply ignored her, gesturing the salesperson to go get it, bring it here. The salesperson had already figured out who the big spender was, quickly saying, Sir, please wait. I'll get it right away. Before she left, she didn't forget to ask, Can I ask what size garment to get? And what style of jewelry do you prefer? Her size, her height, her style. Upon hearing 3 consecutive mentions of her, the saleswoman looked at Anna Clark, smiled brightly, and said, All right, please wait a moment. It wasn't long before a row of carefully selected clothes was brought over. With a beaming expression, the saleswoman introduced them. Sir, Miss, these are all the latest styles of our current season. They include Panda and Vivre brands. Take a look and see if there's anything you like. She picked out a skirt from the collection and handed it to Anna, saying, Miss has fair skin and a balanced figure. This skirt would suit you best. Would you like to try it on for the gentleman to see? Anna was about to refuse when she heard Baron Lawrence command, Anna, go try it on. The saleswoman also encouraged her. Yeah, miss, just listen to the gentleman. This skirt really suits you. You'll look stunning once you put it on. Seeing her determined attitude, Anna took a deep breath and interrupted sternly. I'm sorry, but I won't be trying it on because I'm not the one buying it. After saying this, she ignored the saleswoman's reaction and turned to the man on the sofa. President Lawrence, it would be better if the person you are giving the clothes to tries them on. Not waiting for Baron Lawrence to respond, she quickly added, I know that the lady and I have the same height and figure, but there will always be differences. Plus, everyone has their own style preferences. What I like, she might not. If you buy it for her and she doesn't like it, it would be a waste. I have to go back to work, so I'll be leaving first. Take your time looking, President Lawrence. Anna picked up her bag and left without looking back. Although she looked carefree, only she knew how nervous she was, afraid that she would be stopped halfway. It was only after leaving the shopping mall that she could finally let out half a breath. Emma, he didn't follow, thank goodness. Anna hailed a taxi at the roadside and got in without a second glance. Master, Constructor Road BBC radio, thank you. All right. As the taxi began to move, she finally released the remaining half-breath that was stuck in her chest. At the same time, her mind was in chaos. Baron Lawrence had returned to the country. Baron Lawrence had followed her to Capital City. Baron Lawrence had bought the radio station. Anna clenched the strap of her bag tightly, her heartbeat thudding violently. Because she was pressing her lips together so forcefully, they turned pale. What should she do? Should she quit her job, take Bobby, and run away? But she didn't know if Baron Lawrence had discovered Bobby yet. If he hadn't, and she impulsively took Bobby and ran, it might backfire and alert him to Bobby's existence. But if she didn't run, the hot scene from the hospital flashed through Anna's mind as her cheeks flushed. She bit her lower lip even harder. What should she do? Anna exhaled irritably, frustrated and flustered. Soon, the taxi stopped in front of her office building. She paid the fare, grabbed her bag, and got out of the car. Upstairs in the office area, not knowing what had happened, Tiffany Clifford saw Anna's preoccupied state and asked curiously, Anna, what's wrong? You seem a bit off. Anna snapped back to reality, placed her bag on her desk, mustered a smile, and denied it. Nothing's wrong. Hearing her say nothing was wrong, Tiffany didn't dwell on it any further, instead informing her, You probably won't see the president today. Anna recalled the haughty face of the man, her heart pounding erratically. She feigned composure. I heard from Cooper at our company that this morning, the president got into a minor car accident outside the garage while holding a beautiful woman. He snatched Mr. Watson from the sales department's car to take her to the hospital, Tiffany Clifford said, full of admiration. I wonder which department this amazing woman is from. Who came up with such an idea to get close to the president? You should have seen Thea Wood's jaw drop when she heard this gossip from Cooper. Ha ha ha. It's hilarious. If I were the president, I'd also choose a beautiful woman who I accidentally bumped into. Such a pure and natural way to strike up a conversation. Nothing like someone else who dresses up garishly to deliver tea. Clearly no different from those gaudy, cheap women outside. But I'm really curious about who that girl is. She's got such a unique and refreshing approach. She's so talented. Someone like her should be transferred to our director's office. She's bound to shine. Seeing Tiffany's enthusiasm, Anna Clark didn't know how to break the truth to her and couldn't help but say, maybe it really was just an accident? Accurately speaking, there was no collision at all. Baron Lawrence had changed his direction when she rushed out. Tiffany looked at her with innocent eyes. Are you kidding me? Can it really be such a coincidence? Cooper said that woman didn't have a car. What is a person without a car doing outside the garage early in the morning? Going for a morning walk instead of going to work? As she spoke, she seemed to think of something and put down her cup, looking Anna up and down suspiciously. Hang on, Anna. Why are you just arriving now? You've never been late before. That I had some problems on the way. What happened? Tiffany's gaze fell on Anna's slightly swollen lips. Having experienced it before, she could tell that they were the marks left by a man. She squinted her eyes like Sherlock Holmes and asked, swollen red lips, disheveled clothes. Anna Clark, what's going on? Confess now. If Tiffany finds out, the whole company will know. Anna stepped back, not daring to look at her, and lied. Maybe I ate something too spicy last night and got a bit feverish. You're overthinking it. Are you sure I'm overthinking it? Tiffany clearly didn't believe her. Yes, really. Just as Anna struggled to get rid of her, the secretary from their department, Cooper, came over and shouted, Sister Anna, boss wants you. Anna felt relieved. All right, I'll be right there. Speaking, she turned to Tiffany to explain. Sister Tiffany, boss is looking for me. I'll talk to you later. Mentioning the boss, Tiffany put the gossip aside and worry appeared in her eyes. She pinched Anna's palm and advised her, he's most likely calling you about Brody Smith's issue. No matter how much he scolds you later, don't mind him. Just insist that you don't know anything. After all, there's no surveillance in the restroom, so he can't come up with any evidence. Okay. Anna gently patted her hand twice, and under Tiffany's worried gaze, she walked towards the boss's office. There are only a few offices on the floor, and the boss has one on the southeast side since he's in charge of the afternoon section. There are even 2 flirtatious cacti at the entrance, which are very eye-catching. Anna stood outside the door, raised her hand, and knocked on it. Knock, knock. A familiar, annoying voice came out from the inside. Come in. She pushed the door open and walked in, only to find, besides boss, there was someone else in the office. What are you staring at? Hurry up and get over here. Fathead Fish snapped, unhappy with Anna's daydreaming. Anna turned her gaze to the ground and walked to the desk, asking, Boss, what did you want me for? Nothing really, but you see, Ms. Winters is scheduled to appear on the broadcast the day after tomorrow. She said she's free today, so Anna, I need you to accompany her while she shops and, at the same time, gather information for the interview. Fathead Fish explained in his most fawning voice to Tessa, I was actually supposed to go shopping with Ms. Winters in Capital City today, but now I have an unavoidable meeting this afternoon. What a shame. Meetings are important. Tessa Winters flicked her nails, saying dismissively without giving Fathead Fish a friendly look. Not bothering to ask Anna's opinion, Fathead Fish made up his mind. Only when you have time next, Ms. Winters, will I be able to accompany you personally. Today, Anna will have tea with you while you chat. What do you? Tessa glances at Anna, unable to hide her disdain, and reluctantly says, Fine, I'll go with her. With that, she frowned and walked out, clearly displeased. Fathead Fish immediately urged the unmoved Anna, What are you still doing here? Follow her. Anna was speechless, protesting, Boss, my job is at the radio station, not accompanying Ms. Winters shopping. Before Anna could finish speaking, Fathead Fish had already pushed her out, scolding, How dare you mention work to me? What about the advertising deal you were supposed to close with Mr. Smith last week? If you make Ms. Winters happy today, I'll let it slide. He continued. Hadn't she just beaten Brody Smith up in a bathroom? Could Fathead Fish really let her off that easily? Seriously? Anna was doubtful. This wasn't the fathead fish she knew. Was there some kind of plot she wasn't aware of? Thinking of the word plot, Ina's thoughts turned to a certain someone. Ignorant of her thoughts, Fathead Fish prompted her. Anyway, don't you have a feature interview with Ms. Winters the day after tomorrow? Take this opportunity today to gather some information. It's part of your job too. Now, hurry up and follow her. Ina had no choice but to follow. As she left, she made sure to remind Fathead Fish, "Boss, you said it yourself. If I accompany Ms. Winters today, you won't hold the sponsorship issue against me and Sister Tiffany." Annoyed, Fathead Fish waved his hand. "As long as you make Ms. Winters happy today, I won't." Reassured, Ina smiled, gave him an okay gesture, and hurried out. Tessa Winters hadn't waited for her at all, stomping into the elevator first in a huff. If Ina hadn't run fast enough, the elevator would have closed without her. Ina rushed into the elevator, and in a spirit of friendly cooperation, smiled and asked, "Where would you like to go shopping today, Ms. Winters?" "I'm meeting a friend," she snapped impatiently. Since Tessa didn't want to deal with her, Ina didn't want to embarrass herself either, so she kept quiet and blended into the background. Downstairs, a blue Bentley was waiting below. Tessa opened the passenger door and took a seat. Ina obediently sat in the back. She took out a notebook, asked a few questions in a responsible manner, and quickly recorded the answers. Tessa, however, was uncooperative. After only a few questions, she lost interest in responding. Ina had no choice but to put away her notebook, planning to collect more information when the capricious princess was in a better mood. The car sped all the way to a high-end coffee shop in the city center. Once they got out of the car, Tessa Winters refreshed her makeup, adjusted her complexion, and led Ina Clark into the shop with an air of superiority. "Tiffany, over here." Several beautiful women with long legs and pointed faces enthusiastically waved in their direction. Tessa Winters' expression darkened slightly. She curled her red lips, glanced at Ina Clark, and said coldly, "Follow me." Ina Clark repeated her duties several times in her head to suppress her gloom, then followed her and walked over. As soon as they went over, several women immediately surrounded them. They gathered around Tessa Winters admiringly, exclaiming, "Ah, isn't this dress the latest from Miu? Hasn't it even launched in our country yet? Did your boyfriend buy it for you? You are so lucky." Tessa Winters' vanity was greatly satisfied. She couldn't hide her smile and said with pretense, "Oh, is this Miu's latest? I had no idea when I pulled it out of my closet. It's so nice. I'm so envious. I also want a boyfriend who offers me the latest fashion items whenever I open my wardrobe. Just give it up. Not everyone is as lucky as Tiffany." Tessa Winters immediately said, "Oh, it's not about luck, it's fate." "Ha, ha, are you and your boyfriend magically destined for each other? Publicly displaying your affection?" "Yes, we were unexpectedly fed with your public display of affection. We are not into that." Tessa Winters was beaming with joy and playfully glanced at others, stomping her feet. "Stop it." Listening to their talk, Ina Clark couldn't help but shudder. She had to admit that Baron Lawrence's taste was a bit bizarre over these past few months. The women he used to date were noble rich young ladies, or at least like Amelia Young if he wanted to mingle in the entertainment industry. She shifted her gaze from Tessa Winters' beautiful but somewhat stiff face to her large breasts which didn't match her thin arms at all, and shuddered again. Why do men always prefer large-breasted women? Can't they see some are unscientifically large? After receiving a lot of praise, Tessa Winters was in a much better mood. When one of the women asked who Ina Clark was, she introduced her with a big smile as the new radio host her boyfriend had hired. Indeed, it sparked another round of envy. After a round of noisy chats, the ladies sat down. "We won't compete. We won't compete." One of the women who knew her best suddenly said, "Tiffany, we haven't met your boyfriend yet after such a long time. Please bring him out for a meal together someday." Without a second thought, Tessa Winters said, "He's busy. He might not have time. You said the same thing last time, and the time before that. He can't be busy every day." "That's right. When will you let us meet him? We'll help you judge if he is a good man or not. How can we feel safe giving you to him without judging him first?" A hint of disdain flashed in Tessa Winters' eyes. She well knew what her good sisters were thinking. They proposed to help her judge, which sounds nice, but actually, they just wanted to steal her boyfriend. She would never give these women an opportunity. However, a shadow crossed her face. Ever since her last meeting with young Master Lawrence in Illyria country, she hadn't seen him again all this time. It had already been 3 months. She was relying on her face to maintain her wealthy lifestyle. In fact, if it hadn't been for Lawrence declaring to settle her residence back in the castle in Illyria, she might have been thrown out by now. How hateful. Tessa Winters clenched her fists, her mood instantly gloomy. She was so full of ambition 3 months ago, but now, she was unsure of herself. She did not understand why Lawrence chose her among many others and kept her when he does not meet her or take care of her. At that time, among all the socialites and beautiful women, if she wasn't singled out because she was special, she wouldn't believe it herself. Though she was churning inside, she maintained her prideful smile on the outside and dismissively declined, "He is really busy. He doesn't have the time. When there's a chance, I'll introduce you." All the women she was with knew that it was just a polite excuse, but since they had to depend on Tessa for benefits, they could only suppress their jealousy and force a smile. "All right, you better make sure to introduce us next time." "Of course. By the way, Tiffany, where are we going later?" "Just the nearby commercial street. I want to check out some new arrivals. It's all Lawrence's property, so as long as I'm there, I won't be charged anything." As soon as she finished speaking, everyone looked disappointed. One of them couldn't help but say, "Not commercial street again. We always go there. I'm getting tired of it. Let's change the place today." The words stung Tessa's ears. She glared at the innocent Enna, unable to vent her accumulated frustration. She also wanted to change the place. She had already chosen a fat sheep to slaughter, but that sheep didn't show up and instead sent her a penniless subordinate to fill up the numbers. And she had to tolerate it, to save face. Someone who noticed Tessa's unhappy expression immediately tried to smooth things over. "Why change? I think shopping nearby is good. I saw a bag last time, and I want to check it out again today." After hearing this, Tessa finally lightened up. "Arya, what kind of bag did you like? I'll buy it for you." "Really? Thank you, dear," Arya exclaimed in surprise. After all, any bag on commercial street costs thousands. Tessa is being very generous. How could she not be happy? "Really? We've finished our drinks. Let's go check out your bag. If it's nice, I'll buy one too. This store is also Lawrence's. She doesn't have to pay at all." Tessa picked up her bag and proudly walked in front. Enna also got up to follow, breathing a sigh of relief. At least she wouldn't have to listen to anymore. Just when they were about to leave, there suddenly was a commotion in front of them. "You harlot, daring to have an affair with my man." A woman's outraged voice, accompanied with the sound of slapping and screams, came over. They saw a crowd of people not far from them. The woman who was cursing was a middle-aged lady, who, while pulling a woman's hair by her side, was cursing non-stop. "I won't let you ruin my marriage," sending shameless text messages in the middle of the night. "You shameless woman. Look at you, so much like a fox. Since you like sleeping with men so much, would you like me to find some for you?" There were a few people standing by her side, perhaps her best friends, who occasionally would help her, swearing and pinching the mistress. Such a lively scene. They were making such a scene that everyone in the coffee shop was looking over. A staff member hurriedly went over to mediate. "I'm sorry, but this is a coffee shop. Please be quiet." The middle-aged, wealthy woman was very angry and didn't listen. She shook off the staff member's hand and growled, "She's sleeping with my man, and you tell me to be quiet." The staff member was stumped by her shouting. Just then, the man caught cheating, with a livid face, stood up and roared, "Enough! Stop making a scene." No sooner had he spoken, the wealthy woman began wailing. "Okay, Preston, I've spent half of my life with you, through thick and thin, giving birth to our children and taking care of our elders. Now that you have money, you secretly indulge yourself and neglect me. Are you even human?" Embarrassed, the man could only console her. "All right, don't make a scene. Let's talk about it when we get home." "Of course, I will go home." The woman raised her voice and said viciously, "But before I leave, I must teach this fox a lesson." "Stop it. Am I causing a scene? If you guys hadn't been so shady behind my back, Would I make a scene? I'd heard about you two before but never interfered, thinking that men sometimes face temptations. But this fox just won't stop. She even texted you, asking you to divorce me. Huh. If I hadn't seen that message last night, would someone else be taking my place as Mrs. Pong? Let me tell you, Preston, I also have shares in the company. If you dare to divorce me, I'll sell those shares, and we'll see how stable your position as the boss will be. The man's face changed, and he immediately denied the claim. Wife. My relationship with her was just a fling. Please don't be impulsive. So you don't want to divorce me and be with her? Isn't she your precious sweetie? Having their private conversations exposed in public, the man's face turned different shades of pale, and he could only offer a smile and whisper, Wife, believe me, only you have my love. She was the one who seduced me when I was drunk, and we had relations that time. Since then, she's been clinging to me and demanding that I take responsibility. Wife, believe me, I never planned on divorcing. Let's go home and talk, shall we? The wealthy woman shook off his hand, grabbed the other woman's hair, and slapped her twice. Afterward, she released her grip, spat at the disheveled woman, and disdainfully said, You've heard, right? My husband was just playing with you. Forget it this time. Next time, don't cling to men without a second thought. Look at your own worth first. Let's go. Everyone left in a hurry. The man, at the end of the procession, glanced back at the mistress with pity, but was met with his wife's glaring look and hastily followed her. Having witnessed the whole drama, Anna Clark was appalled by the man's irresponsible behavior and felt sorry for both women. She had thought that the drama would end with everyone leaving. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the mistress raised her head, seemingly unfazed by the onlookers pointing, and calmly began to tidy herself up. As she lifted her disheveled hair, revealing a clean, fair face, Anna was struck dumb, unable to believe who she was seeing. Cherish Jordan. How could it be Cherish Jordan? Unexpectedly, a nearby person also blurted out in surprise, Cherish Jordan? Seeing the beautiful woman's disheveled appearance, she suddenly became interested, saying to her friends, I saw a friend. Let's go say hello. Cherish, long time no see. I didn't expect. Tessa Winters said gleefully, You're still so hardworking. Cherish Jordan glanced at the group of them, and when she saw Anna Clark, her indifferent gaze paused for a moment, but it was just that, a moment. She immediately looked away, seemingly ignoring Tessa's sarcastic and mocking words as she continued to tidy herself up. Tiffany, do you know her? One of Tessa's friends frowned, covering her nose with a disgusted look, as if Cherish was some kind of germ that would contaminate her eyes just by looking at her. Tessa, delighted that someone was indulging her, immediately raised her chin arrogantly. Of course I know her. She's the one who stole my last boyfriend, which led to our breakup. Before that, I even considered her a good friend and shared everything with her about my relationship. Tessa clamped her teeth as she spoke of this. Back then, she had finally snagged a second generation of wealthy family, and before she could even warm up to him, Cherish entered the picture. In no time, the man who had sworn his love to her in bed changed his heart, and she became old news. Because of this, she was mocked by many in her social circle, as they said she couldn't even hold onto a man. They also claimed that the man dumped her after only 2 times in bed because he thought her skills in bed were lacking. She had always held a grudge for this incident, never expecting to encounter Cherish again here, and now the woman was even slapped in public by her legal wife. It was as if fate itself was helping her seek revenge. When the surrounding onlookers heard Tessa's words, they pointed and whispered gossip about Cherish in buzzes and murmurs. Oh my God, this woman is too shameless, isn't she? I was wondering why she was so calm. So it turns out she's used to doing this kind of thing. No wonder she was slapped in public and can still stand here fixing her clothes. How humiliating. If I were her parents, I would definitely slap her too and disown her. Exactly, this kind of woman is just too disgusting. Maybe, as the legal wife said earlier, she really lacks men. Otherwise, why would she be attracted to such an ugly man? The surrounding people spoke more and more harshly. Anna gave Cherish, who was still indifferent, a complicated look. She wanted to speak up, but didn't know what to say. Finally, Cherish adjusted her clothes and hair, picked up her bag, and prepared to leave. Tessa would not let the opportunity to further humiliate Cherish slip by. She reached out and grabbed her arm. "Where are you going?" "Cherish, we finally met again. So sit down and have a glass of water. And tell us how you hooked up with a married man and how you sent him texts in the middle of the night, asking him to divorce and marry you." With these sharper than slapped face words, she made everyone around them discuss even more. Cherish raised her charming eyes, sneered at Tessa, and threw her hand off. With even more pride and composure, she rubbed her wrist, her red lips curling. "We're all turtles in a jar. So why are you pretending to be someone else?" "You." Tessa Winters turned pale. Her darn legs immediately helped her curse back. "Who are you calling a turtle? You have no shame, and you think everyone else is as shameless as you. You stole Tiffany's boyfriend, and you still have the nerve to curse at people. How did your parents educate you?" Mentioning her parents, Cherish's face finally lost its calm expression. Her face turned cold, her beautiful eyes as sharp as a knife. She looked at Tessa Winters. "Boyfriend? Ha. When you call him that, does his wife know?" As soon as the wife left, it looked like Tessa Winters had been slapped heavily across her face twice. Cherish Jordan, however, seemed to be irritated by them and didn't let it go. She turned around and looked her up and down, the mockery in her eyes intensifying. "I wondered why you called out to me, Miss Coco. It's because you're wearing designer clothes, huh? How come? Has another blind second generation of wealthy family taken a fancy to your fake breasts? What nonsense are you talking about?" The surrounding gazes seemed to see through her, and Tessa Winters screamed angrily. Cherish Jordan didn't care. She raised the corner of her mouth, like a poisonous snake with red lips. "Coco, don't be nervous. I don't have any other intentions. I'm just reminding you to go to the hospital and have your breasts maintained. Don't be like last time when your boyfriend climbed onto my bed and said that touching your breasts was like rubbing a stone. It hurt his hand." Laughing sounds broke out around them. "Shut up." Tessa Winters became furious from embarrassment, raised her hand to slap her. Cherish Jordan, with her quick reflexes, grabbed her wrist and coldly threw it off, saying word by word, "It's my fault I got hit for being the mistress. What do you think you are? If you want to hit me, wait until the day I play with your husband." After finishing, she left swaying seductively in her 10-inch high heels. Tessa Winters lost her balance after that push, bumping into a nearby table. She was both pained and furious, watching the person leave arrogantly. Her good friends immediately gathered around, expressing their care and concern. "Tessa, are you okay? Are you hurt? Should I call an ambulance for you? Tessa, are you all right?" Although she only bumped the corner of the table, Tessa Winters exaggeratedly sat down on a chair next to her, looking like she had been seriously injured. Spectators who saw their dramatic actions found it uninteresting and dispersed. Anna Clark couldn't watch any longer and walked up to Tessa Winters, speaking formally. "Ms. Winters is not feeling well, so I won't interview her today. When Ms. Winters' health is better, I'll find another time to visit. I'll go first." Tessa Winters had no mood to pay attention to her and waved her hand impatiently. "Just go." Anna Clark didn't care about her attitude and left quickly. As soon as she left the coffee shop, she saw the blue sky outside and felt cheerful. Phew, finally got rid of that prime-time party. If she kept staying there, her head would spin from the noise of a bunch of chirping women. She had just walked a few meters away, turning the corner, and ran into Cherish Jordan, who had left earlier. Cherish seemed to have been waiting for her, and seeing her come out alone, her seductive face showed no surprise. Familiarly, like an old friend, she hooked the corner of her mouth toward her and invited, "Anna Clark, if you don't mind, let's have a drink." The place she mentioned for drinking was actually another coffee shop not far away. Even though they were not far apart, the decoration revealed the vast difference in prices between the two shops. Anna Clark ordered 2 cups of coffee at the bar, brought them over herself, handed one to her, and put the other in front of herself, then sat down. "Thank you." Cherish Jordan's fair face was still adorned with several palm prints, looking too miserable to watch. She lowered her head and took a sip of the coffee, raising it with complex eyes, saying, "I didn't expect you to remember that I like cappuccinos. You always happened to like the things William Sullivan liked, and I was too young back then to notice these details. Anna Clark was much calmer when talking about the past. Cherish Jordan laughed softly, not knowing what she was laughing about. She looked down at the coffee in her cup, her eyes unfocused. At that time, you were indeed too stupid, so stupid that I was astounded, wondering how you even survived in that family. When I first met you, I was curious. How could you be so stupid living in a family like that? Later, I found out that you were so stupid because of William Sullivan. William Sullivan was so wonderful. How could you be worthy of him? After saying this, she laughed mockingly, raised her head, looked into Anna Clark's eyes, and said candidly, at that time, that's what I thought. What did her being worthy or unworthy of William Sullivan have to do with whether she was stupid or not? That kind of thought was like poison, growing inside me relentlessly. On one hand, we went to class together, worked together, went shopping, shared secrets, and were best friends. On the other hand, I was deeply jealous of you in the dark, jealous that you had a boyfriend like William Sullivan, and I had nothing. Do you know how painful it is to pretend not to like someone when you actually do? So, did you give me a drug? Cherish lowered her head, laughed softly again, her hoarse voice sounding incredibly charming. She dodged the question and pulled out a cigarette from her bag, suddenly asking, "Do you mind if I smoke a cigarette?" "Go ahead." She fumbled for her lighter and lit her cigarette. The burning cigarette tip seemed seductive against her nail polish. William Sullivan doesn't know he had love with me. After we had love that night, I was afraid of his disdainful look the next day. So I got up and cleaned him up, changed the sheets, and even put on clothes. The next morning when he woke up, I told him that nothing had happened, and we were just drunk. He believed it, and without hesitation, he went looking for you. Before long, someone told him that you'd slept with another man. Unable to face you, he chose to go abroad. Cherish flicked the ashes off her cigarette, her eyes numb as she looked at Anna. That night when he had love with me, he kept calling your name. I knew that all these years, the person he's loved was always you. Even if you slept with another man, he still loved you. Anna listened quietly, took a sip of her coffee, and stood up. Finished? If you're done, I'll leave first. Cherish suddenly became agitated and stopped her. Anna, do you have a heart at all? I'm saying all this. Don't you have any reaction? Or have you already betrayed him? Not just in body, but in heart as well? Betrayal. Anna found this word particularly ridiculous. She took a deep breath, turned her head, stared at her eyes intently, and said sarcastically, "What kind of reaction you expect me to have? Be moved? Or weep with remorse? Or perhaps be moved and cry while running into William Sullivan's embrace?" Not waiting for Cherish's answer, she continued without expression, "I'm sorry, but I'm not that cheap. I can't be moved to tears just because my boyfriend called my name while sleeping with my best friend. If even this could move her, she wouldn't be a mere saint, but the Virgin Mary herself. As for the betrayal you mentioned, you're right. I did betray him while we were dating. But you know better than me why I betrayed him. Cherish Jordan, I believe I was true to the heavens and earth and my conscience when I was with William Sullivan. What about you? Were you fair to me? It's all in the past now, and I've long since broken up with Mr. Sullivan. I don't want to talk about who was fair to whom back then. Just please, Miss Jordan, if it's not necessary, don't contact me anymore. I have a heart of stone, and I wouldn't want to accidentally hurt your pure love." With that, she picked up her bag and left. Cherish Jordan watched her leave, then tilted her head back and swallowed the last of her coffee. She took out another cigarette from her bag and lit it, but after just one puff, tears suddenly fell. She lowered her head, biting her red lips and burying her face between her legs, unwilling to let anyone see her vulnerable side. After a while, she finally regained control of her emotions, and when she looked up again, her seductive beauty had returned. She didn't hurry off, instead taking out her makeup from her bag. She checked the scars on her face in a small mirror and applied BB cream to cover them, followed by concealer, completely hiding the marks. Then, she applied some blush to make herself appear more lively. After patting her face, she put away her makeup and stuffed all the napkins on the table into her bag. Only then did she leave the cafe, every bit the urban beauty. On the way home, Anna Clark's mood was not good, and and she felt oppressed, like there was a heavy stone on her chest. Cherished Jordan's words replayed in her mind over and over, tearing open old wounds. Feeling upset, she didn't rush home. She glanced at the time and saw it was still early, so she decided to go to the wet market for a stroll. The people in the market had gotten to know her, and the older men and women would ask her why Bobby hadn't come with her. While talking, they would give her some vegetables they were selling, telling her to take them back and cook them for Bobby. Anna couldn't resist their enthusiasm, so she just thanked them and bought some vegetables at their stalls to take home. By the time she had bought enough vegetables for the next few days, her mood had improved. Carrying her purchases, she headed to the neighborhood. When she reached the entrance, she saw a large crowd gathered in the neighborhood, chattering excitedly. "Look at that car. I've seen it on TV. It must be really expensive." "Definitely expensive. I remember my son mentioning the brand before. It's a famous foreign car and super expensive." "Whose expensive car is this parked in our neighborhood? It's been here for so long and no one's gotten out. Maybe they're waiting for someone? Look at that driver and the bodyguard. They're dressed even better than my son's boss. I wonder how rich the person inside must be. Luxury car, bodyguard, driver. And it was parked right under their apartment building." A thought flashed through Anna Clark's mind. No way. Though she said this, her heart was pounding with apprehension. She bypassed the gossiping crowd and squeezed inside. As soon as she entered, someone greeted her excitedly. "Miss Clark." That voice. Anna looked over and indeed saw a dapper Scott Harris approaching her. Her heart skipped a beat. She subconsciously looked at the tightly closed Lincoln stretch limousine. If Scott was here, then the person sitting inside was. At that moment, the driver opened the door of the Lincoln car, and a leg as long as a model's caught everyone's eye. Then, a man with short, neat hair and a strikingly handsome face appeared in everyone's sight. Everyone, from the elderly to little girls, had their eyes wide open. He glanced down on the crowd with his noble phoenix eyes, ignored everyone, and focused on a dumbfounded Anna Clark. His thin lips curved, apparently in a good mood, and he waved at her. "Come here." "Baron Lawrence. It's really Baron Lawrence. He really found this place." Anna's heart was pounding so fast it felt like it would burst out of her chest. If it weren't for her remaining sanity, she would almost lose her grip on the vegetables in her hand, spilling them all over the ground. Seeing her not reacting, Baron Lawrence frowned and commanded again. "What are you doing standing there? Come here." Scott Harris took in the colorful expressions on the young woman's face, sympathizing with Anna silently but dutifully reminding her, "Miss Clark, Lord is calling you. Go ahead." She glanced at the onlooking crowd in the neighborhood, which was growing larger. She came to her senses and unwillingly said, "Oh," before moving towards him. Baron Lawrence immediately pulled her close, his eyes dancing. "Are you a snail? I've been waiting for you for ages." Anna wanted to ask him how he had found this place, but upon scanning the crowd of onlookers, she hurriedly pulled him up the stairs. "We'll go home first, then talk." "Home?" Baron Lawrence savored this word, feeling a strange throbbing in his heart. His eagle eyes glanced over Anna's hand pulling him, raised an eyebrow, and followed her pace with his long legs. The neighborhood was made up of resettlement houses. The stairs in the buildings were exceptionally narrow. After Anna had pulled him up, she let go of his hand, took out the key from her bag, and unlocked the door. "Come in." She put the vegetables on the table and threw a pair of men's slippers in front of Baron Lawrence from the shoe cabinet. "Change your shoes first." Baron Lawrence looked down at the brand, new men's slippers, then glanced at a pair of identical, well-worn slippers beside them. He didn't say anything, just changed his shoes. He entered the house and looked around, immediately frowning. It was too small. The entire house was smaller than one of his villa's bedrooms. But small as it was, the house was warm and cozy. There were plush toys scattered on the sofa, uneaten food covered on the dining table, and the small house was filled with the warmth of home. Anna knew where he usually lived, so she got a clean glass from the kitchen, poured him a glass of water, and said somewhat uneasily, "My home is quite small, President Lawrence. Please bear with it." Baron Lawrence took a seat on the sofa as if he were in his own home, picked up the glass of water she poured, took a sip, and agreed with her, in a patronizing tone. It is indeed pitifully small. Inna was just being polite about the size of her house. She didn't expect him to actually agree, and the feeling of suffocation hit her. She couldn't breathe. She twitched the corners of her mouth, silently chanting, "This man has low EQ, don't argue with him," a few times before feeling slightly better. She forced a smile. "Ha, ha. I'm sorry for the inconvenience, President Lawrence." Before Baron Lawrence could reply, she couldn't help but ask, "What brings you here, President Lawrence? Can't I look for you if I have nothing to do?" No matter how you heard it, his tone was unpleasant. "Of course not." Anna Clark knew his temper and immediately tried to soothe him, then added meaningfully, "I'm mainly worried that the house is too small, afraid that I can't take good care of President Lawrence." She bid each character especially clear. No matter how small, it was still rented with the hard-earned money she made every month. Baron Lawrence might have low emotional intelligence, but he's certainly not stupid. He could easily detect Anna Clark's obvious hint for him to leave. His eagle-like eyes suddenly darkened, but then softened a little when they fell on the childish stuffed toys on the sofa. He lifted his chin and said naturally, "Adam Sinclair helped me examine my wound." Anna Clark waited for him to continue. Baron Lawrence locked onto her eyes, word by word. He said, "The newly torn wound is quite serious and needs someone to take care of me and help me apply medicine. You have applied the medicine well." Anna Clark's heart skipped a beat and she denied without thinking, "I've never studied nursing before, President Lawrence. You should find someone else." The relaxed expression on Baron Lawrence's face now completely darkened. What did this woman mean? He had already humbled himself to this point, and she didn't even give him a hint of room. The atmosphere in the room instantly dropped. Anna Clark's palms were sweating. She forced herself not to show weakness, pretending not to see his anger. After waiting for a long time and not getting any surrender from her, Baron Lawrence couldn't hold back his temper anymore and said bluntly, "Anna Clark, I want you to take care of me and help me apply medicine. I'm not good at it. I'm afraid I can't help President Lawrence. With your esteemed status, President Lawrence, it would be better to find a professional nurse to take care of you." So she's rejecting him. Baron Lawrence laughed in anger, grabbed her wrist forcefully, his eyes dominating and intense, as if looking at forbidden prey. "You trust other women to look at my body?" Anna Clark didn't understand what he was mad about. Hadn't Tessa Winters seen his body all these months? Feeling the pain in her wrist, she snapped back to reality, biting her lip and said, "I'm just worried that I won't be able to take good care of you. If I say you're good at taking care of me, then you're good at it." Having said that, he let go of her wrist and sat back on the sofa without any intention of leaving. Anna Clark glanced at the clock on the wall. It was almost time for Bobby to get out of school. She pursed her lips tightly and decided to make herself more clear. "This afternoon, I went shopping with Ms. Winters." "So what?" The man on the sofa didn't even move an eyebrow, as if she were talking about an unrelated topic. Anna Clark clenched her teeth and continued boldly, "Ms. Winters is very beautiful." Since he already had Tessa Winters, if he truly didn't like the idea of a stranger helping him apply medicine, he could simply ask Tessa Winters to do it. Baron Lawrence lifted his head and looked at her indifferently, his eyes somewhat impatient. "So what? There are plenty of beautiful women. All right, I already know your schedule for this afternoon. No need to say anything more. In the future, if you want to go out with friends, tell me in advance." Anna Clark couldn't help but widen her eyes. She didn't expect him to be so shameless. What did he mean by friends? Did he really plan to act like the male-dominated society where all his partners would become good friends? Baron Lawrence, unaware of her inner turmoil, furrowed his brows and said like a master, "Anna Clark, I'm hungry." President Lawrence, "Shut up." As if knowing what she was going to say, he issued an order, "I want to eat the food you cooked." Anna Clark clenched her fist, then loosened it, and tightened it again. She finally prepared herself mentally and took a deep breath, resigned to her fate. "I'll cook." Wait a moment. For Bobby, she would endure it. The kitchen had a sliding door. She took the groceries in, then closed the door. She walked to the window, took out her phone, and slid to Tiffany Clifford's number. She dialed, beep beep. After 2 beeps, the call was answered. Hello, Anna? Sister Tiffany, can you help me? Sure. What's up? Can you pick up my son from the kindergarten for me? Sure. Just send me the kindergarten's address. Anna hesitated for a moment, feeling a bit embarrassed, but still spoke up. If it's possible, can I trouble you to take care of him for the night? She didn't know when Baron Lawrence would leave. In case Tiffany brought Bobby back in the evening and bumped into Baron Lawrence, it would be a disaster. Tonight? I'm going to dine at your brother Smith's house. Is it not possible? Anna's heart sank. She didn't know many people in Capital City, and she had the best relationship with Tiffany. She did not trust anyone else. Tiffany thought for a moment and agreed readily. It's not impossible. I'll just take your darling son with me. His parents like children anyway, and Tobias is so handsome. They will definitely like him. Anna was truly at her wit's end and was extremely grateful. Thank you, Sister Tiffany. No problem. I'll pick him up after work. All right. I'll send you the address on WhatsApp. Bye. Bye. Anna hung up the phone, immediately sent the kindergarten's address, and thanked her again on WhatsApp. Just in case, she deleted all the messages. After taking care of everything, her anxiety was relieved somewhat. She put away her phone, put on an apron, and began to cook. In half an hour, she prepared simple dishes and a soup. She served them. The dishes were light and refreshing. After serving the dishes, she carried the rice cooker out of the kitchen, saying as she did, I made lettuce leaf porridge. Please make do with it. Baron Lawrence stood up, pulled out a chair, and sat at the dining table. He glanced at the simple dishes, surprisingly without disdain. He picked up his chopsticks and had a bite. Refreshing and invigorating, crucially served hot. He narrowed his eyes, in a good mood. For several months, he had been able to eat the meal she cooked every week, but even with the fastest plane, the food would be cold by the time it reached Illyria country. Freshly cooked food was so much more enjoyable. His tense jaw relaxed. He picked up a bowl and handed it to Anna. Like the head of the family, serve me some rice. Anna just wanted to feed him quickly and get rid of him. She took the bowl, scooped some rice for him, and handed it back. Absent-mindedly, she scooped half a bowl for herself and sat down. Dinner was eaten without tasting the food. Baron Lawrence observed noble etiquette during meals and never talked. Anna had nothing to say either, so she quietly ate her food on the side. Finally, the rice in her bowl was nearly finished, and another chopstick of vegetables was added. The high and mighty Lord Lawrence actually served her food? Anna looked up in surprise, only to see the man's handsome profile, as if the food hadn't been served by him. What are you looking at? Eat. Oh. Anna lowered her head, silently ate the vegetables with her rice, and finished her bowl. She put down her chopsticks and quietly said, I'm full. President Lawrence, take your time.